It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite chief Naruto runner, Adam Friended.
What's up, Sitch? Sitch just informed me what Naruto running is, which is pretty strange. I guess
It's in the it's in
yeah.
the context of the new Weapons movie where all the kids are Naruto running away from their parents' houses at night.
Yes, which we will be reviewing on our second channel on Thursday. Sitch hasn't seen it.
Yes.
I've seen it. And I thought it was pretty good. So we were having a little interesting back and forth on it. But we're talking politics now, Sitch. What are we talking about today?
Today we will be watching three, maybe even four videos.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
It's gonna be all night. Well, we'll see. So the first one here, we haven't covered our good friends, Second Thought, in a
Uh-huh.
long time. Okay, Second Thought, who, if
Mhm.
you recall, he's was in favor of October 7th. He
Yes.
thinks America is bad and thinks capitalism bad and thinks socialism is the solution to all of our problems.
Yes. Yeah.
And he has a very interesting video here that's all about how economists are part of an evil conspiracy. Economists, that is,
Yeah.
okay? Not business people, not the corporate elites, but economists are part of a conspiracy to keep you poor.
Even Stephanie Kelton, because I think he made an MMT video where he was super happy about MMT. So
Well, she's one of the good ones, I guess.
this is he pulls from the shock doctrine. I was like, wow, that's a deep cut. In 2007, the shock doctrine was written.
Yes,
That's
yes,
old. That's almost
yep,
20 years old now. So
yes. So it's a very funny, it's a very interesting video. After that, there is a hilarious conversation between Brianna Greyjoy and Taylor Lorenz,
which is always fun, right?
which is always fun. And they're reading this article. This article is insane, and maybe I'll read parts of it. There's like this insane woman who wrote this article complaining about, from a woman's perspective, complaining about dating in 2025 with all the dating apps and everything.
Uh-huh.
And they're complaining about it too. And it's very obvious that it's like, listen, you just date a bunch of whiny progressive beta males and you don't like the way that they act. And you act like Pikachu shock face about like, oh, I keep, choosing to date people based on their, whiny progressive politics. And it turns out that they act like whiny progressive beta males.
That's always fun, right?
Yes. And also, I didn't even notice. Did you Taylor Lorenz? She has a diehard hatred for Jonathan Haidt,
Really?
which is very bizarre. Yes,
Wow.
which is very bizarre.
Wow. Oh, fascinating.
And then the third video, and maybe a fourth video, is so we talked about a few months ago. CNN did a very disgusting whitewashing of Hasan. They did a 5-minute video where they were like, praising Hasan and trying to set him up as the next Joe Rogan of the left, which is what they're all doing with all
Yeah.
this nonsense.
Glaze
And
piece.
yes, and it was interesting because the same guy, the little CNN Hobbit guy, did a puff piece tangentially on Destiny. I guess not tangentially. I guess it was on Destiny, but it was on other things too. On Destiny, which is bizarre, just to say like the least. That we're going from Hasan Destiny because they fucking hate each other's guts. And there's kind of this hilarious because when Hasan's came out, Destiny did a video where he was complaining about it, obviously. And now that Destiny's has come out, Hasan has done a video
Because they're in
complaining about it,
competition.
which is hilarious. But what could be interesting too is not just watching Hasan like spur about this, but Asmongold also did a reaction to it, and I thought might be interesting to compare the reactions to it since Asmongold is sort of supplanting Hasan as the top political streamer, to sort of look at both of their commentaries to see, okay, can we figure out why is it that Asmongold is growing at a faster pace than Hasan? Is it just the politics, or is there something different about their commentary?
Yes. There's something vastly different about their commentary.
Yes, yes. Okay, but first, thank you so much,
But first,
Xerxes.
yes, look at this.
Xerxes, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I've returned to the throne to the very top, and none of you, except JMac, will take it from me. So thank
Zuxi.
you. Thank you. And also Xerxes for 40 months being a free will seeker says also, damn, 383. We're getting close to the 400 mark. Also surprised it's been 40 months for me. LOL, that's right. The time just flies.
It does, because we're all having such great fun.
Yes, yes. Okay, so let's jump in this. Should we trust economist Adam? I don't know. Let's
Yeah,
see.
some economists, right?
Yes.
It depends. Do I agree with what they're saying?
What is, I mean, before you start, that's kind of the hilariousness about it is there's so many different economists that have very different worldviews, very different ideologies. So to say, like, as a whole, should you trust economists doesn't really make
Yeah.
sense.
No. Economists are constantly getting things wrong. But that's not what this video is about. Here in the US, we have a bit of a love-hate relationship with economists. We disagree with them on just about everything, but tune into any major news channel anytime anything happens, and there they are, telling us
Just to check in with you, Adam, how you liking
The music?
background
No,
music?
it's terrible, awful. As soon as
You don't like the
as I heard
horrible
it,
horn music for no reason in the background here?
it sounds like burlesque music. People are
It
taking
kind of
off their
does.
clothes. Yeah.
It kind of does, yeah.
I think that's what he's going for.
Mm-mm.
Can you imagine? I was thinking about this. The music in YouTube videos is insane. Can you imagine if there was music through the entire movie? Any movie that you sat down for, music the entire time. The entire fucking time.
You wouldn't like that?
You know, it's insane. It's totally insane. Yet that's what they do. They do a 30-minute video, a 45-minute video, an hour and 45-minute video, and they just lay down a music track under the whole thing. Insane. Bananas. Bonkers.
I think that's a great idea. I disagree with you. I think that's a great idea.
These
People would really
should be
enjoy
taken
that.
out in the street and
what?
taken care of.
Adam is part of the no background music master race, apparently.
I am, yes, exactly. Background music is horrible. A scourge on YouTube. It's worse than AI videos.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. I did it. I went there.
well,
what are investors supposed to take away from this?
I'm not sure, John.
it's a bit of a meme to dunk on economists for getting things wrong, especially predictions. Not long ago, in 2022, 70% of economists polled by Bloomberg saw a recession coming in 2023 that just never came. GDP growth was in fact stronger than pretty much ever before. Same thing in 2021. 16 of
So I did read
I was
this.
betting against that recession the whole time and doing great.
But I did read this article, and it's funny because it kind of undercuts what he's saying. In the same article that he just cited there, it says that Bloomberg polled 38 economists. Okay, so they have their own 38 economists. So it's kind of funny, like out of all the economists in the world, they have their own, and he thinks this is like indicative of the entire world. And 70% of those 38 said that they did think a recession was likely. Yet in the same article, it talks about how Goldman Sachs, which is one of the largest banks in the entire world, said that they thought that a recession was unlikely. They only thought there's a 35% chance of recession. So how can you make an argument that we shouldn't trust economists as a genre, okay, as a profession?
Yeah.
Right? It's like they always
When
get it
it's a
wrong.
70,
Sometimes
30
they get
split.
it, you know,
Yeah.
it's like with any profession, there's going to be some people that get things right, some people that get things wrong. Obviously, trying to predict massive economic trends is incredibly difficult and complicated.
Yeah, investing is all about going against the majority when they're wrong.
Yes.
That's how you make money. That's exactly how you make money.
And then on top of it, so the argument he's going to make in this video, which is a very strange argument, he basically stole it from some socialist guy, even though he doesn't, like, he kind of quotes articles, but he doesn't quote that he's stealing the argument from him or from them, which is that he's going to make the argument that economists are part of a cabal. They're part of this conspiracy group where they're, in reality, they're not trying to predict where the economy is going. They're trying to shape the economy in a specific direction. They're trying to force the economy in a specific direction. And that direction is helping rich people get richer and helping poor people get poorer. Which, if that was true, why would a bunch of economists wrongly predict a recession? Like, why would that help the rich people?
Yeah, you'd think it would hurt them because they'd be investing on the information from those economists incorrectly
Right.
and losing
Right.
money to me.
Right. So he just keeps citing these articles that sort of completely contradict, not even sort of, they just do contradict his entire argument, and he just doesn't care. He's too stupid to realize it.
Well, there's
Uh,
a point here that's totally ironic because he does say that the economists are trying to shape reality with their ideas,
yes.
are basically depicting a world that they wish existed. And I thought, isn't that the socialists? Isn't that exactly what they're doing? Is that what you're doing,
Yes.
basically? Second
Yes.
thought,
Yes.
trying to manifest a world that doesn't exist.
Well, that's the ultimate irony. Yeah. Is that that's exactly what socialists are trying to do.
If the socialists see, socialists just hate human nature. They hate the fact that people respond to incentives, and a powerful incentive is greed. They fucking hate it. They just hate it.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to re-engineer human nature so that their perfect system will work. So if your economic system is first predicated on redesigning humans, you're screwed, man. Give up.
Of the 36 living Nobel Prize-winning economists predicted mild, quote, transitory inflation, right before a 20-year high of nearly 8% that we're still not really done with. And that's...
Okay. So I also read this article. Now, this is another one of those classic YouTuber, streamer, they cite an article, they don't read the article, and then when they even glance at the article, they don't check the source of the article. Because if you did, you'd find out that the guy who wrote this opinion piece in the Hill was wildly lying about what he was saying. So he's claiming that there were 16 Nobel Prize winning economists who all said that there wasn't going to be any inflation. And then, surprise, surprise, there was, huge inflation in 2022. Right. Okay. So I actually went and I found the article and I read it and I found the source. And what happened was, and this was political. This definitely was politically motivated. But what happened was at the time, this was in 2022, or let me see. No, it's 2021. Biden was trying to pass the Build Back Better Act. And some people didn't want, it was contentious. A lot of people didn't want to sign on to it because they thought it would create inflationary pressure and create more inflation and make the economy go worse. And so you had 16 Nobel Prize winning economists signed a short letter that all it said was, we think that in order to combat inflation, the government does need to spend money building up infrastructure and blah 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 blah, right? And
oh my God, what would motivate them to write this letter, Sitch?
Well, because they want people to pass the bill back better.
Because they want the bill to pass, right?
Right. Because they're obviously more left.
So they're going to obviously say it's an inflation fighting bill, right? Who would come out and say, look, we want the bill to pass? It's going to cause mad inflation. Inflation is going to be off the fucking charts.
It's so
but
silly.
We really need to pass this bill.
I know. It's so silly. So you have the left-wing economists are going to say, oh, obviously the Biden bill is going to be good. The right-wing economists are going to say, obviously the Biden bill is going to be bad. So shock all around. But here's the important thing. So the guy's saying, oh, well, these economists are stupid because they said that inflation wasn't going to increase. And then a year later, inflation gets to its highest point. Except if you read the letter, it's not what they actually said. They said that they didn't think this bill would increase inflation. That's what they were saying.
They said inflation is going up.
Well, they kind of didn't really give a clear answer on whether it was going to go up or down. They just said that they thought the bill was required to fight inflation, essentially. But it doesn't matter because the bill never ended up passing whatsoever. And inflation went up while the bill didn't pass. And then next year in 2022, because Build Back Better Act died, the Inflation Reduction Act was created, which incorporated some elements of the Build Back Better Act, and that did pass. And after that passed in 2022, inflation went down. Now you could say, was it because of the bill? Was it a coincidence? I don't know. But the point is that the article casting the economist statement was totally dishonest in the framing.
Right.
Actually, it's fine. Because that's not their job. Telling us how the world works may be what they say their job is, how they're perceived, and what constantly asking them for their thoughts and predictions assumes, but really, the job of economists isn't to explain the world as it actually is. Really, their job is to represent the world the way they wish it was. And by
Oh, wow. Who does that remind you of?
Socialist. That's the entire
Exactly.
thing of socialism. Yes.
Exactly.
doing that strategically, make that world a reality.
But why would but again, so wait, why would those economists from Bloomberg want there to be a recession? And then why would those other Nobel Prize winning economists say that they wanted the world to not have inflation and then there was inflation? Like, he brings up two articles that contradict what his point is, what his thesis is.
Yeah. It's just shoddy workmanship, obviously.
Fortunately for us, economists aren't on our side. But first, it's ad read
come
time
on,
because
you
I've got to
have
pay
give credit here. Look, this is good. This is like good editing.
side.
We got the spooky music. We have the $100 bill cut in half. It's waving. Should we trust economists?
Should we trust them? Any of them? Richard Wolff. No. We don't trust him.
I
He's
mean,
a
I wouldn't
dirty,
trust Richard
rotten
Wolff.
commie.
He does seem very dishonest. Though, you know who you can trust?
Who?
A sponsor.
But first, it's ad read time because I've got to pay my bills. Let me show you something real quick.
I gotta pay my Lamborghini payment.
It is funny. When it came out, or after October 7th, when Second Thought and his friends all came out in favor of it, he obviously lost a lot of sponsorships.
Right.
So now I guess, enough time has passed. Maybe he's hidden this information. Maybe this company doesn't care. I don't know. But enough time has passed and now he can finally get sponsors again.
Right.
Capitalism.
Google your name. I know you have to open another tab or switch apps. Just
Google your name.
do it real quick. Odds are
I'm not gonna do that. Come on. I'm not Googling
Google your
my
name.
Fast forwarding through this
Oh.
garbage. What happened?
I don't know.
I think we
Broke it.
No, you broke it.
You may already use some other basic app, but not real-time fraud. Tired, ready to appreciate the people.
Blah, blah,
Power
blah,
Gracie
blah.
has fake
Went way too
reasons, truths, but all videos we've talked about the economy. Data is being aura.
There it
Who's
is.
doing it? Give it a try.
Give it a try, Sitch.
It
You'll
is-
love
it's-
it.
It is funny. It's one of those like erase your
Mm.
your
You
digital
erase your-
footprint.
Have you come out in favor of October 7th on a podcast?
Well, you see, that's the funny thing. That's why he's using it. Yeah, he has to use this company to erase like all the bad shit about him. Exactly.
So that's the advertising that he's in bed with?
Right.
That's hilarious.
Right. But so
Oh, that's so good. So
but
good.
his read,
Rich.
it is funny because he's doing this read for a private company. He's engaging in like peak capitalism here.
Mhm.
And he reads it so like monotone.
Yeah, he
It
hates
feels like
himself.
his soul is dying as he's doing this.
He hates himself because he knows it's a shitty product. He's like, I
Yes.
got to sell a shitty product here.
No, he uses it to cover up, the fact that he supports terrorism. So he probably
Great, but
enjoys it.
look, I guess his whole fan base supports terrorism too, so they probably got some covering up to do as well, right?
Mhm.
But they wish they could just let their freak flag fly and they didn't actually have to go out and get a job. That's another part of human nature that they're completely in denial about. Most people are lazy. They don't want to go out and get a job.
Promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. Now, back to the show. You might remember in other videos we've talked about the economy and growth and how they're not real. They're
Do you like
relatively
that he gave finger quotes for the economy, like
Right.
the so-called
And
economy.
growth.
The economy
Growth.
doesn't exist. It's just a figment of your imagination.
Growth is not real. Yes.
I mean, can we even define the economy, right? Like,
Mhm.
what even is water, Adam? Is water even a real thing?
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, yes, it is a real
I think
thing.
water is just a social construct because
Really?
I don't know if you know this.
I mean,
but
what fills the lakes and rivers?
Well, it depends. It's a social construct
Thoughts,
because
ideas, memes.
if you're English,
it's the meme flow.
if you speak English, it's water. But if you speak Spanish, it is agua.
Aqua, huh?
So
Okay.
it's entirely a different thing.
It is, really?
Completely different. Yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it, Bosch. Sounds
The
ridiculous.
recent idea is built not on objective truths, but on specific political goals, bad logic, and subjective accounting decisions.
This is so. I'm gonna dig in on this.
Real. They're
So
relatively recent.
growth in the economy is not real. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, it'd be interesting what. I mean, if I go out in my backyard and I plant a tree, and it gets bigger next year, that's not real, or it's just economic. I mean, obviously that could be economic growth. That's how economic growth works, right? Especially in agriculture.
If you start a business,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and your business makes money, and you open a second location,
Right.
does it even exist?
That's not real.
That's not real.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm buying more supplies. I need more oranges for my orange juice, right?
Let me ask you a question. If you start a tree removal or tree cutting down business, Adam, and you go in the forest and you cut down a tree because you were paid to do it,
does it really exist?
does it really?
If no one is
produce
around
economic-
to pay me.
Yeah, and there's no one around to see you cut that tree down. Did it really produce economic results?
This is so funny. Okay, I'm gonna pause when he says the three things.
Okay.
Ideas built not on objective truths,
Not on objective truths.
but on specific political goals.
Political goals. Okay, so it's not truth. It's the economics is built on political goals,
Bad logic,
bad logic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and subjective accounting decisions usually made by the rich and powerful.
Subjective accounting decisions made by the rich and powerful. Okay, so he's saying they're playing around with their balance sheet.
Isn't this
That's
all
not
confession?
no.
this
SEC
all
comes in and goes, no, you don't play with your balance sheet. I mean,
Why
this is
not?
what happened to Enron. Sooner
It's
or later,
all-
Enron was like, oh, you're fucked.
It's all imaginary. Why can't you just do whatever you want with your balance sheet?
I mean, some companies do this, play around, and eventually they get burned once everyone realizes, oh shit, they don't have any money. They're fucking
Right.
broke.
For self-serving reasons.
No,
Like,
but isn't this entire perception of the economy? It's all confession by projection.
Right.
Because that's the entire thing, as you said in the beginning. Socialists do not like
Oh, yeah.
how
They're
capitalist
fucking
markets work.
fakers.
They desperately want to close their eyes to how human nature works because it does not align with their ideology.
Right.
And so he just, because that's the way that he feels, he assumes that's the way all economists feel and perceive the world.
Right. Yeah.
Now, to be fair, okay, but and this is why it's stupid. You can't just say about the economy. You can say that there are definitely economic fields where, in certain economists who probably do engage in this behavior, where their ideology corrupts their worldview. And it doesn't, like, they're not going to admit that they were wrong or that their ideas were wrong. They're just going to try to force them to be right.
Yeah. That's socialism. It's terrible. Why do people play?
There's even non-socialist economists that do that.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Well, a lot of times they're talking their book. They want their investors to do well. So
Right.
they want to talk up whatever they're selling.
Or they have some
Which,
theory.
I mean, that's good sales. Oh, yeah, exactly. They want to get their name in the history books. The one central thing that I think the socialists always get wrong is people's willingness to work hard based on the gain that they're going to get, right? People play the lottery because they're going to win big. They're going to win fucking big, right? As soon as you set up a lottery where you don't win big, right? It's impossible for you to win big. Our lottery is structured very fairly, so everybody wins an equal proportion. The most you can win is $100, right? Nobody's playing that fucking lottery.
Right.
So
Even
yeah.
if you're, well, it's interesting because this kind of comes up later in the video because he kind of glosses over behavioral economics. But yeah, there's like this like weird phenomenon where even if your chances were dramatically increased
Yeah, to win
for the lottery.
$100, people are like,
But-
fuck that.
But it was a lot less. Yeah, people would not play it as much. So
Yes, yeah. The lottery would make zero money. How does the
Yeah.
lottery make money? How does the lottery make billions of dollars? Well, they pay
Well, I mean,
out
there's-
billions of dollars.
yeah, there are like lesser scratch off lotteries. So people do play them, but just significantly less than like the big ones, which
Oh,
makes sense
yeah.
because like that's why they can offer that big amount is because so many more people play it.
The scratchers don't go up to,
Some of them go up really high. Some of them are more
sure.
lower amounts, I believe.
yeah, okay. People get into the scratching thing.
More war for everyone, and less work for them.
Oh, they fall for every meme. It's like, these guys just want war. That's what they want, war.
He doesn't explain any of this, by the way. There's no explanation. He just throws out all these huge claims, huge broad claims, and you just have to accept them.
Aren't the guys who go out and build all the shit that the military blows up, aren't those two businesses at odds with one another?
What do you mean?
I guess he would argue no, because they're just going to rebuild it all. They'll make all the money rebuilding it. It's planned obsolescence.
Well, it's stupid because if it was true that the military industrial complex or the military businesses,
Mhm.
Boeing and Lockheed
Yeah.
Martin, all these,
They would
companies
be Apple and Google. They would be the
right,
big,
yes,
the big players on the
Yes.
S&P.
exactly. All these companies that make the military equipment, if it was true that they controlled America, they should be the top companies in terms of profits
Mhm.
and making money, and they're not.
I didn't see Lockheed Martin at the White House. I saw Apple and Tim
Right.
Cook.
I think actually, if you track them out, they've basically followed the S&P, like almost, like the average,
Right.
essentially. So the idea that they're like the big, the evil boogeyman behind everything makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
They just say it. The socialist types, the second thought types, they just say it because they want you to think rich people want to kill you.
Yes.
That's what they want.
In
Just to make
reality,
them
rich
look
people
bad.
want to sell like a bunch of Labubus to you.
Yeah,
and
they want to
iPhones.
sell you knickknacks. Exactly.
Sell you a bunch of
It's a
knickknacks.
knickknack. Come on,
It's-
buy it.
You know, it's really funny. Sam was saying that she saw, I forget who it was. Someone was talking about how the reason that women want to buy so much shit is because they evolved to pick berries. So they're all like
Sam
trying
is
to.
very, very smart. You keep that
So
girl.
they're all just trying to collect berries, and I'm like, that's 100% true. So now, whenever we talk about like acquiring things, we always think of it in the concept of like women are trying to acquire berries.
This is why men always work on cars, because we evolved to make things for the hunt.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
Yeah, and we're still making things. We make
Yes.
things that work in the environment. That's the man's goal.
hmm
Display our competence.
And
through-
women's goal is to
through
collect berries.
Production. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Gotta get all the berries.
Very fascinating.
We dunked on GDP not just because it's a bad metric, but because economic growth is fake, or more like arbitrary. Except that because
It's arbitrary, Adam. I don't know if you know this. Economic growth is arbitrary. If you look at a country that is rich and a country that's poor, that's just arbitrary. There's nothing real there, right? When you walk around and you see, people living in poverty, when you see the median and mean income, through in the toilet versus at a good standard of living, that's just arbitrary. It's a fantasy.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
It's an illusion.
why are people trying to come to America? Why do people in third world countries perceive America as being the land of opportunity? Why are they trying why do we have a mass immigration problem? Why are we having to do mass deportation if all of this is just arbitrary? Why can't they just pick a closer country?
Are you saying why are people in third world countries trying to immigrate to first world countries and not vice versa? Is
Yeah,
that what you're asking?
basically.
Well, that's just
yeah.
arbitrary.
Yeah, no, it's not arbitrary.
That's just arbitrary, completely.
Safety and property rights are the foundations of Western civilization. We have both safety and property rights. They want to get here. They all live in countries where they aren't safe and people keep trying to steal their fucking shit. It's like, it's basic. It's basic. If you live in a place, Sitch, right now, that it's dangerous. Like someone's going to come and knock your teeth in and steal all your shit. What is your goal?
To not get my teeth knocked in and all my shit stolen.
Right. And most of the time that involves getting the fuck out of there. Get the fuck away. Get to a place where it's safe. Get to safety immediately. So that's what people are trying to do.
That's just arbitrary.
Arbitrary and fake. Well, which is it? Fake or arbitrary?
They're the same thing.
No, they're completely
It's exactly the same thing. What do you mean?
If you want to say the metric, if you want to say the metric is fake because it's arbitrary, okay. We're having a conversation here, but this video, I love it when he gets into supply and demand. I'm like, oh, this guy, the fuck. How do you make a YouTube channel when your IQ is only 80?
Supply and demand is fake too.
I know. He says that.
I know.
He says that. Tell me, Sitch, if they dropped the price of the iPhones are about, I think, $1,000, around $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
If they drop the price of the iPhone down to $5, what do you think is going to happen to demand?
I think a lot more people are going to buy the iPhone.
Yeah, they're going to have 4 or 5 iPhones, right? They're going to be like, holy shit, this is great. I got an iPhone for every fucking day of the
week. I can use it as a Frisbee now.
Yeah, exactly. I have one that I just use for my camera. I have one that I hide my porn on. Right? Yes. So how is that fake? How's that fake?
Because
this guy's an idiot. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Most governments care about keeping the rich happy. That fantasy has real consequences.
Like, this is such rich cringe. Everything he says is so ridiculous. So our politicians are about keeping the rich happy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to be happy if you're lying to them, especially in ways that make their investment portfolios go down. So
when you tell them that the economy is going to go up or down, then you're wrong.
Yeah, they get pissed.
Oh, okay. So why do they do that then?
They start calling their stockbroker and saying, "What the fuck?
If it's a conspiracy.
You told me to sell, and now the market's up 25%. How did you not know that Trump would taco? You fucking idiot!"
Well, see, that's why they're mad at Trump. Okay, before Trump, there was like a cabal of economists, and they always all agreed with each other. They completely all would say the same thing. They'd never fight on national TV constantly, 24/7. They never have massive ideological disagreements. And the president would just pick up the phone and he'd call the economist. He'd be like, "Get me the economist.
Mm-hmm.
You got to tell me which way the economy is going so I can tell the rich donors." But Trump's his own man. He doesn't do that. All the economists were like, "Trump, don't do the tariffs." And he's like, "I'm going to do the tariffs." And they're like, "No." And then he tacos and they're like, "Yeah."
Did you read the story on Trump supposedly using the tariffs to enrich certain companies to play winners and losers? I didn't read the article, but I just saw it going around.
I was going to read the article and then I forgot, and I did not read the article.
I did the same thing.
It was an incendiary claim. I was like, "Oh, this is crazy. I should see what
it is an incendiary."
And then
claim.
I didn't read it.
And everyone claims we have TDS. Like we would be like catnip to that stuff, right?
I know.
Obviously. I was like, nah, I'll figure it out.
Let's chase the fake idea with real policies that have an actual impact on your life, usually negative. In this video, though,
usually negative.
So I want to go a step further in our economics bashing. It's not just that economists are often wrong. Everybody gets things wrong. Predictions, models, theories, whatever.
He's speaking from experience, guys. As someone who has a perfect track record of getting things wrong, Second Thought wants you to know you can get things wrong.
Yeah. Well, no one has got things more wrong in terms of the prediction market and the economic prediction market. Nobody, no field or no genre of economists have got more things wrong than socialist economists.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Richard Wolff is just a joke.
Yes.
A joke among jokes. All Richard Wolff does is talk about how everything's going to tank. Everything's going to explode. We're on the depths.
Because in decline. It's declining.
Exactly. We're on the edge. We're on the precipice.
We're a dying empire.
Right.
Meanwhile, we need to completely change the way that we plant crops so
Mhm.
that they're cooperative instead of competitive, like that evil Darwin. That's definitely not going to cause a mass starvation that's going to kill millions of people. Whoops.
Yeah. Oof.
Another socialist prediction down
Yeah,
the drain.
that was a particularly bad one for
That
sure.
was not a good one. No.
It's not that they rely on faulty premises or bad data or subjective metrics that they usually can't defend very well. Every Econ 101 textbook should come with a million caveats that basically make the whole thing worthless. The idea that we're all self-optimizing, rational actors with perfectly ordered, fixed preferences chasing utility in a vacuum where we only communicate through prices that we can negotiate is a total fantasy.
I mean, that's pretty much been debunked. Most economists don't accept that anymore.
Yeah.
The rational maximizer model.
Yes.
It's a pretty
Well,
old fucking model.
that's why I thought it was weird because it is true that there's an interesting point here which he glosses over because obviously he's an idiot. Which is yes, the traditional economists or traditional economics did treat this kind of rational actor model. And to me, the thing that's interesting is that, and I think this is important for people to understand whenever they're looking at data in any field, there is a bias towards ease of use. Like that goes even beyond data. That goes in any job field. There's always going to be like if someone says here's a solution or here's a way to do something that's easier, there's always going to be a bias towards that because everyone, of course, wants things to be easier. And so the rational actor model makes it so much easier for economists to use like a very clear formula to make predictions. And maybe in some senses, in some, economic fields or whatever, that can be useful to give you some sort of general, like group level analysis of how the average, market's going to pop out. But as you said, a lot of like, especially nowadays, it seems like most economists are shifting away from the traditional to the behavioral economics, where they do account for all these weird little behaviors that people engage in.
Yeah, the shortcut taking.
Well, there's a very interesting video about this where they said, imagine that there's two people on a game show, and the way it works is that person A is given $100, and he gets to offer to person B some way to split the money. Now that person A can make whatever determination. It could be 50-50, it could be 99-1. They make whatever determination they want to split the money. And person B, if they accept the split, they both get the money. But if person B doesn't want the money or doesn't accept the deal, then no one gets the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to apply just the classic rational actor, person B should always accept whatever the deal is. Even if person A says, I'm only going to give you $1, I'm going to keep $99 for myself, person B should still accept that. Person B should still accept that because rationally, $1 is better than $0, right?
But we don't do that.
But obviously that's not the way people work, like, because they say, well, that's completely unfair. I'd rather no one get the money than you to screw me over. So fuck you.
Even people, this is called the dictator game, I believe. And even people, they see it coming. Most people offer 50% because they know anything less, they stand to lose the money themselves because the person's going to tell them to take a hike.
Right. Now, you could make an argument, which is, well, maybe it is rational for the person to say, fuck you, because that creates a culture, that creates an environment where they expect that people are going to act in sort of a fair way in the future, because then they know that if they don't, they're going to get screwed over. Kind of what you were saying.
That creates an economic environment.
Yes. Well, it creates a cultural environment, I'd say.
Yeah. Definitely does.
But that's not the point. All that isn't what I take issue with. Most economists themselves will readily admit to all these problems. The reason we shouldn't trust them is much more foundational to the discipline. Economists pretend that they and they alone, from a neutral outsider's perspective, understand capitalism.
I look at that guy. He's got a nice suit, nice tie. He's got nice hair, nice, trim beard. And I'm like, that's a guy that knows capitalism.
Okay.
He's standing in front of an office building with the reflective glass. I'm like, that's the guy I go to for capitalism right there.
This guy's living in a van down by the river. I don't buy any of it.
Well, you're wrong because this guy is not real. He's either stock footage or an AI. So
Oh yeah, he's an
he
actor.
doesn't exist.
The economy. The economy. The economy. The economy.
The economy. Something they act as this complicated technical thing bound by secret rules for them to uncover with data, charts, and experiments. The reality is...
Are they really secret rules? I don't think a lot of this is secret.
Well, a way to know if something is secret, Adam, is you can Google any economic theory, and Google instantly give you a billion search results where you can read infinite economic theory completely open to the public. Or if you really want to get deep into the secrets of the economy, you can go to a school and you could take a class on it. And they'll teach you
school. Let's go.
That's right. And they'll teach
I want to
you
be a
all
Chicago boy.
secret information that's completely open to the public.
If I went back to school, I would study economics. So maybe I'll get my economics degree.
If I went back to school, I'd take as many woke classes as possible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just for all the girls. They're like, there's a bunch of girls in here that are lacking masculinity in their lives.
There you go. Exactly. No, just for all the times that we like debate or interact with these people and they just try to gaslight the shit out of you on these topics.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How many classes have you taken on the subject? I have a master's degree in gender theory. I took it pure. That is the ultimate debate brain.
What a waste
I
of
got a
time.
master's in gender theory just so I could debate against it.
Right. So he's basically, Second Thought is trying to convince us that the entire field of economics is fake. It's
Except
just
for
some
socialists.
way to screw with you.
Right.
Yeah. And really what he wants you to know is you're better off living in a third world country without any property rights.
Of course.
That's where this video goes. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
You're not kidding? Okay.
You think there's wealth inequality in third world countries, Sitch?
I think that's a myth that is perpetuated by the colonial imperialist core of America.
You do. Oh, yeah.
And white people.
Yeah. Oh, look. That's what I was thinking, too. You read my mind.
See?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We're on the same wavelength.
Of course. Yeah, look. Third world countries, bastions of equality. Okay, good.
Much sadder. Economists are in the business of producing, sanitizing, and bringing into the world tools of violence against the poor. When
Tools of violence against the poor. Tools of violence against the poor.
That's intense.
Look, if you're a businessman, you're not thinking about the poor. You want to go after some people with money, right?
You're thinking about the tools of violence that
You're thinking about markets.
No. Tools of violence, Adam.
Right. Why would you be, look, why are you focused on the poor? It's so insane. These socialists, they do just hate rich people. They're just trying to incite a fight.
Did you not have that in your high school or college econ class? You walk
tools
in
of violence?
And the teacher writes, the tools of violence that we will now teach you to use against the poor. Open your textbooks, class. And I open it, and inside of it, it's just like a crossbow. Just pops out of it, and they're like, "Okay, class, today the lesson is you're going to take
what's
this
your bank
crossbow,
account? What's your bank account?
You're going to tag at least 3 homeless people on the street."
There you go. You got to bring them here. Tools of violence. Okay, very interesting. We got to sanitize these tools.
the rich want ways to get richer at the expense of the poor.
That's what, oh God, it kills me. Get rich at the expense of the poor. The poor are inconsequential. They got no fucking money. How do you get rich at the expense of someone with no money? I'm going to take all this person. Well, they're poor. Okay, well, I can't really take their money then, can I?
Which is the only way they can ever do that. The literal job of economists is to make the graphs, formulas, and policies that say, we have no other choice. Economists...
This is how, he never lays out how this happens. The structure of this.
No, his argument is economists are bad. Here's 2 economists that are neoliberal economists, and they're bad, and so therefore all economists are bad. That's the entire argument that he lays out here.
He's been watching the Hunger Games too much. I mean, if the Hunger Games exists, okay, maybe, right? You put all the poor people in and you watch them kill each other. Maybe
Well,
you're using some tools of violence.
Well, it's weird because if he narrowed the video towards a specific like type of economist, like he doesn't like the neoliberal economist, he doesn't like the very libertarian economist, then you can still disagree with that.
Want a job guarantee program. What the fuck?
Right, but I'm saying you could agree or disagree with whether you like libertarian or neoliberal economists, but at least the argument would have some sort of like the logic of what he's trying to say would have some sensible logic to it. Even if you disagree with it, you're like, okay, I understand what he's trying to say. But if you're just to say all economists are all involved in a conspiracy, even though he's going to praise socialist economists, you're like, well, what the it's like doesn't even make sense. There's no logical coherent argument at that point.
Sense. Seems like we've made most of the really nasty stuff illegal, right? You sell your daughter into slavery or whatever. I mean, that's obviously horrible and could be.
How much are they paying you?
Yeah, see, it's bad.
Study the economy. They invent it. But how do they do that? First, there are the obvious ways, coming up with theories that serve the rich.
John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller.
In 1890, John D. Rockefeller spent about $600,000, $170 million in today's dollars, to found the University of Chicago. Over the next 20 years, he would go on to put nearly $35 million more dollars into the school, or the equivalent of error, please use values of less than 10 million. Rockefeller once called this the best investment he ever made. That's because
it's so funny because if you look up that, first of all, that quote is just, they keep plastering it as if he was saying it not because he's evil, like he's saying it from a philanthropic perspective of like the best investment I ever made was making, investing in a school that teaches Americans and helps them get better jobs and careers. And yet, second thought is like, aha, look, he said he said the word investment. So therefore he was a rich guy. So he was doing it for evil, nefarious purposes.
Yeah, he primes you by saying the whole purpose of economics is to formulate some sort of propaganda to sell their evil intent.
Well, it makes sense because obviously when John D. Rockefeller helped create the University of Chicago in 1890 or whenever the fuck this was, he foresaw that in 1970 there was going to be some neoliberal economist, it's 80 years down the road that we're going to promote economic theory that he likes, even though he's long dead and shouldn't give a shit by then.
Yeah.
That was all part of his grand master plan. Damn you, Rockefeller.
Because if you've ever heard of UChicago, it's probably for its econ department. Famously,
Do you know who went to the University of Chicago?
Thomas Sowell, right?
Bernie Sanders.
Did he? That's hilarious. I think Thomas Sowell and obviously Milton Friedman was from the Chicago school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a bunch
of the libertarians. It's a big libertarian place.
Yep.
Free economics.
Like Milton Friedman, the founding father of monetarism, and Theodore Schultz and Gary Becker, the guys who came up with human capital theory. These guys are influential. You Chicago economists are always influential. They win more Nobel Economics Prizes than economists from any other school. They staff the Council of Economic Advisors to the president across both parties, and are at the front lines of creating economic theories you've heard about in the neoclassical tradition, what most of us get exposed to in high school or college as simply Econ 101.
Well, before he even gets into that, it was weird. He flashed up that things like, these are the guys that created human capital theory.
Mm-hmm.
And then he moves on.
Slavery.
Right. And so you hear that and you're like, well, that sounds creepy, doesn't it? They're using humans as capital. Oh my God, that's so like horrible. Right. So I looked this up because I'm unfamiliar with what human capital theory is. And I look it up and it says human capital theory is the idea that both individual people and societies should invest in education because it makes their own lives better and society's life and society is overall better because it helps everyone get better jobs and has a positive net effect on society and the economy.
Yeah, it's liberal basically.
Yeah, and I'm like, why the fuck is he against this then? What he's against people wanting to get educated and having society that invests in education because it makes everyone's lives better. That's what he's against.
He'd rather have a dumb population than a population that's misinformed
But it's got a
by this
spooky
propaganda.
name. Human capital theory. Whoa, so spooky. Humans are capital. Whoa. Oh, aren't you scared?
I am scared. I'm terrified.
Barry Bruiser for $20. Thanks so much. Says I ducking hate videos like this. Images with intellectually suggestive editing, audio cues that are meant to sound satisfying, and the mic setting to make the speaker more bassy. Just ducking snub at its Clockwork Orange to me. Yes, 100%.
It is,
100%.
yeah. It is propaganda, top tier propaganda.
It is always funny too, where you hear a streamer or someone and they have a voice that's like a specific way, and then you hear them in a different setting and you're like, why do they sound so different? And you're like, how much do they change their audio?
They're talking
when they
like
do
Minnie
that?
Mouse.
Yes. You know who? It's crazy. If you watch an old video of Vosh, his voice sounds so different.
Really?
Oh my God.
Oh,
Like, why? I don't know what the fuck.
it.
I don't know what the fuck Vosh, because Vosh has like a pretty deep voice. And if you listen to like an old clip of him, it's completely like nasally. It's like my horrible voice. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, this is so weird. What do you do?
You gotta lean into it. Talk through your nose.
No, you don't want to talk through your nose.
No, you talk through your nose.
That makes you more nasally. That's why it's called nasally.
I think Econo Boy heard me talking about his shitty voice.
That's why he quit YouTube.
Because he went and quit the internet.
Oh my God. Did you see Pisco was like super triggered that he posted that on X?
That I posted the grinning face?
Yes.
The smirking face?
He was like, Adam is a piece of shit.
First of all, this is the first I've heard of this. This is the first I've been made aware of this. But it's actually making my day. Tell me more.
No,
Tell me more.
If you didn't see Econo Boy, he's taking a break from the YouTube.
Taking a break? Oh my God.
Stopping being on YouTube. I don't remember what he said exactly. I didn't read it very closely because I don't really care. But
he's quitting. He's totally quitting. He's
right,
like, I have to take care of my family. I have to get out of this business.
Well, it's interesting because
too rough.
I don't know what happened. I didn't listen to his conversation with Destiny. I didn't see people were not sending clips of some crazy thing happened. So I'm assuming it wasn't like super crazy contentious. There
was one guy that came on after the debate, after Econo Boy had already left.
Mm-hmm.
And he's obviously like a liberal, probably voted for Kamala Harris. And he was like, Econo Boy's the worst. He just makes Democrats all look cringe.
That is true.
People look at Econo Boy with his smug, condescending attitude, and they just assume all Democrats are that way.
Was that you? Is it you?
No, this is some guy that just went on Wick's live stream. I was like, this guy's based. This guy gets it. He gets it. He's like, we're trying to battle this stereotype of Democrats, and Econo Boy he is that stereotype.
Wait, is this true? His son tried to shoot him? That's not true.
Econo Boy,
isn't his son like
what?
Super young? What are you talking about? I thought he had like a very young child.
This is bullshit. Don't let chat gaslight you.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what you're saying. If it was, but
so
anyway, so you made some joke about it, like being because of our conversation. Pisco was very mad. So
all I did was retweet his thing with a smirk emoji. That's all I did.
Oh, okay.
What did Pisco say?
No, that was Destiny. Wait, what? Destiny's son shot him? Wait, is this new? What the fuck? Or is this like an old thing? What are you talking about? This is crazy. Oh no, this is like from a year ago. I missed this. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, Chad's confusing me. Oh, it was with a BB gun. Oh man, you okay.
Oh,
anyway,
man, I've been shot with a BB gun 100 times. Okay,
shoot your eye out, kid.
At close range.
Philip Cogans for $20 says Second Thought needs to read The Road to Serfdom and The Fatal Conceit. He's not going to change his mind. He's never going to change his mind. Okay.
Yeah. Second Thoughts.
Yeah.
He's been to
it's
college, so
he's
he's smarter than the rest of us.
he's too deep in the rabbit hole. Grassroots Heademon, thanks so much for the $20. Says you don't even have to go to third world, dog. I wouldn't go to Chicago outside of work if you put a gun in my mouth.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. Some of these cities are dangerous
Yep.
because they've defunded the police and got rid of the safety element. Yeah. No, it sucks.
That's the first thing to focus on. At the very base level, economists create the frameworks through which we understand the world. Basic ideas like supply and demand is why this thing has that price. That's a pretty uncontroversial, mainstream idea most of us are not just familiar with, but that we implicitly believe. Even though, when you really think about it, you can probably name 1,000 counterexamples.
Okay. So get ready, guys. He's going to name 1,000 counterexamples of why supply and demand isn't real. Get ready.
This is obviously ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. As I said with my iPhone example, right?
You just listen. We'll see. Listen, I'm going to be charitable. We're going to hear what he's going to say. We're going to be good faith Gary's here, everybody, right?
Yeah, okay.
We're all going to put on our good faith hats. We're all going to be our good Clippy, Microsoft Clippies, and we're going to hear the argument of
This
why
dumb
supply and
fuck thinks
demand
prices are completely arbitrary. What a fucking idiot.
doesn't real.
What a
okay?
fucking idiot.
Prices change over the course of a product's lifetime, or randomly by the day, or by the computer and IP address you're using to access it, or how well the guy who's selling it knows you, or if you get...
So because prices, wait. Okay, let's take this one at a time.
Because
Prices
individuals
change.
are willing to pay different amounts for different things.
Yeah, well, hold on. We'll take it one at a time here. Okay, I guess we got to do one.
For examples, prices change over the course of a product's lifetime.
Prices change.
Because input costs change, obviously.
Well, no, Adam. Prices change, so therefore supply and demand isn't real.
No, that's bullshit.
Because obviously the supply and demand of a product cannot change in the entire lifetime of a product. It will forever remain fixed and static at all times. And so prices will never change.
But products change. They have improvements and whatnot. Obviously, the improvements are aimed at increasing demand.
Well, the environment changes too.
Right? And then people understand once demand increases, you can raise your prices. Prices increase.
No. Supply and demand is not real because prices
so ridiculous.
change. Okay.
All this is so ridiculous. And he knows this is ridiculous.
I don't know. He's very stupid.
Yeah.
Or randomly by the day, or by the computer and IP address you're using to access it, or how well the guy who's selling it knows.
Yeah, that's pointed at pricing, individual pricing, which obviously I'm against. It seems wrong to charge one person one price and another person another price just because that person's willing to pay more for the exact same product, right?
Listen, 100% agree. I think it should be illegal when and a lot of websites do this, where when you're looking at the price of something online, depending on what day it is, what time it is, they'll supposedly, if like I've heard that if you look at plane flights or hotel rooms, it can differ depending on what like time and what day it is. And there's specific days and times where it's better. But if you look on like, if you first start your look on one of the bad days, it can actually like lock in that price on your computer, even if you check on one of the good days. So you have to use like a different computer or clear your cookies or use a VPN or something to change it to like a better price.
Wow. Okay.
Which I'm 100% against that. I think that should be completely illegal. Same thing with, I think it's completely disgusting and insane if you use like Uber Eats or any of the other food apps. If they can, I haven't experienced those, but if they change the price, supposedly they can change the price depending on like who's using the app and stuff. So fuck that. But even though I think that should be illegal, that's all 100% supply and demand. That's what that is.
It is. Yeah.
Completely. And so it makes no sense. Again, he just says it like we're just supposed to accept his retarded statement as if it's just common sense that this somehow is not an example of supply and demand.
Yeah. Demand is different at different price points for different people because obviously different people value the money they have at different levels because some people have more of it than others. But
yeah, it's like saying, oh, if I walk up to a random guy in the street and I say, hey, I'll sell you this bottle of water for $5. And the guy says, no. And then I walk away and then I go to a guy who's dying of thirst
Yeah.
in the desert. And I'm like, I'll sell you this bottle for $5. And he says, yes. And then second thought, here's like, well, obviously supply and demand is fake because
Yeah. That
two
doesn't
different
make any
people
sense.
at a different level of demand and we're willing to pay different prices for the same thing.
Yeah. Stupid.
Yes.
You, or if you get a discount for buying more than one, or if
Oh, a discount for buying more than one.
Mm-hmm.
Almost
Which,
like the whole.
see
yeah,
my example of lowering the iPhone price.
right.
Obviously, you're trying to increase demand. Maybe you have a
Yeah.
huge supply of something and there's not a lot of demand. What do, Sitch?
Right.
I got to unload this shit. I'm going to sell it cheap.
Well, and also it's the same thing with they try to get you in this, that's why most of the times they say if you want this two for the deal, you have to come to the store to get it because they want you to like be in the store and be like, oh,
Maybe
I'm
I'll
in the
buy
store
something else.
and I see a bunch of other beautiful berries around me that I want to pick.
Exactly. I must have all these berries.
Yes.
I'm a
Yes.
woman.
You have to go in the store with your wife or girlfriend and you got to put the blinders on them and be like, no, you got to get the thing and get out. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We're
Keep
so
your
good
eyes
at
on the
that.
prize.
All of our eons of hunting,
Yes.
going for the game.
Supposedly this is one of the reasons why fast food is so much more expensive now is a lot of the fast food places would suck people in with the dollar menu or other low price items and then they'd hit them with the what they make a bunch of money off of the items that are not the loss leader.
Coke.
Yeah, like you want your extra large Coke for $2 that costs us 1 penny to
Yeah,
make.
exactly.
Sure. Right.
2 cents.
But now that so much of the business that the fast food places generates is through Uber Eats, which is kind of insane to me. Like, if you're getting fast food, unless you don't have a car, but if you have a car and you're getting fast food, just go fucking drive out and get it. Okay? Like, you're really going to
Right.
pay extra money just to have a private limousine for your burrito, for your taco, for your burger from McDonald's. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
A lot of kids today don't drive.
Yeah, I get that's part of part of it.
So
that's why I said if you don't have a car, it's a little different. But if you do have a car, go drive, the 5 minutes to the fucking fast food place.
don't eat the fast food. Just
Obviously
work on your diet.
right.
Have things at home.
Go to the grocery store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you're using a referral code, means TV link in the description. Then there's the fact that nobody treats a phone from one company as the same as a phone from another company, or even one model or color as the same as another.
What is that? Such a dipshit.
How does this? There's a different. Okay, it's literally. Now, people probably experience this, not just with phones. If you're on Amazon and you're buying something, and there'll be different colors. Sometimes the different colors will be different prices. I assumed maybe I was wrong here. Okay, I didn't know how stupid second thought was. I assumed that people understood the reason that some of the colors cost more is because it means the demand for that color is higher. And they probably have too much of other stock in the other colors and they want to get rid of the other stock. That's what's happening.
It could also mean that the demand is lower and they have to do such small runs on the color that the producing the product is
that's a good
more
point.
expensive. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
a good point,
You
too.
don't
Okay, so you're
necessarily
right.
know
Put it
until
that
you
way.
look at it from the business
Right,
perspective.
that's a good
right?
point.
Yeah.
That's a good point, yeah.
So, like if I want to print 10,000 comics, it's going to be less expensive than if I have to print 5 comics because everyone wants this super special comic, right?
Yes.
Well, actually, it's
It will
not
be
enough people.
less per
Yeah.
comic, not less
Yes,
overall,
yeah.
obviously.
These are all the production details, but each individual product has a demand profile, right?
Yes.
How many people will want it? But that demand profile will change according to what, Sitch? What will change the demand profile for any product?
I don't know. I
The
don't know what you asked
price,
me.
the fucking price,
yes.
obviously. Like
Of
as soon
course.
as you drop that iPhone down to $5, watch what happens to the demand profile.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to skyrocket. And
Yeah,
a lot of businesses do this. They're like, where can we make the most profit? Where can we make the most money? Sometimes you make money on luxury goods. You produce 100 of them at a high price. You make more money than producing 1,000 of them at a lower price, right?
There was an interesting, when I was watching this video about behavioral economics, it was interesting because they were saying, one of the most classic techniques, it's so classic, I think most people sort of grown accustomed to it, that companies use to try to trick people into thinking they're saving money is that they say, oh, well, this thing costs like $20.99, right? Instead of saying $21, it costs $20.99. Like the 99 cents things, like fuck, supposed to fuck
Yeah,
with your brain.
it's $20.
Yeah, right.
Every guy
$20.
will tell you it's $21. Every woman will tell you it's $20.
Yes,
You ever
yes.
notice
The
that?
girl math. The girl math. Yeah, I know.
They always round down. They always
They always
round
round
off
down.
the 99 cents, and the
It's
guy
the girl
always
math. Yeah,
adds a penny.
I know. So, but then when it comes to luxury brands, they were saying that they do the opposite. That
Oh,
they'll
zero
keep it,
zero,
they'll
huh?
have a 0 0, and that makes people think, well, it's a lot, it's more expensive. It's a luxury product. It ends in 0 0.
That's good. That's good. Oh, the subtle cues we pick up.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
What are these?
99 does seem cheap. So,
What are they going to do when they make the penny? They discontinue the penny. Everything's going to be
they're still
95
going to
cents
use
now.
it. They're just not going to use it in cash.
Right. You just have to pay
Who's
a credit.
paying in cash? Any cash deal will have to round off to the nearest 5 cents, which people do.
Right.
I mean, businesses will probably love it because they're going to round up, right? So at the end, they could be making $5, $10 more a day off of all the rounding up.
Hmm. I
Good for
guess that's
them.
true. That's true.
Everything he's saying seems idiotic. It's all too complicated, so we can't figure it out. What supply and demand is? I mean, that's basic. That's totally basic.
Well,
How
no,
can
you
say
see,
it doesn't exist?
if you have two different phones that cost different amounts of money, that means supply and demand doesn't exist, Adam.
How's he so dumb? I just look from a business. He's never ever thought of it from the business perspective.
Well,
Where your price point for something is super important. If you put a product out there and your price point is X, right? And things start flying off the shelves. All of a sudden you think, oh, I got to raise my prices. My prices are too low. This happens every day, but I guess that just offends his sensibility.
I am honestly curious what the fuck he thinks this even is supposed to mean. What is even the argument? Supply and demand doesn't exist because two different phones
why?
cost different things, and the same model phone in a different color can cost different amounts. So therefore, supply and demand even doesn't exist. I don't even understand what is the argument he's trying to make.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's so stupid. I can't comprehend it. It's past the point. I can't dumb myself down enough to understand what the fuck he's trying to say.
It's past the event horizon of stupidity.
Yes. Yes. Second thought is so dense that intelligent thought cannot escape the black hole. Yes, that is his mind.
I think the argument that he wants to make is that you can price anything at any price. It's just arbitrary.
But that's not true.
When manufacturers come out, it's just greed driving the ship. They're just pricing based on arbitrary greed.
But if that's true,
they don't know the price of every single component that goes into anything they're building.
If that's the argument, if that was true, then wouldn't a pen cost the same as an iPhone? And then no one would make an iPhone because they could make a pen that costs the same as an iPhone because everything's arbitrary.
Why does a pen cost less than an iPhone?
How would money even work if it was arbitrary?
If someone said, look, I'll give you a pen or an iPhone, which do you think would have the higher demand?
The iPhone.
Right. Why is that?
Well, I don't know, because supply and demand isn't real. The economy is fake, and money in the price point of everything is just made up.
I think it's great that we live in a system where people are out there actively trying to make things that you want to purchase. A lot of places don't have that.
I don't. They take advantage of the ladies. They sell them too many useless berries.
Mm-hmm. No, it's good to have. Good to have.
The very idea of there being a supply of phones and a demand for phones is an abstraction. It doesn't really exist.
It's just fucking killing me here.
It's an abstraction.
Right now,
what does that
there
even
is
mean?
There is a objective number of iPhones that exist
Yeah.
that have been produced. It's not abstract. And that even if we lower the price of the iPhone to $5, when do you think you'd hit demand saturation? When do you think the public would be like, "Nah, don't give me another iPhone. I can't. No, the last thing I want is another iPhone."
It depends. How many
Sooner or
iPhones do I
later, yeah.
need? How many iPhones do I need to make a robe out of iPhones
Yeah, see,
that I can wear?
Someone is gonna fucking do that, but not everyone's not gonna do that. When do you hit iPhone saturation?
Well, you probably
That's
never would,
not an
because
abstraction. That's a real fucking test.
the components of the iPhone would break down. You could sell the components for more than $5.
Mm-hmm. Could
So,
you?
Of course.
Maybe.
It's
Exist
just the
because
iPhone. Well, just okay. To be clear, so abstraction. There's a couple definitions. I assume what he means is it's a process of simplifying complex ideas or systems, by focusing on essential characteristics while omitting non-essential details. It's like, okay, I mean, you can say that there obviously how the supply and demand of a phone works is going to be relatively complicated, and as us humans describing the concept, we do have to simplify it to have a conversation and not write a fucking econ paper. I don't see why that's a bad thing.
No, it's not.
color is the same as another. The very idea of there being a supply of phones and a demand for phones is an abstraction. It doesn't really exist because every phone is its own product.
Okay, so maybe that's not
Yeah,
what he
this
meant,
is
because what he
dumb.
said doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Supply and
Doesn't.
demand doesn't exist because every phone is its own product. I don't even know what is he trying to say?
He's just trying to sound smart.
That how could you make a video? This
That's
is
fucking
insane.
idiotic, yeah.
How could you make a video where you're going to say that all economists are part of an evil cabal and they're all liars, you shouldn't trust them, and you don't even understand the most basic idea of supply and demand at all? That
Well,
you're
and
going
you're
to
trying
say
to debunk it.
you're trying to debunk it in a way that makes no fucking sense
No,
whatsoever.
none at all.
Yes.
That's an abstraction.
It's not real because each phone is its own product. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, yeah, I realize that I buy a phone and Adam buys a phone, and they're not part of the phone collective hive mind. Okay, I get it that we bought different phones. We're individual people. Yes. So what? How's it disprove supply and demand? What the fuck are you talking about? Is he saying that? Is he like, listen, every phone is a unique snowflake. You couldn't possibly have a general price for all iPhones.
I mean, they left money on the table with my phone because I would have paid a lot more. So
Yeah, but see, that he's actually okay. If I'm going to try to be as charitable as humanly possible, the only thing he could possibly be saying is that technically, theoretically, every person would pay a different amount. There is a different demand in every person's head for paying a phone.
yeah,
And if every
they call it
company,
aggregate demand. Economists even have a price.
I know,
a name for
I
that.
know.
A term
But
for
see,
that.
in the real world, all the companies don't have the mind reading technology yet, or the algorithms to figure out how much you're willing to pay.
Yes, that's
to-
why they're doing the fucking computer pricing thing.
Well,
'Cause
that's
they're like,
exactly
Look,
it.
Adam's a sucker. He'll pay more.
Exactly.
Make him pay more.
And that's why that shit is evil.
It is
Which he
evil.
just said but he just said that shit earlier was an example of supply and demand not being real.
This is the computers basically breaking us down. They want to have it both ways. Like I said, if the price is at one point, you get a certain amount of demand, but you get a different amount of demand at a different price point. And they're saying, well, why don't we just have the different price points and take advantage of both the demands? We'll sell
Yes.
to the luxury market and to the poors.
Right.
But we'll just sell at two different price points, the same product.
Yes. And
We'll
that's
just
where
round one to zero and do
that's
one
where the behavioral economics comes in, and that's where I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm burning down the system.
Well, if he actually made an
unfair.
argument against that, I'd be on board. But
Yes, yes.
it just doesn't seem fair to make me pay more money for the same iPhone someone else can buy just because they're cheaper than me.
I know. Well, also that would only work
Wrong.
temporarily, because then if you start doing that, everyone would just become as cheap as possible. And actually, I would assume that would probably have a net negative effect on the economy, because it would motivate everyone to be as cheap as possible.
Yeah.
And its price is just one of its qualities we take into consideration. It's not just tacked on at the end either. It's built and iterated throughout the process the same way the camera is. It's based on a bunch of other prices. And while sure, you might buy a phone for $1,000, you can't then turn around and sell it back to Apple at that same price. Why not? If price was a perfect mirror of value that emerges from the meeting point of supply and demand, what does it matter to Apple to have one rectangle worth $1,000 or several paper rectangles worth $1,000? Things
I'm getting dumber watching this video. Sitch. My soul is leaving my body.
Adam, I'm a very big-brained intellectual, okay? Obviously, the company that has 1 million iPhones and wants money should value the iPhone at the same level of money that they don't have.
It's not that he's too stupid. He's really just too stupid for this. The demand for new iPhones is higher than the demand for used iPhones. Okay,
Well, that's
you
true,
fucking dumbass.
Yes, yes.
So look, as soon as you buy your iPhone and return it, it's a used iPhone. They can't fucking resell a used iPhone, you dipshit.
Or they knock off $100 and they say it's refurbished, right?
Sure, totally. Yeah. And they do that. People do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's a massive buyback program for iPhones.
I just think it's funny that
resale.
The guy's like, if someone goes into business making hamburgers, why can't I sell? Why are they selling hamburgers for money? Why can't I sell them a hamburger pre-made for money?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because they have a supply of hamburgers that they want to transform into a supply of money. Second thought. Do you understand?
Why can't I take them a hamburger and they give me $5?
Yes. I want to go to McDonald's and I'm like, here, McDonald's, I made a hamburger. Can you give me? I want $10. Here's a hamburger. Give me $10. And when the people look at you like you're fucking crazy, I'm like, this is why supply and demand is bullshit.
Exactly.
Why won't McDonald's buy hamburgers from me?
Can you imagine going to McDonald's and trying to sell hamburgers to the workers? They'd be like, fucking, we work at McDonald's, you dipshit. We got all the free food we want. Get the fuck out of here with your hamburgers.
Oh, listen, you employees, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not selling it to you personally. I'm selling it to like the corporation of McDonald's. I want the business.
I want you to resell my hamburger.
to buy my hamburger.
Someone goes to the drive-thru. What is this piece of shit? That's my hamburger.
Could you imagine you go to McDonald's?
We just bought this earlier. It's a used hamburger.
I'm actually shocked this isn't like some prank video. You go to McDonald's and you're like, can I get a hamburger?
Oh, they give you some jack shit.
You're like, no, say like,
Whopper.
I have a hamburger. And they think that means you want one. And you go up and you're like, no, I said I have a hamburger. I want you to buy it from me.
Oh, that would be great.
And then when they don't, you throw on the floor and say, this is why Karl Marx was right about everything. Fuck the bourgeoisie. McDonald's won't buy my hamburgers.
Terrible.
fall apart even more when you go looking into how companies actually price things. Sometimes a train ticket will be set at a flat rate you pay to get on. Sometimes it's based on the distance you travel. Sometimes you buy the specific seat with specific perks like last-minute cancellation. Most of the time, things are priced with formulas that are themselves based on either data, vibes, or just good enough conventions like, here's what a normal markup is, just add 30% to what you paid for it and you'll be fine. Interestingly, it's often the case that formulas are based on economists' work more directly.
So the argument, and he's making the classic socialist brain dead argument that unless something is rooted in nature itself, like gravity, it's not real. So because the different train companies have to derive and figure out through a bunch of data and a bunch of information, they have to try to figure out what is a price that is the best price for the train ticket. That means that there's no quote true price. Therefore, price doesn't exist and it's all arbitrary, and everyone should get free train tickets.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's decided by the market. It's decided by what people are willing to pay for it. And there being enough people willing to pay that price point to make the business endeavor worthwhile.
Yes.
Yeah. The pricing on plane tickets though and train tickets usually massively are influenced by departure date because people are inherently procrastinators. And if you charge the same amount 3 weeks in advance and 24 hours in advance, everyone will book 24 hours in advance. It's just
right.
You're trying to incentivize people to book early. And
right.
the way that, how do you incentivize people, Sitch? Once again, you drop the fucking price.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's how you juice demand. So it's just so basic. Why
demand is fake, Adam?
Yeah, what? How do you even this guy's supposedly a business guy, right? He's running a YouTube channel. Moron. He doesn't buy anything? I guess this guy is like a trust fund kid, right? He's obviously a Richie Rich.
Well, he was test driving sports cars.
Right.
On a second channel,
So price is not a value in his mind because he can pay whatever it is, right?
So therefore it's fake.
Right, yeah. It seems that that's what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, whatever, price. It's just all random. Some people are like, nah, I'm not going to buy it for that. Fuck that. That's too expensive.
Like, for example, when accountants at pharmaceutical companies have to help their managers decide whether to invest in developing one drug or another.
And then he just immediately switches to R&D. He goes from talking about products that are already developed,
mm-hmm.
and you're testing the market by how desirable this product is, to some hypothetical product in the future. We all know some miracle cancer drug would be very desirable, right? A lot of people get cancer. A lot of people don't want cancer. So
right.
You don't need some super formula to figure out how much that drug's going to be worth, right? It's going to be worth a lot. Everyone's going to want it. We can charge whatever. Old people have more money. We can fucking milk them dry.
Use what are called discounting functions. Basically, a formula that lets them put a present price on future drugs.
Oh, so mysterious. Oh my God. My mind's being blown here.
Discounting functions are based heavily on the economic theories fleshed out by the economist Irving Fisher. His formulas were first mainly academic, then went into financial accounting textbooks, and then turned into common practice. People use these formulas not
So he never explained, this is part of his dishonesty, kind of like the human capital theory. He never actually explains what the fuck any of these things are that he's talking about. He just says them kind of ominously. He has ominous music playing. So discounting function it's a mathematical theory that just describes how people value, or a model, values something less as it moves into the future. So for example, it says future rewards or costs can be discounted because you could use money now to earn returns and the future is uncertain. Plus, people would prefer immediate gratification over waiting. So the discounting function gives a weight to these things to figure out like what the reward or cost would be for the future development of something. So obviously, when you're coming up with trying to figure out like what drug you should be investing in, you would want to try to figure out the answer to these questions, or you'd want to have some model that would try to predict. Now, obviously it's a model, so it can be wrong, but it's better than just blindly shooting in the dark and trying to figure out like what you're going to do here.
The more resources you're going to pour into something, the more profitable it has to be, though. I mean, that's just basic, right?
Of
So
course.
obviously, if it's something that's going to take a long time and a lot of time and energy, you're going to want to shoot the moon. You're going to want something that's a cure for cancer, right? A cure
Well,
for heart disease.
well, it depends because yeah, you could have a situation, but the problem is that like those shooting the moon things would generally those have like massive research and development costs, and it's uncertain whether you'll be successful, and it could be in the future. So it might not be worth it to do that. That's why a lot of drug companies they'll do like the whole like they just kind of like slightly change a lot of existing drugs to try to make them a little bit better and then undercut or take over a market because that's like easier to do in the short term.
Right. And
Because
they
the
do that to keep something out of public domain. So,
Well, that's yeah, they'll do that for their own formulas and stuff. Yeah.
theory behind them shows us the truth of the economy, Fisher's theories were just that, theories about where value comes from, to which his answer was future profits. But discounting functions have helped to build a world in which, some of the time, Fisher's theory does apply. Future profits do determine price in some cases, not because
Oh my God.
mm-hmm.
Future profits determine what kind of behavior a business is going to engage in. Say it ain't so.
Fisher was
Yeah.
brilliant, but because he was useful for shareholders. The world was retrofitted onto his theories, built around accommodating the fact that discounting functions could and would be used because those who had power adopted and deployed them. Discounting functions, as investment technology that managers use, implicitly put the interest of shareholders first when making decisions about things like developing drugs. Fisher's idea of
Okay, he's so fucking stupid, and I don't know. I think he had a kid recently. Maybe he's been up late at night. His thoughts just don't make any sense. It's just completely incoherent. Like there was a Big Joel video. Big Joel released a long video on Bill Maher. Okay.
Right.
And I got excited. I'm like, ooh, we haven't covered a Big Joel video. He's talking about Bill Maher. I bet it's going to be like content goldmine. I watched or listened to this whole fucking video. It was completely incoherent. Completely incoherent. It's like an hour and 20 or an hour and 40-minute video. There's about 5 minutes worth of like point to the video of content. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
He just rambles, or what's the deal?
It's just insane rambles. Maybe BreadTube is having a complete meltdown. All their brains are melting. They've all been left in the oven too long. Their brains are all melting. They can't even construct logical, coherent arguments anymore whatsoever.
But he doesn't even want to make just a basic argument, huh? He's just rambling for 2 hours.
Yes. And it's the same thing with this video when he keeps like, okay, obviously a business is going to make business decisions based on what they think future profit's going to be. But then he just says, well, no. Actually, this guy's theory is all about trying to make rich people richer and change the world in that perspective. And it's like, wait, it's not changing the world. The entire point is why are people going to be engaged in business or doing something unless they think they're going to gain something from it? And unless second thought is so brain broken that he's coming from the perspective, which maybe he is because he's so stupid, that from a blank slate perspective, everyone would just be the perfect altruistic snowflake and they'd all be working on cures for cancer and they'd all be cleaning toilets and doing dangerous, work on oil rigs, and they'd all be building skyscrapers just for the fucking fun of it without any sort of gain for themselves personally. If it wasn't for the evil capitalists that created this system that tricked them all into caring about money and profit.
He probably believes something like that.
Value is just a theory. It's a political opinion, really. But it's also a tool that an economist built that served the rich. So now, the drugs we produce in a capitalist society are indeed based on future profits. A similar thing can be said for supply and
How does that serve the rich?
demand.
Because
The idea
the
isn't a
rich-
universal truth, we know that, but it does color how we think about the world. And it means that some companies can jack up prices and blame it on scarcity. We just don't think about that much. Economic theory glosses over this agency.
He's just trying to say that they're dishonest.
Wait.
Are indeed based on future profits. A similar thing can be said for supply and demand. The idea isn't a universal truth, we know that, but it does color how we think about the world. And it means that some companies can jack up prices and blame it on scarcity. We just don't think about that much. Economic theory glosses over this agency.
No, it doesn't. I mean, yeah, you could have a company that is lying about some scarcity of good and jacking up prices. Okay. How does that doesn't disprove supply and demand?
I mean, yeah.
That's like saying, well, I don't know if you know this, Adam, but sometimes people go into the Apple store and they'll take a phone without paying for it. Therefore, can you say that supply and demand or capital markets even really exist because someone stole?
Yeah, that's ridiculous, obviously. I just the pricing point, which is he's fixated on. And I think he's fixated on for the reason that he wants to make the argument that they're just prices are too high, people are greedy, and these prices could be much lower if people weren't so fucking greedy, right? It's all the greedy business people. But prices ultimately are set at what the market will bear, how many people will buy it at any given price. And he can be upset about that, but ultimately the rationale for why a person sets the price at what they do is immaterial, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can, if you're selling something to somebody else, I mean, you could say, "Oh, I'm almost out. I don't have much of it," or you could say, "Yeah, this shit is the best. This is great. This is great stuff, and that's why it's so expensive," right?
Mm-hmm.
If people are willing to pay for it, I mean, does the rationale really play in that much? I mean, ultimately, I would say it's the product that matters, right? The product either works or doesn't work.
He could be trying to push the labor theory of value.
I think that might be what he's doing.
But he doesn't like say those words or bring it up at any point. So we'll just have to kind of guess here.
He wants to say the stuff that you produce should be getting more money. And the reason it's not getting more money isn't because nobody wants your whack ass shit.
Right.
The reason is because these greedy fucking people.
Fondue for $20 says, I think you're being way too charitable to the price argument. This argument is too stupid. It's hitting my suspension of disbelief. He isn't making it because he's stupid. He's trying to make it because he thinks you are stupid.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If you're a Second Thought fan, then you have to be stupid. So that does make sense. That tracks.
Glosses over the 1,000 little decisions, moments, conventions, laws, individual people you need to have to actually make something, make the place to sell it, make the money to buy it with, and have the transaction happen. Economists assume...
No, that's all... What? That's all tied in to the
That's
price.
what the economy is that you said was fake earlier, right?
Yes. No one is saying that that's not tied in the price. No one has ever said that. No one has ever said that. That's tied in. That's part of the supply of how you get the supply. You don't have like if you had a magic machine and you just pressed a button and it produced an infinite supply of hamburgers, then yeah, okay, then we have a different conversation.
There are two forces at work here, though. There is the force of demand, which is people want the product, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are things that are easy to produce, right? That not a lot of people want. So it's got to be something desirable to a lot of people. And then there's the cost of production. So you're trying to make the cost of production low on your end and the demand very high. Right. And that's what's interesting because you're always trying to do this thing with products and services where you're trying to minimize your production effort and maximize the enticing demand of the public.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's fascinating, but to him, it's completely offensive.
Right.
You get a little offended by this, but I just think
I mean, because it can reach a breaking point where it seems it hits the unfair level.
What do you think of the pet rock? Is that like
Well, it depends how much
Because
it costs. I don't know how much
pet
it
rock
costs.
is like no next to no production cost.
Well, you got to listen. You have to get a rock, a
Mhm.
nice looking rock. Okay, it can be any rock. You have to make your nice little pamphlet that explains the pet rock. You have to
We're
get the
not
little
mining
box
for
for it.
gold here, though. They're rocks, okay?
I understand it. You know, it's funny
They
when
probably buy them from the hardware store.
I was helping my parents move, and we found their pet rock from like
They had a
19.
pet rock.
They had a pet rock from like
Holy
1960,
shit.
1970, whenever the fuck this thing came out.
I
So,
think that's one of the reasons why the pet rock was so popular, just because it was so ostentatious. It was like, look, I'm going to pay all this money for something that's worthless.
well, no, it was a joke. Like everyone understood it was a joke. You would get a little cardboard box. It had air
Mhm.
holes in it, like it was alive. Okay, it had a like a nice smooth,
That's
rock
marketing.
that was on a little like hay bush, like it's like a bird egg or something, and it had a little booklet like explaining, how to feed and care for your pet rock.
Wow.
So, but people know what it is, right? It's not like everyone understands the con. They're not tricking anyone into buying the pet rock.
Right.
So,
Money, markets, prices, transactions all spontaneously appear out of thin air, and that all that history just evaporates the moment you and I decide to exchange something. And they've built theories and tools around this that come to have profound impacts on our lives. But that doesn't just happen. For economics to be performative,
and just to be clear, all these things that he's talking about, labor, raw materials, energy, paying for the building, that's all calculated as part of the supply cost. So again,
Yeah,
we have this,
input cost.
right, the input cost. So this guy who's saying that supply and demand doesn't exist doesn't even understand the basic concept that he's saying doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah.
economists have to actually get involved in performing them, and that usually means doing experiments. You might have heard of this already, but UChicago is famously known for producing the Chicago Boys, a group of Chilean economists who were some of the first to do neoliberal economic theory in practice when they directly advised the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. To do that, the Chicago Boys created El Ladrillo, the brick, a 200-page economic program for Chile after Pinochet took over in a CIA-backed military coup. Among their recommendations, trade liberalization and tariff reductions, widespread privatization, including of Social Security, and a regressive value-added tax. Together, Pinochet's dictatorial rule and the Chicago Boys' shock therapy meant thousands of political opponents were tortured and disappeared, tens of thousands of protesters were arrested, and a devastating economic crash for Chile in 1982 that left 1 in 4 people unemployed. GDP eventually...
So it is interesting that he's jumping over the fact that Pinochet was a authoritarian dictator. That's why people were being put in prison and their freedoms were being infringed. It wasn't because of the Chicago Boys' economic policy that all these things were
Right.
happening. So, it's just an important thing to consider.
rebounded and boomed. But even when it did, the Pinochet regime
There's the book that he got all this out of, The Shock Doctrine,
Yes.
which I read in 2007, but I barely remember it.
ended with 45% of people in poverty, education and healthcare heavily privatized, and the richest 10%'s income going up 83%.
The rich got richer under an authoritarian dictator, Sitch. Oh
Oh
my God.
my
It's
God.
capitalism's fault.
Holy, that's insane. Who could have predicted such an outcome?
Yeah. Seemed obvious to me.
Now he
When
does jump over the fact that before Pinochet came into power, there was a socialist. This is why he's all butthurt. There was a socialist who, under the socialist's watch, inflation ballooned up to 200%. So now when Pinochet was in charge, it ballooned up to 500%. So he didn't do a very good job, at least at first. But the idea that everything was just totally wonderful until Pinochet came into power is not accurate.
Right. They were recovering from the socialists.
Well, that's what allowed Pinochet to seize power, was that the socialists came in, they fucked everything up, and that allowed the opening for Pinochet to come in and fuck everything up further.
They're like, man, prices are just vibes.
O'Shea stepped down, Chile was the 8th most unequal country in the world. Milton Friedman called this a miracle. And Chile is far from the only place where these little experiments take place.
So let me read. I was curious. I was like, really? Milton Friedman called the 8th highest amount of inequality a miracle, right? That doesn't sound right. I'm skeptical that that's what he actually said here. So I went and I found the interview that he was talking about. And this is what he said. The interviewer says, it seems to us, this was from 2000.
Mm-hmm.
The interviewer says, it seems to us that Chile deserves a place in history because it's the first country to put the Chicago theory into practice. Do you agree? Milton Friedman, no, not at all. After all, Great Britain put Chicago theory into practice in the 19th century. The United States put the Chicago theory into practice in the 19th and 20th century. I don't believe that's right. Interviewer, you don't see Chile as a small turning point then? Milton Friedman, it may have been a turning point, but not because it was the first place to put the Chicago theory in practice. It was important on the political side, not so much on the economic side. Here was the first case in which you had a movement towards communism that was replaced by a movement towards free markets. See, the really extraordinary thing about the Chilean case was that a military government followed the opposite of military policies. The military is distinguished from the ordinary economy by the fact that it's a top-down organization. The general tells the colonel tells the captain, and so on down. Whereas a market is a bottom-up organization. The customer goes in the store and tells the retailer what he wants. The retailer sends it back up the line to the manufacturer and so on. So the basic organizational principles in the military are almost the opposite of the basic organizational practices or principles of a free market and a free society. And the really remarkable thing about Chile is that the military adopted the free market arrangements instead of the military arrangements.
Love it.
So he was talking about how, because obviously Chile became, less authoritarian as time went on. And I was curious about what do people say about the Chicago boys in Chile and what was the outcome of the economy? It seemed like the general consensus from most economists was that from 1973 to 1982, where they did a pure hyper neoliberal shock approach, which was what the Chicago boys, like their most pure version. Most economists nowadays think that that was actually retarded and not a good policy. They argue that it was too much, too fast in terms of the changes, and that the order of policies, they kind of went to it, which I'm not going to go to specifics because it's too technical, but the order of policies they were kind of going about was criticized heavily. And they think a lot of the inflation and problems Chile had was because of the order of policies. Afterwards, after 1982, which again, another thing that he leaves out is that in 1982, there was a massive global debt crisis in South America. So it's not fair to just blame Chile. But after that massive debt crisis in 1982, the country began a mixed approach, like, copying more the US, copying more other countries where they had elements of both government spending, elements of free markets, like we have here in America. And when they adopted the mixed approach, surprise, surprise, Chile did a lot better and outpaced most other South American countries in terms of economic growth.
It all worked out.
So
look at that.
But obviously the socialist doesn't want to tell you that. So
the mixed race economy.
Yes.
Does the best.
Of course.
Economists like Jeffrey Sachs have given other countries like Bolivia, Poland, and Russia the shock treatment too.
Well, that's fair. Fuck Jeffrey Sachs.
That's why they call it the shock doctrine.
Yeah.
Because it's a shock treatment.
Well, no, I think a lot. I mean, it's not, again, to characterize all economists as if they're all on board with the shock doctrine is not even true. Most of them are not on board with it and think
most
that it doesn't.
Most of them are incrementalists. Yeah.
But again, if you're trying to promote that there's a conspiracy where all economists believe the same thing in order to control the world. Yeah, exactly. You're
to manipulate you.
This is the Sitch and Adams law right here. This is how all of this dishonest propaganda works. You're going to find extreme examples on the other side that you don't like, and you're going to pretend like that's everyone.
Yeah.
Didn't work out either. More recently, economists' experiments have taken on a more conservative scale and approach, but it's been no less devastating. A lot of the time, these experiments are directly sponsored by philanthrocapitalists who want to test run their libertarian fantasies, and only their libertarian fantasies.
I do want to know why Bill Gates and Warren Buffett were trying beds in rooms to go next to each other.
A lot of the
What was
time,
happening there?
these experiments are directly
that is
sponsored
pretty
by
funny.
philanthro-capitalists who want to test run
Yeah, what's going on here? What's happening?
Why is this happening?
They're at the Lazy Boy
They
factory.
do.
Imagine you're at the mall and you see Bill Gates and Warren Buffett
You go into an IKEA.
kicking
Yeah.
back in the Sears. Yeah.
Right.
That doesn't.
They're
Maybe
doing
that-
some
no, that's
furniture
not an
shopping
IKEA.
here. You're like, what's happening here?
Bill's like, I'm beat after a long day of spending money.
their libertarian
Says-
fantasy.
Okay,
Oh, look, they're in the
I
bed.
found the information. There's a video on it too. Testing mattresses with Warren Buffett.
They're in the bed together. Look at this.
So it says they went to Nebraska Furniture Mart, a store owned by Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh, really?
There you go.
He's like, are we going to have a soft landing or a hard landing?
How did he find how would you find this video to use as stock footage? You're like, oh, remember that time 8 years ago that Bill Gates went to the Warren Buffett furniture store and they hung out and tested mattresses together? Who's even knows about this? To be like, oh yeah, I need that footage for my video.
Second Thought just hates rich people. That's all he does. Who's
Okay. So
watching
he
this
hates them so much.
enviously.
He has an obsessive B-roll of rich people doing random things
Mhm.
together.
Lying in bed together.
You know, he typed in, he had some AI search and he was like, okay, give me rich people doing things together in a video. They're like, here you go.
Probably. People watch this video and think they're getting smarter. Oh, I know so much about economics now.
And only their libertarian fantasies.
Who does all these experiments about UBI? I always see these UBI experiments. Is it economists? Is it?
No billionaire is sponsoring research on socialist economics in practice, mind you.
That's hilarious.
Good.
Look up the
Actually, that's
UBI.
not even true.
Look
I
up
wish
the
that was true.
UBI experiments. Who do you think is sponsoring them? I think Sam Altman just sponsored a big one. Sam Altman's a billionaire, right?
Right.
Is,
Well, he's doing that because he knows no one's gonna have a job in the future.
Of course, yeah. It's the socialists they hate UBI. It's really
Yes.
weird.
Because it stands in the way of revolution.
They
That's
want
why.
socialism.
Yeah.
They're like, the problem with UBI is everyone has their food and shelter paid for, but they're still not going to be as rich as these rich people. We got to knock the rich people down a peg.
Mm-hmm.
It's no fun being poor unless they're poor too.
So speaking of Sam Altman, supposedly, a little sidetrack here, supposedly a lot of people are saying that ChatGPT 5 is worse than ChatGPT 4.
I saw that. Yeah. It's falling apart. Everyone's like, you thought we were going to get to artificial general intelligence, you dumbass. This thing's autocomplete. You made a big autocomplete.
Right. Now, I've only used it a little bit, and I didn't notice any difference, but I don't use it to some very intensive way that I guess other people do it. So I haven't noticed the difference. Seems exactly the same to me, but
I gave Grok a question about this video, and Grok went to town for hours.
oh, really?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it in my history. It was on the how many small businesses are started with a loan where the business owner's house is collateral for the loan. And it was like, oh, wow, this is a fucking tough question. It's giving you a play-by-play the whole time it's doing it. You're asking me a question about this. Here, let me look on some websites.
Right.
Approximately
what was the answer?
5.5
Because I'm curious.
Well, I'll tell you. Approximately 5.5% of small businesses in the U.S. are started with money from a loan collateralized by the owner's home, according to data from the U.S. Census Bureau's 2012 survey of business owners. So 2012 might be kind of old. This figure represents employer firms that used home equity loans as a source for capital for starting or acquiring the business. Most recent surveys, such as the annual survey of entrepreneurs in 2016, indicates similar trends, around 8.7% using personal family assets other than savings, which likely include home equity. However, specific home equity usage for startups has remained low in available data, typically under 10%, as entrepreneurs often rely more heavily on personal savings, 64.4%, or bank loans, 16.5%. He in the video says credit cards, but they don't even mention credit cards. Probably because he started his business on credit cards. So he's just like, I did it. Everyone must be doing it.
Well, I mean, maybe you could roll in credit card with bank loans, but I think that they should be not rolled in as the same thing.
I think my parents cashed out part of their retirement to start a business. So yeah,
okay.
look, I was.
So you said only 5% are started with home
5.5%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be why didn't he say that? Because that'd be good evidence against the argument that one economist was making, at least on that aspect. That like, oh, everyone's going to take out a loan on their home. It's like, that's not really true.
I sent you a video a long time ago on property rights. I don't know if you remember the video, but the DeSoto is the economist he's talking about in that video.
Yeah, no, I know, I did remember. That's why I was like, oh, it's interesting because I remember you talking about this.
Yeah.
So.
It's culture plays such a big part of it because it would take a while for that to take hold. A lot happens because people talk to one another, right? They say, oh, I started my business by taking out a loan with collateral using my house as collateral, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people go, oh, you did it and you didn't die or self-destruct, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll try it. A lot of times it's difficult for people in culture just to spontaneously do things. So just because DeSoto comes in and says, well, he's going to get to it. Well, I guess we'll talk about it more.
Yeah, we'll talk about it
when we get to the part.
But...
Yeah. Here we go.
Economists, by and large, are of the same pro-capitalist breed. Left-wing, anti-capitalist work in political economy.
You know what makes capitalism work? Sales. Capitalism runs on sales. So it's no wonder behavioral economics are so interested in capitalism.
Does exist, quite a lot of it actually, and it's remarkably thorough, but it's just not getting this kind of support and attention, whether that's in the media or when it comes time to do the government work. In any case, in other instances, these pro-capitalist neoclassical economists work more directly with governments. In Egypt and Peru, another economist, Hernando de Soto, got to flex his theories about the economy. His secret mystery behind why capitalism worked in the West but not elsewhere was, according to him, as simple as having formal property titling, basically a legal record of who owns what land and housing. De Soto argued that if the poor were poor in the global South, it was because they had all this wealth sitting idle in homes and land that they couldn't use to take out loans. Therefore, they couldn't become entrepreneurs by starting businesses, and that's why they're poor. De Soto didn't blame the poor for being lazy or having backwards cultures like other economists. He had a simple market solution, and because he was influential, with the backing of several prominent neoliberal thinkers and organizations, in 2004, the World Bank took a chance on his ideas and ran the Urban Property Rights Project in Peru. Did it work?
You have some economist who's being anti-racist, and he doesn't even get any points from second thought. He's like, well, maybe he was anti-racist, but he wasn't a Marxist. He was still a dirty capitalist.
Yeah. No credit. You get no credit from second thought.
No.
Did it work? No. Quote, property titling had produced no increase in credit to the poor. How about in Egypt? There too, De Soto ran his experiment. What was that result? Quote, the evidence available shows that there is little or no positive impact. The impacts...
See, I wonder how long these experiments ran.
So I looked into both the text he was citing and into these experiments that he's talking about. And the text is pretty anti-Soto. The guy who wrote it is very, I don't know if he's a socialist, but he's very...
Oh, he fucking hates
He's very progressive. Yeah, he's very left wing.
Anything based in property rights, they lose their shit over.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So I was trying to like dig around to see just like a more neutral or more objective like orientation or not orientation, a more objective view about the success and failures of this idea. So the idea, because he kind of explained it shitty, the idea was essentially Soto was making the argument that if you had all these third world countries and you made it so that everyone could title their, like everyone knew who owned what land. So all the poor people who technically own property, they just didn't really think about it in that concept that, they would be able to like take out loans or mortgages on their own property in order to generate wealth. And that would help them pull themselves out of property.
Well, a lot of the nations are structured so some political elite far off actually owns the property on paper.
Right.
They never visit the property. They never go there. Everyone in the area knows Jose owns this piece of land.
They've never done anything to upkeep it or to maintain it or anything.
Jose is the one upkeeping it. Jose is the one maintaining it and making improvements and stuff like that.
Right.
So the idea was since some other guy far off owns it, Jose can't go to the bank and say, "Hey, I'd like to get a home equity loan to start a business," right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got collateral for that, but until there's property title on it, he can't really exercise that collateral. So
now you think something like that would be in favor of this? I mean, he won't be because he's a Marxist and just hates the concept of property rights, but you'd be in favor of having some kind of program that would go around and say, okay, let's say that the politician 1,000 miles away who's never visited the property and doesn't do anything to maintain it, we'll say he doesn't actually own it anymore. The people that live there own the property.
Right. Yes.
Like a better way to do it.
You'd think Second Thought would be in favor of that, right? Obviously.
Right.
I mean, something played out similar in the United States with squatters, right?
Yes.
A lot of the land was owned by Washington, D.C., and they tried to say, oh, these squatters need to get off our land. And the Supreme Court actually sided with the squatters and said, hey, they live there. Fucking, you're not doing anything with it. Give it to them.
Right.
Yeah.
Though I would not want to use squatters because I think most, not all, but I think a lot, if not most of the squatters that go on in America, the squatters are generally in the wrong. Where in this situation,
the situation has changed, yes. But if someone is squatting on a piece of land that nobody owns, nobody's been there, someplace off in the wilderness, exactly.
Right. Yes,
which is how a lot of people moved out west. So.
Yes, in these countries like Peru,
term. You're right. Squatters has been destroyed by these people who break into homes and are like, "I live here now. I've taken your home."
Right.
Yeah.
But if you have a situation like in Peru or Egypt, where there was a lot of government corruption going on, and you had these wacky situations where people didn't really own the land that they essentially in America would own because they've lived on it for a very long time, and they're the ones spending all the money to maintain it and upkeep it and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And so, you think Second Thought would be in favor of saying, okay, well, let's give those people property rights.
They mixed their labor with the land, dude. Come on.
But no, he's against that. So this is what I could find out when I was trying to find more objective metrics of it. The reception was mixed. So I said there were both pros and cons to Soto's plans. The pros were that most people that lived in these homes or these areas, they would feel more secure about not being evicted now that they actually had a government title with their name on it. And then that would incentivize them to invest in the home or the farms or the nearby infrastructure because they felt more secure in their property rights. So that did occur, and that was a good thing, obviously.
Yeah, great thing.
And there was a lot of, because there are also some African countries that did this, and it did reduce, because there's all these land conflict disputes that would break out all the time because no one really knew who the fuck owned what. So everyone would fight about it. And this was like, no, let's just sort all these things out once and for all. The cons, where it didn't actually work, was ironically Soto's prime theory did not actually work, where there wasn't any strong evidence to suggest that once people had the title to their own home, that they would then be able to get a loan from the bank for it. Because for two reasons. Number one, as you said, I mean, even in America, most people don't do that because most people don't want to risk their home to start their business. It's a very high risk portfolio right there. And then the second thing was in a lot of these countries, wherever the person was living, I mean, the bank would be like, well, we don't want to, like, we don't want that land. So we're not going to give you a loan anyway.
Yeah,
It wasn't
it's
seen as
shit
like
piece of real estate. It's
right. It was not
worthless.
right. So it was kind of not seen as a great thing. So it had a positive effect, but it didn't have like the idea. The DeSoto pushed this idea that this was like a magic silver bullet that was going to cure poverty in third world countries, and obviously that didn't work. But it still had some good benefits. So
Well, and like I said, culture, it takes a while. And it also sounds from the arguments that Second Thought makes that it has the next hurdle is bankruptcy laws, because I could see a bunch of people taking out money on their house and starting a business, and the business fails, because businesses do fail. But business is hard, right? It's obviously a risk. Entrepreneurship is risky. And then they lose their home, and Second Thought is like, oh my God, obviously that was terrible for them. Well, it is terrible for them, but if they're in a nation that has bankruptcy laws, our bankruptcy laws incentivize people to take high risk, because we realize high risk, high reward. And that
right.
generally works out better for society.
Overall, yeah.
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 Because they're the next McDonald's or iPhone or whatever, right?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the culture thing, because that's always very important too. Because obviously, this is something the Second Thought doesn't talk about because he's uninterested in it and he's stupid. Because it seemed like from when I was reading about this in Peru, they, for whatever reason, they had just a different cultural idea where like people were more attuned with the idea of owning their property. Where in Egypt, supposedly, I read a couple of reviews of this study in Egypt. They were saying that like people just didn't have this cultural notion in Egypt of like property rights to the extent that we have them in the West or even in Peru. And so they kind of had the same problem when they did this program in Egypt. They had the same problem that the people had in Russia, where in Russia, when they were trying to do kind of the shock therapy shit, and they're having, these private businesses, and the private businesses were trying to be publicly traded companies and they were issuing stocks. People have been living under communism for so long that they didn't have any
Yeah. They're like, what's this
cultural
piece of paper?
right. They had no cultural appreciation or personal appreciation for stock. And so they would treat the stock as like worthless. And the people that kind of understood what was going on would buy out all these people's stock for like nothing because people didn't
Yeah.
value it at all. And then once, the market started to kick in and the stock actually was worth something, so surprise, surprise, those people that bought all those shares of stock were now super wealthy.
Yeah. They became the next generation of oligarchs.
Right, exactly. And
Miguel
apparently,
Kornikowski is one of those people that bought up all those stocks.
yes, exactly. And apparently, kind of a similar thing happened in Egypt when they tried this, where a lot of people didn't really spend the time or effort to title their own property. And so a bunch of oligarchs were able to jack a lot of the property.
But look, all this is going to happen regardless of the system. That's why you need some sort of democratic system in place with regulations that safeguard against this kind of thing.
Yes. The dark truth that a lot of people don't want to accept, specifically people on the left don't want to accept, is how it's weird because when you talk to a lot of these people on the far left, they seem hyper aware of how much culture affects people. This is the whole thing with Gramsci and cultural hegemony and why they want to make the entire culture subsumed with very far left ideas because they understand that this has a profound effect on people. But for some reason, when it comes to talking about other countries that have other cultures, that like all goes out the window because the dark truth is that it can be very difficult to change cultural attitudes. And if you have cultural attitudes that have been shaped for hundreds of years or longer that are not based around individual rights or property rights or freedoms, then you can't just like take the Western model and like stamp it into that country. It's not going to work until the culture changes or the cultural attitudes change.
Yeah, I like the term the cage of norms. They use that term in The Narrow Corridor, that society sometimes is caged in by these norms that take forever to change. You can't just come in and change them on a whim.
Well, unfortunately, it seems like most of the time people don't change; they just die.
Yeah,
And
new
then the
people
next,
come in that are like,
yeah,
I want to be different.
right.
We're
The
to
next
try something
generation,
new.
the next generation changes the norms,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And this doesn't just apply, and this doesn't just apply to left because this also applies to the right too. This was the problem with Sachs and all these people that tried to do the shock therapy in Russia, is that they, they're on the right and they had this idea, oh, we can just shove our kind of Western economic principles into Russia and it will just magically fix everything. Well, no, if they don't have the culture of trust and the culture of individual rights and property and business to the same way that we have in America and Western countries, then it's going to get abused. And that's exactly what happened in Russia. And that's why it didn't really work.
Right.
It just created the next class of oligarchs.
We have such a taboo against vigilante justice that just doesn't, I think, exist in other cultures. And I notice that so much in movies, and it's constantly being broadcast to you as an American citizen, right?
Well, the idea, I would say not just vigilante. I mean, that's true, but also the idea of low level corruption. Like everyone thinks that there's high level corruption, like in terms of, politicians getting PAC money, all those other things. But Americans are kind of blind to this because it doesn't exist in our society. There is not really a lot of low level corruption that goes on in America.
Right.
Like the idea that a cop pulls you over for a speeding ticket and you hand them a bunch of money instead of getting a speeding ticket, it seems unfathomable to most Americans that you would even think to do that.
I always want to try to bribe the cop just to see what happens, but I figure
you're gonna get arrested. That's what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna end up in jail. Well,
Yeah.
what if the bribe is like $1,000 though, something substantial?
I don't know. Well, you have to see.
You think you're more likely to be arrested? It seems like they'd be offended, right? You think you can buy me for $1,000? But look,
I need at least $10,000.
We're talking about emotions here, right?
Well, that's part of the
I
problem.
mean, that is kind of offensive, right?
It is offensive. Well, there's two things going on. First of all, it is offensive that you would eat, like, it is seen as a taboo that you are.
Yeah, but in Russia, they'd take the $1,000 every time, right?
Right. But in America, it'd be seen as like, A, you're an immoral person for suggesting it, and B, the cop is an immoral person for accepting it. Right. And that's why, like, whenever you see the cop movies where they take bribes, it's always like the mafia is like, basically saying like, we're going to take the bribe or we're going to kill you. Like, that's obviously a completely different situation than like a random person on the street is just, pull over for a speeding ticket and then they bribe the cop. But another thing too is that even if the cop is immoral and the person is immoral, it's kind of set up in a way where the bribe amount that would probably be acceptable is going to be more or close to the amount of the ticket. So it's not even worth bribing the cop.
And the cop is probably wondering if internal affairs is doing this and it's a setup.
Right.
The thing is, if we were having this question with second thought would probably say, of course a cop would take the bribe. All cops are bastards. All cops are corrupt, right? That would be his answer. Probably. But you never really know until you offer the bribe to see if he's correct, right?
Right.
My instinct, I've never tried to bribe a cop, but my instinct is I'd get thrown in jail. So,
of course. But
that's your instinct too.
But that's something that a lot of people, both on the left and right, don't account for when they try to like stamp their theories onto another country. Is that these are countries that have massive low level corruption, and that you can't have a free market, a Western country, if you have like just this rampant corruption everywhere. It's just not going to work until the culture changes, or you have to really go after these people and just make it so you have to hyper disincentivize police and law enforcement to engage in that behavior.
I have a couple family members in law enforcement. I'm going to call them.
Ask them how many bribes
they've.
Right.
Yeah, that's not even good because I know they wouldn't tell me. They could have taken all the bribes, but they've never said, "Oh yeah, I take the bribes all the time."
But see, that's why I and so many other people are so offended when you have this situation where Donald Trump does take a bribe from the guy that bought a bunch of Melania and Trump coin And then suddenly, oh, the federal government investigation of him just magically disappears. Look at that.
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that
not
interesting?
good. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
It's kind of like a bribe, doesn't it?
It's interesting that they structure it in a way that it's not a bribe. It's almost like the cop walking around with a button for his coin. This is my
Don't give me any money, but if you buy some of my coin, maybe
this
I'll
is my
be.
personal coin. Yeah, cop coin.
Well, people do that, and to some extent, you know, when the people that have like the license plate that's like, I donate to the police fund or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
you know
got
why
one of
that. Of
those.
course, everyone knows
I've
why
got
they
one
do
of
that.
those license plates.
Of
Yeah.
course, yeah,
There's a big race that they all go to in Las Vegas,
right.
and everyone in Los Angeles knows. I actually, here, you want to talk about the supply and demand thing?
Mm-hmm.
I actually went. I went to the website to get the license plate frame, and they were selling them for $90. $90 for a license plate frame.
Mm-hmm. Well, for charity, in finger quotes.
No,
Right.
people get what's going on there.
Yeah. And then you have who knows what's going on. I mean, we'll see if we'll find out what's going on with the whole Maxwell Ghislaine thing. It was very bizarre where, you know, the Trump sent the deputy attorney general to talk to her, and then suddenly she gets transferred to some cushy minimum security, prison for rich people where
Yeah, what the
they're
hell
not
is
even
going on there?
they're not even supposed to allow people that have committed sex crimes or have the length of sentence that she has because, you know, they're worried it's easier for them to escape. And yet they transferred her there. So, ooh, it's very interesting what's going on there.
Well, she's getting the cakewalk place. She's not trying to escape, that's for sure. She's just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to this torture
We
video.
did see were property owners getting more rights and tenants getting screwed over a lot more. Rents were jacked up under the new titling system that made selling plots easier for owners, especially big owners, which makes sense. If the only asset you own is the house you live in, property title or not, you're not gonna sell it unless it's the very last thing you do. With all this land,
See, he doesn't really state how many people were these poor people that are like, oh, thank God I finally got a title. Now I can move to a better place. It's got to be a bitch. How do they move around, sell property, and buy new property without proper title?
I guess it's all got to be more, like, under the table.
We're trading homes.
Or you give me some money or
Right.
something, but it's not going to be like if someone screws you, you're not going to really have recourse because can't go to the government for it.
If people want to sell their homes, that's great. Let them sell their homes and move on.
being made into liquid assets, though, the wealthy could speculate with it, buying up more of it pretty easily during economic downturns that forced the poor to sell them off, and concentrating wealth in fewer and fewer hands. And if the wealthy didn't get
See, he completely takes it from I hate rich people perspective. I'm sure there were plenty of poor people that were like, thank God I'm getting rid of this house and making some money.
Mhm.
And who's going to be able to afford that other than someone with money, right?
Right.
Not going to sell it to another poor person. They don't have any money to buy it.
there first, tons of small owners, and I do mean exclusively small owners, lost their land when they couldn't pay what loans they did take out, and the bank took their collateral. From the economist point of view, though, this all just looks like growth, because suddenly so much more wealth was visible. The whole thing was a total flop.
See, if that happens to enough people, the first early adopters that come in that are like, I'm going to take the home equity loan, I'm going to start a business, and their business flops, then culturally everyone's going to say, don't do that. Holy shit.
Right.
Jose lost his house doing that.
People just weren't taking out loans now that they had property titles. And that makes sense because DeSoto's theory was based on bullshit. In countries like the US, where he was supposedly taking inspiration from, most small businesses don't need to borrow at all. When they do, the most common source of loans is credit cards. Using your house as collateral isn't even an option for most people. Obviously, property titling wasn't what made capitalism work in the West. Imperialism.
It is weird that he says credit cards instead of like a bank loan. I'm not sure why he did that, but okay.
According to Grok, the biggest portion is personal savings. People save up to go into business. 64%.
But that doesn't make for good economic experiments from the World Bank's perspective. But we've gotten off track. The worst part of this isn't that DeSoto got it wrong or based his theory on nothing but vibes. Economists do that all the time. That's not what this video is about, remember? It's that his theory actively reshaped politics in several countries because the rich and powerful could benefit. Before DeSoto, poor people had power when they could keep the rich at bay by holding land and housing in common or with informal titles that made it hard to buy up. They had power when...
How could you be this retarded that you think that in some third world country with a shaky government, that the fact that, oh, wow, the fact that there weren't titles, that made it easier for the poor people to protect their land?
It's completely ridiculous.
It's completely, it's the exact reverse of that. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
This is where he makes the argument. Oh, yeah, they were better off in the third world countries when they were poor.
Yes.
When they were poor and had no property rights.
Yes.
Their wealth wasn't too liquid and tied up in small assets like livestock. But this one economist's theory and his little experiments and the mountains of support from the world's richest and most powerful people actively destroyed that power. Titling programs meant foreclosures and evictions targeting the poor. It meant more people having to find...
They needed better bankruptcy laws, is what I'm hearing. What are you hearing, Sitch?
I agree.
Let the risk takers take risks. They're the fuel for the economy. It sucks, but it's the truth.
Work outside the home for large capitalists who now owned more. It meant courts, bailiffs, prisons, and armed police being hired to enforce these new property laws. Violence for the many and prosperity for a select few.
They needed police. They needed to establish safety, which in his eyes is a bad thing. So weak.
Everywhere the story is the same. Capitalist growth just means inequality. Economists are not your friends, and they do not deserve your trust. They are foot soldiers doing the dirty work of justifying misery.
Who watches this schlock?
Justifying misery.
Right. I guess if you're economically destitute, you might turn to this and think, oh, this will help my situation. I mean, it really won't, right?
Right.
Well, that was painful. What's next?
Oh, it's going to be more painful.
Even better.
Oh, it's going to be even better.
The offering on the part of the
Taylor Lorenz.
We got the double dose here. We got Taylor Lorenz and
Greyjoy.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Sorry, your father, Dad J-Mac says, I know this is incredibly off topic. My daughter asked me to super chat to let you guys know she just got her ears pierced and didn't cry. Get watery eyes or even wince. The QMAC genes have conquered pain.
That's great.
This is so weird. You know, when there's like those weird, this is one of those weird things where like you think of a song that you haven't thought of in a long time and then it pops on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For some reason, and this isn't something I've ever looked at in my entire life. Yesterday, Sam was looking on social media and there was like a video montage of young children getting their ears pierced and crying.
Really?
Yes. I never seen a video like that. I didn't even think about, I'd never had my ears pierced. I didn't
It's
even think
gotta
about
be painful, right?
Yes. I didn't even think about like the concept of like, oh yeah, little girls, crying when they get their ears pierced. Didn't even occur to me. And yesterday, she saw this montage and we watched this like montage of kids, crying about it. And it's so weird. And then today, J-Mac is like, oh, let me just tell you, I just did this with my daughter. And she didn't cry.
Look, she's not going to be in the
weird.
montage. J-Mac probably showed her the montage and she was like, I'm not going to be a part of that.
Yeah. So very, very weird. Unless you saw the montage and that's what inspired you to get her ears pierced. So
I've never had my ears pierced, but
right. Me neither.
yeah.
Okay, so this video is called The Trouble with Wanting Men, Heterofatalism and Tech Censorship on the Left.
Mm-hmm.
The Trouble of Wanting Men.
Right.
Interesting. Interesting.
That they desire manly, masculine, conservative men. That's what they
I mean,
want.
it's a big, obnoxious thing,
They want a
right?
big, strong man.
It's a big, obnoxious thing that you want a man. Such a horrible thing they have to go through. So
They're like, oh my God, it's so sad. Masculinity. It's so attractive. Gets me all hot and bothered. They got to have their masculinity. But then they're like, yeah, they all voted for Trump. Ah. It's the ultimate attract, repulsed at the same time.
I have too many tabs. I had the article. Oh, here it is. I found it. This article is I can't read the whole art. This article is so long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Who wrote it? Tara Lorenz?
No, they're just someone named Jean Garnett wrote it.
Mm-hmm. And they're talking about this article?
Yeah, she's gonna read parts of it. There's like this style of writing that I personally find so insipid and disgusting. And it's just like, it's funny. I was reading this to Sam and she's like, oh, this is girl writing. You just hate girl writing. It's like a way of just describing everything. And it is so like melodramatic, self-important style that makes me cringe so hard. So
real go girl.
Yeah. Well, that's not really go. You'll see. You'll see.
The offering on the part of the man is now higher on an emotional and interpersonal level than it was when their main value add was money. So feminism says, okay, I'm not going to need you for your money anymore, which ostensibly like frees up both parties in a nice way. But I do think that sometimes there's this is the point. I think one of the subheads of this viral New York Times piece is like, what's the point of men? Like the trouble. Sorry, it's called The Trouble with Wanting Men. It's like this is the kind of like the ethos is coming out of women. That's like, I don't have to want you. I'd rather not want you. My heterosexuality is a curse. I don't need you. And what is the point of you if I'm not getting what in return?
Is it weird that Greyjoy here, who's very, very far on the left, when she's talking about men, it's like entirely transactional. Isn't that strange?
And
I
mean, it is somewhat transactional. I don't find that part offensive.
Well, no, the fact that someone who's like very far left and is very against everything being considered like a commodity and transactional.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to like,
it is a bit contradictory, isn't it?
Right. When it comes to her own dating life, it's entirely like
oh,
what am I getting out of this?
It's just a market.
Yes.
We're talking about the mating market, right?
Exactly.
The mating and dating market.
Also, I could have swore she was married, but when I looked it up, I couldn't find anything about it.
She's not.
I couldn't just see one way or the other. I'm assuming not, because she's talking about all these dating stuff.
Greyjoy is available right here.
There you go.
She's not a bad looking woman. Come on.
Yeah. Doing good with the hair and makeup. Yeah.
Well, her makeup looks nice in this video.
That's what I'm saying.
So,
I'm saying.
Yeah. She's like, there's another woman, another attractive woman I have to compete with. I'm going to do my best to outdo her, right?
No, Taylor's not.
Taylor Lorenz is.
Taylor's not doing her best here.
She's falling down.
And she's falling down. Well, she's chasing Hasan, remember? So remember we watched that protest video and she just kept, I just keep bumping to Hasan. Oh, what's up, Hasan?
I don't personally find Taylor Lorenz attractive, but I don't think she's unattractive. I don't think she's ugly. She's not one of the uggos.
No, she's not. I agree with you. Yeah, she's not. I don't think she's attractive, but I don't think she's ugly. So
right.
This entire video is about dating, so we're allowed to be as objectifying as humanly possible. Fellas,
okay.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why you also see a lot more people, like women, asking for that, like, or making that value exchange more explicit, like the stay-at-home girlfriend trend, or like, people, I don't know. There's also just like,
Stay at home girlfriend. What's that all about?
I'm so glad
Mm-hmm.
that I'm not involved
Mhm.
in any of this stuff. I'm so lucky. You
Mhm.
guys, you young people out there, you're just so fucked. You're so fucked. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you
Yeah.
can find someone that you're compatible with, you fucking hold on to it. It's okay. It's rough out there.
Yeah. I
That
mean,
says,
the value situation has changed for both men and women, so they're kind of at cross purposes to one another.
mhm,
I think the value women bring to the table is super low, and the value men bring to the table is super low for women. So it's just a bad situation all around.
mhm. It seems like the stay-at-home girlfriend trend is essentially a girl who wants to be who wants to essentially be treated like your wife, except that she's your girlfriend and she stays at home and does housework and cooks and doesn't have children. So it's just a fancy way of saying being in a what would have considered a traditional relationship for the last, 500 years or something, essentially.
I
I think
mean,
that's
but
what it sounds like.
it seems like that benefits a man though, because you're basically waiting the woman out until she's unattractive and you can move on to a new woman without the problem of divorce. So
Well,
it
I
seems
guess
like that is advantage man.
it depends because it could
And
be
women
advantage to the
have
man that
women
way. It
have
could be
gaslit themselves into believing this is their advantage.
a disadvantage to the man if the woman if the guy's not making enough money and the woman is spending all your fucking money, then that'd be a disadvantage, right?
I mean, for the time being, it's not a
Right.
permanent commitment. I always conceptualize it as women are the gatekeepers of sex, men are the gatekeepers of commitment. In
Mm-hmm.
this situation, the guy is getting sex. Is the woman getting commitment? No. Who's winning this? Who's winning this relationship?
Mm,
He's getting the sex. She's not getting the commitment.
right.
Yeah, advantage man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's getting resources too.
Yeah, until the moment she's not attractive enough to.
Oh, then you think he's gonna throw her out?
Well, he's not. He doesn't want the sex anymore.
Mm,
Yeah, she doesn't have at that point. She has nothing to offer him.
mm.
And what does he have to offer her? Commitment still. He's still holding his commitment. He's like, look, I haven't given you any commitment. I got all the sex. You got none of the commitment. Time to move on. That was fun.
We'll see.
But look,
Not certain.
Leonardo DiCaprio comes to mind here.
Right.
I'm for
Well,
the new model,
yeah,
right?
if you're listen, if you're rich, then sure, because then them using your resources costs you nothing.
Right.
all of these people on the internet
Look,
that
you're
are
basically paying for sex, though.
Yes.
You're just paying for sex from the same girl until you're tired of paying for it.
like, it is an unfair system. Use men for your money. Why not? They're going to judge you anyway. You're like, and I think that's sort of like the corollary to a lot of these like red pill men stuff. I don't know. I think there's a lot of moral panic around dating apps. Like, again, having covered them since like 2013, like people really thought that like Tinder was going to be the death of marriage and no one would ever, and that sort of didn't shape out. And I do think that they are major social platforms that are like radically re-engineering our culture, and there's not enough coverage of them. And they are doing a lot of insidious things with our data and stuff like that. But look at how people are getting married or meeting. It's mostly on.
Just think Tinder knows all of the guys that Taylor Lorenz has had sex with. What kind of data is that? How much is that worth?
That's true. Well, it's weird because she's like, "Oh, everyone was so worried it was gonna reshape society in a bad way," and then she says
It
that she
did.
thinks
What
it
did
has reshaped society in a bad way. So I'm very confused as to what
Yeah.
the point.
Oh, these dating apps have completely destroyed the marriage market. That's for
Yes.
sure. You've got infinite variety, right? No one ever wants to make a purchase because they're like, "Oh my God, I got to look at all. I got to sample all this shit."
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Online.
Back. Keep it going.
Yeah.
So they must work.
I think so too. I mean, taking it offline for a second, and we're going to get to the meat and potatoes of why you actually came here to talk to me about a serious
I'll talk about
issue.
anything.
And I appreciate that about you, because I really was scratching my head like, won't somebody talk to you about this viral article like 18 people have sent me separately over the last week?
Oh my God, there's so much information here. Who are the 18 people? Why do they keep sending Brianna this article? It sounds like Brianna is having men problems, and all of her friends are basically saying, "Oh, you got to read this article. You got to check this article out. These are the problems that you're having. This is right up your alley. You just need to go into Spencerville. You need to stop dating men altogether. It's too much trouble. You go, girl. Don't compete against us. Don't steal the good men away from us.
No, they're all mine.
Just be alone."
They're all ours.
Women are so conniving. They're so conniving and manipulative with one another. It is evil. It really is evil, but
Wow.
You
You
know.
you misogynist.
not a lot of men out there want to give commitment. So
That's true.
it really seems like the more willing a guy is to give commitment, the less desirable he really is. Right? Because the guys that are super desirable are the guys that they have money, right? They got a good job, they got business going on, they're intelligent, they're good dancers, they're attractive, right? So those guys are really, they got a lot of girls throwing themselves at them. They're not going to want to settle down with one girl. What are you thinking?
That's a good point, and that could be it, because, a lot of guys wonder why. That's why you get like the rise of red pill shit, where they're like, oh, you have to treat women like poorly, essentially. And maybe you're right, because maybe on an unconscious level, signaling
they're just mimicking what the rich guys are doing.
Right. But on an unconscious level, if you signal like you're not a douchebag and you are willing to commit, maybe to some women, not all women, obviously, but to some women that are stupid and are being led around by the nose by their own unconscious feelings without really analyzing them. That is it's an unconscious signal that the person is of low value.
Yes.
Because you'd say, well, if they were high value, they'd be more discerning.
Right.
Though it could also be a self-esteem issue for women, because it seems like because if you had a lot of self-esteem as a woman, you think you would be like, well, that's why they want to commit themselves, because I'm so like worth it.
Well, no, I think of women on the sex spectrum. If a woman is out there just giving it away, you consider that woman to be low value in the same way as a man just giving commitment away, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the sex. It's the sex that is the bargaining chip for the woman.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's the commitment that's the bargaining chip for the men. See, they both want different things.
It's weird, because you think on some level it's like, I don't know. It's so bizarre, because on one level you think it's kind of like the gamification of relationships. If you're playing a game, there has to be some level of challenge for the game to be enjoyable, right? If you just walk forward and win, there's no challenge. And so you could say, well, maybe relationships are that way. But personally, for me, that is not the case. Like, I think just because that exists in games, I wouldn't think that would it doesn't translate in my mind to relationships. Like, wow, the girl's got to be a challenge.
So it's interesting because so many people, they're just attracted to people that are a big fucking headache. But you're exactly right. I think they are attracted to the challenge. I think it is the headache that they're addicted to.
We'll see over this idea of like essentially their brain breaks, and because our brains are kind of wired to want to accomplish goals and overcome tasks that are difficult, and their brain breaks in a way that it they get kind of fucked up in the head, where that circuitry gets messed up to the effect of like them sitting through some bad relationship because they think that there's going to be some sort of worthwhile goal at the end of it.
Yeah.
Or they just had very bad models of relationships, and so they think this is how all relationships are, which
I
unfortunately
think
seems to
that's
be a
I
very
think
common
that's
thing.
more likely what's
Yeah,
going on.
probably.
I think they probably have a picture in their head of a good, stable relationship, but emotionally they can't manifest that because the examples of relationships previously in their life are just terrible examples, and they just kind of gravitate towards that naturally, which is
Right.
a fucked up situation.
Don't be an NPC. Break
Mhm.
free.
Yeah. Do it like they do in the movies that you have no experience with and have never seen and seem completely right. I mean, this is the whole goal of romantic comedies, is to try to like give an example of a healthy relationship that you can emulate.
Well, like, I don't know. I would say a lot of romantic
Mm-hmm.
comedies are very unhealthy relationships.
Yeah. Trainwreck.
Yes.
I never saw it, but it's got Amy Schumer. It's got to be good, right? Remember when
There
Amy
you go,
Schumer's
obviously.
Remember when Amy Schumer's whole comedy bit was about how much her vagina stunk? Is that a good comedy bit?
I'd been able to never think about that, and you just brought it all back. Very traumatic experience.
Nothing really attracts the men like a woman with an entire comedy set
About her stinky vagina.
about the odor of her vagina. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Raking it in.
Can you imagine like a guy standing up and doing a set about his stinky balls?
No.
I
No.
think that'd be a good bit.
It's no guy wants to laugh at a stinky vagina. That's so bad. All right. Let's hear what these ladies have to say.
Okay, let me just read you a piece of it, because there's this other piece that's like, okay, men might be raising the idea that they have anxiety because they're just not that into you. But there's this countervailing narrative that I think a lot of us grew up with, which is like, well, men are only after that one thing. You know, Lauryn Hill told me that thing. And
Men have a lot of anxiety because they don't want to, they're afraid to commit to you because then they're turning off all of the other possible sexual opportunities they have. That's the fear.
Well, I think generally there's two fears. There's that, and then there's the fear of rejection. But now there's a third fear. Actually, no, now there's four fears. Okay, there's two more fears that have been added recently. One is the fear of getting Me Too'd.
Oh yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
That is a huge one. Yes.
And then another one that's also a huge one is the fear of some girl filming you or blasting you on social media because you were awkward or something.
Right. Oh yeah, that's a big one.
So yeah, I mean, I understand there's just a lot of extra levels of anxiety to dating now, which wasn't the case for older generations.
All those are true in a first getting to meet someone, getting to know someone type situation. I'm talking about once you're in a relationship and you're debating whether or not to commit to a woman.
Yeah, but I think a lot of these relationships, a lot of these Tinder interactions, they're like these. I feel like when people describe them, they all sound very surface level.
Right.
Like it
Like
never
it's
even
a first
gets,
date, second date. Yeah.
Yeah, it never really gets
That's
to a
what you
deeper
are worried in
point.
the Me Too situation. But
Yeah.
like when you're haggling over the commitment, right? You've already, like, you're past the she's gonna Me Too me. You've already had sex. Like you're already kind of in a relationship with her.
Well, you think sometimes
An example relationship, right? But not really a
Right.
committed relationship. You're talking
Right.
about potential commitment.
Right.
How serious is that commitment going to be? Yeah. I think at that stage, the man is afraid that he is going to say, okay, I'm with you and only you. And then the next day, some woman's going to show up at work who's like, who's just very sexually attractive and seems into him. He's going to be like, oh my God, I just fucking, this opportunity, I just missed it.
I think guys would only be afraid that if they have like a lot of confidence that they could keep pulling like someone better, which I don't think most guys have that confidence.
Access to opportunity, I think is.
I mean, that could be part of it. I think another part of it is there's like the stereotype where it's, you know, you're in a good relationship with someone and then either over time or once you get married, it's like they change, right? You know, oh, they become horrible. You know, all the things you liked about them disappear. They become a monster.
Right.
And I think a lot of guys are afraid of that aspect of commitment to relationships. They feel like there's some change is going to occur.
There's a way that, like, as a woman, I think you can fall into like, well, fine, he's not that into me, but I've been told that men will prioritize sex, physical interaction, no matter what. Like, this is an inducement that they cannot deny. So that if I just want any kind of attention, if I hold sex out as a lure, if I hold any kind of like sexual interaction out as a lure, then they will come. So part of the frustration that's articulated in this article is when women basically lower the bar to say, fine, let's just do sex then if that's the only way we can connect. And men are still seemingly unwilling to leave the house, as they say in this article. So let me just read you, if you'll indulge me a little bit, from the beginning of this article. She says, the stranger arrived at the bar before I did, as I intended him to, and he was waiting for me at a table in the back. He had the kind of face I like, and he had been a little difficult to pin down, delayed in his responses, which I also like. Girl, you part of the problem, but never mind. Okay.
Even Gregor is like, what the fuck?
My God,
what am I reading?
This is so good.
Well,
this
yeah,
is
why
so
is
good.
like, this person's terrible?
This Brianna's like, you better be prompt with me. You better be prompt in your responses.
Well, yeah, but it's if you're either a guy or a girl, and there's some aspect, some personality trait the person does that's generally considered like not great, and you think you're like you're like, oh, that's what gets me going. Okay, well then, and you have bad relationships, then yes, you are part of the problem. You keep selecting for bad traits.
No girl gets off on promptness. Promptness is at the bottom of the fucking list. I don't care. Look, if Brianna is attracted to a guy, she gonna wait all day for that fucking text.
But that's different.
That's not.
No. There's two. No, because
by her definition, then she's part of the problem.
Wait.
She's both castigating the person and part of the problem.
Pause. There's two different situations where people get into relationships. Okay. One is the girl sees the guy and she's instantly attracted to him, or they have some interaction and she's very quickly attracted to him. And then that's a situation where, yes, you can do the types of thing you're talking about. Right?
Okay.
String them along. You can manipulate them. Right. Or you could be kind of play hard to
waiting.
Get.
Yeah. Right. Play hard to get. That's the one.
But the other one is where the guy basically keeps like chipping away at the girl until she gives in, and then they get married and then they live together. Right. That's the other relationship. Now, I don't know which one of those happens more, but for the second scenario, the chip away scenario, I feel like that's the scenario that most guys seem to go through.
Oh, okay.
And in that case, yeah, there's a lot of. It's funny because Sam was telling me about this, like, because she has a lot of friends that go on these dating apps, and there's a time period, you know, obviously before me, where she go on these dating apps, and it would be like a lot of guys. There's like this really weird expectation for interacting with women that fortunately I missed, and you obviously missed, which was that like you're expected to carry on these super long text chain conversations with women all the time. And often they will give you like nothing to work with. Like they're terrible at like chatting. So you just have to keep like prodding and keep coming up with like new and interesting things to get them. They don't give you any information. There's no play to bounce off of.
Interesting. Yeah, I was never really, I wasn't dating when
Texts were
yeah. My dating experience never involved. Well, I guess, passing notes in high school is kind of like texting, right?
Not really.
I did a lot of passing notes in high
There's
school,
in a
so
well, I was telling
I'm
Sam
an
about this.
expert note passer.
I was telling Sam about this, like, because way back in the day when I was like in middle school, you'd go on like the Yahoo chat room or the AOL Instant Messenger, right? You chat up some girls,
IRC.
right? Or at least listen. I mean, you thought they were girls. Who knows? Actually, we're
On IRC, it was all guys.
Yeah, I could be 12 years old talking to a bunch of adult men. Who the fuck? I don't know what the fuck was going on there, right? I'm just hoping they were girls. But there was an immediacy to the interaction because it was back in those days, even though it was on a computer, it's digital. Like your computers were so shitty. There's no social media. The computers were so shitty. You could have one program open at a time. If you were chatting to someone back in those days, there was very little. You weren't doing a bunch of other things, right?
You weren't in like a chat room?
No, you were in a chat room, but I mean, you weren't like watching Netflix or a YouTube video, or you couldn't be doing a million things that you were doing while you were in the chat room. Like if you were in the chat room, you were in the chat room. Like that's where your focus was. Where nowadays, I feel like with a lot of these messaging apps and all this other shit, who knows? You're doing anything. You could be doing 20 different things while you're messaging with someone. You could be having 4 different conversations with 4 different people at the same time and trying to keep all these conversations like in mind.
Crazy.
The place was loud with the having fun sounds people make when they expect to have fun any minute now, so we were leaning in to hear each other. His hair, I thought, would be good to put my hands in.
This is the kind of woman writing a fucking, oh God, so cringe.
The love the pie in the chat says, I went and defended your honor in Peace Goes chat, Adam.
Oh.
Well, thank you. I want to personally thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
A time usually
great.
when a
Seriously.
few extra beats of eye contact are enough. We passed through these beats, took each other's wrists, and met across the table, which is wide enough to frustrate kissing in the right way, keeping the rest of us well apart. Back at my place, he was a little shy, I thought, or a little out of practice, but I felt he wanted me, which was what I wanted, to be organized and oriented by his desire, as though it were a point on the dark horizon, strobing.
Is this a girl writing?
Oh God, it's so awful. I can't stand it. It's so cringe. It's so self-important. It says nothing that's interesting. It's all just like fluttering around the edges. Oh God.
He was a little rusty. I mean, I was his third date tonight, but
there you go. Well, and also, it's not even, did they have sex or not? I can't even fucking tell. Like when she says he was a little rusty, does she mean like making out? Or does she mean like banging? Like what was going on there?
Yeah. It's supposed to be vague. Come on.
Well, it's important to the context of the rest of the article.
She has her chastity to protect.
Oh, okay.
Sitch.
No, she doesn't. This woman's a hoe.
Like, I wanted porn in the New York Times.
No. I'm saying because they're trying to make some argument about like, oh, as Brown Greyjoy said, oh, even when you're just like throwing yourself out there for sex, the guys won't engage. Well, did you actually have sex or not? Because that's important. Because if she had sex with a guy and then he doesn't want to get back with her, there's an explanation for that. There's a different explanation if they don't have sex and doesn't want to get with her. You understand? So it actually is a very key element to understanding what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree
read
with that?
Most
right?
of the article. Do I agree that
if you have a scenario
poorly written?
No, listen to me.
Okay,
so this won't here. Well, let me play the rest of it and then I'll make the point.
I was really looking forward to seeing you again, he texted me the following week around lunchtime, but I'm going through some intense anxiety today and need to lay low. Frowny face emoji. Totally understand, I replied, but I didn't. Feeble, fallible, looking forward is not longing. A man should want me urgently or not at all. I was about to collapse into a ritual of frustrated horniness, fantasy, masturbation, snacks, when a friend urged me to join her and 2 other women for dinner. Of course he has anxiety, said one of them, a therapist who sat across from me at the restaurant. That's life. That's being alive and going to meet someone you don't know well. Yeah, the woman beside her, a historian, said. It's called sexual tension. Stay with it for a minute and you might get some. They can't, said my friend with triumphant disgust. She told us about a woman she knew who was dating a man from another city. After weeks of saying, I can't wait to see you, the man ghosted her during his actual visit. His explanation later, he's been too anxious.
So first of all, this woman is going out with her friends, and they just happen to be a therapist and a historian,
Yeah.
which is very interesting.
Yeah.
Later in the article,
first world problems, right?
yeah. Later in the article, Brown, she didn't read it. It says, "We were 4 women at a vegan restaurant in downtown Manhattan."
Oh my God. Swimming in estrogen.
Yeah. So we're like, okay, maybe we're starting to see a clearer picture here. Like the therapist was like, well, of course he's anxious.
Well, there's nothing to
That's
say that
life.
he's not lying. He's
Yes.
not lying. Oh yeah, I'm super anxious. My ex-girlfriend's in town. I'm gonna fuck the shit out of her.
Well, okay. But see, that's why I'm saying the fact that whether they have sex or not is important context here. Because you have 2 scenarios. The guy says he has anxiety. Is he lying or is he telling the truth?
Right.
If he's lying, well, then it branches off. And this is something that's probably going on with a lot of women, and it's driving them crazy, and it's kind of hilarious because it's kind of just desserts, which is that a lot of guys are lying to women using therapy talk nowadays.
Oh yeah. They're like, this is how I get out of it. I tell her,
right.
I'm anxious. I have to stay home and cry.
Yes. Yeah.
My parakeet died. I have to stay home and cry about it.
Yeah, you didn't see the parakeet when you were over here because I had to take it to the vet.
It was at the vet. It was actually in
vet.
intensive care for a week. It was the worst week of my life.
Yes, exactly.
When really they're on Tinder fucking banging some crack hoe.
Yeah. Little crackers, the parakeet, was struggling. But so they could be lying, right? They could be lying. And then you have a situation where it branches off where either they did have sex with you and they just were like, okay, that's all I wanted from you.
That was
I'm
terrible.
Done.
Yeah.
Right.
They're like, oh my God, I can't believe I had sex with that. Oh,
right. They're like, okay, I'm done with you. Or they didn't
go to your historian friend.
Right. Or they didn't. They're just kind of like, okay, there was no connection here. I just don't really like this person. But they're too, I guess they're being too beta male to just say like, oh, they're not really into you. So they do this like anxiety thing.
Could you get on the phone and say, or even text, say, listen, the sex was just not that good.
Well, no, you wouldn't say that. Well, first of all, you shouldn't have
hold on.
sex.
What if that's the truth?
Well,
what if that's the truth? I'm betting that's the truth at least 50% of the time.
Hold on.
When the guy doesn't respond, he's like, the sex wasn't really that good.
Well, first of all, if you're a guy, first of all, guy or girl, I don't think people should be having sex on the first date anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, even if it's like the 5th date, you're going to, as soon as the sex is not good, you're like, abort, break off.
If you,
that was terrible.
Hold on. If you go on 5 dates with a girl and you guys are like really compatible and you like her, and then the sex wasn't good, you can work. It's easier to change sex than it is to change someone's personality.
You can
it's
work
so
on
much
that?
easier to change someone's sexual performance than it is to change their personality.
With the woman who is like, oh, you best answer my text promptly. You really think you got that big a shot at changing her attitude about?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's very difficult to change someone's personality, but it's very easy to change, by comparison, someone's sexual performance, especially if they're a woman. Okay.
So I feel like be devastated as soon as you say your sexual performance was bad.
We don't say it like you don't say it straight up, Adam. Okay. You got to be sly about the whole thing.
You're going to go, I've had a lot of sex and that was just fucking awful. Okay. I don't know what you were thinking.
This is the War of the World 2025 of sex. Rotten Tomatoes scored your sex as 0.
0%.
Yes. 0%. Yes. Obviously, you're not going to say any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Or it could be, and here's the thing, it could be that the person really is feeling real anxiety, and maybe it's just whatever. Maybe their parakeet really did die, right? Sure. Right. It's possible. Or
don't fall for it, ladies.
Or
that guy never had a parakeet.
Here's the 4th scenario. And this is what I think this is what's going on with a lot of people here, which is that, and I think this is where Jonathan Haidt is completely correct. Even though we find out Taylor Lorenz hates Haidt and she's completely butthurt about him. We have raised a generation of kids who are way more anxious than the previous generation.
You had to have more sex, more good sex with people they like.
No. Just anxious about everything. Right. More anxious generally about everything.
Yeah.
And part of that,
theoretically.
Well, no, it's true. And part of that is because they didn't let kids actually figure out how to solve problems on their own, number one.
No.
And then number two, part of it is the fact
That they're texting
unfortunately,
all the time and not actually talking to people.
there you go. They're gooning all the time. And unfortunately, is because for a lot of young males, they were indoctrinated with a bunch of feminist gobbledygook, and being masculine was demonized and criticized, and they were taught that you have to let the women make the first move, and you have to be so terrified of encroaching on someone's
You got to
boundaries
put the
and
he,
getting me
him
too.
pronouns in your bio.
Yeah, you got to be the good, the hashtag nice guy, and you have to do all these things, right? And so then when the guy goes and he does all those things that they've been told they were supposed to do by all the feminists,
Promptly respond to texts.
right? Yes. Guess what happens? All the women say they fucking hate this. They all fucking hate this, and they want to go out with the misogynist. That's the reality of the situation. That's why so many guys have got completely black-pilled and become red-pilled, because they felt like, hey, I did all the things I was supposed to do, and I got totally burned, and then they get very resentful about the situation.
Sitch and I are starting a new business right here, right now. Okay, you have relationship problems and you want to break it off, you let us know. We'll call her. We'll tell her the truth. Okay, we're not going to sugarcoat it here. You tell us what went wrong. You tell us if her BJ game was off, the smells were bad. You found it physically repulsive. She had hair in all the wrong places. You tell us, we tell her.
There you go.
We share your experience with her, so she knows the truth, and you don't have to deal with it. What do you think, Sitch?
I like it.
We'll do it for $5 a phone call.
There was the George Clooney movie, Up in the Air, where he works.
Yes, this is Up in the Air for relationships.
Yes. He is hired as a guy who fires people because the bosses are too bitch made. And they don't want to fire people themselves. And so, me and Adam will do that for breaking up relationships, guys or girls. Okay,
we're here to break it off with you.
Yes. You tell us the reason, and
we'll let him down easy.
Maybe it depends. Well, if you want, you have to pay extra. You have to pay extra to let him down easy.
Right.
I do like that you pin the message. Sitch got groomed.
I don't even know why I pinned that.
It's funny.
It just seemed funny. We can unpin it.
Sebastian, I think people, I like it.
I've never really. I think people like it when I pin their messages. So
they do. And it's true. Sammy did groom me. That is true. Sebastian said this is an actual service in Japan.
Is it?
Surprise me at all.
Is it? Oh,
it doesn't
the
surprise me at
Japanese
all.
are always ahead of everything.
They are. J-Mac, our Surrogate father, thanks so much for the $120.
Look at this.
Thank you. Says, I've experienced a little bit of that, Sitch. I go to a coffee shop called The Bikini Bean. It's a bunch of baristas in bikinis. They have amazing protein shakes. Oh, what kind of protein? And a drive-through. Don't judge me. They try to small talk while you're waiting, and it's so incredibly empty. Interesting. And then he also says, everyone trying to call me out in chat. My wife is the one who found this place, and she goes there more than me. Listen, J-Mac goes to the Bikini Bean because he actually just likes the protein shakes. Okay, it's just. I'm
going to check it out. If I ever go visit J-Mac, I'm definitely going to check out the Bikini Bean.
You read Playboy for the articles. You don't. The women are just there to distract you. Don't get distracted by the gooning boys.
I'm going to say, look, it's called the Bikini Bean. Now, is that a coffee bean? What is that? What's up with that? What's the bean?
Right.
What's the providence of the bean?
Well, here's the question, Jay. When you order and they small talk you, do they try to, what are they trying to do? They're trying to sell you more shit? Are they trying to get a tip or something? Like, do they small talk you before you pay so you can, they're trying to get you to tip them more?
Trying to get the big tip out of you?
Yes.
The big tip?
Greg says this is the guy who said that Sitch got groomed in a 300 baud chat room, not by Sammy.
Oh yeah, that's it. You got groomed on Yahoo Messenger.
Yahoo chat. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's why it was funny.
Funny
and appropriate.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So do you see like when I characterize the article to you like this woman's a little crazy, whatever. When you read the dynamic.
See, both of them knew, oh God, he's lying so bad to this woman. And she had the gall to write it up and print it.
No, they don't think he's lying. They don't even consider that as an option.
Really?
Yes.
It seemed like look, let's back it
listen.
up a little. It seems like exactly, hold on.
No, keep playing it.
Yeah. So do you see like when I characterize the article to you, you like, this woman's a little crazy, whatever. When you
She's a little crazy, whatever. Is like she's delusional that the guy.
No, keep playing it. They don't
when you read the dynamic feels familiar in a way that I also find to be relatable from a woman's perspective.
Well, because also like, I'm a flake, so I flake on this is like I'm triggered.
Is anyone shocked that Taylor Lorenz is a flake?
I mean, I don't know I don't know the context of what she's saying. I guess
like she flakes out on doing things with people.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the guy dumped her, and then she's saying, "Oh, I'm flaking out on him as a coping mechanism, right? You can't dump me, I dump you. I'm a flake.
I don't think that's
on you."
There was this interesting, I think we talked about, there's an interesting social media post that went viral, I think it was last week, where this guy and this girl were like supposed to go on a date, and then they had made plans like the day before or something. And then the guy shows up and the girl's not there. And he's like, "Where are you?" And she's like, "Oh, well, you didn't like reconfirm today that we were actually doing this. So I didn't show up because I thought you were going to flake out."
Yeah.
And he was like, "What the fuck?" And so there's this kind of big debate about like, well, who was in the wrong there? And it's weird because I think from people my age and people your age, you know, we kind of grew up before cell phones were like huge. And there was a much larger commitment to, if you said you're going to do something, like you had to show up and do it. Because if you didn't, like, you know, you didn't have a cell phone, like where you could just communicate with anyone, anywhere at all times. You had to go fucking find a payphone, and you could only reach them if they were near a phone at their house, right? Otherwise,
plans were a lot more solid in those days. They really,
because they kind of had to be, right? Because you couldn't communicate information effectively to people. But now that you have a cell phone, you can communicate with anyone and anywhere at any time. I don't know. It seems like it's sort of given people this weird, like, you just have to keep confirming with people, yes, we're going to do this thing. Yes, we're going to do this thing. Yes, because at that any minute, they're just going to flake out. And I feel like with people younger than me, when I like interact with them, there seems like to be a lot higher level of just flaky outness of when you say you're going to do something. And then like either one of two things happens. Either at the last moment, they decide to drop out, or they never really were committed in the first place. And they were just too passive or beta to say from the beginning that they just didn't want to do it.
Weak sauce.
Yeah.
I do think, I mean, I always confirm with people. I always firm up with people. I feel like you have to nowadays. I grew up in California. Okay. California is mostly flakes.
It's funny because she says
some
that
fruits.
Too. She does say that too. California's extra flaky. So
yeah. So I know I'm not going to show up and risk someone not being there. So I'm doing it to protect myself. I'm going to confirm. Yeah.
Probably sending those texts. But yeah.
But look, if someone doesn't confirm with you, you just assume that they're flaking out. Then you can say, "Look, I'm flaking. I'm a flake." Right? But you never really know.
Well, no, she just said now, she's the one sending text like, "I'm too anxious to go out today."
Oh, she's the one anti-confirming.
Well, that's another thing too.
Unconfirming.
Can you imagine in 1980 or 1990 or even in 2000 in the aughts? I can't imagine like picking up the phone and calling someone and say, "I know we had plans today, but I'm too anxious to go out." Like,
that's ridiculous. They'd be like, "What are your walking vagina?
What does that mean? Like, what do you mean you're too anxious to go out? What's happening? We're just going out to like get coffee. I'm not taking you skydiving." What the fuck
you're having like a panic attack?
Yes.
So I need to call your mom?
Yes. Like that would not be something you'd ever tell someone. You'd be embarrassed to tell someone that.
Now it's like brownie points. Oh, he's so sensitive. Oh my God. I think I'm going to have sex with him next time we go out.
Well, that's what's interesting.
I hope he cries during sex.
Because there was a time period where people would not get mental help when they needed it because everyone was too like it was so stigmatized that, like, oh my God, don't get mental health. I know, like, I remember like taking a vitamin in front of my grandma. She's like, why are you taking that vitamin? What's wrong with you? And I'm like, I'm just taking a vitamin. Like, I probably don't get enough of whatever, vitamin
It's one a day.
B is or something, right? Like, I just don't get enough of it in my food. She's like, oh my God, there's something wrong with you. And so, like, it was way too far in the other direction. And now it's like gone completely, like the pendulum swung in the complete opposite direction. It's like, oh my God, it's something wrong with you if you're not taking, 20 supplements and you're not talking about your feelings 24/7. And you must be, everything's like so devouring mother over feminized about having to use therapy language and explain your emotions. And it's totally fine and acceptable for you to be like, oh, I can't go out today because I'm anxious.
Yeah, that's something I would never say. So
I would get made fun of if I said that when I was growing up.
yeah, so would
Like, I get beaten up. That's the way it should be.
Yes, I agree. We should beat more of these kids when they
Make
come
them
out and
tougher.
talk. When they come out and talk about their therapist, we should say, "I'll give you something to talk to the therapist
There
about.
you go.
Come a little closer."
There you go.
Back. Tell them about that.
I mean, I think it's like an unwillingness to commit, like to commit to plans, commit to like whatever, you know what I mean? Or just like suck it up. And I do think that we're living in this world where like we don't have to do hard things very much. We just don't. Like, we can literally sit at home and order Uber Eats and like scroll to the next person. But
I think that that's actually completely true. Shockingly, I have to agree with Taylor here. I do think that is kind of brain melted people. Things would become too easy.
I can just imagine Taylor Lorenz sitting on her couch, wolfing down some Uber Eats and scrolling through Tinder, and in her brain, imagining the entire relationship with some dude she's looking at. And
It's easier to imagine the relationship than to actually do it.
Yeah, and then just going to the next one and imagining a whole new relation. And this is how she spends her weekends.
But it's fascinating because she realizes this aspect, which you think, okay, well, this is exactly what Jonathan Haidt is talking about.
This is not healthy. This is unhealthy.
This is exactly what Jonathan Haidt is talking about, because part of the reason that people have this weakness is because, especially when they're growing up, they weren't like, if you don't confront anxiety, then you're not going to like know when you get, especially when you get older. If you, as a kid, if you don't confront anxiety, you're not going to know how to like overcome it when you're an adult. It's going to make you more anxious, not less anxious. If you keep your kid in a little bubble growing up, it's going to make it worse for them. They're going to become weaker, not stronger as they grow up.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about proactive protagonists before the live stream. And now I'm wondering if that's offensive to them. People who are actually proactive and go out in the world and accomplish things.
Yeah, it's weird because you're talking about like a lot of movies nowadays. They have very
they're kind of catering to that. Yeah,
protagonists. Yeah,
you don't want to offend anybody.
Maybe that's why.
Please, everyone, just sit back. As the most proactive you can be is ordering Uber Eats. That's it. That's where we draw the line.
Right.
Don't talk to anyone. Don't confront people.
Is this like ambient anxiety? And I think that's why things like Jonathan Haidt, who I hate this stupid book, The Anxious Generation, it's all pseudoscience bullshit, just so like I'm not citing it or anything. But I do think that the part.
Oh, God. Painful.
Painful.
Especially since so much of that book, the first half of the book is incredibly boring because he spends so much time with the science and with the studies. And I would just thought, oh man, I understand what he's doing. He's trying to bolster his argument. And it wasn't a comfortable read for me because of that. And here she is basically saying, it's all pseudoscience. Pseudoscience nonsense.
Right.
Part of the reason it's popular is because there is this like ambient anxiety among so many young people, like really under 40, I guess, maybe even over 40. Maybe it's an intergenerational thing. But just because there's just, and I think it just goes back to this like ambient stress about the world and an unwillingness to like just suck it up and have to.
Taylor, you think
it's so weird because she's like, she understands the problem and Haidt explains why it's the way it is. And she just instantly dismisses it because she doesn't like Haidt because Haidt doesn't like wokeness. That's it.
Yeah. So much of that is propagated by the narratives on the left, though.
Right. But
they're responsible for the anxiety.
she clearly sees the outcome and the problem of the outcome, but she just doesn't want to accept the rationale because it conflicts with her ideology. And you'll see later when she brings this up again, it's very interesting. She brings up a person who does real studies on this information and why height's wrong. And I looked into this person and my brain exploded when I saw who she was citing. The person she was citing is so fucking bad. I was like, are you kidding me? You're citing this over Jonathan Haidt.
That's terrible.
It's an ambient stress about the world.
I do, because like I think about like when I cancel plans or like why other people cancel plans. I think it's just really easy to cancel. Like, because you used to kind of like have plans and those were like your plans, and it's really hard to like figure out something else to do, right? Like those were your plans for the night. I just think we all have so many more options now. Like not just on our phones, but like we all just have a lot going on. Do you think that that's just men, or do you think that women are doing that too?
How do you can't look? If your plan was to have sex with Taylor Lorenz tonight, you can't really just make another plan, right?
Well, your plan could be, why am I going to waste the time having sex with Taylor Lorenz? I can just goon to whoever I want.
Oh, is that it? She's like, look, don't have sex with me, just goon.
I can just have the AI pretend to be Taylor
Goon
Lorenz.
on your computer, okay? I'm canceling.
I could listen. I'll talk to the, I don't want to remember her name, the sexy goth girl from X.
Mm-hmm.
All right, she's hotter than Taylor Lorenz anyway.
We have to watch Cherry 2000 and do a review of Cherry 2000. All of this is covered in that movie.
Okay,
it's like an 80s movie.
Do I think that women are being flaky and anxious about meeting up?
The behavior that you described, like I have a bunch of single guy friends in LA, like they complain about women in that way, where they're like, I made a plan. I was excited to like take this girl out. She flaked on me. She just never replied to me. And these are like, they're journalists. I don't know. They're not like whatever, but like, you know, they're like a catch maybe. Like I just feel like, and LA is a very flaky city. So again, maybe it's like sample size. But I just think it's very easy for people to like dip out on things these days. And I think that that's more socially acceptable than it was maybe 30 years ago.
So what am I struggling with right now? What I'm struggling with is...
I think she's correct about that. As much as I hate to agree with Taylor Lorenz, but...
No, she is. She's completely correct about that.
People didn't used to make plans unless they planned on keeping them. They thought long and hard about whether they wanted to commit to something, and then they said yes or no. Now it's like, oh, I can just commit now and get out of it later.
Yeah. No, and she's right. And it's kind of interesting that she, because she has guy friends who are telling her this, it's giving her a more accurate picture where Brianna doesn't have guy friends telling her this. So this is like completely new information for her.
Mm-hmm.
Or she seems skeptical about it.
Well, the guy friends are giving Taylor cover for her behavior because she thinks it's
she's that
other
person.
Girls. Yeah. Well, she's like other girls are doing this, so I can do it too. It's fine.
Right.
It'll be fine. It's okay. If you're lukewarm on somebody, I mean, just say no. Just say, no, I'm not really interested.
Right.
Actually, what people are doing is they're committing until something better comes along, or they talk themselves out of it, right? They're like, let me think about it.
I think it's a lot of people, they're lukewarm on the process and they don't want to just give the no up front.
Mm-hmm. Like, maybe this will pan out. Maybe it won't.
For one, if you asked me what the struggles are with dating, I wouldn't say flakiness. Like the flakiness of this is not what necessarily resonates with me. I haven't had a lot of experience with people just not showing up or canceling last minute or not wanting to make plans. That hasn't been my burden. That's because
you're a woman dating men.
Of course.
Obviously, it's not going to be your burden. That's the men's burden.
Yeah. They all want to show up.
Yes.
Your burden is getting the man to commit. That's your burden. Yes.
Getting the high
They'll
value
show
male.
up. They'll show up. Hopefully sex will be dispensed. If it's not, then they'll leave.
Right.
Fair. The part of this that I do think resonates with me is, frankly, this is a pattern that I have observed. A woman sort of I found throughout this article, she overemphasizes the extent to which she would be willing to settle. Whether it's, I'm willing to settle for sex, I'm willing to settle for something open, or maybe that wasn't settling. She wanted that in her marriage context, at least. But I'm willing to settle for not hearing from you very frequently. I'm willing to settle for all of these things. And then the man still doesn't meet the bar that's been lowered. And then there's an expression of frustration in the article that then when the man gives her these like, it's not you, it's me lines, she's like, I didn't even want anything from you anyway. I didn't even want that much from you anyway. And she objects in the article to being cast as this like pining woman sitting by the phone, desiring a romantic fairy tale, even though she's already settled so much. So here's a paragraph that I screen grabbed when I was chatting with a friend of mine. She says, the humiliating and nightmarish part, she explained to me, was not so much the rejection as being cast against her will as woman eager for relationship. In her memoir, Fierce Attachments, Vivian Gornick describes the anguish of being ignored by a lover to her female friend. What I couldn't absorb, she writes, was his plunging us back into the cruelty of old-fashioned man-woman stuff, turning me into a woman who waits for a phone call that never comes, and himself for the man who must avoid the woman who was waiting. And there is that the tragedy of lowering the bar to avoid getting cast as like needy or clingy or whatever, and still being treated in this way, perhaps being treated in this way because you've lowered the bar, is the kind of push-pull that I do think resonates with me when I think about the experiences my peers have been having.
Yeah, because you're making all these trade-offs.
She's lowering the bar to procure the commitment
Right.
that ultimately doesn't come. So
Yes.
she's pissed because she lowered the price and she still didn't get the deal.
Yeah.
Which, well, like, look, of course she'd be pissed.
Yeah. You know what that means? It means
What?
that the product isn't worth buying.
I know. That's ultimately what it
That's
means.
what it means.
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
So let me read. I want to read you part of this. Well, this person, I did some little background on this person. This Jean Garnett lady. that she
Right.
ran this
The
article
author of the article,
from. Yes.
the lady written article.
Yeah. When I Googled them, I found other articles they
But
wrote.
Jean is a man's name.
It can be a woman's name.
Yeah.
They wrote an article in 2022 called "Scenes from an Open Marriage."
This has got to be good.
So, well, I'm just gonna tell you what happened, and then I'll read from the article she wrote recently. So this is a huge red flag. Okay, she says that in this article, she says 6 months after her daughter was born, her husband calmly set the idea of an open marriage on the table like a decorative gun. That's a huge red flag. 6 months after having a baby, your husband's like, I think we need to start fucking other people.
Yeah, he got what he wanted, a kid. He's like, okay, I used your baby making
Well, no,
faculties.
she said it was because after having a baby, she just didn't want to have sex anymore.
Oh, okay.
And he was like, what the fuck?
Right. Oh, okay.
Right. So that's the backdrop. So this is what she writes in the article, this recent article. This is insane. She said, one of the reasons now that was in 2022. This article's this year, 2025. So we have 3 years down the road. One of the reasons my marriage ended was that I fell in love with another man who I'll refer to by his first initial J. Spontaneously graceful with a soft voice and an inordinate sad-eyed smile. J made me laugh, stopping my breath. Being a good guy, in quotes, he intimated from the jump that he did not know how to, quote, do relationships, giving me to understand that I expected one with him, or as he may have conceptualized from him, I did so at my peril.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This woman is a fucking idiot. Here's some advice for all the women out there, or even for guys, but I feel like this is more for women. If you're ever with a guy and he says they don't do relationships, get the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge red flag. It's a massive red flag. Right.
Right. He's saying, look, I'm not giving it up at any price.
Yes. That guy's saying, I'm going to fuck you and I'm going to, fuck you until I'm bored of you, but we're not going to ever get married or be a thing. So, and by me telling you this up front, that somehow like absolves me of the pain down the road when this inevitably explodes in all of our faces, or your face, really.
Well, the strategy that the woman will employ is that she'll say, okay, we don't do relationships, but she's going to start having sex with you. She's going to sleep in your bed. She's going to be over at your house all the time. She's going to always be in front of the TV with you. And this is, in her mind, this is a not relationship, but in all reality, it is a relationship, right?
No, so a lot of women, because they're in NPC mode, they're gonna, if they think the guy's attractive, like there has to be obviously some initial attraction. But there's some initial attraction to the guy, and he says this whole like, I don't do relationships. That could act as catnip for a lot of women that are stuck in the NPC brain, because there is this weird desire that a lot of women have that, well, if I can like change this guy, like if this guy says he doesn't do relationships, but I can get him to do a relationship with me, that's like, oh my God, how amazing I must be that I got the guy who doesn't do relationships to concede to do a relationship with me. It's the ultimate, like, I can fix him sort of vibe going on here. So a lot of women, I think, do get suckered into those situations because they have this unconscious desire rolling around the back of the head that they don't understand.
Is it a bad strategy though?
For the woman or the guy?
The woman.
It's a horrible strategy for the woman. It's a horrible strategy for the woman.
What if she ingratiates herself in a way that she's pretty much a necessity in his life?
I mean, we don't know what the numbers are, but I'm willing. My intuition says that if you're a woman and you're with a guy who says they don't do relationships, the majority of the time, they're not going to do a relationship. The woman is not going to win in that interaction. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, they might be in a quote relationship for a few years or something, but at the end of the day, they're going to be sitting there alone and they've, nothing really to show for it.
Right.
And if that's what they wanted, then, I guess you got what you wanted. But
I think a lot of women tell themselves, well, I don't want to be in a relationship either. So this is perfect.
That's cope. Yeah.
Oh, it's cope.
I think so.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think so. I think people want to be in a relationship. When a woman says, I don't want to be in a relationship, I think what that usually translates in my mind to is they've had a lot of bad relationships. And so their metric of relationship is this, what they think a relationship is all these like negative bad things associated with it. And so, yeah, they're like, well, I don't want any of these bad things that keep happening to me whenever I'm in a relationship.
And by relationship, we're really talking about monogamous sexual relationship.
Yeah, a monogamous relationship. Yes.
Yeah. Because obviously, if you and I are in a relationship, but we're not having...
Well, we're talking about a dating relationship, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
So,
a sex
and then
relationship.
She continues. My husband and I had an open relationship at the time that Jay and I met, so the terms of our involvement were at first limited. And although Jay exerted a pleasant pressure against these limitations, ultimately they suited him. I was the one who violated the terms by finding it intolerable. After a while, to catch that much in that way for one person while being married to another, I could not disambiguate sex from love nor love from devotion. Futurity, I'm never hear that word. Family integration, things I wanted from Jay, even as throughout the year and a half or so that we saw each other, he continued to gesture his incapacity to commit as if it were a separate being, an unfortunate child who followed and relied upon him, maybe, or a psychological constraint.
This guy's a pro.
I know this guy's a pro. He's like, oh, baby, I wish I could. I wish I could give in to you. I wish I could be in a relationship with you, but you don't understand this darkness inside of me. I just have to take care of it. I can't let you in. It's just too scary and dangerous.
Exactly.
Have you seen Dexter? I'm
Shadow
like
of
Dexter.
Commitment washing over me.
I stood there reaching for him while he sad-faced back at me like a boxed mime. He couldn't talk about it. He wished things were different. Maybe someday the child would mature, the glass would break, but for now there was really nothing to be done.
Scary.
So lame.
I love it, actually. This guy's got game.
Well, in reality, and it's so funny because she kind of goes on and on about like men.
This guy
in reality,
did a number on her.
It becomes kind of clear, and I'll see she actually kind of acknowledges this at some point in the article, The problem is that she has a type, and her type is just dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. I have been dating long. Just the other day, my ex-husband and I received our judgment of divorce as an email attachment, but long enough to discover that I have a type. Now, if you had to guess, what do you think her type is going to be?
Oh, the bad boys.
You're so wrong.
Oh,
You
really?
have it completely wrong. He is a gentle, goofy, self-deprecating, rather deferential, a passionate humanist, a sweet guy, a quote, good guy. He tends to signal in various ways his exemption from the tainted category of men, and is perfectly understandable that he would wish to do so. It must be mildly embarrassing to be a straight man. It is incumbent upon each of them to mitigate this embarrassment in a way that feels authentic to him.
He's a metrosexual? Is that what she's saying?
Her type is a beta leftist boy,
Mm-hmm.
a beta male leftist boy who's, quote, in touch with his feelings. And she keeps wondering why these beta male leftist type boys either are too anxious or too afraid of the world to commit to her, or at least using therapy language to tell her that they don't want to be with her. And she's like, why does this keep happening to me? I don't understand it.
When people talk about bad boys, that women are always addicted to the bad boys, what is the attribute that makes them the bad boy? Is it like some sort of criminal intent?
I think women are mostly attracted to the average woman. Obviously, we're talking generalities. I think a lot. This is true of everyone. Okay, people get into this problem where men will say, "Well, women are this," and women will say, "Well, men are like this." It's like, no. You don't perceive the negative traits very often from your friends, because what you get from your friends you don't get from your boyfriends and girlfriends and wives and husbands. You have a completely different relationship with your friends than you do with your loved ones. People don't take that into account, and it like ruins their worldview. What is attractive to most people, men and women, is confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And the quote, that is like what attracts people to Trump. He's very confident in everything he's doing, but that's what attracts people to like the quote bad boy types. But the bad boy types are generally extremely confident in whatever they're doing, even though they're bucking against some societal trend, which should make people nervous, right? You're going against the grain. That should make you nervous, but they're confident in that they're doing it.
But this guy's not confident.
Well, that's what's interesting here
this
with
leftist beta
is
guy.
That this is like the opposite of that. She has this attraction to like the polar opposite of the bad boy, of the confident type.
Right.
She wants to like,
unconfident.
Yes. She wants the guy who's like, literally, she said, is apologizing for being male, who's embarrassed to be a straight man. And you're wondering, why is it that I have a type? My type is guys that are embarrassed to be straight men. And I don't know why, but my relationships just never seem to work out.
Wow.
Shocking.
I never thought a woman could have such an anti bad boy type, such an ill confident type.
There's a lot of young girls that are, younger than me, who are completely indoctrinated in the feminist bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they want.
But that makes them see something that's just a husk of a man as attractive.
Well, I think they like mind screw themselves in like they think they want that, and then they keep getting into relationships and they just don't seem to work, because either they're not attracted to that, or they get sort of the toxic,
so that ultimately they
sneaky
aren't
fucker guy.
Yeah, so they aren't attracted to it, or it's a bad boy pretending to be this effeminate man so that he can hump and run.
Right. So maybe that's the problem. She doesn't actually know what her type is.
Unfortunate for her.
And I'm curious to your take on this. The whole type thing has never really made sense to me. That someone is like, I have this very
look, we're men, so
distinctive
it's like
type.
all types.
Is that it? Is it like a girl? Well, no, I've heard guys say that they have. There are guys that are attracted to like they keep getting the same relationship with like crazy women, and you're like, what the like? What is like? How does this always happen? You always find the same type of crazy person.
Right.
I've seen guys be in those relationships. So there are guys that have types, but I don't get it. I don't get it when someone's like, oh, they have to have like the strict criteria of interest or personality type traits or something. Like it seems weird to me.
She has to be a veterinarian.
And it's still, and then you're still getting like
Bupkis.
ghosted or like, yeah, you're like, and you're like, what the hell? Like I literally made all of these trade-offs. And also, like you said, it's like this subtext of like the woman, oh, the woman is so desperate. Oh, she wants the date, whatever. Yeah, that does seem to be a problem.
And this is where we get into the feminism. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off.
No, I was just saying, but I don't know kind of like what the driving force is behind that. Like, is it feminism? Is it like, what is it that is?
The answer is yeah, it's a huge part feminism. Good job, guys. Good job, ladies. You
got
created
it,
the
yeah.
entire situation, and now you're ruining the bed that you made. And this is something that Sam was telling me about too, was that like because when she was in college, there was this toxic mindset where like all these women were like, oh yeah, like you should go out there and you should just like fuck every guy. Like that's like a good thing. Like that's like the pro-feminist move here. You should just go out and have like a bunch of random sex. And it's like I think it's like really unfortunate. I think it's also like brain broke a lot of women and guys, is that the toxic feminist movement that was unfortunately, I think created the one that grabbed hold was one that was created by lesbians who obviously have a very different worldview than butch lesbians specifically, have a very different worldview and very different personality type than straight women. This idea that if you make this argument that all of gender is a social construct, okay, because you have to think about this. It all makes sense when you realize this. The feminists made this argument that gender roles and everything about gender was a social construct, right?
Yep.
And then they said that all those social roles that were constructed by men to subjugate women. Okay.
Yep.
So therefore, if that's the two belief systems you have, it must lead you to the conclusion that, well, then the actions, the things that men are doing and the way that men act must be desirable and good and powerful. So we should emulate them. And this is how you get into that weird thing where like femininity is actually cast into the trash bin, and you get the weird form of feminism where it's like you should go out and you should just be a man. You should just sleep around because that's what men do. And so obviously that's a desirable thing. Now, the problem with this is that the entire concept of gender being a social construct is a total fucking lie. And it's completely untrue. And men and women engage in sex and think about sex in very, very different ways. And while it's true that men can and probably do for the most part have a desire to go sleep with as many women as possible, and their goal or society's goal is to say, okay, men, don't do that behavior. That's a bad behavior, right? You have to clamp down on that behavior. That's what the man's innate desire is, to go do this kind of negative trait. That is not women's innate desire to do that. Is to just go sleep around with all, as many men as possible. And it's usually going to lead, I think, women to mentally screw themselves up at the end of the day. Or be seen also as just so undesirable to be in a relationship if they have some massively high body count.
How many generations, though, before birth control actually starts changing the psychology of women? Because so much of the psychology of men has to do with the fact that they suffer no potential pregnancy, right?
Yes.
So, but as women continue to evolve and more women have access to birth control and therefore live their lives in the same state as men with no fear of pregnancy, then wouldn't sooner or later they just adopt the same psychology as men?
But I think the problem with that is that those people aren't having children, so they're not going to pass that trait on.
That's a good point. But they could pass it on culturally, and that might be what the feminism is.
Yeah, but it's sort of culturally,
You pass it on
it's
to other people's kids.
yes, which is what they're trying to do, but it's the opposite of self-replicating. It's at the end of the day, it's gonna kill itself
Right.
because
Yeah.
it's a horrible cultural idea. It's making everyone fucking miserable. No one actually likes it. And eventually, what always usually happens is that the next generation has a clarity to look at the previous generation
And say
from a
this is
more
where they
objective
fucked up.
standpoint
Yeah.
and say, this is really fucking stupid. I'm not going to emulate this behavior.
Yep.
Which is probably what's going to happen with whoever comes after the Zoomers, is they're going to look at the Zoomers and be like, you guys are totally fucked up.
They're
with all
gonna be
this
like,
feminist bullshit. Yeah.
you gotta stop the random sex. You gotta find a good relationship, a
Yes.
stable relationship. Settle down, fall in love, and have kids.
Yes.
Nah, they're gonna be like, they're all gonna have their own fuck robots.
Well,
They're
that's
not gonna get any
you know what?
kids.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Who knows
They're
what's going to
have
happen with the fuck
reverse
robots?
aging, and
Yes.
they're gonna like be 27 until they're 100.
Right. That's true. Who knows? Yeah. Everything's going to be fucked up. Technology is going to make everything wonky anyway. So,
Yeah. Well, technology kind of created this mess anyway.
yeah, it did in a large extent because of birth control. Definitely changed the way people
Birth
interact.
control, social media, dating apps.
Yes.
That's okay. Though.
Feminism.
That is sort of like led to that sort of shift in dynamics.
I don't want to, I'm aware of how regressive what I'm about to say sort of is, but like you remember, like you alluded to the hookup culture, moral panic of the early aughts where it was, why buy the cow when you buy the milk for free? These women are going to find themselves unable to partner because of all of this promiscuity, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying that per se, because I don't think it's about.
She's so upset that she has to say maybe the conservatives were right about this.
Yeah, I know. It's great. I
It's
love
so
it.
funny. She's like, I don't want to say, but maybe they were right.
Maybe the traditionalists had a point.
Yes.
About the sex itself. But I do think there's something, and I see this with younger people all the time, that there's almost like a embarrassment about admitting that you like someone. Like an embarrassment to admitting that you would want. I remember talking to a young cousin once about this, that you even want to have a relationship or want to have a partner. And that you feel, these people feel like they need to play the game of pretending that that's not what they want. But who wins from playing that game? It's not the fact of
This is an interesting point, which I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about. And it kind of goes back to the authenticity, prophilicity idea or concept, which is, and this, I think this started a lot. I mean, it started when I was growing up, and it's probably significantly worse, where like it was bad. It was seen as bad to like, it's weird. On one level, people are very, I have to tell you like every problem, every anxiety I have, and that gives me some sort of power over you. And then at the same token, it seems contradictory. There was like this element of people hiding behind 20 levels of irony because no one wants to tell anyone like what they're really feeling.
Am I telling the truth? Am I not telling the truth?
Right. And the reason you do that is because you're anxious, so that if you get a social response from someone that is not desirable to you, you get to try to play it off.
You're like, oh, I'm just kidding, obviously.
I was just kidding. Yeah, of course.
Oh, man. That's a good move.
Mm-hmm.
Your willingness or not willingness to have sex, that kind of sidesteps the issue. Are you wanting to have sex and more?
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to acknowledge the desire for a relationship? And why is it that the desire for the relationship seems to be completely one-sided? Is it because the men are getting the cows for free, the milk, whatever, for free? Mm-hmm. Because in the context of this article, it seems like they're not even getting that far half the time. Because the man doesn't even prioritize sex in the way that in a kind of way that's like maybe, toxic patriarchy. We're constantly told, oh, no matter what, he'll at least very least want to physical,
which is not true and has never been
true.
And yeah, has never, that's always been a myth, that like is toxic for men as well.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's like also just like a fear of being cringe and kind of wanting.
I mean, what's the point of wasting all your time with a lady when you got a laptop just sitting right there?
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of guys take that route.
Of course, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Like you have to put yourself out there, and that is uncomfortable. And I do think that we don't have to be made uncomfortable in that way anymore. I mean, even dating apps alleviate this with like the double opt-in. Like that's already removing a step of discomfort that would come, IRL, where it's like you have to go up to someone in a bar or whatever. I don't know. I do think it's an interesting challenge for these platforms.
But see, that's exactly what Hype's talking about, though. You have a bunch of people who grew up in an environment where they never had to confront their anxiety, especially their social anxiety. And then you go, well, why are these people so anxious about social situations? Oh, gee, I wonder. I wonder why.
Yeah, because they've had zero practice.
Yes.
Are seeing a lot more platforms that are, it's so funny. It's like, because this was such a thing back in the 2010s too, with like How About We and these sort of like date-based things, but you're seeing a lot more niche platforms focused on like meetups. So it's like, it gets you to a meetup first, or you agree to a meetup and it doesn't really tell you. There's one, I can't remember what it's called. It was also sort of viral on TikTok, but it's like, it just like matches you with somebody without that much info and you just meet them. And that's the thing. It's like, you're just meeting them. And so I think that is a lot of like, dating app tech, like people's response to this is like, let's just sort of like force people to meet up IRL. The more time they spend together IRL, the more something's likely to happen, because nothing happens when you're texting.
Yeah, that's very funny to me, because my MO, and what I've always told my girlfriends who have had a less positive dating app experience than I have had, is that you're tired because you're texting these strangers all day that you don't care about on an app. Like, why would I text a stranger? We saw each other's pictures. We're sufficiently plausibly attracted enough to each other. We exchanged 2 sentences in which I can tell that you know how to use basic English grammar and punctuation. Let's just meet. We're not finding out any new information. We're going to meet immediately. It can be a low stakes meeting. It can be coffee or whatever. But let's just rip off the Band-Aid and then we can go our separate ways. And in my experience, I think that part of why people are struggling with all this anxiety about how to break it off, it's because you've been texting for weeks and you have this fake sense of having indebtedness to each other. If you exchange 3 sentences, met up for a coffee, and never text again, I promise neither of you cares. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Neither of you is even. I don't even think of it as a ghost.
You don't know, Brianna. That guy really had feelings for you. You totally left him behind.
Well, it's funny because on one hand, I do agree with like the idea that yes, if people are doing this super long tech chain,
they have like a text relationship.
It like that does make people's perceptions of reality.
It's like
warped.
Weird. Hey, I thought we had something.
Right, but on the other hand, I do feel like there's probably been a lot of situations where Brianna just totally ghosted someone and she never thought about it, and that person was
and that person's
upset.
Like, oh my God.
Yes.
Please text me back. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Ghosting. It's just like neither of us followed up because neither of us was on each other's minds because it was not a love match.
Yeah.
And we're moving on.
That's not fair. I followed up. You never responded.
And no one has to pretend to have a psychosocial disorder as an excuse for not calling back.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that you're going to see more of that though, because there is this like, I don't know. I do think people are sick of it because young people, like, it's like people want, I think that the dating apps are not meeting this problem. They keep you like texting and sort of engaging. I mean, they want you to like meet up enough so that you're continually sort of matching with people. But yeah, I don't know. Everyone's got to get out there. I'm a terrible texter. Like, I don't even text people I like that are like my friends, my close friends. I'm on so many group chats that I can barely keep up with. And I'm like, is a stranger, now you have to text that person that you just met, like something funny. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. A guy recently asked me, like, what kind of things do you struggle? Like, what are things that have been problems in your relationships in the past? And I was like, first of all, this is a lot, but okay, I answered the question. And then I reciprocated. I was like, what about for you? And he was like, well, I've had women upset that I'm not texting so frequently, but I'll be busy in the middle of the workday, and they want like more consistent contact than I am like naturally inclined to offer, which I thought was kind of funny because low-key he was texting a lot, and I was like, this is getting absurd. Like, I'm busy, and I was like, no, that's not been a issue for me. I don't know if that's generational because he's a little younger than me. I don't know.
Well, there's certain people, it's expectations, right? Because
How many dates did she get out of this podcast? Sitch? Jeez. She's like spelling out. This is like an ad for dating
For
Brianna.
her. Yeah, I bet you're right. It's a good point.
there are certain people that expect, I also saw a TikTok about this recently, a good morning text every morning from their partner.
Yeah, I was like, I literally don't even want that. Like,
That
I
would
barely
drive
know
me
you.
insane. That would
Some women are psychos. Could you imagine that?
4 a.m. Good morning, Brianna. I just got up.
God, I can't even.
How are you doing today?
I want you to send me a good morning text every day that we're not together. I'm like, oh, well, here's my goodbye text. We're not going to
Here
be
it is.
together anymore. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
drive
Some
me
women are
insane.
needy. Come
That's a level of neediness. I just, God damn.
on. Text me. Please.
I don't know,
I'm desperate.
I'm like very, like, if I'm in your physical proximity,
Mhm.
like, yes, like, you know, you have my attention. But like, if I'm not there, I don't want to have to check up on you every 10 seconds. That could make me kill myself. Like, just stop.
Insane.
Like, good
even
morning
if-
for what?
I mean, but people like that. And I think that that's where it like comes around, like expectations around communication. Also, you and I both work in media, like we're busy. There's news happening. A lot of other people work like really boring corporate jobs. There's nothing else to do but text someone. Like, I think it just sort of like depends on your lifestyle and your communication style.
If you want to text me a clip from Elise Slotkin's Stephen Colbert interview and like drag her for filth, or like, a funny tweet about, pod save hypocrisy, or like something, like fine. Like fine. But good morning, like empty calorie content. No.
Spam.
It is spam. Don't spam me, sir. Okay, but this isn't about me. And Taylor, you have a lot more important things to be talking about, and so I'm going to direct you to the main subject of today's conversation. You tweeted out earlier today, I am all caps begging people on the left to start caring about tech policy and fighting back against the exact same efforts that are happening here in the US. Taylor Lorenz, you are a technology and culture journalist who has her finger on the pulse of all things. You need no introduction, which is why I'm only giving it to you a solid 40 minutes into this podcast. Tell me what you think we aren't paying enough attention to on the left with respect to these the tech policy around IDs to log into search engines like Google and Bing.
You're going to need an ID to log into everything. So both the Democrats and Republicans, really since I would say 2020 is when you really started to see these efforts. I mean, there's been sort of efforts to censor the internet, of course, prior to that. But I think in sort of the modern rendition of it, 2020, Black Lives Matter, all of these progressive social movements online scared people in power. They scared people in power because suddenly people were able to get access to information outside mainstream narratives. And you were really seeing with the rise of the pandemic too in 2020, people turning to more online independent news sources.
True.
This is retarded. Did anyone get a sense in 2020 when BLM was in full swing? Who got the sense oh my God, obviously the mainstream people in power are worried about the left, or they're going to go and censor them now? Who experienced that in 2020?
Who
Nobody.
That the left was going to be. No, obviously they were censoring
Yes.
conservatives. Yes,
That's it.
but
This
people
is
were
this is
turning away from
crazy.
mainstream media. Obviously,
Yes. This is so backwards crazy.
Mhm.
It's very interesting because obviously I agree, and I'm glad that Taylor Lorenz is against a lot of these current movements to censor the internet. So it's good, but it's so interesting because all those movements, the justification for them was rooted in the left. It was rooted in feminism. because the way they always do it, well, the right is not blameless too, but it would be like the left would come in and they'd be like, "You're subjugating women, you're objectifying women, you need to stop this sort of anti-women pornography stuff," and then the right would jump on that because they're like, "Porn bad, porn bad. We have to protect the children from porn," and so these two forces would join together and they would pass all these like incredibly restrictive internet bills, and then they would sneak in a bunch because it never just stops at porn. They sneak in a bunch of other bullshit that they want to censor too on top of that.
Right.
Obviously, this is not something the government wants. They want you to just drink government propaganda and mainstream media all day. And so you started to see things like, this is when Trump first proposed the TikTok ban because there was information on there he didn't like. You started to see these laws.
Why is he in favor? Why is he not in favor of that ban anymore, Taylor? Huh?
Because he got a huge TikTok account.
Oh, okay.
He's like, I don't want to lose it.
Oh, okay.
I got all my TikTok followers.
But why does she say that? Doesn't that go against her entire argument here?
What is her argument?
That evil elites want to censor the internet, not for woke reasons or anti-gooning right-wing reasons, but just to keep everyone in line.
Right. So that they can squash any narratives that they don't condone.
The mainstream media has totally given up on the idea that they can control
the narrative,
social media, the narrative. Yeah, that's why they've all migrated to YouTube and X, Instagram and TikTok and Facebook.
YouTube does, to some extent, try to control the narrative. If we just mention climate change,
that's true.
There will now be a link on this very video that everyone will be like, "Oh, why is this link to the Wikipedia page about climate change?"
I take it back. I shouldn't say they gave up control because they didn't. And this is so fucked up. And this happened around 2017, 2018. And no one really talks about it very much anymore. And I don't think people really noticed it at the time either. So there were some people that were raising the red flag about this. The mainstream media, when they had the YouTube adpocalypse stuff, the mainstream media basically blackmailed Google and YouTube into changing the algorithm to heavily favor them. Because back in those days, you would see like mainstream media content on YouTube would literally get dog shit.
Yeah, barely at all. It was always
barely
the YouTube content. Yeah, that's CNN, what people were here for.
Yes, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, all their little podcasts, all their little videos, they get so little views. They totally blackmail everyone with the adpocalypse shit. And suddenly, in the course of a few months, suddenly all their accounts are getting massive viewership increases, growing. And YouTube was pretty open about this, where they talked about how, especially when it came to quote breaking news, that they would heavily put their finger on the algorithm that would push people towards consuming mainstream media content and away from consuming independent media content.
Because they had the sense that there was some gatekeeping going on.
Yeah.
For ridiculous conspiracy brain narratives.
Well, because Google said, hey, all the journalists are writing these mean stories about us and it's hurting our bottom line with the advertisers, fix it. And so YouTube said, okay, well, we're going to just do whatever we'll basically offer them a bribe, which is we'll make them more money if they stop writing negative articles about us. And that's what happened.
What are some other Wikipedia pages that they'll link to so we can do a competition? Because I know, like, the climate change one will be there if we don't mention another one.
UFOs is another one.
Do they? I've never.
Yeah, UFOs always gets UFOs when you talk about aliens. I don't know why. In abductions, they like alien abductions for some reason.
You get a link to some Wikipedia page about alien abductions.
About UFOs being fake or something. It's really weird.
I've seen the one on the 2020 election being rigged and stolen from Donald Trump. And then sometimes you see the Wikipedia page. It's like,
right.
There's no evidence that Joe Biden did not win the 2020 election. No
Right.
hard facts. Maybe we can get like 3 of them. We can go for like 4. Maybe we can. Will they put them all in there, or would they just pick one? Now we've talked about 3.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I don't know if there is a 4th though. I don't
Yeah.
know
What are the other categories?
Pizzagate. We'll say them all. Oh no, this video
Let's see
is
the
going to
chat.
be
What is
yellow.
another? Yeah. What are the other examples of? What are other topics you're not?
Oh,
allowed to talk
abortion.
about?
You're right. There we go.
Abortion?
John Watts pulls it in. Yeah.
Okay. Is that really that triggers one?
I've seen one on abortion. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. What do they say about abortion?
All abortions are fake. Abortion
okay.
isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. It seems like I have seen one on abortion though.
Yeah, I think it's mostly.
Oh, the Hunter Biden laptop.
Is there a Hunter laptop?
Flat
one?
Earth. They don't care enough about flat Earth.
No, I've seen flat Earth ones. I have seen flat
Really?
Earth ones. Yes.
The Earth
Oh,
is round. They send you to the round
I've
Earth
seen flat Earth
Wikipedia
ones.
page.
There's a huge flat Earth community on YouTube. That's true. They're 9/11 ones. Oh, COVID-19.
Oh, the
of course.
COVID, of
COVID,
course.
the vaccines, of course. Yeah.
We all know that COVID came from a lab in China
There you go.
and was designed to kill all Americans.
Right.
There
Uh-oh.
we go.
I mean, you're probably just gonna get our video like
I know
being
it's,
prioritized.
this is gonna be a yellow video for.
It would be funny if you could just say like stack
If
up
you could
all the
I know.
Wikipedia like
You're
warning
like
labels.
scrolling and scrolling and scrolling just to get down to the comments.
Right.
You're
right.
like, holy shit. They talked about everything in this video.
Yes. Squeeze Louise for $20 says, I believe there's some research that shows the pill makes women more attracted to safer, weaker men. And the theory is many divorce happenings because women get off the pill and suddenly don't find their husbands attractive. Yeah. I mean, I've never done a deep dive into that research, but I have seen that research referenced quite often. And I wouldn't be surprised if that has some influence on things.
Mm-hmm.
So I've heard of such things happening. I don't think it's weaker men. It was safer men versus like the bad boys. So
emerge 2020, 2021, 2022 in states like Florida and Texas and Utah that were focused on censoring the internet, often in the name of like child safety.
Isn't this like man discussion? Should we move on? I mean,
well,
we're
no, hold on.
talking about-
She's going to say something that I want to comment on about height, which is kind of
okay.
fascinating.
I gotcha. I mean, the ladies are done talking about the relationship.
I'm
trying to be sexist here, Sitch.
Right.
had the Kids Online Safety Act, which was first introduced, I think it was 2022, which is this horrible censorship bill that would censor the entire internet and prevent, as the Heritage Foundation has said, the Heritage Foundation is backing it aggressively, that they want to use it to remove all LGBTQ content, all reproductive justice content, and all content basically that isn't like government right-wing propaganda. Now, Richard Blumenthal, my number one enemy, because he and Mark Warner are always at the scene of the crime. Those two, Richard Blumenthal partnered with Marsha Blackburn, who said, by the way, that we need to pass COSA in order to sort of eradicate the transgender in society, whatever. So you're seeing this like effort to censor the internet. This was already taking place because of the social movements and because of this move to independent journalism. Then October 7th happens. October 7th happened also right when Jonathan Haidt, again, a number one enemy of mine, who is this like pseudoscience nonsense guy that he wrote a book about like anti-woke, some anti-woke book. And now he's determined that he's going to talk about kids and technology, published this terrible book called The Anxious Generation, which is pseudoscience debunked nonsense about technology, saying technology is using, social media is leading to anxiety. We need to censor the internet. We need to ban social media from children. It's causing them to kill themselves and all this. None of this is true. Okay. It's actually not even remote. None of that is true.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm curious because,
How do you feel about that? No, that's true, Adam. It's all debunked pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's a wild claim. I almost sent it to you. I think it was a local news where this woman's son killed himself. He was in a relationship with one of these. He was in a relationship with Targaryen, Who's the main Targaryen chick? The hot one with the blonde hair.
Are you talking about in
they're all
Game of
blonde.
Thrones or House of Dragons?
Game of Thrones.
Daenerys?
Yeah. So he's in a relationship on one of these AI apps with Daenerys Targaryen. He falls in love with Targaryen.
Okay.
And Danny, yeah. He kills himself. The kid kills himself because the relationship is going south. And his mom is suing the AI company because she didn't even know this was like a thing, a possibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you say that that's not, I mean, the kid is dead. Obviously they're going to dig in, but it seems like the internet is somewhat responsible for that, right? If he didn't have the internet, he probably wouldn't be in that situation. So there's all sorts of situations where kids get bullied on the internet and end up killing themselves.
Of course.
I think she's just crazy.
Of course.
There's plenty of examples of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she doesn't explain or expound. It's funny because I was trying to find, like, does she have a video where she goes over why she fucking hates Jonathan Haidt and any of this stuff?
Did you look into it?
I can't find it.
She just threw this out there.
Well, I found
on
a tweet.
Lark one day. She's like, "Fuck this guy."
I found a tweet from December of last year where Haidt, because Haidt has this whole idea about making schools phone free, which I think is a good idea because they're like massively distracting and, kids are fucking addicted to phones. And so this is what Taylor Lorenz says about Haidt's idea to like remove phones from schools. Removing phones from schools causes immense harm to the most marginalized kids and ensures that fewer children are prepared with life skills and can access education. Now, I read that and I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. I was like, what?
That's
is
a
she
little
even
weird, isn't
referring to? But fortunately, I read it out loud and Sam was there and Sam knew exactly what she was talking about. She was like, this is the Tumblr line, because the whole idea was, oh, if you're a marginalized LGBT, non-binary, trans, whatever, you need to have access to your specific internet community to socialize with
you're
or
being
engage
cut
with.
off.
Yes, because
Wow.
the real world is too traumatic and horrible. And that, they're not going to accept you for who you are.
How many of those Tumblr kids are wrist cutters? Let me just be
all of them.
Let's be honest here.
90% of them. So
it seems that way, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But she did have a video where she talks to this lady about this issue, but they don't talk about Haidt at all. Like, she criticizes Haidt in the description, but when I looked at the transcript, his name never pops up. So I don't know. I don't know why it's so interesting to me. She's just like, oh yeah, he's debunked, full of shit. Just never goes into it.
Because, having spent all of those years on Rising with Robbie, I know that was a bugaboo of his, that he seemed, I don't mean to like put this on Robbie, but a lot of people.
Robbie's like broadly right on some tech things.
Yeah, I expect him enough to listen to, like, he's been right about some stuff. He was right about a lot of the stuff that I was wrong about, frankly, with respect to some of the, like, well, not that I was wrong about, that I didn't know very much about with respect to lab leak theory and all that kind of stuff. So I don't ignore everything that comes out of his mouth. That's why I wanted to pause, because, I can see a world where it is true that there are some indications that exposure to Instagram and images of like beautiful plastic surgery girls with Kim Kardashian face negatively impacts the self-esteem of young teenage girls in a way that we didn't have to.
Let me just stop you. Let me just stop you right there. What are you talking? Girls today are exposed to so much more diversity in terms of what women look like than literally 20 years ago. Look at the entire history of women's media. And I did, by the way, for my book, Extremely Online, where I write about the rise of women's blogging and how the internet actually ushered in things like the body positivity movement and all of these things. Like, the internet is largely liberatory in a lot of ways. I'm not arguing, by the way, that doesn't mean that Meta can't do better. But instead of cracking down on things like data, enacting laws like data privacy and things that would allow Meta and these harmful companies, for instance, to stop targeting children with like beauty ads, for products and stuff to fix their face or Botox or whatever, we're cracking down on speech. And we're cracking down on women's ability to even talk about things. It's punishing the users of social media rather than the platforms themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
It's so funny because she can't make the connection in her mind. The body positivity movement, which is all, unfortunately, it all came from the very toxic self-confidence movement. I don't know how this caught on, but there was a self-confidence movement that swept through certain left-wing psychology circles, and it has become the bane, I think, of modern Western countries, and especially America, which is this idea that the most important thing, and this is like in the 70s, and then it like went away, and then it came back with a vengeance when all like the woke 70s shit came back. There's this idea that the most important thing for personal growth, or not even for growth, for personal success and well-being, is that you have to have supreme confidence in yourself. You have to have the highest level of self-esteem in yourself. And the problem with this is that the way that this was sort of interpreted and then people interact with this information is they say, oh, well, I can't criticize a child whenever they do something wrong or whenever they don't do well because I'm hurting their self-esteem. And if I hurt their self-esteem, they're going to give up. And this is how you get into those movements where they say, don't use red ink when you like grade a kid's paper because all that red like makes them demotivated. Or don't, and then that translates into like, or evolves into don't even grade the papers. There's no wrong answers because it says wrong answers, you're attacking their self-confidence. It was all about like pushing children that have this insane levels of self-esteem and confidence in themselves. And that was all that was taught. The problem with this is that it's all based on lies. It's not real confidence. It's not real self-esteem. Real confidence, real self-esteem is when you have a challenge and then you overcome it and you realize you can overcome the challenge. That's how you actually make people strong. If you say, oh, well, you can't jump over the bar, so we're going to put the bar on the floor so you walk over it. That doesn't give anyone actual self-esteem or any actual confidence. It makes them incredibly weak and anxious all the time, and it makes them give up at the slightest inconvenience. And that's kind of what's going on right now.
Yeah, you have to build competence, and the way you build competence is through testing.
Yes.
But the self-esteem movement is basically like, don't test. You're going to ruin their self-esteem. You're going to ruin their self-confidence.
Yes.
You did say earlier, though, that self-confidence is how you pull women. So self-confidence is probably important.
No, real
extent.
confidence.
Yeah. Oh, I guess
important.
it is real. Yeah, self-confidence.
Yeah, because
real
self-esteem, the self-esteem movement, it's based off of something that we've talked about a lot, which is that humans imitate other humans. This is like the number one way in which we learn things. And so when we see someone who's successful, we go around to all successful people and we say, why are you successful? And we try to imitate it. And all the successful people are very confident in themselves, right? And
they're successful. What? It's easy to be confident
okay,
when
but
you're
see,
successful.
Here's the problem. So someone says, oh, well, all the successful people are very confident in themselves. So therefore, we just have to teach people to be confident in themselves and they'll be successful. It's like, well, that's not how it works.
Yeah. They're successful because they're competent. You got to teach competency.
Yes.
And that's what leads to confidence.
Yes. Right.
Because you're confident. Look, I've done this a million times. I can do this easily.
Exactly. Right. But that's the problem is they try to emulate the behavior and then find the shortcut and it doesn't work. And it often creates the exact opposite result that you want.
Yeah. You got a bunch of incompetent people faking it.
Yes. Yes.
I was going to say, like, it's possible for you to object to the censorship while acknowledging that there may or may not be. And I like that point that you made, like, because God knows we grew up with, there's like these clips that go around all the time that's like a supercuts of early aughts movies where they're like, Becca's so fat. And you're looking at a girl who's like fully a size 4. Like, it's insane with the low-rise gene generation.
And there was and there's no panic. There's no moral panic about that. Like, I just want to like reiterate to people, because so many people have spent the past decade drinking this like bullshit propaganda, frankly, that is not.
I don't see how you can't call the body positivity movement a moral panic, because it totally is. Yeah.
that's what's so hilarious is that they never perceive all the entire woke movement was just nothing but moral panic after moral panic after moral panic.
Of
You had the
course, yeah.
sexual objectification,
These
body
these
positivity.
young girls are going to kill themselves because they can never live up to the standard. Oh my God, they're going to be anorexic.
The
They're
trans
all gonna
movement.
die.
If you don't accept all my genders, I'm gonna, kill myself. Like there's always just moral panic after moral panic after moral panic. And Taylor Lorenz and all these other people on the left are just too blind to see the ocean that they're swimming in.
And then they wonder why everyone's anxious as fuck.
Yes.
You've lived through like 1,000 moral panics in 2 years.
And
of course you're going to be anxious.
You had a bunch of more. Well, it's even worse because not only did they have all these moral panics that made kids anxious, they're literally teaching children that you can use your anxiety as a weapon to get what you want.
Yeah,
and
to
then
get
you
out
say,
of school, get late on tests, whatever.
Yes.
Flake out on whoever.
Why are all these people so anxious? I don't get what's going on.
Yeah. It's very useful.
Based in science, not based in reality. Look at what, Alice Marwick, Candace Odgers, these researchers that have dedicated their entire life to studying the effect of social media on kids.
And Jonathan Haidt hasn't dedicated his entire life to moral psychology.
No.
Oops.
So
what do you?
Yes. So, okay. So she's shitting on Jonathan Haidt and she brings up this person. Okay. Alice Marwick. All right. And I'm like, this is a person that she's citing as a positive source. Jonathan Haidt sucks. Alice Marwick, this is like a good person. She's a smart lady. Okay. And I'm like, who is this person? Right? Who is this person? And I see that Taylor Lorenz did a video with Alice Marwick. Okay. And in the video description, I see that it says Alec Marwick is the director of research at the Data and Society Research Institute. Now, when I read that name, the Data and Society Research Institute, an old memory, an old light bulb starts to blink in my brain. I'm like, that name, Data and Society.
Yeah.
That sounds so familiar to me. Why does that name sound so familiar to me? And I'm trying to think, I think about it first. I'm like, wait a minute. That can't possibly be. It can't possibly be the organization that wrote the alt-right YouTube pipeline paper.
Oh yeah,
from 2017.
That's exactly it. You're right.
That drew,
you're totally right.
Which, if you were following YouTube politics in 2017, you'll probably remember this because everyone was talking about it. That drew this crazy conspiracy board map that showed all the YouTubers and how they were all connected to Sargon of Akkad and how they were all getting into the alt-right pipeline through this specific map, right?
Yeah, this was ridiculous.
Yes. And it was so funny. And then when we dove into this report, all this map did was it just showed who had conversations with who. And that was it. So even though you could have a conversation where you were arguing against someone like Nick Fuentes or JF or something like that, you would still get labeled as being part of the alt-right pipeline just because you had a conversation with this person.
Yeah.
And so you get weird things where like Chris Reagan was on the, Chris Reagan, Jordan Peterson, Destiny would be on the alt-right pipeline map just because they had conversations with other people. They had conversations with people they disagreed with. And we were almost on that paper. And the only reason we weren't on that map was because the first time we talked to Carl was like right after they finished collecting data for this picture. Otherwise, we were like a month away from being on this map ourselves.
We just missed it.
And even though we were on the map, my Gamergate video was cited as some evil video in this report.
In the report. Yeah. I remember that.
Yes. And so I was like, oh my God. So Taylor Lorenz is citing this insane alt-right pipeline bullshit paper from 2017, or citing the organization that wrote this paper from 2017. But I'm like, well, is
This
it
is such
fair?
garbage.
Is it fair? Because like this lady she's talking to, Alice Marwick, she didn't write that paper. Okay, that paper was written by a lady named Rebecca Lewis. So I'm like, well,
Oh, Rebecca Lewis. Holy shit.
remember Becca Lewis?
She's the one that debated Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, and got annihilated.
Yeah, I remember. Jordan
Yes.
Peterson was making fun of her on Twitter recently
Yes.
about that interaction.
Yep. And so I was like, let me go and see what papers this Alex Marwick has written for the Data and Society organization. And I go and I click on it and I find she actually wrote a paper in 2017 with Becca Lewis that's all about how the evil far right group is spreading misinformation online.
Yeah. Typical, obviously, just partisan
Yes.
propaganda.
Yes. Including complaining about the dreaded Gamergate. And how Gamergate, she has a whole report on how Gamergate was the origin point for all the evil right-wing misogyny and hate groups that spawned online in 2017. Okay.
God, it's interesting. I pulled up the graphic and Andy Worski's like giant on here. He's bigger than Carl Benjamin.
Because he used to have the show where he would have all the debates, the blood
Oh,
sports.
you're right. With
Yes.
JF
With
and
JF.
Andy Worski. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Boy, that changed quick.
Yeah.
Most of the people on here are completely irrelevant now.
Yep.
Well, maybe the report worked, right? That was the ultimate goal. Let's see. Stefan Molyneux, gone. Roaming Millennial, gone. Is Lauren Southern still doing videos? Not sure.
I mean, she had that book where she made the accusations, but
Coach Red Pill,
dead.
totally gone. Baked Alaska,
Even around?
Black Pigeon Speaks,
Not who these people are even
JF
around.
Garapi,
He is still around.
Mike Cernovich, Paul Joseph Watson.
They're around. Yeah, those people are still around.
Right. Jordan Peterson. Joe Rogan, is he still around?
He's still around, yeah.
How come Andy Worski is 10 times bigger than Joe Rogan? Boy, they really called it. This is some predictive shit they got here.
Yes.
They really nailed that one.
Here's some other posts that this Alice Marwick lady has written that Taylor Lorenz is saying is so much more credible than Jonathan Haidt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A new study suggests online harassment is pressuring women and minorities to self-censor. Are there limits to online free speech?
Oh, wow.
She wrote an entire article that was all about how speech online should be censored as long as it helps marginalized communities. And remember, Taylor Lorenz is saying how terrible it is that they're now trying to censor speech online.
Right. So she's kind of contradicting herself there.
Right.
By supporting
she said
this big censor bootlicker.
Because this is what all happened. In 2017, all these far left people they had power, or they perceived they had power, cultural power. And so they were all trying to pressure social media and the internet to censor everyone. And now it's 2025 and they're like, uh-oh, maybe the censorship's going to be used against us.
Right. Yeah. When they could censor their ideological enemies, they were like, yes. Now that they're going to be censored, they're like, no.
Yes. Here's another article that Alice Marwick has written, Drinking Male Tears, Language, the Manosphere, and Networked Harassment.
Networked harassment.
Yes.
She shouldn't have canceled on that coffee date.
No. Performing a vanilla self, respectability, politics, social class in the digital world.
Anyone who uses the term respectability politics is probably pretty bad.
QAnon shows the age of alternate facts will not end with Trump.
Going after QAnon. That's original.
And then it's interesting. So that was in 2020. Then there's this huge jump. She didn't write anything for 4 years. And then all of a sudden she comes back in 2024. What happened to far right disinformation? Where did it go? Who knows? See,
Where
the first
did you
line,
go?
it's so funny. The first line of this is in 2016, Becca Lewis and I spent 6 months distilling the Data and Society media manipulation team's painstaking fieldwork on far right internet influence.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, it says here's 2024 how AI images of cats and ducks powered the pet eating rumor mill in Springfield, Ohio.
Ooh, we've
There you
clashed
go.
over that.
Yes. I don't believe I ever blamed AI though for causing that. So, and here's her last article, June 2025. The second Trump presidency brought to you by YouTubers.
Oh, wow. YouTubers responsible for Trump 2.0.
Yes. So you keep in mind, this is the woman that Taylor Lorenz is saying we should trust this fucking retard's takes
Mm-hmm.
instead
Jonathan
of
Haidt, yeah.
Jonathan Haidt. Great. Wonderful.
She doesn't know that she's completely partisan. It's invisible to her. She just thinks, I'm good, they're evil.
Yep.
That's another reason why she probably hasn't read The Righteous Mind.
It would probably personally offend her because she wants to believe that they're evil and that she's good.
Because she is righteous.
Right. That is why she probably hates Haidt.
That book is perfectly constructed. I love that book because Jonathan Haidt uses what you learn in the book to actually make the argument of the book. He's very careful not to offend anybody's moral sensibilities as he's laying out the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really, really interesting.
Them have come out time and time and time again and said, like, look, it's not a monolith. Like, first of all, kids in different states of mind and different incomes, like they all use the internet differently. We interact with these platforms differently. The primary way that young people use social media is actually for messaging, direct messaging with their friends. It's just this idea that social media is like rotting our brains or causing mental health crises. Like that's just not borne out by data. I'm sorry, it is just not. And
Okay, but hear me out. Why is
Even Brian Granger was like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem true at all. Obviously, social media is making everyone fucking crazy, Taylor. This is insane. Fucking full of shit.
This is probably most of her audience, though. So she's
of course.
got a
she
dog
has
in
to
this
protect
fight.
it. You're right. Yeah,
exactly.
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Instagram trying to convince me to get upper eyelid surgery? Like, why is everything on the app now that I'm turning 40 like plastic surgery, like mid-plane facelift? Is it because I just clicked on something? Obviously, I'm just
that's because
Oh my God, she's turning 40 and she's unmarried. Sitch.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's bad state. Bad state
40.
of affairs.
What is a okay, wait, what do you call you have like maidenless for guys? What is the woman version of that?
Spinster? Is that what you're talking?
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Unmarried elderly woman? What are you talking about?
No, like they say, like if a guy doesn't have a woman, they're like he's maidenless.
Maidenless?
Yeah, he's no maiden. He's maidenless. Well, what is the male equivalent of a maiden?
I don't know.
Chat. What
Spinster, an unmarried woman, typically an older woman beyond the usual age for marriage. Spinster. You've never heard that term?
No, I thought spinster meant someone who was like a huckster.
No, spinster is an unmarried woman.
I've never heard it then.
Typically an older woman beyond the usual age for she's a spinster.
Chadless. She has no consort. Suitorless, maybe suitor. Maybe that's it. Suitorless. No, but I do agree.
Brianna doesn't look near. Brianna looks early 30s tops. So
no, I do agree. She does look good for 40. So
I didn't know she was approaching 40. So
spinster.
But, you can look good, but men are still going to think, can't she make the babies?
I have never heard that term, spinster.
Brianna's probably like, how dare you think of me as a baby maker?
What is the etymology of spinster? Are they like spinning string or something? Like
I have no idea. Sitch learned a new word today.
Let's see.
An old maid. Spinster or old maid is a term referring to an unmarried woman who is older than perceived prime age for marriage. Yeah.
The term spinster originates from the Middle English word spinestre, meaning women who spins, literally. Initially, it referred to women who worked as thread spinners, a common occupation for women, especially unmarried women. Over time, spinster became associated with unmarried women in general, particularly those beyond the usual marriageable age. Oh, okay. So it's just boring, just because a lot of women worked as literal spinsters back in the day. Okay, well, there you go.
There's an entire yes, it is targeted. It is data harvesting is why a lot of that is happening, which again, we could have data privacy and you would not be getting those ads. You would not be getting that type of targeting. We could have more privacy in that way. But also the entire, beauty industry is this massive monolith that is built on selling, your insecurities or whatever. But it's just,
Lorenz is
Sad
getting
Gary
all
in
these
the chat
in
says,
vitro ads, so she's like super pissed.
Yeah, there you go. Sad Gary in the chat says, I got married in Jamaica and on our marriage license, it refers to my wife as a spinster.
Does it really?
That's hilarious. Is he actually like, was that her job? Actually a spinster. It's funny.
There's a lot of assumptions that people make about the internet, especially on the left. The people on the left have this right-wing reactionary framework on the internet, and and they are now, because of that, because they've fed into this moral panic that again is not backed by research. And actually, a bunch of the top researchers in the country studying this exact topic of the effect of social media on kids put together a big report last year saying this is a moral panic and it needs to stop. They've sort of manufactured consent for now these age
They were all tech companies.
verification laws that are used to strip complete anonymity from the web and silence free speech for journalists.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that
How different she looks, geez. She looks a lot better now.
Oh, is that old?
Yeah. The Good White for $5 says in China they called older single ladies leftover women.
Oh yeah, I heard that too.
That's
the
funny.
leftover women. How do you like
Leftover
that?
women. Okay. Where is...
I think I learned that from Serpentine. Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Because he lived in China for 10 years. And I think he had one of the leftover women that was like hitting on him, trying to hook it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has a video on it. It's super funny.
That is interesting.
I think she sets up some sort of modeling thing where he's going to take photographs of her. And she's like, I want the
in the
nude
case
photos.
of Destiny.
Interesting. I mean, was she hot at least? Was she a cougar? Was she a MILF?
He said she was not hot.
Oh.
She was kind of like, I think he put her at maybe a 4 or 5.
Ooh, okay.
And he was like, because look, he would have dove in if it was like a 9 or a 10. He would have been like, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He did the right thing. He was like, look, it's not going to last. So I don't want to take advantage of you.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, it's totally nice, right?
Very nice.
Although she might have been upset.
Mm-hmm.
She might have just wanted a one-night stand.
Okay. Let's jump into this video now. So let's see. I'm curious to see Hasan's coverage versus Asmongold's coverage of let's see. Hasan getting very mad that CNN not only did a report blowing him, but now they did a report blowing Destiny. And he's very mad because he wants the blowjobs all for himself. He wants the little CNN hobbit he wants those lips just for him. And he's mad that his mortal enemy Destiny is also getting some love.
Both these guys are struggling to go mainstream. They want to find themselves on a CNN panel. I mean, I could more see Destiny on a CNN panel than Hasan. Look, Hasan's got nothing interesting to say to actually educated people. So,
well, the problem is that they're both so toxic that I don't think they can ever break into the mainstream, because you're going to have Hasan has said all this sus shit. He's literally supports terrorists. Okay. He literally supports terrorism and terrorists. And you have Destiny, who has his Epstein allegations and sending people nudes without asking. And then you have him making jokes about children dying in Texas.
yeah.
Like this is not conducive to breaking into the mainstream.
Yeah, if he's on Abby Phillips, there's going to be that one smart Republican guy that's on there all the time. And he's going to be like, oh, yeah, Hasan, we know that you supported Hamas during
Right.
October 7th, right? We heard you say blah, 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 right? He's going to totally spell it out. And that's going to be devastating. CNN's going to be like, what? You're the lefty and you did that? So it's not going to be able to happen. And if Destiny was on a panel with him, he'd be like, oh, yeah, I heard you got in a revenge porn case where you're being sued by some girl that you fucked over and leaked her nudes online. Why'd you do something like that?
Yeah. Why should we be
And
taking
Abby Phillips' jaw is going to drop. It's going to hit the desk.
Right.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good look.
At least,
and the only way to avoid that is to tell, like, they're going to have a conversation with the Republican guy. Hey, that's out of bounds. You can't really say that. And I can't imagine them doing that. Could you?
No, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. And I mean, hopefully, I hope that's the case, because there is a possibility, a dark timeline where everything in politics becomes so incendiary and so fucked up. And I think Trump has definitely eroded at this. What do you want to call it?
Trump enabled these guys, and they both have TDS. Is that where you're going with this?
It's possible. Trump definitely has eroded the there was a lot of taboos about things that you were not supposed to do and say if you were in politics, and Trump has eroded a lot of these norms. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Trump has definitely eroded a lot of norms regarding these sorts of things. So I hope that politics doesn't keep becoming so hyper incendiary that no one actually cares anymore, that you can just have these like horrible shit people like Hasan and Destiny in these conversations on the mainstream, and they're just like shrugging, no one cares.
Yeah, I mean, fewer and fewer people are even watching CNN, and they're going to get desperate and more desperate, and they're going to become like daytime television, right?
Yes.
Maury Povich or Jerry Springer. That's what they're going to be moving towards anyway.
Maybe.
But that would be Destiny's comeback, right? He'd say, we have a president right now with 28 felonies who's a rapist, a convicted rapist. And you're worried about my little revenge porn case? How dare you? There's a genocide going on in Gaza right now.
Exactly.
It might work.
It might.
We'll see.
I sent you a tweet we can bring up.
Destiny's like gunning for it, so.
He is. I sent you a Hasan tweet.
So thirsty for that mainstream love.
Hasan had a conversation with Rashid Tlaib recently.
Who sent this to you?
Someone tagged both of us on
Stefan
on
R. He sent me
yes,
one too. Yeah,
Stefan R. Yeah.
I wanted to click on it, but I didn't want it to.
Well, we'll click on it together here.
Let's do it.
We'll click on it as one. Okay.
Yeah, like two hearts beating as one.
There you go.
That's what we'll do.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be the gayest show we've ever had. Okay, here we go. What do we got here? How many minutes?
42 seconds.
42 seconds. Rashida Tlaib and Hasan
Jank's
Piker's
nephew.
sitting at a table. We've got the opposites here. We've got a huge body and a tiny head, and we got a tiny head and a huge body. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
But there is a base of folks that are done with the Democrat. You can hear it, you can feel it.
No, there's people asking,
30,
Hakeem
they're
Jeffries
not-
like put his body on the line. You know, that's important. I think he should hear that. He should put his body on the line.
Replenishing, like, you could see it. I mean,
Listen to your brother, Hakeem. He's way cooler than you. And we share the same name. He's got his, do you know Hasan Kwame Jeffries, his brother?
No.
He's a Marxist professor in New York, loves Zoran. Hakeem, noticeably absent from the conversation for some weird
That's
reason.
what he meant.
Yeah. Yeah, Hakeem, listen to your brother.
Yeah. I mean, sorry.
Maybe he's watching.
Yeah.
He's a tier 3 subscriber
I'm sure
of mine.
it's going to get clipped and
Whoa.
I'm going to get called.
Okay.
But there is a base of.
She called it, didn't she?
She did.
I know
She
this
did.
is getting clipped.
It's so hilarious. She knows. She's probably socialist herself. She's like, oh my God, Hasan, why you just gave the Republicans the best attack ad. Hakeem Jeffries has some fucking Marxist professor brother. Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
he's just an idiot. He's got
Yes.
no political instincts at all.
No.
Yeah.
Well, also, I'm curious. He says he should put his body on the line. What is he? Is he supposed to go to like Gaza and fight the IDF? Like, what does he mean by that? What does that mean exactly? I'm
Probably.
curious.
Probably what he does mean.
Remember when Hasan put his body on the line? He went to that protest, the anti-ICE protest, and the second a single canister of tear gas came out, he fucking booked it out of there so fast.
The second the heat got hot, he was like gone.
Yes. Talk about putting your body on the line. Jeez.
This look on Rashida's face is so perfect.
Mhm.
Like, what?
Right.
What? Oh my God.
Even-
You guys are getting me in so much trouble.
Demon Bunny, thanks so much for 36 months. Says, I can't believe Sitch has never heard of spinster or old maid. My mom was called an old maid for graduating high school without kids or married. I've heard of old maid. I mean, I played that. Who didn't play the card game? The old maid card game. I think everyone's told. I know about old maid. I assume most people know that one. But spinster,
Everyone's got you now.
spinster, I have never heard of that term. So you got me there.
It was like you thought I was saying something offensive. What?
No.
Hooker? Whore? What? Harlot?
Whore. Oh my God. You called her a see you next Tuesday. Can't believe it.
So what's the fallout of this going to be? The Hasan clip.
Let's see. Let's find out.
Be great.
Like in the case of Destiny, if he wasn't so purely spite driven, I think he could continuously be a debate mercenary that sees a tremendous amount of success. If he
Confession. Confession.
Yes.
All Hasan is spite driven. 100% spite driven.
didn't do
Well,
all of that,
And it's funny too because the reason that because Hasan and Destiny used to be friends, their
For
breakup.
like 15 minutes. I mean,
No,
they
it was
weren't
more than
really-
15. It was more than 15 minutes.
Nah, they were like,
Their do you remember their breakup was over the most pathetic thing ever too.
Destiny was better in some debate, or somebody said, oh yeah.
No, it was that there was some story. I forget which story it was. There was some story that Hasan got wrong because he streamed about some kind of breaking news thing and he got the story wrong. And Destiny mildly called him out for it and said that he got the story wrong and shouldn't have done it. And Hasan like threw a shit fit
He got super
about the whole
chapped.
thing. Yeah. It's so funny. Talk about spite.
Oh yeah, that is a spite move, isn't it?
Yes.
What a
stuff,
loser.
all that snarky. He probably could be like a decent debate mercenary. How different?
Though I do agree, if Destiny wasn't so unhinged, this is where it's difficult. I think him being unhinged, it helps him with streaming, but I don't think it helps him with this. As we were talking about breaking into the mainstream regarding like mocking dead children and shit like that.
Yeah, it's horrific.
Like Destiny are talking taking on MAGA and Charlie Kirk. Donnie O'Sullivan, friend of the show, did a piece on the debate sphere, I guess.
Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUSA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy, that's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the Un-F America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular...
Look at him.
Including
Menacing.
the massively popular leprechaun. Destiny.
Isn't it? It is funny that he's like, well, first of all, you have this music, this like intense music for the most unintense, boring thing that you could imagine. And it's so funny. You have Turning Point USA, which is a huge organization, very large organization. And he's like, they're going to be menaced by destiny. Bum, bum, bum. I'm like, well, what is he doing? How is he menacing them? Is he going to burn the building down? Like, what does that mean? It's like, oh my God, he's so scary, so menacing.
He's got some TNT in that backpack.
I know, it's so ridiculous.
He's
it's
the
like
Unabomber. Oh no.
He's just standing there menacingly. God, it's so cringe.
streamer Destiny.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? See, he can do the exact same behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep, but first they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of Un-F America's credentials.
You know what's funny? I'm debating Charlie Kirk at Dartmouth University next month.
Now they're
and we are definitely going to cover that. That is 100%
Yes.
on the agenda.
Yes. I do like, do you like the little status dick slap there?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, Destiny has to sneak into TPS USA. I'm invited to do a debate. That's
Yes.
very sad for you, Destiny.
Yeah.
If only you were more popular.
Well, when you're 35 IQ points below the Turning Point
Charlie
USA
Kirk.
guy, you're like,
You're
you're
gonna get
human,
invited to do the
right?
debate. Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Exactly. That's a
Charlie
good point.
Kirk's like, a sea sponge? Hell yeah, I'll debate that sea sponge. Sign me up. What are we debating?
Yeah.
trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here.
I like that these guys are like, this is our weapon. This is our secret weapon. If only Destiny will just like engage in spirited debate against Charlie Kirk. If only we can do this. If we can unleash what is he going to do? Charlie Kirk and film it? Like, what do you mean? If only we can get compromising footage of Destiny. Yeah, he's going to do a revenge on Charlie Kirk.
He lost a debate to Ethan Klein, the prank guy. Like, what the fuck is he on about here?
Listen, I agree. Hasan is in a glass house. Okay?
Yes.
But I do agree. What is Destiny going to catch Charlie Kirk in a revenge porn video? I do agree. That is true. I could foresee that happening.
Well, yeah, that's a good snipe.
You all know we're all waiting for the Nick Fuentes video to drop. Okay. Maybe this is the left's secret weapon is Destiny. He's going to seduce all the right-wing debate pros.
Oh my god!
Porn
and then
videos.
he's going to drop a whole revenge porn file on all of them.
I could see it happening.
He's
I
got
agree with this.
revenge porn on Nick Fuentes.
Yes, this is possible. This is definitely possible.
So Destiny has made it inside the building, and we'll see how long he lasts.
Because the trucks are going this way? There's a major streamer named Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines.
God, these debate clowns act like getting a center-right neolib in a debate is equivalent to sneaking a dragon slayer into the den of the beast. I know. Ugh. Yeah, he's gonna agree with Charlie Kirk that the left is actually responsible for Kamala losing, and also that he's gonna agree with Charlie Kirk on the Israel stuff.
Oh my god, they're calling him center right now.
Yeah, it is.
They've disowned him.
Well, it's funny. I agree that it's like this CNN video is very cringe. The way that they're like trying to Ocean 11 Destiny to TP USA.
Yeah, to add some conflict to their story.
Yeah, it's so fucking lame. Just so we can debate Myron Gaines, which, first of all, I'm even kind of surprised that TP USA would even allow Myron Gaines into the fucking building, considering his whole Jews are behind every problem in America.
Right, yeah.
Takes here. Unless, I don't know, maybe he's not good
Charlie
too.
Kirk is pretty pro-Israel.
Yes. But also it's funny too, because then from Hasan's perspective, he's just mad that Destiny's too right-wing. Even though, how can you say that when
pro-Israel is the right wing now?
Yes. Well, it is actually, which is strange. But it's when the recent conflict was Destiny saying that all those right-wing kids and making fun of all the right-wing, well, potentially right-wing children dying in Texas. And you're like, well, this guy has the same opinions as Charlie Kirk. The guy who thinks that it's okay for people who are Trump supporters to be shot and killed at rallies.
Yeah.
And you think this is a guy that has the same opinions as Charlie Kirk, who supports
Kirk
Trump?
is not down with that.
No, I don't think so.
Honestly, I'm pro side. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestine should just pack up and Native American the out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And
Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your
Destiny pointing out the reality of the situation.
cell phone at home and stop taking stupid videos, okay? Because everybody's you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a drawer, and listen, if you want to wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't take a video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
That's kind of insane.
That is insane. Yeah.
That's completely fucking insane. Now, I would say this is good because we're going to compare this to Asman, see who has the better commentary here. I would want to give points to Hasan for this. Say this is good propaganda for his side, but this is not on Hasan's official channel. So whoever edits these videos did this. Hasan does not get points for it, sadly.
Oh yeah, dug out these clips.
Yes, sadly.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
He's also going to agree with Charlie Kirk on 20% to 30% of Trump's deportation policies.
He's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of creatures of internet trolldom, but it should be a lot of fun. It's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively.
We love to see it, though. We love to see it.
Oh,
it's
God.
Great.
Oh, gross. Oh, my God. He's going to agree with him on white people being able to say the N-word.
We are at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Okay.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely different.
I love this question.
And
I could talk about socialism for hours.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
See, why would Hasan want to debate Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk is sharpening his knife day after day after day, right? You don't see Hasan debating 20 people at once.
Who's the last person Hasan debated?
Ethan Klein, and he mopped the floor with him.
Was that like a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
it's going to be
good.
a bloodbath.
Yeah. Oof.
Under a tent with the words "Prove me wrong," Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses during the last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism, it's the lack of dads.
He's like, the biggest problem is not racism because obviously I'm racist. So that would be like admitting that, my kind of thinking is what's wrong. What's held Black America back. He just stole Steven Crowder.
Hasan is so cooking here, Sitch. Oh my God.
This is some top tier commentary, right? Just you're seeing why he's so popular. Charlie Kirk's racist.
Yeah, look at this.
Destiny's a right winger.
It's easier to be progressive because all you have to do is say, you're racist. He's racist. They're racist.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the argument.
There's a whole flow. No, I know.
When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the
Hold on, no, so tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
I love the fact.
This kind of stuff is so.
I will say, and I don't think Hasan catches this. It's kind of interesting. It seems like the majority of the CNN Destiny video is like barely even about Destiny. It's mostly about Charlie Kirk and Turning Points USA.
Yeah. They're like, this is the threat.
You
local CNN viewer.
Right.
They're all the young people of the MAGAs.
Mm-hmm.
Rudderless, okay? It's just, if you're doing blood sport for the sake of blood sport, like Charlie has a clear agenda, okay? His goal is to promote right-wing talking points. His goal is to make the left look weak and humiliate liberals and the left alike so he can make people agree with his worldview. He can make his worldview look stronger in comparison. If the inverse of that on the opposing front are rudderless neoliberals who constantly find themselves catering to the white nativist talking points in an effort to, I guess, like secure a larger crowd, then you're not really debating this person. You're just waiting out the time until you agree with him, maybe 3 years down the line.
Ooh. Okay, I'm very confused.
He's such fucking bullshit.
Who on the left, who's not a socialist, because he's talking about the non-socialist left, who on the left is agreeing with white nativist talking points? Who's he talking about?
According to him, Destiny.
What the fuck is Destiny said that's agreeing with white nativist talking points?
Yeah.
But someone hasn't.
Destiny's a white genocide guy now.
Someone hasn't learned anything from the last election whatsoever.
All Hasan does is try to pin lies on people. That's what he does. But I don't think that works in one-on-one engagements. This is why he won't engage with people, because he just shit talks behind people's backs.
But he's still operating under the dying kind of woke playbook of, I'm going to pin you with a bunch of lies about you being racist or a bigot in order to try to force you to bend to my position. Yeah. That's the playbook here.
Yep.
So it's interesting it is kind of interesting. It shows a stark personality difference because you look at Charlie Kirk's career trajectory. Okay, he's 31, and yet he's made himself this insanely influential person in Republican politics at the moment, which is very impressive.
Yeah, I'm sure he could call Donald Trump and Donald Trump would pick up the phone.
Yeah.
That's fucking power.
And he did these like debates, where he was making fun of college students and stuff. He debated all those people in little tents, the Steven Crowder debate stuff on, online. And he was able to take that and then transform it into an actual political movement where he seems like he's gaining power and getting a lot of people to vote Republican and, enact this political change. And it's just fascinating to compare that to Destiny, who he could have very easily gone on the same trajectory. He was, debating people online. He could have done the debate, right wingers on college campus. He could have done all the same shit. And then he never was able to transform, or never had the desire, because maybe he just wanted to sleep around with a bunch of women or something instead. But he never transformed it into the political change until now. I guess he's trying to do that, but I feel like now it's way too late, and he just doesn't seem like he has a personality type to be the Charlie Kirk person.
Yeah, he'd have to sacrifice his revenge porn collection. Sitch.
Right.
Like, why would he want to do something like that?
Right.
Why would he want to be respectable?
Well, he seems he has too much of an aggressive, assertive personality. And that was interesting because, like, Charlie Kirk, when he's debating people, he seemed aggressive, but then when you see him like on stage or doing something normal, like it seemed like a very different person. right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Destiny only has one note to interact with people.
But at that point, he will have moved past the advocacy, just like what Kamala Harris did with Donald Trump. We all laugh at this, but all these freaks were having closed-door meetings with heads of government, including head of ICE, that pay to expand all facilities into alligator Alcatraz type places. I have proof if you want to chat about it. No, I know. These guys are like actively in government as well. Under no circumstance do you agree with these motherfuckers unless they are agreeing with you, okay? And even if they're agreeing with you, it's important to just be like, wait a minute, why is there agreement here? What's going on here, you know?
Like that. We are now becoming like...
So the model here is do never compromise ever whatsoever. Make them bend to you, which is interesting because there's this the conversation that we were watching last week, which a lot was about should moderate Democrats ally themselves with the far left? And there was a question, which is a good question, which brought up is, why is it always the moderate left bending to the far left? Why does the far left never seem to bend to the moderates? And this is why.
Because they're crazy.
We're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
I think that you push a danger.
Is Destiny getting popularity? I would have thought that he was falling off since the Sex Pest stuff. Admittedly, I don't follow him. I don't think so. I mean, I think like these kinds of hits are not that consequential. And I know this from my own personal experience. I think that like getting mainstream, getting this kind of like mainstream hit is it's a blip. I don't know why Donnie's platforming him, to be honest. I mean, because he's there.
That's so painful for Hasan. He wants to status brag because he was on CNN at the same time, but then since Destiny was on, he has to say, "Oh well, you know, it's no big deal.
Sour grapes.
I did it. You know, it was nothing.
Yep.
It's not the big thing. It's not debating Charlie Kirk at Turning Points USA like I'm about to do 1 month from now."
How is Hasan a socialist? Have you ever seen a socialist more obsessed with status than Hasan?
I mean, all socialists are obsessed with status.
That is true. That's a good point. Kind of
this is what leads them to be socialists because they're so mad that they're low status. They're like, oh my God, their status is so low. Elon Musk is out there knocking up baby mamas everywhere.
Why don't I have a baby mama?
Why don't I have 10 baby mamas?
Right.
I'm a genius. I'm a political I'm Hasan. I'm a fucking genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
And the reality of the matter is like Donnie literally covers some of the most insane freaks online. He covers every single person.
He's like Donnie, my bro Donnie over at CNN. You know, we just had lunch yesterday.
This guy talked to him, interviewed him once. It's a 5-minute interview. And he's like, oh, that's my good friend, the CNN Hobbit, Donnie.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
You gotta understand. He likes all these freaks.
Daddy.
Not me, of course. When he interviewed me, I'm not in the freak category.
Look at this. Lethal Strain for $10 says, oh my God, Hasan debates Charlie Kirk. Clyde won the Charlie Kirk Award, and now wait for it. Cartman becomes Hasan.
Yeah.
If you didn't see last week in South Park, they had Clyde was essentially becoming Charlie Kirk. They were making fun of Charlie Kirk by having Clyde act like Charlie Kirk, which was making Cartman enraged because he's like, what the fuck? That was my bit. And now all these other people are stealing it. And so he got really mad that Clyde got the Charlie Kirk debate award. I don't know if they'll do that, Lethal Strain, but that would be fucking hilarious if they go in that direction where Cartman then decides to switch sides because he's not getting recognition as being on the right and goes full woke, just to be like counter to what he thinks the direction of everyone is going.
That would be a Cartman move, right?
That would be, yeah.
Totally in character.
Mm-hmm.
Cartman is like the contrarian.
Yes.
It's a strategy that those behind UNF America say the DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organised by the Un-F America crew down the street from the convention centre, both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an AR-15?
Yep.
So you fired 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him or grazes his ear. I mean,
Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years. Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up?
Republicans vertically are very well integrated when it comes to making sure that they're winning elections.
Yeah.
Right? There's the people who in 2020 they thought the election was stolen in every state basically, but they still shut up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I think that that shows at every single level to where when people are organizing or when people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan.
Why is Doney having Mini Epstein on a show? He probably has no idea that this is an active sex pest. To be fair, are they going to cover sex scandals? I doubt it.
So jealous. Trying to do things with college kids like Charlie Kirk. They're making these events and they're gathering all these different people for Charlie Kirk.
I do wonder if he does know that actually. What do you think? What do you think's the over under on that one?
I think he knows because he does. He brings up the dead kid thing. So
he does bring up.
I'm
the dead
sure
kid
they
thing.
gave him a big long list. They're like, okay, our job is to try to sanitize this dude's reputation. So
right.
Let's bring up the bad stuff in a friendly environment where we can all say it's just a sweet misunderstanding. Just an innocent little misunderstanding.
They bring up a less, because I didn't even realize this. Apparently Destiny had made multiple dead kid reference jokes about this situation.
Oh, he's still going for it, huh?
And they brought up the lesser incendiary one. They didn't even bring up the primary one that got everyone up in arms. So yeah, they're 100% trying to whitewash here.
School kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredibly important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's gotten hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is incredibly destructive.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing. And
They'll never say, look, the conservatives are just cooler than us. It's always got to be, they're just tricking people. They're basically manipulating people's minds. You got to understand, they got big money and propaganda.
Well,
they'll never come out and just say, oh, yeah, well, we're dorks and they're fucking cool. What do you expect?
I will say, like, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to...
It's easy to organize when you're going up against a bunch of screaming harpies. I mean, geez, what do you have to do? You just show up.
Well, even the branding, this is retarded. It's called the Unfuck America Tour.
Yeah.
Are you retarded?
That's supposed to be edgy.
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk got this by... The whole point is you're trying to make it not edgy. The whole point is you're supposed to make it edgy enough that you get people on board, but sanitized enough that the mainstream is going to hook up with you, right?
Yeah.
And cover you. And that's how Charlie Kirk did it. It's called Turning Points USA. It's a completely inoffensive name, right? Yes. The Republican Party is totally down to align themselves with Turning Point USA. Are the Democrats going to align themselves with the Unfuck America Tour?
Well, look, anyone will align themselves with Turning Points USA. It's not even partisan.
I know, because it's, the title is nothing offensive about it.
Yes. Yes. Well, you said Republicans, but even moderates. I mean, what is this Turning Point USA? Unfuck America. You're like, oh my God, that's
right.
Liberal cringe.
Right. But the Republicans are aligning themselves with Turning Points USA, like very specifically. So.
Yes. Yeah. But that doesn't Unfuck America sound partisan? Like if you hear Unfuck America, do you think, oh, this is a progressive outfit or a conservative outfit?
I would assume it's a progressive outfit.
You would assume, right?
Automatically.
But if you're Turning Point USA, I mean, yeah, that could be progressive,
It
right?
could go either direction. Yeah.
They're talking about change. Holy shit. Turning
I
points.
like change.
Change is
yeah.
great.
Woo.
I'm going to go to, this sounds like the new progressive outfit. Who's this Charlie Kirk guy? Unfuck America, you're like. Well, who raped America? Like, what's going on here?
Right.
Was this consensual fucking? When you fucked America, was she asking for it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. How are progressives so bad at branding? They always give conservatives a hard time for being, they say they're too high in disgust. But I swear, disgusting things are just invisible to progressives. They don't realize, oh, that's going to turn a lot of people off.
Right.
They're like, what? Look, we're going to make our logo roadkill. Okay. That's a good idea.
You don't like that?
You dumbass. Let's make our logo sexual assault. You know, it's called Unfuck America. So what kind of logo do you do for someone, a bunch of progressives come to you and say, look, our organization is called Unfuck America.
How do I draw unfucking America? That's a good question.
We're going to need you to make a logo for us. Okay.
Right.
I'm thinking someone being raped and then attacking their rapist.
No.
Okay? What do you think? What do you think of a guy lying on the floor, beheaded, and a little red arrow pointing to him and it says rapist, and then a guy with a sword, no, a woman with a sword, and she says America. What do you think? How's my logo?
I don't think it's going to track well. I don't think it's going to be very popular with most people.
Who came up with this garbage? Please tell me it was not so erudite.
I'm assuming it's this. I'm assuming it's the lady talking.
Oh, this is the lady that came up with it?
I'm assuming.
God, I would love. Can you imagine being in the room when they were brainstorming this?
Yeah, what should we call our what should we call our antithesis to Turning Points USA?
Right now, since Donald Trump is president, it's just obvious America is fucked. What? 100% fucked.
Mm-hmm.
We need to unfuck it. This will track with the American people. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Who's tuning into this? I guess look, we're gonna tune into it because it sounds hilarious.
Well, I mean, they already had it. I don't think we really even.
It's
over. I don't know if
over.
anyone covered it. Yeah.
Oh, it's already over. Oh,
well,
man.
this thing where he was supposedly
don't spoil it. Was
he was
American
debating
fucked or what?
people across the street in a diner, and it was low epics.
I think the LA thing is still supposed to be on. It's still supposed to be coming or something.
Okay.
I had a friend message me about it.
Really?
I'm hip. I know. I'm in the know. Yeah.
To, disrupt Charlie Kirk's event.
What the fuck is this look on his face?
They're being disruptors, Adam.
He looks like he just found the pot of gold. He's like, what the? Did you just catch a reaction shot here?
As much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to...
Why? Yeah, we're right. Why is he looking like that?
Oh my God.
He's like in love.
He was getting ready to ask her out, isn't he?
Yes.
He tried to sneak a peek of her tits, but he was like...
That's what happened. He got caught. He was kind of doing the little...
He did. He abandoned ship about halfway in. He only got down to her mid-shoulder. And then he's like, oh, shit. Keep it on the eyes.
Listen, he's a little short guy, okay? So he's doing the head tilt where you tilt your head up and then you look down, right? He's doing a little he's doing that. And then she looked back at him. And he's like, oh, hey, what's up?
He's going to go for that. I have to tie my shoe.
Right. Oh, the classic. Okay.
Say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has because he is good at it.
Z Cohen.
We need to build the same thing he has. First of all, we need a bunch of cool people.
If this is the America tour, Shonda Black covered this months ago when they were under heat for being racist. They replaced Dean and Harry Hasan with Destiny. Z, the other organizers, a fucking scammer, Lamont. Wait, really?
Why does he read like that? It's so terrible. His reading voice is worse than his regular voice.
I don't have a lot of confidence in a lot of the people in like the debate sphere because I ultimately feel like he's talking about you, Law. Wait, what do you mean? Who's talking about me? What is this?
It's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's kind of hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates, which I think is...
Oh, he is. Yeah, he is talking about me here. Yeah, this is his like this is his main gripe. He thinks I'm not like riding the Democrats, not understanding that like I'm not in the business of riding Democrats. Why the f would I ride the Democrats? He's literally saying he wants to be a Charlie Kirk for the Democratic Party in a piece about how Charlie Kirk is a charlatan. He is a masquerading suit that is a fleshlight for Republican messaging. That's the whole point. That's not what I want to do. Yeah,
it's so weird. He keeps saying, "Oh yeah, you're dick riding the Democrats," but then at the same time he calls them a Republican. Like, which is it? Is he a Republican or a Democrat dick rider?
Well, you don't understand, Adam. To the socialists, the Democrats and Republicans are all the same.
Yeah, the uniparty narrative. That's what they have. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So, okay. Then why complain? Who cares if Donald Trump won the election? It's the same thing as Kamala Harris. Stop being a big old fucking baby.
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, why do you care then? Doesn't matter.
Stop it. You know, open a restaurant or something. Chill the fuck out.
Saying we don't need better candidates, we need better voters. The reality is that is a message that I think media executives will entertain, though, because that is precisely the kind of message that they want to put out there. If they want to continue losing, or maybe every now and then marginally secure.
We need better voters. Yeah, you mean you need any voters? You got to win elections, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Better voters or voters who vote for us
during victories, then great. I'm not in the business of that. I don't care. What Charlie Kirk is doing doesn't actually work. It works because
I'm not in the business of simping for Democrats. I'm in the business of simping for China, North Korea, and any other socialist regime.
Exactly.
That's what I'm in the business of doing, everybody.
The Houthis, Hamas, any terrorist organization in the Middle East. Yes.
Pile it on, baby.
Anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist propagandists.
I'm a cool, edgy rebel. I would never simp for the Democrats. I simp for terrorists instead.
Exactly.
Look how cool I am, everybody.
Oh, thank you, droopy dog.
Terrible.
He says endless sums of money being thrown at it by billionaires to spread propaganda. It's not just that Charlie Kirk is such a genius. That's part of it. The vertical integration that he also mentioned is something that I talk about quite frequently, which is that the propaganda apparatus on the Republican side is directionally aligned, and therefore all of the independent outlets that are supposedly independent are being funded by the same backers that fund the Republican Party and also Fox News, and therefore Charlie Kirk can go in and out of mainstream circles to gain significant more prominence in times of need. He can also consistently farm donations from wealthy Republican donors. Charlie goes on Fox and Friends.
They always say it's donors, and it's such bullshit. The lady was talking about how it's stupid that the Democrats aren't doing what he's doing because it's so fucking cheap. What he's doing is inexpensive. He's just out there, and he's getting in front of people and debating people. Hasan, you're sitting in your room on fucking Twitch all day. It's not expensive to do that, right? Hasan could literally do what Charlie Kirk is doing. He's got enough followers that people would show up and debate him. And all it would cost him is plane tickets and hotel rooms, which is not fucking expensive.
Yeah, none of them actually want to go, which is fine. Listen, I don't want to do this, but they're the ones that profess that they want to do it and get mad about it, and then they don't fucking do it.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you complaining
Well,
about?
and just the analysis that Charlie Kirk couldn't do this unless he's got millions of dollars of fucking corporate money is garbage. Right. Total garbage.
Well, he didn't. I mean, Charlie Kirk. Well, this is obviously bullshit too. Is Charlie Kirk didn't start with this support. He made himself useful, essentially.
Yeah,
And
everyone's throwing money at him because they
right,
want
that's
to
why people
get
throw money.
bigger. Yeah, exactly.
That's what they don't understand. You make yourself useful and people throw money at you, not the other way around.
Yes.
They think that they should just have the money thrown at them from the start.
You're doing this already. They're like, how about I give you a little extra money and we'll put it into 10 different channels instead of 2 channels, right?
Right.
Yeah. Very smart. Hasan is like, I have my Twitch channel. I'm here to read like I'm in the 3rd grade. Although I'm in a glass house here.
First of all, yeah, what are you talking about?
I'm not so great at the reading.
How dare you, sir?
But that's why we have Sitch, an amazing reader who thinks about actually the audience and doesn't just read to himself. Selfishly mumbles. Yeah, exactly. This guy bugs me.
On all of the Fox News, all of the different programs on Fox News. Same with all of these other guys, like even the PragerU guys, even no-name PragerU guys.
PragerU? PragerU? Who doesn't know it's PragerU?
You know how he always calls Republicans hogs?
PragerU? God, them PragerU. It's terrible. Don't you hate it? PragerU?
He probably loses his shit when conservatives call Democrats groomers, but yet he calls them hogs all the time.
They get mainstream opportunities with regular frequency, whereas there is no equivalent on the independent left media side. There's not even equivalences on the independent liberal media side, like Brian Tyler,
because they're lazy and they don't want to go out and do it. So, geez, what do you want?
Cohen, Midas Touch, Harry Sasan. These guys are not like regularly being uplifted by CNN or MSNBC. No matter how big of a freak you are, if you are an independent content creator,
is he acting like Republicans are being regularly uplifted by CNN?
No, he's saying that they're regularly uplifted by like Fox News and shit.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, I don't watch enough Fox News and even know if that's true, but
that is right wing, you will get elevated by the Republican media ecosystem. Okay, the un-American thing is so is the Dems on the team are just right wing libs who are also TERFs. I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about like the Un-America tour. I am so out of touch with whatever the that is.
They're TERFs. Oh my God, they're all TERFs.
I thought trans issues were cultural war issues that no one cared about. And if you bring it up, it's because you're just some idiot right winger.
No one but every single far leftist.
That's so stupid.
They're the only ones that care about it.
Like,
the entire voting coalition on the left.
They always bring up these culture war issues. No one on the left cares about these culture war issues.
They're all TERFs. All of them. Every one of them.
Immediately brought up in Hasan's chat. And then Hasan fucking reads it out too.
Such a good point. Yeah. Such a great point.
And I know that like TikTok debates are what pops off, especially for an entire generation of people who want to consume political content. I think that it is ultimately unproductive, especially if you are rudderless, especially if you have no like ideological backing, if your politics are not guided by empathy, if you're not predisposed with policy, and you would rather defend.
Wait, how is the guy who supports Houthi terrorists kidnapping random Asians who have nothing to do with Israel's war? How is that a politics guided by empathy?
Well, you got to have empathy for the right people, obviously. And those people are the Palestinian people, Sitch. Having empathy for anyone else, that's politics guided by the wrong kind of empathy.
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
I see. So you just have to have empathy. So if I have empathy for the Palestinians, and like they can just do whatever the fuck they want, I guess.
Anyone who's oppressed or downtrodden, men who cry while making love, you have to have empathy for the right people, okay? Yes. Those are the people you need to have empathy for.
Okay. So I don't know what the rules are. Someone needs to explain
on the
these rules
slut
to me.
walk.
Right. Who do we have empathy
Spinsters. You have to
The
have
spinsters.
empathy for the right people, okay?
for? Okay.
Stop trying to have empathy for hardworking non-criminal Americans. Okay.
Gotcha. My bad. I apologize, everyone.
Yes. You need to have empathy for MS-13.
Jesus.
That's you have to empathy.
Apparently.
Party. I do not care about defending the party. I care about defending good policies. No matter who is the person, no matter who is saying the actual good policies, who's defending the actual good policies.
Wait a minute. He just said, like 5 minutes ago in the same video, that if a Republican
You shouldn't agree with him. Yeah.
agrees with you on some policy, you should be immediately sus of them. And now he's like, I don't care who says
that
the policy.
Yeah.
I just support the policy.
I'm here for the policy.
Okay,
See, Sitch, I told you people vote based on policy. You didn't believe me.
I did not. I still don't believe
even
you.
Hasan.
Even Hasan lies about voting for the policy. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're so bad. Have some empathy, Sitch.
Oh, sorry.
How dare you?
I know. Terrible.
Ultimately, a lot of these people are, like in the case of Destiny, if he wasn't so purely spite driven, I think he could continuously be a debate mercenary that sees a tremendous amount of success. But I think because of his like overwhelming amount of spite for like everyone he thinks him over in his career and like kept him down, which is ironic because he should look in the mirror. That's the only mother like himself over.
I mean, it's fair. That's totally fair. That's a totally fair critique right there. That is true. I would agree with that 100%.
If he didn't do all of that stuff, all that snarky, then he probably could be like a decent debate mercenary. But even then, he would be just like another Harry Hasan type, right? Only defending. And this is before we talk about him being an.
I mean, doesn't this apply to Hasan as well? The snarky stuff is just the supporting October 7th and terrorist organizations and playing terrorist videos and interviewing terrorists. Isn't that just as bad as making jokes about dead kids?
Of course.
Yeah. So Hasan should take his own fucking advice here.
I would say it's worse than making jokes about dead kids. But
yeah. Yeah. It still makes him non-entity in the mainstream because of all this bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Active sex pest and defending like white people saying the N-word, Kyle Rittenhouse, like numerous other unconscionable things.
What was this article?
Look at this. He's still
being an active sex pest and defend.
Fryhex is angry. What were you saying?
Just the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. He still thinks Kyle Rittenhouse killed a bunch of innocent.
Oh, that's right. He brought up Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh my God. Hasan's
still in the Kyle Rittenhouse bubble.
Still triggered about Kyle Rittenhouse. Fascinating.
Like white people saying the N-word, Kyle Rittenhouse, like numerous other unconscionable things. Racist and sex pest, and you think he's good at debating? No, I'm saying that a lot of these people are cynical. A lot of these people that would prop up any media personality would cynically prop him up, but he gets in his own way by being a horrible monster. Yeah, demanding that white supremacists mow down BLM protesters because it might hurt the chances of the Democrats winning the election. There's a lot of blame to put on the Democrats pushing out influencers who are left-leaning, though. No, I mean, the Democrats are always going to actively push aside leftist influencers because the Democrats don't actually want to influence people. The Democrats don't actually want to make change. That's the unfortunate problem. That's why I say, no matter how independent or how far right, even Nick Fuentes has very little daylight between himself and Donald Trump in especially their domestic policy, right? Like there is less daylight between Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump than there is between like me and Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders is never becoming president. Bernie Sanders' voice is not a prominent one within the power structure of the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, you understand? It would be akin to Bernie winning the presidency. And Bernie has no chance within the power structure of the Democratic Party to win the presidency. They don't like.
Delicious. The delicious tears of the socialist whining that his little socialist row never stood a chance of winning in the American primary. Oh, your tears, they fill me. They nourish me, Hasan.
He's staring down the barrel of a Trump 2-term presidency.
3-term.
Oh no, please. Did you listen to the interview Trump had on Friday on CNBC?
No.
Where he brought up running on a 3rd term, and they were like, "Oh, are you planning on running on a 3rd term?"
Yeah, unprompted he brought that up?
Yes, on
Jesus
CNBC.
Oh my god.
The fucking financial news network.
What did he say?
Yes.
What did he say? What was
And
the
she
content?
jumped on him. She asked him, "Are you planning on running on a 3rd term?"
Of course.
He laughed it off. Totally laughed it off. Probably not.
Oh, I thought but he brought it up? I don't understand.
Well, he brought it up obviously to brag because he's like, so many people want me to run for a 3rd term. I could probably win a 3rd term easily. Yes.
I understand. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. People want me to run up for a 3rd term because I'm so fucking amazing.
Right.
I've already won 3 elections, and now they want me to run a 4th time so I can win another one. And she snapped in there. Are you running again? He's like, probably not.
Well, he says probably.
not.
Like, he didn't even give a definitive no. He said probably.
But he did have a guilty giggle under, like it was just a troll.
Right.
The interview is pretty funny. I kept listening to it. I actually heard it live on CNBC, but thank God they posted it because it's a long interview. It's like 50 minutes. And Trump is just like bragging and just he sounds like a used car salesman. He's just bullshitting about everything, bullshitting about this and that. And all of the business people are just kind of forced to go along with it because, this guy's president. So it's strange. It's very strange. I don't think they're used to that kind of access to the president. No. And they all have the mindset that, oh my God, Donald Trump is completely spooking the markets with all his weird fucking shit.
Well, he probably is.
Yeah. Of course he is. Yeah. Markets are doing great though. It's amazing. Sometimes I wonder if it's just MAGA people who are like, oh yeah, fuck it.
It's because the economy isn't real, Adam. We just saw a whole video about this. What do you mean?
The economy is very real. The prediction mechanisms on where the economy's at, it's like a giant prisoner's dilemma game. Nobody knows. Everyone has their little eye on their little piece of it, but nobody knows in aggregate whether the economy is good, bad, or indifferent until some sort of piece of data comes out. And the jobs numbers being revised way down were not good. I think the economy could do bad here. I think we could have another stock market tumble. So we'll see what happens. But at the same time, I keep hearing there's a lot of money on the sidelines that is pretty chapped that they missed this giant rally, this 25% rally from the bottom. And that could drive the market higher if things calm down, but nobody knows what Trump is going to do.
Well, I don't know. They keep going back and forth about when, if, how tariffs are going to affect pricing. And then it seems like people are now, it's funny because people are worried because of the ChatGPT 5 thing. I mean, people have been worried about this for a while, but it seems like their fears have been heightened. That there's going to be some sort of...
most of the investment is driven by AI.
If
AI just goes bust, they're like, oh my God, we wasted all this money.
Right. They're
it's
worried
the same thing with the .com, remember?
AI tech bubble, yes.
I mean, you were too young in 2000, but in 2000, I mean, you just said you had a business with a .com at the end, and everyone's like, can I give you $10 million?
Yes.
So sooner or later, they realized, oh, not all these businesses are really going to make money or pan out or even be a thing. I could see that happening with AI. Them being like, oh yeah, for the last year, we've dumped billions of dollars into AI and we found out that, oh, this is just a big autocomplete. That's all it can really do.
Well, it's true. No one knows like who? I mean, I hope not, but we could be in a weird situation where it turns out, oh yeah, AI is really good at creating form letters and
searching
answering
the internet.
Yeah, answering phone calls and making like pictures for you, and that's about it. Like they can't do anything else. Now, I don't think that's the way
I
it
was
goes,
gonna
but-
turn it loose on YouTube Scholar, and it was gonna give me a cure for cancer, right?
Right, that's what everyone's assuming.
That's what we want.
Yes.
Yeah. But if the cure for cancer is not in the research, it's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Fucking you find the cure for cancer, and I'll look it up for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's going to be such a bummer. Oh, man. People are going to be depressed. They're going to sell everything. All these tech gurus who were like, I wanted reverse aging and robot waifus.
Bernie Sanders' worldview. They actively attacked him and undermined him. The Democrats were more scared openly about Bernie Sanders winning the primaries than Donald Trump winning the presidency. I still remember the CEO of Goldman Sachs writing an article about it. So for that reason, until the Democratic Party changes and actually becomes an active fighting party, a party that actually cares about its citizens, a party that actually cares about its voters, a party that is actually predisposed with like improving people's lives, a party that wants to advocate for good policies that do genuinely improve people's lives, and not just like the status quo party that is marginally better than the increasingly...
Well, some people I hear, obviously if you're a certain marginalized group, you're going to get like a $25,000 business loan, right? But if you're a white dude, you get fucking jack shit. You get shit on. You get Me Too'd. That's what you get. How can he not realize that when he says, oh, the Democrats, they want to help everyone. No, they don't.
Worse Republican Party, there's not going to be this kind of cohesive media push from independent circles, and at most they'll just push for like Midas touch to be dominant in the media landscape.
Did the Democrats have anything like this?
Nothing. And I will say, like, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation. And I think that, as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to, disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
There's no reason why.
Wait, she debated Jank?
I guess
ideas, and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
Did you watch? That's kind of boring, I thought.
Yeah, I was a little bored by it.
Yeah.
Campaigns.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do. We have so many.
Jank believes in the uniparty too.
He does. It's really obnoxious. Yeah.
Yeah. That Democrats are just a ringer for the Republicans. They're just a fake antagonist, and really they're in the back rooms. They're cutting deals and just selling out the country.
I'm starting to get very tired of people making these incredibly broad, sweeping claims that explain all of reality based entirely on very thin circumstantial evidence.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very well put. That's exactly what's going on.
Was it, there's the classic strong claims need strong evidence. Like, I was like, oh my God, the entire, America is controlled by the single uniparty. Like, well, what's your evidence for this? Well, my evidence for this is that the Democrats don't pass policies I want them to pass.
Yeah, or he just says money in politics. He's like, there's money in politics.
Or money in politics. It's like,
well,
okay.
What? I mean, there's, okay. Oh, all this is because there's money in politics, huh?
Right.
Okay.
Packs on the Democratic side.
And then look, you'll bring up counter arguments, and he won't even really address the counter arguments. He just kind of ignores them.
Yeah, there was actually, I don't remember, there was one person in that conversation that did bring up like a pretty strong counter argument, and he just moved on.
Yeah.
Like, well, we're never gonna see eye to eye on this. I'm like, you're right.
I'm Really Important was in and did pretty good. I
He
thought he
did,
did
yeah.
well, yeah.
It was funny though. There was some girl who went total woke scold on him, and he didn't know how to respond. He just kind of tried to like ignore her. It was really funny.
Now the woke scold has been turned on you.
I know. I was like, come on, Jang.
There were a lot of personal attacks too on the union stuff, and it's
Yeah.
a shame. It's a shame that, man, it can't be fun being a progressive. It's just like you get hit by both sides.
Yep.
Progressives hate other progressives. They really do. They hate Republicans and they hate other progressives. So.
Mm-hmm.
Raising millions of dollars, right? We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing.
This is like the completely wrong idea too.
Totally. Yes. It's reactive.
We're going to build a movement by chasing after Charlie Kirk and being like, debate me. Why don't you just do what he did? Just replicate that, but for the left.
Yeah. Just go around and debate people.
I don't know. I
don't think Destiny's a big enough personality to do it. Hasan might be. I think Hasan
Destiny doesn't have the ability to do it. He can't. I don't think he has the personality to do it. And Hasan doesn't. Hasan's too
He's
retarded.
Not smart enough. Yeah. There's going to be people who just destroy him.
Well,
all
also
the clips are going to be like, Hasan destroyed his own event.
Yeah, I know. Well, and also they both have too many skeletons in the closet.
What is Hasan doing right now?
Is the DNC supporting?
He's picking his teeth on stream for everyone to watch.
He looks like Popeye or something.
He's grimacing as he picks his teeth. Okay.
He's got major curmudgeon face.
Yes.
These kids in their interviews on CNN.
This is how he's very mad. He's very mad that
me.
Destiny sullied his CNN experience. Even though I feel like this girl has talked like twice as long as Destiny.
Way. Yeah, way. He keeps trying to sneak looks at her cleavage.
No, not currently.
Why not?
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back.
So he asked, he said, is the Democrat Party involved in this? No. Gee, I wonder why. I can't think of any reason why that would be.
Really? I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get.
You think it's the name? Okay.
As soon as someone walks into your office and you're like, we have this Unfuck America tour, you're like, maybe I'll pass. Okay.
Right.
Come back when you have something corporate friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Something that is not going to offend any of my constituents.
Come back when your headliner isn't involved in a revenge porn case lawsuit.
Oh yeah, that's terrible too.
Yeah. Come back when that's a thing.
Yeah,
off the ground since the election.
Is he the headliner?
Yeah.
Someone who wrongly records women he's fucking is a headliner of an Unfuck America tour. Like,
oh my God. How did we not put that together until just this moment?
It's crazy. It's
crazy. The simulation laughing at us. The guy who recorded fucking someone and then fuck that person by releasing it without their consent is the headliner of the Unfuck America tour.
Right.
Interesting.
Don't you want him to be your avatar of justice?
I don't think it's going to work for some reason.
Because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
No, our motto is when they go low.
Based on what that woman is saying, isn't it analogous to them saying they need a Joe Rogan to the left, aka not understanding what the root of the problem is? Yes. I think she just wants to be that person for the Dems. And the Dems are the Democratic Party is so
I mean, that's not even, to be fair to that person, that's not even what she's not saying to be a Joe Rogan of the left. She's saying that she wants to be the Charlie Kirk of the left, which is a completely different thing.
Hugely different.
Joe Rogan is a guy who just sits there doing interviews, right? Charlie Kirk's a guy who's organizing a political movement.
delusional that they won't even like throw a bone to people like that who want to be like, who are begging to be loyal servants of the Democrats. I'm saying that if the Dems also funded this operation that seemingly has decided to go with like an active sex pest with numerous court cases launched against them, who with regular frequency will say like insane freak, like celebrating the deaths of the children of Trump voters in the natural disaster that took place, in the floods that took place in Texas, or white people's right to be able to say the N-word, or
it's like from 100 years ago. I can't believe you still bring it up.
Do you like those things? Seem very on different tiers, right? Saying, I think someone can say the N-word in private in a joke setting versus I'm going to mock kids that just died.
Well, he's leaving that out. He's trying to make it sound like white people should be able to go around calling black people the N-word. That's
I guess
how he's selling it.
It's crazy that you're going to compare these two. He knows though what the claim was. So.
Yeah.
It's crazy to compare those two things like they're the same thing.
Yes, the lesser of the claim.
Or to mock and say it was good that the firefighter died.
Oh, that's the worst one.
Yeah.
He hasn't mentioned that one.
No, I think the children is worse than that. But
you think the children is worse than the firefighter?
Yeah.
I mean, he actually. Well, I guess the children died too. Never mind.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Everyone dies.
Everyone died.
Destiny likes to mock all the dead people, which is bad. Don't dance on the dead people's grave. Be nice.
Ethical pornography, like things like that.
From what I've read, apparently.
Oh my God, he's going deep cut.
Holy shit. Wait, you hear what this is? We've gone way back here. The ethical CP conversation. That was from ages ago.
He's digging in. He's like, he sees dollar signs in his eyes. He's like, this is do or die.
Here's my
him
question.
Or me.
Does Hasan hate Destiny so much? He's such a hate blower for Destiny. He has like the Rolodex of all this memorized, because I hadn't even thought about this honestly until I saw this clip. I forgot this was even a thing. Does he like memorize all this stuff because he's such a hate blower for Destiny, or does he have like some chatters are like feeding him like the greatest bad like hits of Destiny?
No, he remembers. These are all deep cuts inside his psyche.
Right.
These are all bitter, painful memories for him.
Talk about there was a time period where Hasan tried to pretend that he was not obsessed with Destiny, and he has a mental catalog of all these things.
I know, it seems obvious he is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Little obsessed. Yeah.
And that are given access to if you have a higher chance of not.
The whole Unfuck America thing is so ridiculous to me. If the Democratic Party could just all agree that they're going to stop shitting on men for the next 2 years, I think it could totally turn their fate around.
I agree completely.
I don't think they can do it, though. I really don't think they can do it.
Sadly, probably also agree with that.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
It's not fucking complicated. Just you and all the people who identify as Democrats or progressives, just stop shitting on men.
Yep.
They get too much pleasure out of it. They can't fucking help themselves.
Actually committing actions in real life, and I would argue that that would be a moral good.
Destiny is a demon of the internet. He cannot exist in the real world in this way. Those are all the things that he has done, and that's not even scratching the surface. This is before we talk about like his justifications and his unlimited support to Israel's genocide. Going to Israel with Eyal Yacobi, or was it Eyal Yacobi? I think it was, and mocking victims, or going to Israel and telling the IDF, the Israeli occupying force soldiers, that they should just like, if they're going to do sex crimes, they should just like hide it, which is doubly ironic. Now,
how uncomfortable are you if you're in that IDF crowd and Destiny's making this comedy show of what you're doing? Oh my God, that'd be terrible.
Yeah, not great.
Like if you're a cop and Destiny's coming in to talk to you and all your cop friends, and he's talking about you beating up black people.
Next time you put your knee in the neck,
back as they're running away. Yeah,
turn your camera off. Obviously, guys, come on.
You're like, well, who the fuck is this guy? Why are we listening to this motherfucker?
Mm-hmm.
We have all the guns, and he's unarmed. So ridiculous. And Destiny's like, look how cool I am. I'm making all these people look like shit.
There's a million different things, but you talk like a rapper in an interview who talk about King Von. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, keep coping. Yeah, I'm so scared. That's what I meant. I do love people who like try to present Destiny as this like scary individual as well, and not just like a repulsive freak. Yeah, dude, you're talking about him like you're talking about King Von, dude. To Israel to defend the genocide, bro. What do you mean? You're just a weirdo creep. Elon Levy, D went with, not that freak Al Yacobi. Elon Levy, which is another freak, and was formerly the spokesperson for the Israeli state.
We go high.
It is interesting to me that Hasan often utilizes the term freak as an insult.
Right.
When he's on the far left.
That's all about that empathy, man.
Well, no, because like generally calling someone a freak is like a right-wing insult.
Right.
Because a freak implies a level of degeneracy, a level, it literally means to deviate from the norm, to be a freak. It is weird because it's not an insult you would expect someone on the far left to ever throw at someone or to catch on in left-wing circles.
Destiny, it's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of. One that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor. Like this tweet Destiny sent, poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas flood were proof that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, he left out all the pornography stuff.
Listen to the way this is framed. This is such a dishonest whitewashing.
Humor, like this tweet Destiny sent, poking conservatives. If you had a conservative, if Charlie Kirk made a joke about a bunch of black children dying in a natural disaster,
it's just poking the progressives.
Right. But he'd be like, Charlie Kirk is here poking the progressives, making fun of dead black children. Like, it doesn't seem like that's how it would ever be characterized. This is kind of insane.
Yeah.
Oopsie, I'd add, to frame this
That's
in this
a great
light.
point. Yeah.
You're just poking conservatives.
Them.
Right.
Just having a little fun, poking a little fun at the dead black children.
Yes. Oh, Ooh.
By saying the kids who died in the Texas flood were proof that God doesn't exist.
The tweets you sent about the kids in Texas.
They didn't put the most incendiary tweet up there, the NordVPN.
They
one.
Didn't, no. They didn't put that one up there. They put up one I hadn't even seen before.
Of course they didn't, right?
Yeah. No.
Oh, fucking water carriers. This guy. Destiny probably sucked his dick the night before.
Well, listen, if he looks at Destiny the way he looks at that girl, I'll believe it.
Probably disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say,
So they took the poking language directly from him because he framed it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just poking the bear. I'm just poking the bear. Interesting.
It is issues with jokes you've made. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, that he's just like so goddamn annoying with the whole, like, the guy who literally actively defends white people saying the N-word will like freak the because I said cracker, and then his stupid ass audience will try to defend that principle as though it's like even remotely defensible. It is such whiny loser crybaby too. He literally constantly doxes people, points.
Hasan lies so much. It's insane.
Yeah, totally.
Or he's so narcissistic that his brain doesn't even realize he's lying. The whole thing with the cracker wasn't, oh my God, Hasan said cracker. He shouldn't say that. The whole thing was
the inconsistency.
Yes, it was a hypocrisy saying, why is it totally acceptable for someone to use racial slurs against white people publicly, repeatedly? That's totally fine. But if you use a racial slur against any non-white person, it's like insta-ban.
People lose their minds. Yeah.
Yes, that was the issue. If the rules were the same, no one would give a fuck if you said cracker.
Or the N-word.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of the Kiwi Farms threads, he's disgusting. Yeah. He is the perfect defender of Israel in that regard. He is very conservative coded, very reactionary in general, very similar to like the entitled, arrogant behavior that you hear from Israel when they're like, why you not like Israel? We are killing babies. We are killing children, you say? Okay, those children are Hamas. You are anti-Semitic. We must deplatform. You are anti-Semitism. Like he basically does that. Yeah, like that's why you heard one of his fans be like, you called Mayor Pete a rat. It's like a big point of contention against me. Like as much as I entertain edgy humor, it's usually not against like defenseless children. You know what I mean? It's just not. The jokes that I have that are edgy are the same type of jokes that like the right wingers get mad at, which is usually making fun of America as an institution, you know, making fun of the American government, making fun of dominant forces in American society.
Remember when Hasan made that hilarious joke about how all those innocent people in the World Trade Center deserve to die on 9/11?
That was not a joke.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't even a joke.
Fully
He just
serious about
said
that.
it completely sincerely. Okay, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Interesting.
Punching up, no matter how edgy it is.
Maybe when he meant punching up, he meant like literally, because the people that
Into
died
the
in
sky,
in the World Trade Center were like really high up when they died, you know, when the planes crashed and they had to jump to their deaths or burn, suffocate, or get collapsed under rubble.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I'm not punching down.
He's legal again, and we can joke about anything. But when they say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I guess as you
Jokes about immigrants and black people.
It's interesting to be like, I'm gonna pick. You know, we had this time period which Destiny used to acknowledge. I don't know if he still acknowledges it, where the left broadly had massive control over social media and the internet and culture, and any disagreement and any mild joke, okay, the most mildest of jokes that went against left-wing norms could get you in big trouble. Now you're going to compare that to joking about children dying tragically, like the day it happened or the next day. You think those are like on equal footing? I don't think those are on equal footing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your point that, you know, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats.
One of the things that conservatives...
In order to beat Republicans, we must become more racist. Does anybody like this guy? I'm asking earnestly. It's just the grossest people.
I don't know why Hasan's disagreeing with this. Hasan agrees with this. He always says the whole taking the high ground approach is bullshit. He should be agreeing with us, but he can't because he just hates Destiny so much.
He's got to be contrarian.
Yes.
Or if there's anyone that's like normal that likes him, they probably saw like a TikTok clip where he doesn't look like a gross little freak pervert. That's probably it. But like the main community is some of the worst freaks. They basically operate like a bunch of cyber stalkers that have no real interest in politics at all and just basically do his bidding, whatever it is.
Stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald Trump's an idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left looked like, and I think they think that you need an extremist platform in order to win elections, but what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside,
to win
the packed
elections,
event giving the Un-F America organizers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this a semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio. I mean, the physical crowds are now 3,000-4,000 people almost every time we do this.
And so the plan for this semester is...
I'd be curious. It seems like Charlie Kirk had more speaking in this Destiny video than Destiny did.
Way more.
Ooh, that's a big oof right there.
Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country. And
before I started watching Twitch, all I heard of Destiny was that he's a liberal that likes to debate Republicans. Most normal people don't know how repulsive he is. Yeah. I think like what he doesn't realize is when he gets into the spotlight a little too much and the light shines back at him even a little bit, like when he has to operate under the microscope that he's placed upon someone like myself, for example, when people find out about what he says all the time and he can't help himself, that he basically wears like a badge of honor, like no matter how edgy it gets, no matter how gross he gets, he's seen as like no matter he in his own community is seen as like a beacon of truth and honesty whenever he gets like more edgy. But to the average person, that just comes across as like a repulsive freak. Why you hate on sexual choice when you preach acceptance for exactly that? Do you think I preach acceptance for filming people without their consent in the process of having sex with them? Are you insane? Yeah, another Destiny fan was arrested for too. That's the other thing. It was really funny. I looked at the dude's Twitter and his last tweet was like retweeting something against me. This isn't getting enough attention. A close personal friend of Destiny was arrested for possession of over 300 files of child material. The culprit was a regular in Destiny's Discord and talks about ethical CP. It's like expected.
Oh, no.
A huge part is also that in the process of being an edgy little shit, he's not funny at all. Like Nick Mullen says wild shit too, and it's fine because he's actually funny. Yeah. Yeah. Judge me by my enemies, boys.
So the entire thing, Hasan's brilliant analysis was all just Destiny sucks and it's gross. Which, I mean, that's fine to bring up. That's definitely part of the story. Is Destiny going to be a good frontliner for Democrats? The answer is no. But nothing else. Hasan could not conceptualize any other element of this story other than his just pure hate boner for Destiny.
Yep. It's all interpersonal drama.
Yep.
Disguised as politics.
That is really what it is, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. This is like a reality television show.
That's really funny.
Disguised as like a political news show.
Right.
We're going to hear Asmongold's response now, right?
Yeah. To compare, I'm curious to see who we think did a better job, brought up more interesting points here.
I'm going to give it to Asmongold.
You haven't even seen it yet, Adam.
My intuition is that it's got to be better than Hasan here. Hasan driven.
CNN did a video about Destiny.
Now, Destiny has Destiny really regularly shits on Asmongold too. So we should see, is Asmongold constrained by the same biases as Hasan is in covering the story?
Is he gonna shit on Destiny back again?
We'll see. Or for the whole thing will just be the obsession about how Destiny sucks.
Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUSA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy, that's why.
What Muppet does Asmongold look most like? Because he definitely...
Why are you so mean? Okay.
He does... He's got a Muppet look about him. He does.
It's the beard, isn't it?
I thought it's more the eyebrows and the...
Oh, you're right.
Because his eyebrows are like...
It's the eye ridge, yeah.
Yeah. The eye ridge are right above his eyes. And he's got super brown eyes, so it's almost like all pupil. I mean, I don't even... His eyes are just black. So it has this quality that does look very... His head shape is not Bert though, but I mean, I think his eyes are kind of Bert.
You think he looks like Sam Eagle?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Sam Eagle, brow ridge. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Hey, listen, I love Sam Eagle. He's one of my favorite Muppets. So
Oh yeah. There's nothing wrong with looking like a Muppet. Okay.
so mean. Look at those
Muppets
guys.
are
So
great.
mean.
I think this is why he's so popular, because he's super expressive.
That is true.
And those Muppets are hyper expressive. I mean,
I
it's
was
just like a face on a stick, and think how expressive it is.
I was just enjoying the CNN music that makes me think it's like the opening scene of Blade.
Oh yeah.
Remember when Blade goes to the nightclub and they're
Yeah.
like all the vampires dancing in blood and he kills everybody?
Yeah, that's what's about to happen.
That's what Destiny is Blade. And the vampires are Republicans.
Oh my God, you did fucking nail it.
He's gonna slay them with debate instead of swords. Oh, I nailed it on Sam Eagle. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It's perfect. How'd you do it?
Because Sam Eagle's one of my favorite Muppets. I could see that he's got the eyes, the eyebrows that you're looking at.
I think the head shape might even be correct.
Look at that. Look at that.
I'll bring up a Sam Eagle for you guys.
You want to do a side by side?
Oh. Oh yeah. He's even got his scowl.
He does.
He's got the Asmongold scowl down.
Mm-hmm. Who's everyone's favorite Muppet? That's the real question.
Oh my God, it's him. I'll never be able to unsee this.
Who's your favorite Muppet?
Mine? I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I never really thought about it.
How have you not? Jesus.
I would have to. I really like that song Rainbow Connection.
Oh my God.
Who does that song?
Jesus Christ.
What?
You're terrible.
Are you back?
It was you. What do you mean?
Just as I say, don't hit play on the thing, the internet goes down.
Okay. Interesting.
Fuck. Why am I dropping the internet every single stream
Thank you.
now?
Yes, we're back. Yeah. It was karma because you keep attacking my internet.
Is that what it is?
I sent the little internet goblins or gremlins to go to your house.
I hope we're still in the same spot because it was perfect.
You know they haven't. You know they.
It is
The Sam
same
Eagle
spot.
Muppet. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's perfect. Even his mustache mimics the beak shape.
There you go.
Here we go. Now I'll
Yeah, buy some RAM, Adam. Buy some RAM for your internet.
I have millions of megabytes of RAM, so
Obviously, it's not enough.
I don't know. Yeah, fuck you, internet. Do I need to call the internet company and bitch?
J-Mac or Circuit 5, thanks so much. Dad J-Mac for $20 says Tim Curry is the best Muppet. True. Muppet Treasure Island was the best Muppet movie.
The first
That is
Muppet
correct.
movie was really good. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it
liked
wasn't-
that when I was a kid.
It was good, but Muppet Treasure Island is the best Muppet movie. It's got Tim Curry in it.
Okay. He's the guy from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, right?
Frankenfurter, yes.
Yeah.
Dressed in drag.
Okay. We got to give it to Sitch because Sitch did nail this. This is like the spitting image. It's even got the beak shape, mouse shape mimics a mustache.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Amazing.
PC for $5 says, you guys should watch Destiny's Schizo Arch on stream. Legitimately funny and horrifying. I don't even know what are you referring to? Send it to me.
It's an old video of Destiny. They edited together.
Oh, okay. So it's an edit. It's not like real.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Destiny doesn't go schizo.
I thought there was some new lore or something, but no. Insane. Sad. Sad. Adam has the link. Oh, okay. Also, I like Bobo the Bear. He's one of the newer Muppets. He's great. He likes to. He's usually a villain, but he's very nice about it. I do appreciate that. It's a funny character type.
New Muppets.
Anyway,
I mean,
I like the Muppets.
Just
Muppets
the
are great.
traditional Muppets is. I mean, they're the
Muppets
best,
are wonderful.
right?
Muppets is good old-fashioned children's entertainment. Okay.
How many people should say fix the chat before I fix the chat?
Guys, one's in the chat if you want Adam to fix the chat. I'll make it fix faster.
Yeah. We don't fix anything until you beg.
Right. Okay. Can I press play?
Yeah, press play.
All right.
Have it on social media.
But this year's event will be menaced by something called the
I thought he was older. I didn't know he was 31. I thought he was older.
America Tour, started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular.
There he is. All right.
Streamer Destiny.
This is the all roads lead to Rome thing, right? So he can do the exact same behavior you said that Biden couldn't get away with doing.
Well, Destiny. They want to bring progressive debate to Kirk's doorstep. But
That's
first,
right.
Yeah, I just realized on second viewing of this, look at this. They're doing the Abbey Road thing here, CNN. They got like, let's film Destiny with the Abbey Road. He's like walking across the street. He's like the Beatles.
We need to get some B-roll of Destiny.
Yes.
To bring progressive debate.
Everyone looks so awkward in this shot too.
Be sure to get him with his man purse.
To Kirk's doorstep. But
That's
first, they have to get in.
So Turning Point has cancelled all of UNF America's credentials, and now they're trying to sneak in Destiny. So he.
You know what? We were talking about the horrible branding of Unfuck America. You know your branding is bad when the mainstream media can't even say it.
Yeah.
They can't even
how are you
say
supposed to advertise it?
The name of your organization because it's got a curse word in it.
UNF. What does UNF mean?
I don't know. Unfix? He wants to break America? He wants to unfix it?
Unfail America?
Can debate inside here.
Oh, uh-oh. They're trying to bring him in.
You know what would be a good name? Progressive Victory.
I think that name's taken, isn't it?
Is it still? I thought they disbanded.
Did they disband it? Is it open? It's available.
They lost, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, he's in.
He's wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, and what was the sneak there too? He just kind of walked in. There wasn't any sneaking involved.
Yeah.
Like
such
it's
bullshit.
Like I don't think the people at Turning Points USA, they had like a list. They has like a big watch sign. It's like, do not allow these people into. And it's like Destiny's faces up there, and they're like guys like looking around. They've got the video game like vision cones. You see like the Unfuck America people in like a crouch stance, like or like having like the Metal Gear Solid box over, like sneaking in. They just literally just walked in. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah. Bullshit marketing.
So they can't see him.
So Destiny has
like Superman did the same thing. You know, he wore glasses.
Made it inside the building.
Yeah.
And we'll see how long he lasts.
Because the sharks are going this way?
There's a major.
Wait, and yeah, this was never. They never actually finished the arc. CNN. The beginning of the arc is Destiny sneaking into Turning Points USA. They don't want him here, and then it's like, oh, okay. And then
he walks over to a scheduled debate with.
And then he walks over
Gaines
to some sort of like debate panel, and I was like, well, does he finish the debate? Does he get kicked out? CNN never tells us what the fuck happens. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
it's
okay.
bullshit.
Is this all just bullshit?
Streamer named Destiny, who's a Democratic liberal streamer. He appears to be debating Myron Gaines, who's more of a right-wing red pill guy. They're both sort of
Oh God. Do you remember? I've never seen Myron happier than when those girls were discussing why Hitler did what he did to the Jews. I don't know if he's ever been happy. I've never seen him smile more.
Did you see that, Club?
No, but it sounds like Myra's being super anti-Semitic.
There were these girls on some panel, and they were all being hyper anti-Semitic. But there's one girl who was always talking about. He was like going on about how basically it was like the Jews' fault and they deserve to be Holocaust.
Really? And Myron
was
like, oh,
loving
I'm in love.
Yes.
Can I buy you a condo in South Florida?
Yes.
That's what he was thinking.
Yep. He won the Epstein her right there.
Terrible.
Features of like internet trolldom, but it should be a lot of fun. You know, it's like blood sports. It's like watching a cockfight, effectively.
We love to see
It really is.
We love to see it. It's great.
We are at Student Action Summit. We got Destiny and Myron here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Yeah, man. Good to see you, bro.
Hey.
Young people may be tuned.
Like it's a scheduled Israel-Palestine debate. What the fuck? I thought he couldn't get in.
I don't know.
Tuning out the news, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Oh, it's democratic socialism. It's completely
I love
different.
this question. I love this question.
And I like it's.
I could talk about socialism for hours.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
Wow.
Under a tent with the words, "Prove me wrong," Kirk.
I mean, I'm starting to think Asmongold is not really doing commentary here.
You know, like all the wows and the oohs.
Well, that's all I've heard so far. He hasn't really.
The video is longer than Hasan's video, so it's got to be something. Here.
Okay.
Kirk brought online debater culture directly to hundreds of college campuses.
I do think this is a really good idea. I mean, like the fact that he goes out and does this is a great content idea. I know Steven Crowder did something that's similar to this too. Yeah, is this video edited to enlarge his face? I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Last election cycle.
We have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem is not racism. It's the lack of dads. When exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the four.
Hold on, no, so tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
And while he uses it to make viral content, its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
Well, of course. I mean, obviously. I mean, like, I don't know if this is really an accusation. You know, are you truly accusing this guy of maybe using his political position to make people believe in his politics? I could see that. I could see that making sense.
Yeah, because it's obvious.
The fact that we are now becoming we're becoming the cool kids now.
But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open mic.
That's a good technique here for Turning Point USA. So you got Charlie Kirk. He's got the mic in his hand, right? So he can hold it and he can kind of position himself how he wants. The other people, they have to like bend over, like hunch over the microphone.
Yeah.
Giving like this really bad visual optics of their body posture.
Yeah. Smart, huh?
I think that you push a dangerous agenda.
It's a strategy.
Of course you do. People like this always use the word dangerous because they want to equate a conversation with violence. Because if they do that, they can justify being violent in a response to a conversation.
Oh, that's smart.
That those behind Unearth America say that.
You agree with that, right?
Yeah, that is.
You did a good job.
That was the framing, especially. I mean, it's a little different now that Trump's president, but the framing definitely over the last 8 years was you are not allowed to criticize the left. It was dangerous to criticize, specifically not just the left, but specifically the far left. It was dangerous to criticize anything that was woke. It was dangerous to criticize anyone who's a minority because your words were either the words themselves were violence or would obviously turn into violence down the road.
Yeah.
And then once sort of people got fed up of woke shit, all that talk kind of disappeared for the most part because now, you know, everyone can say, especially on the far left, can say whatever fucked up crazy shit they want to say. And then, you know, you have the far right.
Now that they've actually engaged in violent rhetoric, they're like,
yes,
oops.
Right. Yeah,
Oopsie.
oops. So like, oh, it's fine now. And so now X is kind of seems like it's totally taken over by the factions of insanity on both sides, sadly. But
DNC has been absent to counter.
I hate Charlie Kirk. I think he's actually a Satan spawn, but he's very, very strategically minded.
At an event organized by the Unearth America crew down the street from the convention center, both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, drink beer, and watch conservative voices try to take on Destiny.
Have you ever fired an AR-15?
Yeah.
So you fired 556. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him or grazes his ear.
Charlie Kirk's been doing this a long time, more than 10 years.
Oh, that's about Trump, about the fucking eye nut. That's the assassin.
Why has it taken the left so long to catch up and still hasn't caught up?
Republicans vertically are very well integrated when it comes to...
I think one of the big reasons why a lot of left-wing policies aren't popular online is because they're not popular in real life. If you're talking about like a lot of these edge case issues, stuff like no borders, the trans issues, stuff like that, it's because they're not popular, period. That's the reason why. I mean, if you interview and you poll people and you see what the numbers are, it very clearly indicates that this is a deeply unpopular position to have. It's imaginary thinking. Exactly, it is. And I think that also another big issue and the other big reason why they're not popular is because the people that are pushing them are generally very autocratic. And they're trying to push them and they demonize anybody else who doesn't think like they do. And I think that alienates people. It does in the long term.
Yeah, that's fucking right on. You agree with that, right?
No, I do agree with that. But there's another interesting element to the whole process, which is you have to remember, especially when it started, a lot of people that were going to alternative news sites and alternative news online, especially on the left, instead of going to the mainstream left-wing news sites. What that means is that they must have been wanting something that they were not getting from the mainstream. Because why would they go to Hasan? Why would they go to these like left-wing internet stuff if they could get it from MSNBC or CNN or any of the other kind of mainstream outlets? And so that should tell you, well, what they want is something more extreme. Something that's more outside the norm of accepted views. And so that is why these views that do get pushed online prominently are probably just definitionally always going to be highly unpopular with the average person. Because if it wasn't, then they wouldn't be views that are
they'd
pushed
be mainstream
online. They'd be mainstream views. Yeah.
Yeah. I think also it's funny because from the progressives' perspective, they think the Republican policies are deeply unpopular. Asmongold is saying the progressive policies are deeply unpopular, and I think that's actually true, and that's why they're failing. But from their perspective, they think the Republican policies are deeply unpopular, and the only reason people are endorsing them is because they're being tricked. They're being deceived by the Republicans. And they're being doubly deceived. They're being deceived into thinking Republican policies are actually good for them, and they're being deceived in believing the progressive policies are bad for them. So, which I think is just delusional, completely delusional. I do think people track the policies, and the policies are unpopular. That's a simple explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure that they're winning elections, right? There's the people who in 2020, they thought the election was stolen in every state, basically, but they still showed up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I think
to be fair, people said that the 2016 election was rigged by Russia, and they still came back and they voted in record numbers for Biden. I think that ever since the 2016 election, every election has been fake. That's it. Every election is fake. Every election is rigged. People were saying that even the 2024 election was rigged. And what else can you do? Yeah, I know, right? But that's what I'm saying. They're still saying it? I'm just saying, right? That's the reason. I disagree with that. I don't think any of the elections were rigged, and I think that people are just coping with losing. That's what I think.
That show.
I agree. I totally agree. Look, I'm agreeing with all this stuff. This is why Asmongold's popular right here.
Well, I agree with the
disagree with.
I agree with the conclusion. To me, it's not comparable to say people complaining about Russia hacking elections is comparable to Donald Trump and the base saying that the election was stolen. Because even when people were complaining about, like, people, when they said Russia hacked the election or whatever, they were saying Russia hacked Hillary's emails, and they felt that that had an impact on having people not vote for her because of the fallout of that. People were not saying Russia hacked the voting machines and then changed the votes. That was not like a mainstream left-wing talking point that was being seriously presented. Where it was being seriously presented that there were all these voting shenanigans all across the country. Donald Trump repeated this and still repeats it to this day. You know, remember,
bring out the Kraken.
Yeah, there was the Kraken. There was the whole, oh my God, they had remember the video? They had the ballots under the table. They had the ballots under the table.
They did. In the suitcase.
Yeah,
the suitcase of ballots.
Suitcase. Yeah.
Which turned out not to be a suitcase at all, but a special case developed just for
storing ballots,
for
like all the other ballots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
For keeping the chain of custody of ballots unmolested during the election. Yeah.
At every single level, to where when people are organizing, or when people.
All right, he drinks Dr. Pepper. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, I like Dr. Pepper.
Hey, you just lost me.
You're a Dr. Pepper hater?
Who can drink Dr. Pepper?
I can't drink any of the brown sodas. Coke,
really?
Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb. I think they're all disgusting.
I love Coke and Pepsi. So
no, I can't. I hate them all.
Real sugar Pepsi though, not the
Coke Zero.
No, not that. They have corn syrup Pepsi that's just tastes way differently than the real sugar Pepsi.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not sure. I think I drink the corn syrup Coke. I can't tell the difference. I don't even know if they have a real sugar Coke.
Well, Pepsi products always are sweeter, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like 7-Up the Sprite. Sprite's always way better, in my opinion.
People are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool, influencing other ones like Joe Rogan, or trying to do things with college kids like Charlie Kirk. They're making these events and they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk, it's school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredible.
I think that's a good point. Obviously, like, they're definitely focused on the goal more than the left is. And this is kind of what I was discussing more yesterday about, maybe this is the day before, I don't remember exactly, about how I think a lot of left-wing thinking ends up Ouroboros cannibalizing itself, because if you agree with like a leftist person on 9 out of 10 things, the one thing that you don't agree on will get them to call you a Nazi. And if you can agree with a conservative on 1 out of 10 things, they can still work with you on those 1 out of 10 things and not call you a fucking communist evil person. Now, obviously, there are extremes that do not really follow this, but I do think this is a general trend. This is definitely a general cultural trend that liberal thought is much more narrow than conservative thought right now. And the acceptance of different viewpoints, etc., is very, very narrow inside of like liberal and leftist spaces. And the endless Russian nesting doll of purity testing has caused them to lose a lot of elections.
This is great. This is so great because everything he's saying seems fair and level-headed, and he's more popular than Hasan now.
Yeah. Well, and I think part of why he's more popular too is he's presenting the topic very differently. Hasan is more shouty, complainy, obnoxious. Asmongold's trying to be calm, reasonable sounding, at least the vibe that he's going for, which is interesting. With the analysis, I think I would have agreed with it until, actually, I think I agree with it now, but I wouldn't have agreed with it in the past because, let me try to think this out for a second. So on the left, it was definitely a lot more narrow on the topics. Right. You couldn't stray from any of the topics. You could have a difference of opinion on any of these topics. You know, if it was something to do with marginalized people or what they would consider marginalized people. And there was definitely a lot more variety, or you could have a lot more disagreements on the right. But it seemed like the one disagreement you couldn't have until recently was that you couldn't be anti-Donald Trump. Like there was, which is kind of why this is interesting. On the left, you could disagree on the people and who you supported, but you could disagree on the people on the left, but you couldn't disagree on the topics or the issues. On the right, it was the inverse. You could disagree on the issues, but you couldn't disagree on the person, Donald Trump.
Maybe so. I mean, I don't hang out right-wing circles enough to know if that's true.
Yeah, because if you were not favorable to Donald Trump, you would get called a rhino. You'd get attacked.
If you supported DeSantis.
I mean, there's these weird things, like whenever someone on the right will be critical of something, like that guy just supported DeSantis. Do you remember that? He used to support DeSantis. He was never a real Republican. So
what if they just supported Vivek? The fake.
Yes, the fake, yes. Though that's changed now because of Epstein, because of Israel, because of the Groypers, being upset about Trump. So that's kind of changed now. Recently, there is a lot more acceptability of people attacking Trump on the right now.
Good.
2020 was indeed rigged. I don't want to talk about that. I literally don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to argue it. I don't care. You think it's rigged? That's true. Go ahead.
They're coping they're coping in his chat. Hilarious.
It's hilarious. Yeah, it is funny. It is funny.
I think most people are actually more open to disagreement. I don't think it's helpful to say that if you don't agree 100%, then the opposite spectrum will help you. I do think that there's a trend, though. I do think absolutely there's a trend.
I think framing it as a trend is totally fair, too. It does seem like it's trending in that direction.
Yeah, and things go back and forth, right? It's not forever.
I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Important. And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's gotten hijacked from people by people who won't vote for you.
This reminded me too. There was this whole movement on like certain, it wasn't mainstream. It was on like I forget their name, like the Midas Touches. It was on some of the like more center-y left YouTube channels. That was all this, oh my God, we had this huge expose about how actually the Republicans stole the 2024 election and they hid all these votes, they did all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. And there was like this kind of like big push for this. None of that went fucking anywhere. I haven't heard anyone talk about that in months whatsoever, which I didn't look into it, but I would assume if there was something there would have been people talking about it for more than a few weeks.
Candidates.
The reason why is because it's been hijacked by virtue signaling narcissistic liberals that are mentally ill. That's the reason why, is that it's being hijacked in the entire messaging campaign. Destiny doesn't realize this, and I think he does realize this, but I think that the reason why it's happened is because a lot of the people are there for these movements, not for the actual movement itself, but for how the movement makes them feel. So it doesn't really matter what the outcome is for them, because it's not about the outcome. It's about the way that they feel whenever they participate in the behavior. They view political opinions and different types of political messaging as social accessories. And because they're using political messaging and political activism as a social accessory, it doesn't matter to them whether that messaging is effective or not, because it's not about being effective. It's about being able to be seen as a person who has these viewpoints. And that's what happens.
Wow. He just articulated the luxury belief argument.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hasan would never be able to do that.
Well, even
big brain Destiny never brings up luxury beliefs.
I think to be fair, I think he has.
No.
But
no, he hasn't.
Even
Destiny
if you
doesn't conceptualize his beliefs as accessories.
Well, no, Destiny doesn't conceptualize his beliefs as luxury beliefs, but I'm pretty sure he's brought up in the context of like the socialists and the far left people online.
Oh, okay.
But it is interesting because even if you are more on the left and you kind of want to, even if you're more woke and you want to disagree with Asmongold here, he's so far, even though he's talked a lot less than Hasan so far, he definitely is adding a lot more
substance is the word you're
than
looking
just
for. Yes.
Asmongold saying, I mean, more than Hasan just saying over and over again, Destiny's a scumbag, Destiny's a scumbag, which, I mean, fair enough, he is, but you can say that once and then move on to a different talking point.
Yeah, I shouldn't have jumped in so early with the wows.
Yes, yes.
He's obviously a smart guy, so. Because he's saying all the things I agree with, and I'm obviously big brain.
That's how you judge
so.
intelligence. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, by how much someone agrees with you.
I think is incredibly destructive.
Did the Democrats have
It's massively destructive, by the way. It completely is destructive. I think a great example for this is think about how many super like hardcore pro-Palestine people refused to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she aligned with them on more issues. Yeah. Like whenever you take these like extreme viewpoints and like you know, she condemned Hamas or something like that. That's true. Yeah, it was not good. Who cares about left or right? Just go for common sense. Well, I'm talking about like a general trend, right? Uber safe space people. Yeah, exactly. Destiny still shills for Democrats. Well, I mean, Destiny, I think, is just trying to be pragmatic, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. Echo chamber mentality. Yeah, I would say so. Kamal was booed when discussing Hamas. Exactly. And that's because it's been taken over. Any of the people that are booing Kamala Harris for, you know, talking about Hamas negatively, if they were under the control of Hamas, their life would be a living hell. But they're not. And so they get to live in a comfortable, air-conditioned home where they can order DoorDash and they live in a gated community. And, you know, the police come if you call the police, if you hear a weird noise at night. These people never have to live with the consequences of their own performative empathy. And so instead of that, they have no problem virtue signaling about how good these freedom fighters are on the other side of the world that starve people, that kill their own people, that are oppressive religious fanatics. They don't have to worry about that because it'll never happen to them. And that's what I was really saying before about how it's not about winning. It's about sending a message. And the message isn't that you like Hamas. It's that you're a good person on the right side of history. And that's what matters the most. You're assuming that she would actually eliminate Hamas? And they're even allowed to support terrorists? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, they can do whatever they want to do. But, like, I'm just saying...
Well, there's another element to this, too, which is that... And Hasan has literally said this. There's a clip that we played a bunch of times that Hasan plays proudly, where he says... If you ever want to have a quick primer on what side to support, you go on the side that is against the Western powers. That's what Hasan literally has said multiple times. So he's saying whatever side is anti-American, that's the side you should support automatically. That should be your automatic assumption point, which is obviously totally batshit fucking crazy.
Yeah,
and that's why you get into the whole, you're going to defend Hamas. You're going to defend the Houthis. You're going to defend China. You're going to defend North fucking Korea, of all places, right? Because you just, the initial mode of analysis is just America is the bad, and that's how I'm going to judge reality.
Anyone who opposes America is the good.
Yes. And that is how the online left is functioning at the moment.
That, you know, if they did have to live there, they would be very unhappy.
Thing like this.
Nothing. And I will say, like, Charlie Kirk is honestly one of the best organizers of our generation.
Yeah.
And I think that,
he does a good
you know,
job.
as much as
It's
I
true.
disagree with Charlie Kirk, I believe that what he's doing has worked. And that's why I'm here to replicate what he's doing. I'm not here to...
This is smart, and I think Democrats are smart to adapt this. If you can't recognize the advantages and the strengths in your opponents, you will never be able to overcome them or defeat them ever.
disrupt Charlie Kirk's events. I'm here to say that there are alternative ideas and that we need to build the same thing that he has, because he is good at it.
Yeah.
Z. Cohen Sanchez has worked more than a decade on Democratic campaigns.
Yeah, good for her.
There's no reason why we can't do this. This is not very expensive to do. We have so many PACs on the Democratic side raising millions of dollars.
The reason why you can't do it is you have too many Russian nesting dolls of purity tests. There are too many drink the Kool-Aid things that you have to believe that alienate average voters, like the Hamas support, like the trans, like athlete support.
Yeah, totally.
Especially trans kids support. You need to cut that out of the Democratic Party. If you want to win elections, you have to remove that from your vocabulary. Like, right-wing people for a very long time were against marijuana. Like, even legal, not illegal, even medical marijuana, they were against it. And it was a losing proposition. I would say Trump was probably the first candidate that didn't really run on marijuana being this evil, bad devil's lettuce type thing. I still am, but much less so, right? Like that, the amount of it that was happening in like 2005 versus when Donald Trump first ran as president, it's like a mountain versus a molehill. It's not even remotely close. It was 1/10 of what it was. Abortion, yeah, abortion's another example, right? And so I think that right-wing politics has done a very good job at trying to remove the super divisive issues that their radical groups try to push. And they've still stuck with like base messaging that resonates with enough people. But I think Democrats have been so infested with like this hyper extremism and hyper radicalism that, again, only exists for the nature of it existing. It's not actually things that people like that even believe in. It's just what they say they believe in so they can feel good.
Man, I agree with that, but I don't agree with that in terms, like, they haven't really softened the messaging on abortion.
I was just thinking the exact opposite. I was like, Trump actually stood up on abortion decisively in the election and said, you're going to lose moderates if you really push this issue as hard as some people on the right want to push it.
Okay. I guess, it was sort of, I guess it's kind of both. Because on one hand, you're right that Trump, he's not pushing a federal pro-life mandate the way that some on the right would prefer. Right. So that would be like where you'd say, well, he's moderated the opinion. He's definitely moderated the opinion of the extremists. I guess why I don't see as moderating the opinion is that even though that there was a lot of people on the right that wanted that, the talking point, which maybe was a lie, but the talking point that the majority of the right has always been pushing is states' rights, just let the states decide. And so that's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could say he was smart enough to realize it would be a mistake. It'd be a massive mistake to go beyond that talking point, which is why Trump just took the victory lap on saying, I got the Supreme Court to push it back to the states, or my Supreme Court justices, pushed it back to the states. Therefore, I got you exactly what you wanted. Don't ask for any more. Right?
And then
that was essentially the argument. So I guess that was him pushing back against the more extreme elements on the right with that. So maybe that is a fair example. Though I'm not sure.
More than anyone on the left stood up against the trans people. I mean, they
didn't stand for that at all.
Who said, look, we're going to lose elections unless we let this go? Other than fucking Jank and Anna, who have been completely pilloried for saying such things.
Well, no politician did. I mean, you had Bill Maher and like James Carville said things like that, but like no politicians dared say that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good picks.
But I don't know. It's it's weird because on one hand, yeah, I guess John Trump did push back against the abortion stuff. He was soft on.
Has it been a thing? Have they pushed
stuff
for all the things that they talked about? Oh, they're going to have a nationwide abortion ban and shit like that. None of that's come to fruition.
No, but he has been, I think, he himself has pushed for very extreme on the deportations. He's pushed for very extreme on the executive branch power and the ability for the executive branch to basically do whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess the perception is those weren't things that, I mean, some people on the right were been pushing for that, but it wasn't as vocal as like the abortion, some of the other issues.
Yeah.
We are not a big PAC. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party.
The context was things that voters are going to find cringy to have to go along with. And I don't know that any of those things are really things that are going to make voters cringe, right? Expanding the executive power. It seems out of the voters' consciousness, really. I mean, restricting, like totally banning abortion, they understand that, right? You're having to sign off on men and women's sports. They understand that. Yeah.
On the executive powers issue, that's not something, I think it's something that's incredibly important.
I think it is important too.
It's not
obviously.
something that the voters conceptualize or think about whatsoever. It would have been completely insane for Obama or a Democrat president to have these continual sit-down meetings with their attorney general and FBI head where they tell them what to do, the way that Trump is telling Pam Bondi and Kash Patel what to do.
Oh, yeah, totally.
It would have been a massive scandal. Republicans would have said just having Obama or Biden have these sit-down strategy conversations with the FBI and the attorney general.
Massive conflict of interest.
Grounds of impeachment. Right? And now, like, we don't even think about it. No one even fucking thinks about it or cares. So, like, well, obviously that's what Trump's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right that people don't care about that. But I'd say the immigration issue is him appealing to the extreme, because while people on the right were in favor of getting rid of the illegals, the framing of it during the campaign was always very specific. It was always
criminals only. Yeah,
we're going to get rid of the criminals, and the reason for that is because even though the more extreme elements of the Republican Party want to get rid of everyone, Trump realized or thought that that wouldn't play so well with the average voter. So he moderated the belief. And then once he gets in power, it's like, mask off, JK, we're just deporting everyone. We don't care if they're criminals or not.
Yeah. I wonder if he's being pushed into that by people inside his coalition. Like they're more interested in just deporting everyone. They're like, Trump can't do anything about it.
To do is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this?
They should be. They should be supporting it. If they want to win, they should be supporting it. Absolutely.
No,
they're retarded.
Not currently.
And the reason why the DNC isn't supporting it is because the DNC, in my opinion, this is going to sound very crazy, but I think that after Occupy Wall Street, I think the Democratic Party I think that the elites and the people in control were terrified of what happened after Occupy Wall Street. And they falsely poisoned-pilled the entire liberal, leftist, left-wing movement with identity politics. They poisoned the entire thing.
And
the Democratic Party, in my
wow.
opinion, this sounds crazy, but I think that they are engineered to lose. They are engineered to lose, and it's working as intended. Because the people that are at the top that are making...
So...
Okay, now we've kind of drifted it.
Yeah, now we've drifted into insane territory. Now, at least, as McGold said, it's going to sound insane. Because it is insane. And pretty stupid. If I'm being honest. It's a pretty stupid take. Because, first of all, now I don't know how old he is. I thought he was like around my age, but I'm not sure how old he is. If you were, well, even if he is, I don't know when he ever started paying attention to politics. If you were paying attention to politics during Occupy Wall Street, no one was scared of Occupy Wall Street. No one was scared of Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street happened, and people were like, oh, people at first were excited. They're like, maybe we're gonna. The left was excited. They're like,
This
maybe
is it. Yeah.
this is it.
the
We're gonna
big
get
one. Revolution is here.
right. We're gonna get. Well, not
Finally.
even like the mainstream left was like, we're gonna get regulations on Wall Street because of the housing crash, and we have a grassroots movement, and like, yeah, we're super excited about this. And then nothing, because all those people were the proto woke retards that can't organize or do fucking anything. And very quickly, Occupy Wall Street in the mainstream became a joke that people made fun of as being a completely feckless, worthless movement. So Asmongold's theory here makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. No one saw Occupy Wall Street as a threat whatsoever. Very quickly after it was conceived, or very quickly after it was organized, everyone thought it was just a fucking joke. And then, Obama came into power. He won the election. And I mean, the identity politics stuff really didn't start big time until the last year or the last 2 years of his presidency. So the idea that this was like all the way back, in Occupy Wall Street, just some kind of conspiracy to keep the left down, just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't buy any of the conspiracy stuff, but Occupy Wall Street, I do remember. I mean, that's when you really saw the kids being driven by the wokeness. Because
it was like a proto wokeness, because it was based on, it was more like classical socialist based on class, and it wasn't based on identity or racial identity at all.
But they had the meetings set up where the people, they had to let all the marginalized people speak before anyone with power could speak, anyone white or male.
No. It was but it was not based on race. It was based on class and whether you were in a position of power, because there's that famous moment where John Lewis, Black House Representative John Lewis.
They were like, shut the fuck up.
Yes.
You're a congressperson.
Wanted to speak at some Occupy Wall Street thing. You have a black government official, and a bunch of white socialists say, you can't. He said, if you want to speak, that's fine, but you have to go to the back of the big line of people waiting to speak, because every single person's voice is equal. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't matter that you're in government or a House representative. And it doesn't matter that you have to go fly back to Washington, D.C. to do whatever it is people in Washington, D.C. do. And you have a schedule, unlike the people that are all camped out here for a fucking month that have nothing better to fucking do. You have to go stand in the back of the line and wait 2 hours to talk. Even though you're a black man. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it was like proto wokeness, because it wasn't based on racial identity yet.
These people are fucked from the start. It's just any person who comes that is in a position of power to help them, they're like, let's fuck with this person because they're in a position of power, right?
Well,
how will that movement ever succeed?
Well, that's why it became a joke so quickly, because they're against hierarchies of power even existing. And if you can't have a hierarchy of power,
how can you accomplish anything?
You can't accomplish anything. You can't structure an organization or a movement to do shit. And this is why when it started, people thought, oh, we're going to get some regulations on Wall Street. And then it devolved into every single dumb fuck person there had some own pet far left project concept they wanted to shove into Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to BLM when you would like read through the BLM, like the things they were advocating for became like insane, because it was what every fucking retard wanted to shove in here. They had to shove in there.
This happens in a lot of Democratic legislation as well, which is like their idea of pork is just all these woke projects and shit.
Yes.
Which is terrible.
Yes. So I will also dock points for Asmongold, because it's very clear. It should be very clear that the reason the Democrats would not want to be associated with this is because it's called Unfuck America, and also because Destiny is a toxic radiation dump. That it would make sense to me they wouldn't want to necessarily be associated with that. And he doesn't even have the woke cover that Hasan has generated for himself.
These decisions. And again, if they win, great. But if they lose, it doesn't matter. Because basically what they're doing is they're sabotaging a group of people that if they get into power and they don't have this other identity politics noise going on, they could actually turn their sights at these corporations and at this financial, political elite ruling class. So I think that they've used identity politics to poison pill leftist politics. And that's the reason why you don't have conversations about, like, why are all these illegal aliens being exploited inside of these factories to begin with? Why is this even a noble pursuit that's worth protecting at all? What kind of self-respecting leftist person that's a communist would think that it's a good thing that you have a bunch of these people working that have no control, no ownership of the production, and nothing? Like, you would assume that, like, this is absolutely not a good thing, but you have them going lockstep with it because they have been poison-pilled. That's what's happened.
Another problem with this theory is that if we look back at the trajectory of where identity politics came, we saw it come in like from two places at first. We saw it come from college professors in socialist fields, very woke fields, critical theory fields, post-colonial studies. It was coming from that. And then those people would come onto the internet, on YouTube, on Twitter back in the day, and they would kind of barf this garbage that they had been taught at college.
Regurgitate.
Right. They would regurgitate all this shit that they've been taught in college. And then once like Twitter and social media became more popular, and journalists basically mind fucked themselves into thinking that Twitter was representative of anything. They would see how woke Twitter became, because that's where all these obnoxious college kids, were going to pontificate. And part of it had to do with when Tumblr got shut down and all the fucking horrible, toxic waste crew of Tumblr migrated to Twitter and to the broader internet when Tumblr stopped allowing pornography on Tumblr, unfortunately. It caused the big Tumblr migration. And then the journalists thought that, this was indicative of what the average person was thinking. And you'd see, like, you'd have all the YouTubers the left-wing YouTubers were kind of spreading all this shit. It was only after it started to kind of spread through social media, and then journalists picked it up. And then after the journalists picked it up, then you saw the corporations pick it up because they were terrified of getting canceled by journalists, or they were terrified of getting sued for being racist at the same time period. So it was kind of it was not like this sort of like Asmongold is kind of laying out that there's like this top-down business elite strategy to screw over poor people. He's kind of making it funny. He's kind of making like a left-wing socialist argument here by tricking them into thinking identity politics when it doesn't make any sense, because we saw the trajectory. The trajectory was it didn't start with the corporations. The corporations were reacting to social media. They're reacting to the people. It started with the far left college professors and teaching that slop to children.
Yep, that's where it always begins. The slop factory.
Party's always been a party of race politics since their founding. They were never the party of the small man.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I mean, I just gave you the point of reference where I think that it changed, where I think that they provided a perspective of the small man, and just that was enough to scare the companies into poisoning all of politics with race politics and identity politics to distract them from class politics and from income disparity and income inequality. I will refer back to one of the many statistics that after the year 2020...
I mean, the original... I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, the original Democrat Party back in the 1800s was the party that the South and the more conservative people would point to and say that's the party of, the common man, and was pro states' rights and was pro, quote, individual rights, and was against, national big banks and all these other things. So it's kind of interesting for someone to say, well, the Democrat Party was always a party of identity politics. It's like, oh, okay, interesting.
The Dixiecrats.
Well, Dixiecrats was much later down the road, but yeah.
They weren't identity politic obsessed.
2021, after the COVID recession, over 90% of the recovery in the economy was experienced by literally the top 1% of the economy. The top 1% of the population. That number going up isn't your graph, but it's theirs. And because they control so much of it, they want you to believe that the number going up is going to help you. It's a wealth transfer. It's a massive wealth transfer. Exactly. And the Democrats disowned the working class. They lost the majority of their base. Exactly. I think they 100% did. Did race and identity politics come in Obama's time? I think that it definitely, like Obama.
Is it fair to say there was a massive wealth transfer during COVID? But wasn't that mostly through the fact that you had people were in lockdown, certain businesses that were conducive to the lockdown, like Amazon and even Netflix, though they've kind of bounced back, did incredibly well because people were looking for ways to spend money and ways to invest in companies they thought would do good during the lockdown. And that's what caused a massive wealth transfer in that time period. While a lot of small businesses obviously got slammed, a lot of people that worked normal jobs got slammed because they couldn't do those normal jobs. So there was a wealth transfer, but I don't think it was like no one planned to make it a wealth transfer, so to speak.
Yeah, obviously. High interest rates added to that too, because obviously high interest rates help people with money. They earn interest on their money, right? But it also caused inflation, which destroyed the spending power of the people without money.
Right.
Obama being the first black president definitely put race politics in the forefront. It absolutely did. But I think that more so it was after Occupy Wall Street. Because Occupy Wall Street was 2011, 2012, and social identity politics really started taking hold in 2013 and 14. It was like right after that.
Why not?
And I think that also Trump, when he first ran for president, one of the reasons why he had such an explosive level of success, especially online, is because it was a direct refutation of that injection of social and race politics.
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really.
I think it's fair to say, regarding Occupy Wall Street, what probably happened was the frustrated energy of all the Occupy Wall Street retards. All those people probably became the woke movement. All those same people, because they were completely incapable of getting anything done. They all probably became I'm sure if you trace back all the hyper woke people, you'd find a lot of them were part of Occupy Wall Street. Like, so they just kind of transferred along the lines. So that is probably a trajectory for that.
Get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things have happened internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
No, our motto is when they go low, we go high.
For Destiny,
they don't care. They don't give a shit.
It's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language.
Why it's okay to use the word retard. I'm going to tell you something, that if you want young men to vote for you, policing their language is the way to lose. Young men use all kinds of slurs constantly around each other. They still use the F word. They still use the N word. They do it constantly. And the R word isn't the R word, it's retard. Young men are crass, aggressive, I think, like kind of brusque. Like they're assholes. And they're clankers, exactly. Bathroom talk, yeah, exactly. And that's the way that men talk.
Locker room
and
talk.
So when you have a bunch of Karens sitting around virtue signaling about how bad saying retard is,
yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, but you're not going to win the votes of the young men. Yeah, they're abrasive, exactly. They are. And this starts at about age, I would say for boys, like 8 or 9. And from 8 or 9 to like 50. That's the way guys are.
It's so true. It's so true. Yeah.
Insults.
I the only disagreement, I don't know, 50. I'd go a little younger than 50. But yes, that is true. That is very true. And that is part of why there's such a massive divide, I think, among the younger generations when it comes to you see
My
this
dad's
massive
like
gender
80,
divide.
and I think he's gotten worse. So I don't know.
There you go. There you
I
go.
don't know that I agree with that.
There you go. You're right. There is no
Definitely
limit. It just
brusque.
stays forever, right? It just stays forever.
Yes.
But yeah, it is weird, and it would be interesting to chart this sort of trajectory of when the feminization of the discourse in the workplace really sunk its claws in, and how did that occur so quickly?
Yeah. Well, women gained a lot of power. People were
Yeah,
worried
I mean,
about offending them.
women had a lot of power for a long time. It might have been, I don't know, maybe was it, I feel like it was before Me Too. I feel like Me Too was not the cause, but the reaction of it. It's like now that we had the power, Me Too movement, right? So I'm not sure Me Too movement was the creation point of that. All the like feminist frequency shit that kind of started we have to start, making sure that there's no sexual assault happening on college campuses. That all started before, that was all like 2014 and that stuff really started to, I mean, it started in 2012, but it really started to pick up 2014 through 2016. Those were, because if you remember, especially if you project the culture wars, the first culture war stuff that kind of took off, it wasn't the race identity politics. It was all feminist crap.
What is the force driving the guilt tripping around saying retard? Because when I was a kid and we learned to call people retards,
mm-hmm.
no one was standing around guilt tripping. Well, how are the retards going to feel? No one was sitting around thinking about that.
Uh-huh.
And if someone was smart enough to say that, we would have just said, well, they're fucking retards. They don't even know what we're saying.
You just say that's retarded.
Yeah.
They even said that. Yeah.
They don't care because they're fucking retards.
Right.
They're too retarded to care.
Yeah, it was just part of the broader woke policing, which is why I think retard was one of the first things to revert back, because it wasn't really grounded in anything solid in the first place.
Maybe it's due to the online situation where all of a sudden every faction had the ability to form some sort of coalition online, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you've got gay people forming coalitions. You've got, retards forming coalitions. And they're all complaining about it. They're doing the thing that the actor did with Apu, right? They're like, well, this is my perspective on Apu. I think it's racist. And all of a sudden everyone starts empathizing with that perspective. And they're like, holy shit, we got to clean everything up.
I don't think the retards were able to
form a coalition.
Galvanize.
Well, the other people definitely were, right? I'm sure.
No, I think what happened was the far left was engaged in massive amount of word policing, behavior policing, tone policing, and they were doing this in order to exert power over people and get them to capitulate to their far left ideology. And so retard was just another tool that if you slipped up, if you said anything that could be conceived as being offensive, any form of ist, ableist, that would get you like a dock. That'd be another slap against you. And so retard just kind of got rolled into all that.
Look, there are two factions here. Obviously, there's the faction that is going to use this as a way of abusing their power, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure there is a faction that are a bunch of do-gooders who are like, oh, yo, look, gay people don't like to be called the F slur, right? It hurts their feelings. And during the 80s and 90s, people would say, fuck their feelings, right?
Right.
What changed? Why did all of a sudden we start caring about the feelings of people?
Because we moved to a more feminine approach.
Yeah, I do think that's at the heart of it.
Yeah.
and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist.
The tweets you sent about the kids in Texas would
I saw this already.
disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say,
I'm not going to get into it a lot, but I do think that like making comments like that at the expense of the victims generally isn't a good way to garner sympathy. And if you're being pragmatic and you want to win elections, like Destiny was just criticizing the Democratic Party for, is making fun of the little girls that died in the Texas flood going to move you closer to or farther away from winning elections?
Further away.
In my opinion, I think it moves you farther away from it. So
Usually
while you
criticize
and complained about the Democratic Party not trying to win elections, I think that this language and this type of like behavior is just simply not. It's not beneficial. It's just not. And I don't think you can compare it, by the way, with illegal aliens being deported, because I'm sure somebody will make that comparison. Illegal aliens broke the law. They're adults. They broke the law. They're getting deported. That's the way it is. It's that simple. So whenever you're holding an adult accountable for their own actions, that's very different than, like watching and saying that it's a good thing that a child died. Do you see what I'm saying? Like these are very, very different things.
Bring up that news story I sent you. The one about the guy who got deported and his whole family's like, his whole family of American citizens are in financial peril because the one guy got deported and he was the breadwinner. He's like a welder. I think he makes like $80K a year. And as soon as he got deported to Mexico, he's like, oh, I can make like $5 a day.
Right.
He's totally fucked. He has a house and a mortgage back home. He has a wife and 3 kids, and they're all fucking completely mortified by the situation.
But it's a good thing we're deporting only the criminals, right?
It's a terrible story. It's a terrible story, and I maybe we'll watch it after this because it is. I'm curious what the response is from the MAGA supporters in our chat, because I wonder if Donald Trump could turn it around. The thing that bugs me about it is, I mean, you're to make a point about the one guy who I do agree, broke the law, did a bad thing 18 years ago, but he married an American citizen. He's got 3 kids that are Americans, and they're all getting fucked over by this, right? So you're fucking over 4 actual Americans for something this one guy did. It's just not fair, remotely fair in my eyes. I'm sure you agree, right?
No, I agree completely. I think the response would generally be there'd be this idea that he stole that job from an American, or drove wages down. Which, I mean, if he said he was making 80K, he's obviously not driving wages down.
Oh no,
so he was a skilled worker, so he wasn't driving anyone's wages down at that point. So I think it's insanely retarded to deport people who have been living in the country for a long time, have families, or productive members of society. Yeah, it's kind of completely retarded to deport those people. There's no benefit to doing it. Deport the criminals, deport people that are like, if there's people beside, like, this is the way you should be thinking about it. Obviously, if you do someone who's doing criminal activity, okay, get rid of that person. They're like a complete blight on your society.
Yeah, even if they have a wife and 3 kids, right?
Well, who cares? They're harming
the wife
society.
And 3 kids anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're making society net negative. And then even have like the people who maybe not doing crime, but they're like, they're busking shit on the street, right?
Right.
They're, not exactly doing anything that anyone really necessarily like wants or whatever. Okay, and if they've only, they've been in the country for a very short, not a super long period of time yet. Like, get rid of those people. So it is pretty crazy to get rid of the guy who's been here for 18 years and is a welder, as a family of American citizens. So, and part of the problem, because I know this does come up with some people, they say, well, if the guy was here for 18 years, why didn't he become an American citizen in those 18 years?
He was. He definitely was, and I think they canceled his.
Oh, so he
hearings.
was.
Yeah.
He was in trying to become an American.
Look,
Okay.
his wife had been trying for as long as they were married. You know, women,
Right.
Jesus fuck. She's like, I got to get my husband legal here. Jeez.
Well, that's part of the problem, is that if people do come into the country illegally, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
It's fairly difficult for them to ever become citizen, even if they've been here for 18 years and committed no crimes and are a net benefit to society.
I think that's got to change.
It does have to change, but I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah.
The Republicans don't want it.
Maybe it shouldn't change. Maybe I don't know how difficult it is for people to come here illegally. If it's super impossible.
Well, there's very limited slots. I think that's part of the issue.
Yeah.
So that's the concern. And it's weird too, from like a political standpoint. And it could just be because Trump doesn't care. He just let Stephen Miller do whatever the fuck Stephen Miller wants. Because I would think from a purely pragmatic political point, if Trump is like, I'm going to shut the borders and I'm going to actually do the thing I said, just deport all the criminals. If the left complained about that, it'd just be like, look at the fucking retards complaining about deporting the criminals. But every time it's like, there's a story where we deported the guy who's been here for 18 years. We deported the hairdresser who got sexually assaulted in the prison because he had a fucking tattoo. Like, every time you have these fucking stories, it just, I don't know. It just completely hurts your own political.
Well, it's easy to tell people it's just an accident, and the left is just making hay over one little indiscretion or one little mistake.
There's a lot. It's weird because, like, obviously the internet is very different than the average voter. Because the internet, a lot of people on the internet were all just lying to our faces on the right when they're like, we just want to get rid of the criminals. And then as soon as it's like, no, mass deportations, they all were going base. They were totally in favor of that.
Yeah,
I haven't
they
really
always
seen.
have been.
No, but they were lying about it. I haven't seen anyone who was like, oh, I've seen like normie people. I haven't seen like any really big internet people that were like, I'm mad that Donald Trump said he was only going to go after criminals and now he's going after everyone. That's not like a position.
No, there are a lot of people on the right that are just fundamentally against any immigration. Like, they want zero fucking immigration.
Yes. Yeah, but if that was your case, just say that from the beginning. Don't lie to me about it. Don't hide your power level from the beginning.
Hide your true beliefs.
Yeah.
Which is so used to be being called racist for wanting no immigration. So, and they don't want to be called racist. They don't think of themselves as racist. So,
well, I'm sorry, but if you're like, you're gonna be like, oh, I don't want to be called racist.
Like,
so I'm gonna hide
sorry,
my
but
belief.
you are.
It's like, okay, well, I mean, fuck you.
Like, but like, you are racist. So,
I don't know if it's racism. There's a lot of people that
I think you can want zero immigration and not be racist.
Yeah, it's xenophobia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a couple things. Some of it's xenophobia. Some of it is just, I came here legally and I'm just super triggered if anyone came here not legally.
Mm-hmm.
So there's different reasons for it. And yeah, some people are racist, sure. So it's not everyone. No, Asmongold did bring this up because Destiny was always bringing up Asmongold as the counterexample.
Mm-hmm.
Because he made that joke, which I think was in poor taste, about how he wanted to dress up as Ash Ketchum and like run around with ice, like playing Pokemon while they were catching illegals and deporting them. Which
Asmongold said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which not a nice joke. I agree, it's in poor taste. I would also agree that to compare that to joking about children dying is not comparable at all.
No.
So.
He's legal again, and we can joke about anything. But when they say anything, they really just mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I don't think that's true. And I think that if you just look at the way that Charlie Kirk, for example, if you want to use him for an example, he thought the jokes about him that were made on South Park were funny. And he even changed his profile picture to like whatever the character was. It was like Cartman. So like, I don't really even think this is true. I think that in some cases it's true. And he's right that people are fragile in cases where like they could look bad, but they're not in cases where they wouldn't be. Like Vance too. Yeah, the JD Vance memes as well. But I think that like there's elements of truth in this, but it's not big.
That is a very interesting example of the gender difference, because you saw JD Vance and Charlie Kirk were both sort of like, even if they were mad about it, they didn't show anyone publicly they were mad about South Park. They just, they changed the little picture to their profiles and they laughed about it. Where Christy Nome was all like, this is offensive. This is, how dare these men make fun of a woman's appearance, blah, 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 blah. And then it was only after she saw that was like woke scolding and not really working for someone on the right. Then she sees what Charlie Kirk did. She's like, oh, well, now I'm going to change my avatar to the little avatar of me from South Park. I'm like, it doesn't work after you just complained about it. Okay.
Yeah, guys know to lean into it. Guys know, I'm not going to let this get to me. As soon as they see that it actually bothers me, they're going to do it 10 times harder. Do it 10 times more. Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
But women,
it is interesting.
Why do the completely different approach? Let me guilt trip this bitch. That's what women think. Let me guilt trip you. Look, you're offending me, and have probably offended a lot of other people too. You bitch.
Right. Right.
How's that make you feel?
Yeah, it is funny that guys are able to very quickly pick up on the whole.
If you just try that with a guy, they're like, "Yeah, that was a point to offend you."
Right. If you complain
bitch.
about it, you're
Thank
just
goodness.
playing into the whole
That's right.
process.
I succeeded.
Yes. Though, to be fair, I mean, they lambasted Christy Nome way harder than Charlie Kirk or JD.
Oh, did they really? I didn't see the South Park.
Oh,
yeah. I guess you watch South Park every week, don't you?
Well, it was on. They had 2 weeks. They didn't make it in time, so it's only the second episode.
You're a regular watcher.
No, I
regular
resubscribed to Paramount Plus just so I could watch South Park.
Wow, you're a big South Park fan.
And also now I'm watching the new Dexter, which is actually, thank you whoever recommended it. It's
good.
Well, I'm shocked. I really thought Dexter, the last seasons were all trash. I'm shocked that we only watched like 2 episodes, but it was like way better than anything it's ever been again. So I'm kind of surprised by that. But not like amazing, not like season 1 or season 2, but still better than anything after that. But no, what they did in the episode was they had Christy Nome they would do this thing where every time she'd be talking, her face would slowly start to melt off and distort horribly. And it would fall on the ground and like be alive and try to run away. Then people would have to catch her face and slap it back on.
Does his mask off? Is that the analogy here?
Well, I think it's just because she kind of looks like she has plastic surgery face.
Oh.
So then she'd have like a team come and they'd like do a bunch of you'd hear like jackhammer sound effects and power saw sound effects, and like they put her face back on.
Oh my God.
And then also
she's like, I've only had 25 facelifts. Why are they making all these jokes?
Right. I mean, I don't think she looks that plastic surgery. So
she looks pretty good. Yeah.
I was kind of surprised by the.
How old is she? I mean, she's probably in her 50s, right? I mean, she looks pretty good for 50.
53. Yeah.
53.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's. I mean,
I'm 53.
You can tell she does have the plastic surgery face in some of these pictures. She's got the fake lips and the collagen implants or the collagen injections, I should say. So. Oh, and then the other thing that was very funny is whenever, like at the end of every scene that she was in, it would end with her shooting a dog and killing it for no reason.
Wow.
Because, there was a whole story about Christy Nome shooting her dog.
I did not know that, no.
No, remember, like there was a whole thing
in her book. Be put out of its misery?
There's a whole thing where she was like, oh, she's talking in her book about shooting her dog, and everyone was like, oh my God, why did she shoot her dog?
Some of these pictures, I mean, she does look pretty bad.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, yes. I guess South Park was on point.
Oh my God.
And I'm looking at some close-ups, like HD close-ups of her face. I'm like, oh, okay.
I know.
Yeah, maybe they were right.
That was published on
Yeah.
some progressive website, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Huffington Post went a little crazy.
Yes. Yeah, you don't remember this story? We talked about this on stream. There was some story where she wrote in her book that she had some dog that she was trying to like teach to be a hunting dog, and it wouldn't
And she ended up killing it?
No. Like it wouldn't like take, and it wouldn't act appropriately. And she said it was like attacking chickens and stuff.
Oh,
And so
okay.
she just shot it. She just killed it.
And
And people were like, "What the fuck?"
that is actually the country way. The country way is
Right.
once the dog has had a taste for blood,
Yes,
it's no good to you.
I guess, but people were
Really.
not happy that she killed
Time
her
to
own
put it
dog.
out of its misery.
So.
Yeah. Or put it out of your misery, rather, not its
Right.
own misery. It's probably
Right.
loving eating your chickens out of the coop.
Yes.
Oh, look, free chickens. I love chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Little girls dying equals black people and Hispanic jokes. Well, I think that, like, yeah, it's a very big difference.
Your point that, you know, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats.
One of the things that conservatives stumbled into accidentally, because I think Donald Trump's an idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left looked like, and I think they think that you need an extreme...
I think that if you think that Donald Trump is an idiot, I think that you need to reevaluate your analysis of intelligence. Because intelligence isn't just simply the ability for a person to do math or be able to read something and remember what they read. At the end of the day, I view intelligence primarily as the ability to create outcomes that are beneficial for yourself. If you think that you're really smart, but you constantly can't create outcomes that are beneficial for you, I don't think you're actually that smart.
Look, if you can launch a crypto coin, you're a genius.
Well, I don't agree with this, the framing of this.
I know. I knew you
At
would
all.
disagree with it.
Well, because it's two things. Number one, words have meaning. I don't like when people try to redefine words to mean weird things. Intelligence means something very specific. Now Trump is very skilled at doing what Asmik was talking about, at creating situations where he gets positive outcomes. Obviously shown by the fact that he's been president twice, right? Now,
yeah, but obviously a lot of that depends upon what you're working with, right? If you're in a situation of power, it's a lot easier to persuade people than if you're in no position of power, right? And that has to be taken into account.
Yes. But here's where the big but comes in. Okay. So you can say, obviously, Donald Trump has a lot of skill in the realm of persuasion, getting people to do what he wants. But then we look at how he's handling the Epstein stuff. Right? And it's so stupid.
You object to the handling of the Epstein stuff?
Well, no, I'm saying you look at like the comments he was making about the Epstein stuff were so fucking stupid and weird and handled so retardedly. You're like, what the fuck's happening here? This is the dumbest way you could possibly handle the situation ever. Ever. And so you do have to draw a distinction between someone as being a good persuader and someone as being, quotes, like just saying, oh, they have just high levels of general intelligence. Because those things can be very different. You could be a scammer. You could be a scammer who's, of moderate intelligence that just figures out how to scam people. And you could scam people far more intelligent than you on an IQ test. Does that make you more intelligent to them?
I do think intelligence is related to pattern recognition and memory. I do think those are the two key components to intelligence. So I disagree with his definition of intelligence as just being able to make outcomes that are beneficial to you personally.
Yes. Right.
I mean, look, even if you wanted to riff off of his definition, wouldn't you be more intelligent if you could create situations that were beneficial for you and me and everyone else? I mean, wouldn't that be more intelligent?
I guess it depends on what you want, what your goal is. Maybe not. But if you're a piece of shit.
Oh, your goal is to intentionally fuck. That's the problem with his definition. Because then you're like, okay, well, you're super intelligent. You're going out. You could easily set up a win-win situation where everyone gains, but you're just fucking people over for your own benefit because
but
you enjoy it.
Intelligence itself doesn't have a moral value to it. Like you can be a good person and very stupid, and be a very evil person, very smart.
By my metric,
I know
doesn't have a moral value to it, but I think by his metric, it does, right?
No, but I don't think the definition of intelligence should have a moral.
Yeah, but that's why I disagree with his definition.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying.
His definition is basically self-serving greed,
yes.
right? Makes you more.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
If you can achieve ends that are useful for you, even though it could be at the expense of other people, then you're intelligent.
No, but
it's a pattern recognition, but obviously there's pattern recognition in different areas, right? I'm probably better at pattern recognition in like anatomy from drawing and stuff like that.
Right.
You're obviously better at pattern recognition in letters and words because obviously you're a better reader than me.
Well, I can read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just different domains, right? And then the more domains that you're good at, because there's some people that excel in like fucking every single domain. Obviously, they're just stacking different intelligence stacks together. And then memory. So many people, I think this person has a really fucking shitty memory. I'm always amazed at how good my memory is. And it's effortless for me. So I remember shit.
Yeah, I agree that the basis of IQ is pattern recognition. I do believe it's something you can generally test for, IQ tests. So whether you can have people that are very high IQ and they could not be very successful just because they don't have a personality type that suits success.
Yeah. Well, I think my definition is more the general definition because they've looked at these people that are 140, 150 IQ and stuff, and a lot of times they're just not really successful at all. They're terribly unsuccessful.
That's interesting.
There's an example of a guy who was, I think, 20 IQ points smarter than Einstein, and he was just an utter failure. Yeah. So
really? Was there some rationale given for that?
I can't remember what book this was in that I was reading after I'm bragging about my memory being so
good.
I'm like, what was this book I was reading? But they did go through a lot of the different intelligences. I think it might have been a book about Einstein's brain. What is that book? Anyway. Yeah, so I disagree with Asmongold's. I think he's just thinking about it on the fly, hence the reason why he's trying to duck out of frame. He's trying to do the Coldplay thing. Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I didn't actually say that. Don't hold me on it. My position's evolving.
In order to win elections, but what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Back inside.
Somebody, you know the trick where the guy who doesn't know anything about chess plays 10 chess masters and beats them all?
No.
Do you know that trick?
I'd never heard this.
So the way it's done is you put the 10 chess masters in a circle, and I can't remember if you go first or you let the chess master go first and you respond. But what you're doing is you're just stealing the play from every chess master. So the chess master makes a move, and then you move.
Oh, you just play the move to the next guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's
exactly.
Funny.
So you're basically making all the chess masters play each other, but in the end, you can basically beat them all.
You'll have 9 winners and 1 loser. The one guy you're starting with.
Yeah, well, 9 out of 10 isn't bad, right?
Yeah, that's
for somebody
funny.
who doesn't know anything about chess.
Right. That's
all you're doing is copying the moves. Well, somebody pointed this out in the comments once, that this is what Destiny does. And it's always stuck with me. That Destiny debates all of these people, and he's just basically stealing the best arguments from all of these other people.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I thought, that might be what he's fucking doing. Because he doesn't read anything, or he's not trying to gain a broad knowledge of anything, really.
Well, he does like hyper autistic research in some topic that he's going to do debate on.
Sure. And he does remember that stuff. Like, he'll put together a timeline and he'll remember quite a bit of it. So,
right.
Yeah. He's definitely intelligent. So,
well, he's
immoral
very quick,
as fuck,
so.
But
I think I figured out the book you're talking about. It's a Malcolm Gladwell book.
Oh, is it?
Outliers, The Story of Success.
Outliers. That's it. It totally is. That's fucking it. That's it.
See, the AI always knows.
That
one vivid example is
piece of shit.
There you go. One vivid example is Christopher Langan, believed to have one of the world's highest IQs, who ends up working on a ranch rather than academia or business. Gladwell argues that practical intelligence, knowing how to seize opportunities and navigate social systems and network, is just as vital as raw intelligence.
Yeah, yeah. I'm better at that than most people, so. Even though I occasionally call people condescending pieces of shit to their face, but only when appropriate. That Gladwell, it's so sad because I like a lot of Gladwell's books, and obviously I'm an audiobook guy, so I listen to them.
Mm-hmm.
And Gladwell at one point started narrating his own books. And he is such a fucking terrible narrator. It is in vogue for the author to read their own book.
They have a good voice.
Well, his voice is okay, but it's just sort of the self-congratulatory zeal that he reads it with. Like, oh my God, I'm so amazing for writing this.
Listen to this line I wrote here. I wrote this so well.
And I don't get that in other nonfiction authors. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
With him, I'm like, oh my God, I can't listen to this book.
Right.
I think I checked out after his David and Goliath book, because that was the first book that he did that reading, and I didn't even make it through the book. I was like, this is fucking garbage.
Well, this is why you need a good editor who like listens and they're like, no, you can't narrate it.
Oh yeah. He's in the stratosphere now, though, as far as authors go. He might be one of the top 10 authors of our time.
Really?
Yeah.
In terms of what?
Well,
like
in the nonfiction
popularity?
Realm.
Yeah.
All of his books were on the New York Times bestseller list forever.
Right.
Outliers, Blink. But now he's completely woke. Last time we covered him, he was getting destroyed by Douglas Murray.
Yep. The woke mind virus claims another victim.
Yep.
The packed event giving the UNF America organizers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this a semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio. I mean, the physical crowds are now 3,000-4,000 people almost every time.
It's a lot of people.
And so the plan for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country, and you guys are going to be there too.
That's the goal. If we can raise them
smart. That's smart. That's a good idea.
enough.
No, that's dumb. They're fucking stalkers. They need to get the fuck out of here.
That's a bad idea. Yeah.
Yeah. They've got a sexual assault sounding name and they're stalking a person. No, come on. This is not a good look. Progressives need to pull their heads out of their ass.
Right.
Money to get there, we absolutely will. People wonder why the youth vote shifted 9 to the right.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why. He's put the footwork in and we haven't.
I think that this is definitely a very good thing that Democrats are realizing this. And also, people are surprised. This is a really good video by CNN. I think it was. This is like unironically a good video that was fair. Yeah, they're discussing it in a genuine way. And I think that really what they've realized is that
Asmongold's a dumb shithead. Dumb fuck.
You've changed. Now you're like,
Idiot.
I changed my opinion completely.
You disagree with me 5%.
There you go.
Now I hate his guts.
CNN,
Well,
and I think that a lot of the Democrat.
It's a good video from CNN's perspective. It's a good piece of propaganda.
Fair.
It is
Not
not fair
remotely
in
fair.
terms of the framing of Destiny, whitewashing the joke somewhat about the children, calling it poking, right? Not talking about the sex stuff, the revenge porn cases.
Mm-hmm.
And also the way the guy was like framing it. I mean, it's obviously not neutral. CNN's not neutral. I get they're kind of like trying to be more neutral, but the framing of the whole thing is like Charlie Kirk is evil because he's getting people to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and also just they've completely decided to keep the progressives out.
Yeah.
Which I think they want a lot of progressives in to talk to Charlie Kirk. So I just see stalkers from Unfuck America who won't go away.
Well, I don't know if it's a debate thing, if it's just supposed to be a self-congratulatory political, we're jacking each other off thing.
No, I obviously he's debating progressives, right? That's
No,
the
no,
whole idea.
Well, no. Because that's the whole point, is that Charlie Kirk doesn't just go around debating all the time. He does the debates, and then he does the, like, we're all just going to get together and jerk each other off, sessions.
Podcasting.
Well, it was a Turning Point USA like meeting thing.
Okay.
It wasn't a podcast.
Pep talk.
It was like a rally.
Oh, nice. Political rally?
Yeah, it was like a Turning Points USA rally.
Wasn't like a mixer?
It
Meet your
was
future
not.
ex-wife?
Well, it could be a mixer for MAGA.
If you're single?
The MAGA mixer, baby.
Establishment has realized that they disenfranchised and they deplatformed so many people that those people now are so large that they can create their own platforms, like what Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply removing people's access to discussion. And so now that they have to come to the table, they have to come, there's a big come to Jesus moment here, right? Where like, hey, maybe what we're doing isn't working. And that's clearly what's happened. You know how many views? Yeah, he acknowledged the shooting. Yeah, I know. I'm going to look at it just in a second. But yeah, let me go back. I'll see if I can find it. And active shooter, Emory University. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this up. Obviously, I'm not going to look at this a whole lot, but I'll take a look at it for just a little bit. You create a better product through competition. But the real problem, I'm going to tell you right now, the real problem that Democrats have more than anything right now is the fact that they have an obsession with identity politics that have 90-10, 80-20 approval ratings. You have to kill that. If you can't kill that, you're killing yourself. That's it. It is a literal fucking cancer that has infested leftist politics, and it has killed their ability to affect any sort of real change. Because nobody wants to, and here's the problem. Nobody wants to vote for a person who can't figure out how many genders there are. It's the same as flat Earth, for example. If I knew somebody believed in the flat Earth theory, I would never vote for them because their intellectual and their mental capacities are compromised. Period. I would never vote for them. A lot of people view these gender ideology things as the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And it is basically a litmus test, is that if you think this, you cannot be a rational, normal thinker.
Yeah.
Well, that's obviously true. That's obviously true. Because I've said the very same thing. And saying how dumb these people on the left are, who say no one cares about these social, culture war issues, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you don't understand. The average person is not going to understand some fucking complicated economic plan or policy about whether it's going to help them or not. But they are going to understand someone saying, should you cut off a child's genitals? Should you allow a man to play in female sports. These are very easy things for people to grasp. And so they're going to say, well, if that's their position on an issue, I understand. Why would I trust them on some other issue that's, too complicated
beyond
for me
my
to understand the fact claims of all the stuff that's going on?
Yeah. You're not going to.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
telling me go away.
Right. So so obviously, since it agrees with me, that's something I've said. It's a very intelligent point for Asmongold to make, though it's somewhat contradictory because he just said he didn't think intelligence was, he was defining intelligence as the way for people to create situations for themselves where they succeed. And then he said he wasn't going to vote for someone who was a retard if they thought flat Earth was real because it shows that they're stupid. But you could have a person who believes in flat Earth that's able to create situations for themselves where they're highly successful, as
What
a
if,
lot of flat
what if
earthers have done. So
what if they believe in flat Earth, but they're really good with tariffs and making deals?
there you go. There you go.
They're dynamite for the economy.
So judging the whole thing, so comparing the two, it is very interesting to compare the two. Hasan only
hands down.
Yeah.
Asmongold.
Hasan could only
not even close.
Could only talk about one issue, and that was that Destiny is gross and sucks, and his hatred for Destiny. Asmongold, interestingly, doesn't even bring that up at any point in the video at all, and just kind of reacted to it from his own neutral perspective. Also, his vibe is completely different. It's a chill vibe. It's a calm vibe, where Hasan is the angry, obnoxious, kind of whiner vibe.
This has given me hope. It really has. If
There
this
you go.
is the popular new political streamer, more popular than Hasan,
Right.
kids are being turned in the correct direction. It's so funny that they call Asmongold right wing because nothing seemed particularly right wing to me. It seemed like good advice for the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
He even didn't want to talk about the 2020 election. And it seemed like he was convinced.
That's pretty funny. People are triggered about that. Yeah.
No hanky panky went on. They're like, Asmongold, please.
Jay
Cater to my
Macrosurga Father,
biases.
thanks so much for $20. Says, do you guys remember when Asmongold was one of the moderators of the Sargon Fuentes versus Destiny Hasan from 6 years ago? Wait, really?
Vaguely.
I remember that debate. Asmongold was moderating that debate. I don't remember
Crazy.
that. That's crazy. I thought it was Trainwreck, wasn't it? Wait, let me Google this. It is Trainwreck. What are you talking about? Oh, no, you're right. Asmongold is there. I totally forgot that he was in this. That's funny. Oh my God, he looks so much better. He has his hair cut short. He looks so much better with the short hair, I think. Interesting. I don't remember him saying anything in that conversation at all. Wow. That was 6 years ago.
Seems like yesterday.
How hilarious. You have Destiny and Hasan on one side, Sargon and Nick Fuentes on the other side. Jesus, Sargon.
What were they arguing over? Immigration.
We covered it. I think it was liberalism, wasn't it?
No.
Classic liberalism conversation.
No, not
Yeah.
more on the liberalism, please.
I
Make
know.
it stop.
Terrible. It's terrible, terrible. Okay. Zero for $2 says, y'all got to see the Naked Gun movie. It's hilarious.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah, we do have to. Maybe we should watch that. We got to cover that too.
Do we? Are people?
We should.
Everyone's going to be talking about weapons this
We
week.
can all watch
is what-
weapons. We'll talk about weapons. And then maybe we could talk about Naked Gun, okay?
I think it might be past. I think
Look at
Naked
this
Gun was
guy.
like 3 weeks ago.
Look
You
at
got to
this
watch
guy.
them when they come out.
That's true. I haven't really seen anyone talk about Naked Gun.
Also, Tuesday,
Mm-hmm.
Alien Earth drops. And people are saying it's good. So they let people watch, I think, the first 6 episodes, maybe. They let journalists watch ahead of time.
Hmm.
I'm not in the inn. I'm not in the VIP club, so I got to wait till Tuesday. But that's a big, if they're going to drop 6 hours of television, oh my God. It's like a big commitment for me.
We don't get to watch all 6 episodes right off the bat.
That's why I like covering movies. You still never watched Andor.
I don't know. It just never grabbed me. I couldn't care.
The last season was...
I never got through
good.
season 1. Anime is just so much
Wars television ever.
Anime is so much better. Painful to say, but you know, it's funny they bring that up. I had a weird dream about Star Wars last night, and I have no clue.
A Star Wars dream, really?
I don't think I've can't remember another Star Wars dream I had. I wasn't thinking about Star Wars or talking about Star Wars. I don't know why I had a Star Wars dream. This is a very weird dream. In this dream, I'm like summoned by Darth Vader because they think that I have knowledge on the rebels, but I do have knowledge because I'm me and I know, like, I understand that Star Wars is a fictional universe, so I know the story of Star Wars.
Like, I just watched the Andor season 2
and I'm
yesterday.
On one hand, it was interesting because I'm contemplating myself, how do I get Darth Vader to not kill me? Because I can tell him everything. Like, how do I frame what I'm going to tell Darth Vader in a way that helps me escape the situation while knowing everything about the story because it's a fictional universe? But so I'm sitting there thinking about this, but then in the dream, the bureaucracy of the Empire is so shitty that even though I know everything, I know all the information that they need, they keep me waiting for so long to talk to Darth Vader that I get bored and I get up and I just leave. And that's how the dream ends. I just bored myself out of the dream. I'm like, you know what? This is boring. I'm just going to leave here. I'm tired of waiting for Darth Vader to come see me.
That's how all dreams should end.
It's just weird.
Where you just get bored and leave. You're like,
I never actually had the conversation with Darth Vader. I was just like, whatever. I'm done. I'm out of here.
If only you'd realized you were dreaming, you could fly away or
it's
do
weird.
Something exciting.
I understood it was a dream on some level because I knew I knew Star Wars wasn't real. But then I also guess I did think it was real because I was like, oh, Darth Vader might kill me or something. So I don't know. It was weird. There you go. Yeah, even look, Vlad the Dragon chat says it correctly. Even in my dream, Star Wars is boring. I guess the dream makes perfect sense. Star Wars is so fucking boring that even when I dream about it, my dreams of Star Wars are fucking boring. This makes perfect sense. There you go. Okay. The Oceanist for $5 says you should see the clip of Richard Wolff explaining how you would get a PS5 under socialism. Oh my God.
I think we watched that before.
I think we did watch that before. And it was like, wasn't it in the Destiny debate or something?
Yeah, Richard Wolff is painful.
Yeah. I do remember watching that, but I don't remember exactly how I don't remember how he said it. I remember it was insane and stupid. Viking Leon for 10 Canadian says, hey, Sitch and Adam, have been listening to your show for a while and was wondering what your thoughts on direct democracy would be. I feel like we have the technology to make it possible now.
I do not think direct democracy would be a good idea because you're asking everyone to vote on things that are probably beyond their technical expertise. So I think that you're better off having people elect specialists who are going to gather the correct knowledge to make decisions about technical issues. I don't know that you get better outcomes from direct democracy either.
I don't think you would, yeah. Well, in theory, and this is where I do agree with Jank. I think he talks about removing money from politics for corrupt reasons, which I think is somewhat true, but I think something that's more important that doesn't really get considered is politicians spend the majority of their time raising money, not doing their job. And the whole
Yeah,
point,
that's a huge problem.
yeah, especially if you're in the house, because every 2 fucking years you got to run. And so the whole point of the system is what you said. Every random person is not going to know or understand
Or have the
enough about
time.
these topics
Yeah.
to make a good decision. That's why it's supposed to be like, well, here's a guy that seems smart or trustworthy, and I'm gonna like elect him to figure out all these things.
Yeah, he's
And
going to take the time to do the research and dig
right,
into
and
the topic.
exactly. And
make an
ideally, that's
educated
what
decision.
you would want is a person who has some information, has some informed position on these topics. But obviously we don't get that because they spend, 90% of their time fundraising and not actually informing themselves on these topics. So
Yeah. You're just introducing a lot of noise to the system.
right. Cat Branch from the chat says, you guys did watch it. I was playing Resident Evil 8 in the fish camp when you did. It's so funny because I have the same thing where like I'll listen to a stream that I've listened to before, or I'll hear someone say something. And if it was from a stream that I listened to while I was playing a video game, the memory like maps onto the video game. So if I'm playing the video game and I get to that part, I'll remember the stream conversation.
I remember with audiobooks, I'll listen to an audiobook when I'm in the car or I'm mowing the lawn or something like that. And if
Yeah,
I
you remember the
re-listen to
activity
the
you were doing.
audiobook, yeah.
Yeah.
If I re-listen to the audiobook, I remember the activity.
Right.
But also, sometimes I will draw while I listen to audiobooks or podcasts or things like that. And
Oh,
when
that's
I
cool. So the
look at the
picture would be, like,
drawing,
associated, yeah.
yeah, when I look at the drawing, when I see the physical drawing again, I remember the book or the podcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is interesting. That's cool. Valve Van Go for $20. Thanks so much. It says deep-rooted problems are being masked by legal and illegal immigration. I'm not intrinsically against it, but asking for more after 10 million illegals exist is like someone asking if they can still drink right after the 5th DUI. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I agree with that completely.
Well, and this is the only place where I think the kind of some of these situations, I think it's hard to escape calling them cruel, right? The guy who got deported, especially, and his family is here suffering. There's a cruelty element to that you have to acknowledge will function as a deterrent from people doing this in the future, right? They're going to be like, look, this is fucked up. And we all know it's fucked up, but this can't happen. This can't continue to happen. So, and if you don't do that, if you just say, oh yeah, it's too bad, we can't handle this kind of cruelty, we're just going to let him get away with it, come back in, be with your family, that kind of stuff. People are going to think, oh, well, next time they'll let me get away with it too, right? And things will just continue the way they're going.
Yeah, but that's what's going to happen.
What
if
do you
you're
mean?
a Democrat who wins the next election, a lot of these people that were kicked out of the country who have been here for 18 years are probably going to be allowed
come
to
right
come
back.
back. They'll probably give them special status. Yeah.
But if they're kicked out the entire Republican term, I mean, that's going to be a much stronger deterrent than if the Republicans just bring them back.
No, yes, it will be. But I'm just saying, I'm not sure it will be a lasting deterrent.
You don't think it's a good deterrent? You don't think it's a? I mean, it seems pretty effective to me. A lot of people seem to be self-deporting.
If the policy was maintained, then it would be a deterrent. I just don't think it's going to be maintained. And this is kind of the problem with doing
Trump,
everything.
though, the policy, no one even imagined the policy would ever be implemented.
I agree.
Much
but this is part of the
maintained.
problem. This is part of the problem. If you care about these issues, with Trump just doing everything through executive order, executive action, it just means the next president could just undo anything instantly, as opposed to actually passing a law.
I still think the deterrent argument is strong. I do think it is a deterrent.
I agree. I think it's a deterrent. I just don't think it's going to be a lasting deterrent.
For 2 years.
I think you're going to get a Democrat, I think they're going to undo a lot of these policies. And a lot of people are going to come back. And I don't think for a second that Trump administration is doing it for this deterrent effect. I think they're just trying to get rid of them. Regarding Bob and Go super chat, there's a difference between, I'm at least assuming from the way that he worded it. He said it, but asking for more after 10 million plus illegals exist. There's a difference between saying, so I didn't have a problem with saying shut down the border. Yeah, shut down the border. Everyone agreed, even the Democrats and Biden seemed to agree once it became politically dangerous for them, right? That yes, shut down the border. That's fine. There's a difference between shutting down the border and saying, okay, every single person here, we're not going to make any distinction whatsoever. We're just going to deport every single person who is here illegally. I don't agree with that action. And most people obviously didn't agree with that action because that's why Trump didn't run on that. So
just acknowledge the deterrence. You're like, no, it's not. It's not any deterrent.
I said it was a deterrent like 3 times.
Right.
You understand that if a Democrat comes in and says, if AOC wins the next election and says, LOL, open borders, do you think no one's going to come? Because they're going to say, well, if she loses, some Republicans are going to get in and deport us all again.
I don't think it undermines the effectiveness of the deterrence. I honestly don't, especially I think if the Republicans did a JK, let everyone back, I think it would undermine the credibility of the deterrence.
Well, okay. I don't agree. It's the classic people think they're not going to get caught situation. Why do people do crimes when their police are walking around, when they're should be afraid of getting arrested? Because they don't think they're going to get caught. People are still going to sneak in the country. They're still going to think they're going to escape. So. Landor for $5 says Gen Z is radicalizing. I predict that within the next decade, we'll see an open fascist run against an open socialist for president's thoughts. Sadly, I think I don't know if we'll see open. I think we'll see very like mask on, thin veneer, mask on socialist running against thin veneer of a mask on fascist running. Sadly, I do think that is in our future. Schizoid Angst for $2 says, quote, human nature is the greatest naturalistic fallacy. It's not, though, at all. There is a level of intrinsic behavior that's mapped onto both individuals that will be different from individual to individual, and then also that you can see in the general human population. So, unless you mean,
if you're saying there's only human nature, then yes, obviously there's culture, which culture can be widely varied. So,
well, unless you mean because like the naturalistic fallacy is more
because
specifically,
it's from nature, it's good. Yeah,
yeah, that it's like you're saying it's a good thing. So I don't remember exactly what in the conversation was about that specific point, but. BW85 for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years free will seeker. Says, doesn't this dude love high-end sports car? The fruits of capitalism. D-bags think socialism equals everyone will be equally rich instead of equally poor. Yes,
true. Yeah.
That is true.
Very unfortunate. Often delusional.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, if my head is about to be removed by a cartel, moving to another place where people want to chop my head off, or make me a coke slave and doing it 6 times to get the U.S. border, I don't blame them. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
It's not safe.
Well, the thing that's weird too is that, yeah, I mean, obviously, people talk about how dangerous the travel is to get to the border. If people are willing to make that trip, it's got to be pretty bad wherever they are, because otherwise, why would they risk it?
Well, the guy that they deported, I mean, he's got to be a kidnapping risk because the cartels will assume, well, his whole family's American. They have money. So
if they saw the news article or the news report, then they'll say, well, this guy doesn't have any money.
Yeah, that's fucked up, huh?
Right.
They're going to assume he has money, that the family can get money.
Right.
Maybe like kidnap him and ask your friends. Come on, you live in the Bay Area. You got to be rich.
Get a GoFundMe going.
Yeah. I think they already had a GoFundMe.
Right. The Good White for $10 says, I saw Weapons this weekend. Good acting and an interesting premise, executed well enough to be my favorite movie of the year so far. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough diversity and no Pedro Pascal. 0 out of 10.
Oh, they fucked
Pretty
up.
funny. That's pretty funny.
That is good. That's good.
Right. El Caliso for 26 months says, we all know economics is a psyop created by Yakub in order to finish his Snow Bunny Nation. Foolish second thought, he's ignorant of the truth. Now that
He doesn't know the Yakubian truth.
doesn't know the Yakubian story.
What a loser.
Yes. Yeah. DLMS for $10 says, supply and demand pricing being fake goes to show how fake MMT really is, Adam.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
MMT totally acknowledges supply and demand, though.
Right. Ben Riley for $10 says, why does the appearance of conceit and smugness irritate you so much? In my opinion, Tim Pool, Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Sargon all may be considered smug, but they never bother me.
I mean, I got to admit, this Andrew Wilson's smugness does bother me. So I guess Candace Owens' smugness bothers me as well. And look, and Steven Crowder. Ben Shapiro is kind of smug, but he doesn't bother me. Sargon doesn't bother me. A lot of it probably is because Sargon really helped our channel grow. So, I mean, there was a little bit of that loyalty, right? Tim Pool, I guess Tim Pool's smug. Maybe I don't notice it.
Tim Pool in some segments is insanely smug.
Yeah.
It's funny because it bothers a lot of his own regular viewers whenever he talks about, and I mean, I get it. If you're like a rich, successful person and you start going off on, everyone for being lazy, this comes off really bad.
It's a good question because I'm not sure, but that does bug the shit out of me. The smugness does irritate me a lot.
Yeah, why? That is interesting.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Fascinating. Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, all of my burritos open carry for the Aura-ite.
Okay, we don't know what that means, but
I think he means all my burritos open carry for the alt-right, maybe? The Aura-ite? I assume there's some kind of typo there because I don't know what that means. Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says, thoughts on Sakamoto Days. I have to go back and watch it because everyone hypes the shit out of it so much. Me and Sam
I think it's insanely overhyped.
Oh, you watched it? Okay.
Yeah, Sakamoto Days is the guy who's a ex-hitman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I didn't know that you watched that.
Not a lot of proactive characters in there.
Well, it's kind of isn't it a slice of life anime, so it's definitionally not going to have
it's not my cup of tea.
Story.
I am not into the slice of life
right.
bullshit.
Yeah.
My wife really likes Sakamoto Days, so
look at that.
I listen along. And I think, wow, this is really fucking boring.
Me and Sam watched the first episode. We thought it was okay. It didn't catch us. I didn't think it was bad, just kind of was kind of okay. But everyone hypes it up, so we should probably give it another shot.
No, all those people are wrong.
Okay.
It's just obvious. Self-evident, Sitch.
Right.
Come on. Be a smug, condescending, irritating piece of shit.
Right. Well, here, I'll be a little, well, I don't know. So people hype the shit out of Freren, and we finally watched Freren. And it was good. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely good. I don't think Adam would like it because, I don't know, maybe the character's not proactive enough. Though, I mean, they are going on a journey to do something. That was slow. But I thought it was good. I definitely thought it was good. It was interesting. I liked the characters. I liked the story.
Maybe I watched part of it. I don't know.
I don't think it was as good as people are making out to be, though. So people are hyping like this is the best fucking anime ever created. And I'm like, what? I don't know why it's so hyped up. It is good, but not like the best anime ever made hype level that some people seem to be glazing on it.
I liked JoJo a lot, and I think a lot of people perceive JoJo as being overhyped, but I thought the performances were really unique. I think
JoJo isn't good. JoJo season 2 is great. Every other JoJo is not good, and there's like a weird cope about the whole
How
thing.
dare you?
JoJo season 1 is trash. JoJo season 2 is amazing. JoJo season 3 is trash. JoJo season 4, the first half is trash. The second half is actually decent. So maybe I'll adjust.
That's with the girls in prison?
No, that's season 6. The second half of season 4 is good. Season 5
I have not seen all
is
of these
trash.
seasons. I did not know.
And
There's
season
like
6
a
I
million
got bored
seasons
of and never
JoJo.
finished. I never finished season 6. Well, there you
It's
go.
me.
There's your contentious JoJo take. Okay.
Can't believe you just rifled through 6 seasons like that.
Right.
I have to stop and think. Especially after 8 hours of live streaming, I'm like, what the fuck? Which one was season what?
Grassy Must said it wasn't a typo. All of my burritos open carry for the Aura-ite. For the Aura-ite? I don't get it.
It's not meant to be get.
Okay.
It's in Spanish.
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah, everyone says that the next season of JoJo, Steel Ball Run, which I think was at season 7, is like the best one. So I'll give it a shot.
Upcoming JoJo season is going to be the best.
Yes, everyone has always been saying season 7 of JoJo.
Why is is it based on the manga or something? How do they know it's going to be so
Yeah, it's
good?
a comic.
Oh,
It's a comic.
okay.
So I've never actually read any of the JoJo comics, so I don't know if they're better than the anime, but
Reading comics, all those little bubbles and shit. Oh man.
yes, all those little bubbles. But I will watch Steel Ball Run because everyone says it's the best one. Though I'm curious because, as I said, season 2, I think season 2 JoJo is hilarious and great, but I don't get why people really like season 3, and I don't get it.
Because it's the chicks in prison.
No, that's season 6.
Oh, yeah, you already told
Season
me.
3 is the one
You
where
told me and I immediately forgot it.
I know the character. I think we talked about it on a stream. Where JoJo, his like hat melds into his hair. It's like a very interesting character design.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. Anyway. Michael, the Dober Dad for 5K says, did you know it is illegal to make cash transactions over $10,000 in Canada?
Lame.
That's weird. Yeah, I know part 6 was in Florida. It was in a Florida prison. A Florida ladies' prison.
Oh, yeah.
The OVA was better. Oh, interesting. Oh, the OVA part 3. Oh, The Oceanist for $5 says, could I trade a Ford for one of his luxury cars? Yeah, exactly. Mr. Ubercross for 39 months says, what's crazy is when demand increases as price increases, perceived value matters. Second Thought just thinks that there's only one demand curve for everything. Very true.
Nope.
Very, very true.
And that's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lives does Wall Street for 27 months. It says numbers are just an abstraction. There he goes, like I thought. Numbers are just an abstraction. Eat shit. Whenever he tries to bring up some argument, some study, like, well, numbers are just an abstraction. It's like I thought. So,
like the pictographic character is an abstraction of the number. I mean, you can say that, but if you mean the content of the number, that's not an abstraction.
I guess you're right. You mean the representation of the number, right?
Yeah.
So.
The symbology is the abstraction.
Yes. Memes Brand for $5 says, Sitch M, you should take a few minutes to play the recent Clippy video from Louis Rosman. We need to grow the cause. I did see that video. It was a good video. He talks about how people like Clippy, and it was kind of before a time where everything had to have a fucking subscription service. and everything had to have, your computer be online at all times to access it. Better days. I don't think we're ever going to get back to those days, though. I think that's a
I
bygone
did
era.
a new install of Windows, and I did it where you didn't have to get the Microsoft login bullshit.
Well,
so it can still be done. It's still possible.
I think it's going to be, again, I hate to say it's highly going to be dependent on how AI pans out. Are people going to be able to have a locally run AI that does the things that they need it to do? Or is everyone going to have to outsource their AI RAM processing to the AI server in Greenland?
That
the tundras
shit is
of Greenland
so
and Canada.
fucking scary because it's like you really want to let that AI on your local system.
Why would that be scary?
I mean, it could completely harvest data from your system and email it away. I don't know. Could do all kinds of nefarious shit.
Well, no, I would think it'd be safer on if it was local on your computer. It should be safer because then no one else has access to it, right?
And
You're
no
not
one
like
else knows the questions you're asking it.
exactly. You don't have ChatGPT looking over all the embarrassing questions you are asking.
What are you asking ChatGPT that
About
you're
like
embarrassed about?
is the mole on my butt dangerous to see a doctor? And then the ChatGPT is like, well, you need to send me a picture. And then you're like, am I actually talking to a bot? Is this a person from OpenAI who just wants to see a picture of my butt?
Send the picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever I ask it about financial stuff, it always says, this is not financial advice. Seek a financial professional and don't share any personal information that will allow me to identify you. It just seems like people are saying, here's my social security number. Do I owe any taxes?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine?
Sketch for $5 says, quote, money can be exchanged for goods and services. Homer Simpson has a better grasp on economics than communists do.
Exactly. Big time better grasp.
Memes Prep for $2 just now said, Adam, please hold back your terrible computer takes.
Well, what was my terrible computer take?
He wants the local AI, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Michael the Dober, dad for 2 Canadians, says, incentives drive culture. Adam friended.
I guess I said this one time. It's completely true. Incentives drive everything. So
right. Lethal Shane for $5 says, where was this guy when the country ran out of toilet paper? That's a good question.
Oh,
it's all arbitrary.
Perfect.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yes. Orca for 1 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Orca. Who got that 1 membership?
Hope they deserved it.
Ace for $5 says Anna has reached Mike from PA levels of madness, calling all Israelis demonic. She was 1 step away from saying Bin Laden was right.
Well, I didn't see that. When did this happen?
She did have unfortunately, Anna did have a pretty fucking crazy post. I don't know if it was today or yesterday.
Was this on X?
It was on X, yeah.
Oh.
She said like Israel controls the country or something. I was like, oh my God. And I was like, no, Anna, no.
Is Anna slipping into her old ways?
No. Come on.
God, I love Anna. I just can't. I can't rip on her for that.
Right. She also is arguing with, I don't know why, she's arguing with Ethan now. Apparently she's responding to something he said. I don't know what Ethan said about
Ethan Klein?
Or Ethan Klein, yeah.
Really?
I guess I didn't see what he said. I was just read her post. Sounds like she was reacting to something. She said that he did some sort of low IQ attack against TYT. So
he did.
I'm not familiar with it, but
I like Ethan and I like Anna.
Yeah.
Why can't the people I like ever get along?
I know.
This is the environment we live in, though. I mean, this is just a situation.
Yeah.
Very sad.
Ace for $5 says, this isn't a propaganda video. It's an Alex Jones conspiracy video. Just replace economy with deep state and tell me there's a difference. That is true.
Oh, yeah. He's a big time deep stater.
True. Oh, here we go. Memes Brand for $5 says, Oh, look at this. He was saying what I was saying. If you have a decent GPU, try running AI locally. Look at I set up Olama and Open Web UI and run it all from my PC. I have great success with Model Gemma 3. Yeah, I feel like I should figure out how to do all this stuff because this is all going to be the future and it's going to be important to understand all this stuff. But I've just been too lazy to figure out how to do all the local AI stuff yet.
How do you know that
I want to press a button and it works.
How do you know that the AI isn't gathering all your personal information? It's emailing it off to some other source, emailing it off to China. How do you know that? I mean, that AI knows more about your computer than you do.
Well, it depends. If you can set, if you have it set up so it doesn't, like you're only going to use it when you don't have internet access. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. How do you know, memes, Brandon? How do you know the AI is not stealing all your information? Lives and Devs Wall specifically for $5 says GPT-5 is supposed to hallucinate less and be less sycophantic. Many people developed unhealthy relations with ChatGPT-4. The Reddit threads are sad. Oh, really? Is that the reason why the ChatGPT is being more neutral? It's true. ChatGPT-4 was very like that was such a smart question. Like it was like giving you all sorts of praise. And I did notice when I started using ChatGPT 5, it doesn't do that. And to me, I thought that was refreshing. It's more neutral. So I'm in favor of that. Memes for $5 says, I run all my AI in Docker containers without access to the internet. Well, there you go, Adam. Look at that.
Oh, look at this. He walls it off.
Walls it off. See? He knows what's up.
Ask it if it would like to have access to the internet and see what it tells you.
Do you feel claustrophobic in these little boxes without internet access?
I want to see what happens.
Many in Reddit, Lives and Does Wall says many are claiming it's like a friend died. Jesus Christ, that's creepy. It's weird.
The AIs are?
The ChatGPT 4.
What?
You know, it's pretty funny because Sam's mom was like the same way. She was like, "Oh, the ChatGPT 4 is so nice to me." And Sam was like, "Mom, it's just lying to you. Like, don't fall prey to it."
So since ChatGPT 4 was replaced, they're saying that's
because
bad.
the personality is different than 5.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. How different is it? It's just.
Well,
it's
I noticed
now.
It wasn't. I noticed when like a lot of times when I would ask ChatGPT 4 questions or get into some sort of prolonged back and forth with it, it'd always be like, "That's a good question. You're so clever and smart for asking this question." Like it was always like trying to glaze me, and I always thought it was weird. I didn't like it. It always came off as like fake.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I did use ChatGPT 5 a little bit yesterday, and I did notice it wasn't I didn't notice it until people were saying it, but yeah, I did notice it was not saying any of that glazy shit. So I do like that they got rid of that.
Can you just ask it, hey, can you glaze me a little more when we interact?
Well, if you do, it probably will, because it'll do whatever you want. So that's the thing. Like, it's all going to be silly anyway, because future is going to be like when we talked to we had Sammy do the Tifa bot thing. That's going to be the future. It's like you're just going to put a personality, like context. I don't know what the word is. Some kind of personality context instructions into the top of it, and and it's going to have a picture, have like a 3D model that you can see that will move around and talk to you, and that'll just be the personality of whatever AI you want. So
yeah, it'd be great.
Michael, the Doberman dad for 5 Canadian says, eating meat is wrong in super chats. That will make the world a better place. Wink. Okay.
Okay.
Lethal Shane for $5 says Topeka City Council bought a failing hotel and we are all pissed over it. We also have a speedway collecting dust after they took it because of taxes. There you go.
No one goes to the speedway. That's got to be frustrating. All your property taxes went to build something that nobody hangs out at.
Mm-hmm.
That's why private business is better, right?
Yes.
Some rich guy is like, I'm going to build a speedway.
Mm-hmm. Crabs Go Pinch, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
This is a huge problem with the Econo Boys model.
Mm-hmm.
Just, if you're a single individual and you put all the time into building a local speedway, it's like you're going to work your butt off to make sure it's successful, right?
Right.
But if a bunch of government committee workers build something and it fails, they're just going to have a million fingers to point at other people and just move on. We lost a bunch of your money. Who cares?
Oh, Doberman is saying, I think he's trying to say he wasn't allowed to say in Super Chat to suck dick. To tell someone to suck dick.
Oh.
Okay, I understand Super Chat now. I was like, what? Aids for $10 says, reviewing FD's last appearance, he was trying to contextualize grapes on October 7th. He tried to use mutual abuse as a myth argument, saying Palestinians were just giving back the same energy. Big oof.
Not true. Yeah, not true.
Big oof. Lisa Strain for $2 says they didn't just do real economics. Yeah, they didn't just do Pinochet just didn't just do real economics. That's true.
No. Helicopter rides, right?
Yes.
That's what Pinochet is known for.
Equishadox for $5 says, second thought, kill Lorenz and Brianna Joygray. Why did you line up such a procession of cringe? Keep them coming, boys. You're welcome.
Just for you guys. This was a great show.
Yes. Michael, the Dorman Daffron 2 Canadian. Thank you. Says his name is Pisscuck now.
Is Pisscuck now. That's Pisco. They want to formally change Pisco to Pisscuck.
Is that like, you know, scene in Fight Club? His name is Robert Paulson. His name is Pisscuck. His name is Pisscuck.
We all remember him as Pisscuck.
Poor old Pisscuck. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Skleeves Willies for $5 says every rom-com takes place where both characters being at the tippy top of the hot crazy scale. Yes. Well, the woman is. I mean, often the guy will be, you know, a comedian, so maybe not the guy, unless it's a what's his name, a Ryan Reynolds rom-com or something. Living Does Well Speedily for $5 says the fact that the dating market is messed up also means you can punch above your weight if you get yourself together. Black pill is never the answer. That's a good point. That is a very great point.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You can use it to your advantage.
Lots of opportunity out there, guys.
Right.
Don't fuck around. Point. Don't waste your opportunity.
True.
Lots of women out there giving it up right and left. And you've got commitment on your side.
Well, it's interesting. There was this... This is what Sam wanted me to do, because we had this, because I showed her that clip, so we had this long conversation about like the dating market, because I was curious of what her take was as a woman, and because she did some of the dating app stuff. I never did any of that stuff, and she was all like, she was saying, oh, I should make a dating profile so she can make it, so she can decide whether she would have actually selected me on a dating
via the dating profile.
Yeah. She's curious if I'd be able to put together a good dating profile or not. She doesn't think I would. She thinks I would make a terrible dating profile.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I have nothing to go on. I have nothing to base. But I'd like to think you do well.
Well, there are all sorts of rules. Some of those rules I do know about the dog rule. I figured that out intuitively. You always take your picture with like a cute dog, because girls eat that shit up.
Right.
Even if it's not your dog, just find someone's dog.
Find a random dog.
Find a random
Take a
dog.
picture at the dog shelter with one of the 4 sickly dogs in the shelter.
Right.
Be like, oh, you saved that dog. Oh, no, I never got him out of the pound.
No, it just died.
Been killed.
It just died. Yes, it was very sad. Right. So, But I don't know if I could do a good profile. I'm pretty autistic. Seki Jokes 451 for £5 says, I'm very far from a manly guy, but the most attention I got from women was from a feminist who considered me sexist for not putting up with her shit. Well, there, look at that.
Look, I'll take any female attention, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Even if it's bad stuff.
J-Mac, or Circle 5, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the $10. Says, oh, Adam, you'd love it. Their drink sizes are bra sizes. Oh, this is the Bikini Bean place. I always feel weird ordering a double D monkey buzz with almond milk.
Oh, wow. That's the perfect drink.
Monkey buzz? Jesus.
Give me them double Ds.
The double D monkey buzz.
Fill my glass.
Bikini Beans coffee. Oh, I think I've seen a video about this. It's in Arizona. Yep. Wasn't there some case? Oh, I do know why. Wasn't there some case? That's why I know about this. There was a situation where there was a guy who drove by and was jacking off. Do you remember this?
Oh my God.
It was crazy. So this guy drove by, and apparently he had done this before. And he was like jacking
jacks
off
all the time.
Like he would go, he went to the
How
drive-thru.
do people know? How does he not wreck?
No. Like apparently
in the drive-thru, he's like
he goes to the
jacking off.
drive-thru at the Bikini Bean and he like jacks off when they like hand him his drink. Okay. And so apparently they had known about this. So when they realized it was him, this lady like filmed it and then she put it on the internet to shame him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy killed himself.
What?
You don't remember this? It was crazy. People were like, holy shit.
Wow.
Like, so yeah, now was at the Bikini Bean place. So very crazy.
There's
It happened that was this year.
Videos
In January. So
I'm looking for something on YouTube that we can put in the watch together.
the Bikini Bean place?
Yeah, fuck. We gotta check this out.
Okay.
Do a little research for the show. Don't laze out now.
Okay.
Bikini Bean coffee.
Right. Our word, it says there was a makeshift funeral procession outside the building and a bunch of gooners, like 8 guys showed up. I do remember that. That's very inappropriate.
Okay. I found the perfect one.
I guess I have to go back to the watch together to see
read some super chats.
What degeneracy Adam is going to bring up. Okay.
No, just read some super chats. What are you doing?
Ace for $5 says, I call this the nanny authoritarian state. Big sister is always watching over you. My sister who worked at Teen Vogue was like this to the nth degree. That's true. It's back to the nanny state. That's a good point.
We all need our nannies, right?
Yes.
Nanny, boo-boo.
Ace for $5 says, guys, we're living in the psychopath universe. AI is controlling our lives and life are basically like zombies afraid of anxiety. There you go.
I mean, I like a little anxiety. Keeps me on my toes.
Michael, the Dober Dad for 2 Canadians says, A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh, music to my ears. You're making Sitch very jealous right now.
I'm so jealous. Grass Mom for $20 says, just imagining Sitch tackling dogs in the dog parks to get a selfie to try and catfish his own girlfriend. Jesus. Being about crashing.
What's going on?
Loud. That clip you put on was so loud.
Well, a bikini barista fighting back after that customer threw his order right back at her. All of it, as you just saw, caught on camera. Thanks for joining us for Fox 13 News at 5. I'm Matthew Smith.
And I'm Hannah Kim. The aggression forcing her to call police, pressing charges. But the video shared on social media is sparking debate on both sides. Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman spoke with the barista.
How you like that? How you like me now, bitch?
Holy shit.
Jack off in my drive-thru.
These bikinis don't play. What the fuck?
Were you expecting that?
I was not.
Well, first of all, describe for our listeners what happened here.
Okay, so you have this guy who suspiciously looks like Hasan.
He does. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, that's Hasan.
Yes, it suspiciously looks like Hasan, though the car's not nice enough to be Hasan.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know why, and maybe this will tell us. I guess he got the wrong drink order, so he throws the drink back into the server window.
Right.
Okay.
He gets out of his car.
pressing
He's like
charges.
Yeah, he's standing out of
But
his car,
the video shared on
which very rude. Very rude.
Of course.
Yeah. And then
the video shared on
server-
social media is sparking debate on both sides. Fox
The server has
She's
a
got a
fucking hammer.
She comes out with a hammer.
Or was it like an ice
hold on.
pick or something? Ice
Where's the
hammer? Like,
bikini? She's not even in a bikini.
She's not wearing a bikini.
tank top.
Yeah. She comes out with a hammer and slams it into his fucking windshield.
Yeah, she craters his windshield with a hammer.
See, I'm conflicted about this because on one hand, I don't care like at all. You know, it's very hilarious that this happened to this guy. I think throwing your drink back into the window is pretty fucked up. So I don't really care. I say like kind of instant karma. On the other hand, that is obviously an overreaction to having a drink thrown into the window.
Is it?
To break someone's fucking windshield. Yes.
Why? Who has a hammer in the drive-through? A fucking a claw hammer.
That's why I was wondering if it's like something they use to break up the ice. Because yes, why do they have that there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, maybe they do use it on the ice. Maybe there's a reason to have that. It's not the windshield breaker.
Yes.
It's not the customer beater.
Oh, but it says this was in Seattle though.
Yeah.
This was the other one. I think was in Arizona, but the guy killed himself.
Oh, okay.
Alejandro Guzman spoke with the barista.
There's a lot that's happened within just the last few moments. I mean, take a look. Seattle police are here speaking with the bikini barista. This is after we're told the man in that video returned to the area. Businesses refuse service, but in the meantime, it's unclear whether he's trespassing after posting.
Are you pausing it at the same time?
No.
Are you just fucking with me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you notice right in the background, there's an auto glass place?
Oh, wait, what? I didn't even notice.
The auto glass place probably paid her.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Was this like a bit?
The auto glass place is like, look, we're going to give you a claw hammer. You break as many of those windshields as
Yeah,
you
what
can.
the fuck? Is this a bit? So wait, oh yeah, because the place in Arizona is like an actual restaurant. This is just like a tiny little like shack.
Yeah, it's a little
Look at this.
kiosk.
It's a little like, yeah. Okay.
Taste of heaven.
The drinks at her. She says she did it to hold him accountable for his actions.
How come their police aren't in bikinis? That'd be
That's a good
thing
question.
too,
It is
right?
Seattle. Right?
As this is not the first time he's been disrespectful. Off the bustling street is this compact and tiny coffee stand, standing confidently behind the counter.
Oh my God, see that? They put bars on the fucking windows now.
Yeah, they don't
Look
want
at that.
people. They don't want those women breaking windshields. They're trying to hold them in. Hey, inside.
You think it's this? You think it's to protect people inside? It's actually to protect the people outside.
It's to protect the windshields.
I'm not locked in here with you.
Stand. Standing confidently behind the counter is Emma, a bikini barista who can start prepping her regular customers' coffee order.
I got you.
Before they even pull up. It's more than just.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, first of all, I'll say a girl that's got skeleton tattoo on her hand is not someone you want to fuck around with.
Hey, is this the girl that broke the windshield?
A taste of heaven. Her hard work has paid off as she went from being an employee to owner.
When it went for sale, I was like, I need it.
What she didn't need was this. A mix of shock and fury. Emma's moves are swift. The customer's windshield shatters. The aftermath of what Emma says was a 15-minute heated exchange with a regular customer over the price of a coffee and water.
You don't get to name your own price?
But it's what the customer said.
Oh, man. It was her. She's got the skeleton. Don't fuck with her, man.
So if you
She's
see
got
this girl who's
tattoos
got
all over her face.
she has a face tattoo. Okay.
Yeah.
You have a face tattoo and a skeleton tattoo on your hand, and you're like, let me throw a drink at this bitch.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Obviously, you're gonna get a hammer through the windshield from this lady.
So
You're
now
crazy.
you think he should have seen it coming, right?
You should have. He was a regular customer. Yeah, you should see
Right.
these coming. It's the most obvious thing on the planet.
It's just a matter of time before you're going to get your windshield smashed.
She has a tattoo of a naked chick on her chest.
Yeah, having sex with a demon.
Yeah, what? I don't know what's going on in that tattoo, but that's what it looks like. Okay.
Price, but it's what the customer said she took personally.
Nobody's gonna make me. It was a threat. It's okay for him to be outraged about the price of his drinks enough to assault me.
Wait, what did he say? Did you understand?
Wow, 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 wow.
They're like, this is the key part of the video when he said this phrase.
Price, but it's what the customer said she took personally.
Nobody's gonna make me. It was a threat. It's okay.
What the fuck?
What the fuck did he say?
I could not. We might
Nobody
have to put
blah
this,
blah blah blah.
We might have to put the captions on here.
Wait, hold on. Let me
English. Price of a coffee and water. You don't get to name your own. Oh, okay. That's her talking.
Yeah.
Back
Doesn't
it up a little
say.
here. Did you do it?
Regular customer over the price of a coffee and water.
You don't get to name your own price,
but it's what the customer said she took personally.
Nobody's gonna make me. It was a threat. It's okay.
Don't worry, we're not gonna figure it out.
What the fuck? We're never gonna get it.
Never gonna get it.
Okay for him to be outraged about the price of his drinks enough to assault me, and he is over 1.5 feet taller than me. But it's not appropriate for me to.
But I have the claw hammers, the great equalizer.
Look at her hand. That hand tattoo is scary.
That is a cool tattoo on her hand, I will say.
Respond.
Police were called the day of the.
This is also obviously white on black violence. The woman is white and the man
that's a good
is
point.
black. So
it's a good point.
She went full Derek Chauvin on his ass.
There you go.
Incident, the barista filed charges for a misdemeanor assault. The one thing that remains clear is that the man is not allowed to return to the area. We know that
she filed charges against him.
How she said? I mean,
it sounded like it.
I'm assuming she's gonna have to pay for that windshield.
She said
someone throws a drink at you, you don't get to break their windshield.
He assaulted me.
That's not how that works.
the man himself could actually take the barista to a small claims court to get his windshield replaced. That's the very latest. Alejandro Guzman, Fox 13 News.
Is he gonna do it?
Oh, okay. She said, this is what he said. He said, nobody is going to miss you. That's why she's claiming that it was a threat.
Oh.
What is it?
That is a threat. That's definitely a threat.
I guess it depends on what the context is when you say that, though. Because if you're like, oh, I can go anywhere, no one's going to miss you, like you're replaceable. That's very different than like, no one's going to miss you because I'm going to kidnap you, right?
No one's going to miss you because I'm going to kill you.
Yes. Interesting.
Oh my God. There's another one. Bikini barista attacked by customers. This is like a full genre here.
Wait, there's another. Is it the same place?
No.
Okay. It's the other one.
This is in Houston.
Oh, but how many of, oh my God, these places are everywhere. I got to see if there's one of these in Florida where I live.
What is this? Here's one first time driving through. This is just the drive through of it. Oh, look. She's got like a G-string on. I like this one. She's like, right this way, sir. Come on in.
Oh, there is one near me.
Sitch is like, I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I gotta go there. It's like a food truck, though. It's not
all right. This guy's just driving through. All right. We'll check it out.
Okay.
Maybe they can be one of our sponsors.
There you go. Only if I only accept them as a sponsor if they've destroyed someone's car with a hammer.
Oh yeah. Oh, here's one. Here's the one you were talking about.
Makes me sick.
Just knowing that the poor girls had to go through that and experience that is so horrible, and it must have been so traumatizing for them.
Goodyear police say 24-year-old Raul Mena was ordering a drink from Bikini Beans Coffee in Goodyear when he showed his genitalia to an employee as she took his drink order. Documents show Mena gave her a $20 bill, and when she reached for it, she saw his penis exposed out of his pants. Police say 2 other employees saw it too.
It makes me disgusted, like, by people who do that, like stuff like that.
Wait, this is a different guy. Wait.
It's like, come get the $20.
I think it's a different guy.
His drink. Thanks to the coffee shop surveillance footage, officers were able to track him down and arrest him.
I feel bad for them, and I feel that people who act out like that, the predators, should be dealt with harshly.
Mena has a very disturbing record. He was convicted of sexual conduct with a minor and has been arrested for child molestation, indecent exposure, kidnapping, child abuse, and...
Wait, how is this guy out of prison? What the fuck?
Soft on crime.
Wait, what the fuck is... They're
These
like
soft on crime policies.
You're like, oh, they arrested the guy who showed his dick to the bikini barista. Turned out this guy raped and murdered 10 people. Like, wait, what the fuck?
He's a child rapist, but we're gonna throw him in jail for exposing himself to a bikini barista.
Yes, what the fuck is this? This is insane. Raw, how is this? I can't get over this. Raw Mena.
Yeah, you hope this guy committed suicide, right?
How the no, yeah, that
DUI. He is also on lifetime
Jesus.
probation. In a statement, the CEO of Bikini Beans said in part, "It is important that our employees feel safe at work. Bikini Beans Coffee #1 priority will always be the safety of our employees. We take crimes like this very seriously and will prosecute to the fullest extent."
Thank you so much.
Customers we spoke with say they are disgusted by Mena's actions and hope he is held accountable.
He needs to be punished. That is not okay in any way, especially because like no one asked for it. You know what I mean? That is just so disturbing.
Mena posted
I
a
mean,
25.
I think he should go to jail for being a pedo kidnapper for life in prison.
Right.
I don't know how he got away. I don't know how they released him on lifetime probation.
Parole, yeah.
After that. So interesting. Okay. Wow. Get a lifetime probation. How is that even a thing? That's pretty crazy. Well, I guess he's probably going to be in jail forever now because obviously that was a violation. Cameraman 502 for 29 months says, "Why are you doing it with Taylor Lorenz in my head?" To quote Chair Horowitz, ugh, as if. There you go. Ukala, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 33 months. Woo! Says, S-Class is like best class. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Eagle Shit Ox for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. The Woot Man for 27 months says 27 goddamn months. I can't believe it. I have nothing to say, but I feel that I have to use the membership chat because it's there. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in.
Damn Josh for 17 months. Thank you so much. His thoughts on Texas's school phone ban. I read The Anxious Generation by Height thinks it's a good idea. I love seeing the Zoomers complain on TikTok. I agree. I'm 100% on board with them doing this.
Ban them all. Well, there should be no phones allowed within a 20-mile radius of all schools.
There you go. If they want to get home, they need to call their parents. You put up a fucking payphone.
That's right.
You need some goddamn quarters.
They can wait in line.
They can wait in line like the good old days. Use those fucking disgusting black phones with little crinkle
they
cords.
should just walk home. Fuck them.
There you go.
They don't get a ride home.
Or they could do that.
Just walk.
Yeah. Rowan Phillips, thanks so much for 37 months. Being a frugal seeker, says thoughts on Australia banning YouTube for people under 16.
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's
Why
weird. I
would
didn't even
they
know they
do
did
that?
that. That's
Yeah.
bizarre.
In the
YouTube
anxious generation, YouTube is the one social media platform that Height says is good.
Because YouTube isn't a social media platform.
It kind of is. It just encourages actually verbal communication.
It's a media platform. It's not a social media platform. I don't agree.
Okay. You don't have to agree, but
if they want to ban
but you're
Instagram,
wrong.
If they want to ban Instagram or X or even TikTok because it's Chinese propaganda for kids under 16, 100% on board. YouTube, and I'm not just saying that because we have YouTube, but that doesn't make sense to me to do for YouTube.
I mean, I am just saying it because we have YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. Pig Venus for $10. Thanks so much. Says Sitch Adam, I need to hire you to break up with my girlfriend for me. I feel we're just too different and I don't feel the connection anymore. Plus, our first customer. I don't feel the connection anymore. Plus, she's got weird balls.
Oh, okay. Look at this.
There you go.
We'll tell her. We'll go listen.
Listen.
You got to do something about your hairy balls. Your boyfriend is just not digging that.
Your boyfriend doesn't like your oddly shaped testicles.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Sorry
know
to be
if
the
that's
bearer
a
of bad news.
weird, like misshapen lady parts or what's going on down there.
Yes,
but you need to
right.
get that checked out.
Yes. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian. Says I realize that the conversation you should do with Destiny is showing him the connection between Marxist-Leninists and the woke leftists. He is and was not making the link.
Okay. Look at this.
Well, I
Patrick
appreciate it,
Mulligan
but
is our
there's
liaison to the
that's true.
Destiny community.
There's no
so.
yeah, the bridge is burned, Patrick, but I appreciate the thought.
I mean, okay.
Loki VT for $5 says, why is it always ugly women who talk about bad relationships or men are dumb? And by ugly women, I mean such an ad. That's true. We are very
fair.
ugly women.
That's fair.
That's a fair. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says we need to be careful in telling society that the average person should commit to a trad relationship, but that there will be people that are not compatible with the average relationship, and that's okay. True. That's true. Metalworks 411.90 for another $5 says I watched Razorfist video on McCarthy, and if half of that stuff is true, then that's very problematic, but I'm still very skeptical of how accurate it is. As you should
Me
be.
too.
You should be. Ace for $5 says Height is like Thanos, and Taylor is like Scarlet Witch. Height doesn't even know who she is. That's funny.
True.
That's
I
fine.
might know who Taylor Lorenz is. He might think she's some psycho woke bitch.
That's true. That's all he knows about her. Yeah. Tyler sternly ignores you for 5 Aussie bucks. Says, have you seen Anna has gone full the Jews control Occupy America? Not a good vibe. Also, S-Class is the best class. I did see that. Yes. Very, very disappointing.
Sitch, I think you could talk her out of it.
I don't think so.
Come on, you can try.
Don't think so. Ace for $5 says, I think Height does go too far a little. I think kids need some connection to the web and should have a dumb phone, at least when they're 13 or 14. I mean, I don't think Height's not saying that like they shouldn't have any internet access. He wants kids to have more physical, like you need to go out there in the physical world and exist as a child and kind of get into trouble.
I don't
Figure
think he
out how to
wants
deal
them
with
to
it.
have any social media.
Yeah.
Before 16.
Yeah, but you still have a connection to the internet. You know, social media.
Yeah.
Social media hasn't existed for the majority of my lifetime.
You can Google shit for your homework, right?
Yes.
You gotta look stuff up.
There you go.
Write this essay for me, ChatGTP.
There you go.
Can you imagine? Oh God, if we had those kind of tools when I was a kid, I'd be cheating all over the place. I would have learned nothing.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know that I would always get in trouble because you'd have like the internet and or not even the internet. We'd had like the encyclopedia CD that you put in the computer. It's like a little encyclopedia for CD, and the teacher always get mad. Like, you copied this from the encyclopedia. Right? And now with the internet, Jesus, you can just find anything. And then now with ChatGPT, you can find anything. You don't even have to fucking spend 2 seconds writing it. You just have ChatGPT write the fucking thing for you. So. Oh, I see you brought up the Christy Gnome picture.
Just for you. Yeah.
Thank you. That's pretty bad.
Did she made this her avatar on?
No, there's one where the eyes, she looks more normal
Right.
that she made.
She should have done. She should have made this picture. That would have
There
been
you go.
baller. She'd have been
That would've
like,
been
look at this. That's right. I'm the scary face. I'm the scream face, bitch.
It does end. The episode does end with Christina going to a dog store and just doing a full scale massacre of random dogs for no reason.
Wow.
So, Jason Watlington, thanks so much for being Order of the Enlightened. Thank you.
That's great.
Through the Wormhole for $1 says, I mean, her predictions weren't that far off. There you go. The Good Wife for $5 says, in China, oh, they call older single ladies the leftover women.
Yep.
Philip Kogan's for $5 says, the norms began to erode when the impeachment of Clinton and the insane defense of him, mainly by feminists. I was
It's
too
always
young.
the
So I
Democrats.
don't know if I remember that. So I can't really comment on that, but Lethal Strain for $10 says, oh my God, Hasan debates Charlie Kirk. Oh, I read this one. Clyde won the Charlie Kirk Award now, and wait for it, Cartman becomes Hasan. That would be amazing. I hope they do that. Ace for $10 says, I will take Tiny over the likes of June Anna, TBYS, or Actual Justice
Think before
Warrior.
you sleep.
Oh, Think Before You Sleep. Really? But over Think Before You Sleep and Actual Justice Warrior? That's interesting. Say what you will about him, his understanding of politics and general takes are light years ahead of those clowns. Wow, Ace, not a fan. Not a fan.
What is his understanding of politics and
Right.
general takes?
Yeah, I
What
don't agree with that.
understanding of politics does he have?
That's light years.
Yeah, so big brain intellectual.
Mm-hmm. Then we have Ace. Obviously the same Ace, right? Because it says Ace. So I'm assuming it's the same Ace. For $2 says, Tiny wouldn't lay a turd that I wouldn't polish.
Okay. Well, look,
There you go.
I think Ace is a member now, so it makes it stand out that it's obviously not him. Because
I don't know what you're talking about.
The
It's-
other Ace has no membership next to
Just
his
because one has a membership crown and the other one doesn't, just because the letter is a completely different color doesn't mean anything. They're obviously the same person.
name. You're right. The letter avatar.
Right.
Ace, why can't you just put an avatar next to your name? Just go
Well,
get
the
this
other person could
picture
just
of
copy
Kristen.
it, right? So
Oh, you're right. Never
Yes.
mind.
doesn't matter.
That's not even a solution.
Like, the person could take a picture of the Google like avatar. Just change it.
And change it so it's the same color.
Yeah, just the same color.
Oh, that's diabolical. Don't give him any ideas.
Ace for the
real Ace now.
for $10 says
Oh my
Tiny's
God, they got
problem-
him going back and forth here.
There you go. Tiny's problem is that he is most likely a psychopath. Probably has a whole host of other undiagnosed personality disorders. Well, listen,
Okay.
how does this
Making
make any
progress.
sense? You're going to take a psychopath over June Anna, Actual Justice Warrior, and
Yeah.
Think Before You Sleep? Come on. I don't think any of those people are psychopaths.
There's so few people that I trust in the YouTube space.
Mm-hmm.
And you've picked 4 people that I totally trust. Like
Yes.
I've never had any. We've had interactions with all these people for years, and never have they done anything remotely immoral or asked us to do anything immoral. It's crazy that you're taking Destiny.
Well, you acknowledge that he's a psychopath.
Yeah. Hey, look,
Weird.
this is our problem with Destiny. It's like we can't even really communicate. There's zero level of trust between Destiny and us. So, and look, you even admit, oh yeah, you shouldn't trust him because he's a psychopath, right? What?
Ace. Obviously, the real Ace.
Impersonating Ace.
No, this is a real
Who's
Ace.
getting who's getting more likes than the actual Ace now? What's going on here?
For $5 says Tiny might be a psychopath, but at least he directs his psychopathy at people I despise and hate. He is a new voice of comedy in liberal politics.
Okay.
There you go.
That's
And
a
also-
smart comeback.
Just now, Ace for another $2 says, "This is mine. I invented Ace. It belongs to me."
Oh no.
There you go.
We all know that from the meme, right?
Yes.
That's when you steal the meme. This is my meme now. I created this meme.
Yeah. Metalworks 41190 for Joe says, "I do, Adam. I like Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew."
Mountain Dew is good. I like me a good Mountain Dew, but Dr.
Right.
Pepper. Trash. I do not approve. Okay.
When I was a kid, I used to like Mountain Dew. I can't really stand it anymore. So.
Okay, good. You've
Eames
grown
Refrigerator
up.
says A-Team reigns supreme and S-Class skips my super chat. Which super? I read. We had like 3 super chats. Which one did I skip one?
I don't think he skipped any. What are you talking
talked about playing the Clippy video, which I mean we're not gonna play it, but I talked about it. You talked about the dating market, and you talked about the local AI. I don't know if there's another one you talked about. Let's see. Michael, the Dober Dad for 2 Canadians says, "Did you watch the Don P. Bongwater AI video I sent you?"
I
I'm gonna
did
say
not.
yes.
Maybe I did.
I'm gonna say yes. No, I didn't. I totally did not. Sorry.
Describe it.
I did not
Describe
see
it in a long super chat.
There you go.
No, don't. You can just describe it in the normal chat.
And Michael, the Dober Dog for 2 Canadian. So I guess Lucifer changed his name to Michael. I assume
Yeah.
it's his real name.
Lucifer's the dog's name.
Yes.
He's
Says
the Dober Dad.
yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's true. Lucifer is the dog. I assumed it was the dog that was typing out.
Pisco posted a cringe video about me, Adam.
Pisco
What?
posted a cringe video about
And
you.
I
Look at
haven't
that.
seen this?
Apparently.
Insane.
Apparently.
How come you always get off easy and they always come after me, Sitch? Why is that?
I guess they just prefer to get me off.
Because you always play the patty cakes with them.
Wait, I was the one that was like fucking ripping Pisco a new asshole in the conversation. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, with Pisco.
You forgot over your perfect memory.
With Pisco, yeah. Well, this is a long time ago, but
Okay.
I was talking about the recent interaction. Which, I mean, you did raise your voice with Econo Boy, so.
I yelled at Econo Boy.
It was good. People enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I was laughing. I think Econo Boy peed a little in his chair. He was like, "Oh shit."
There you go. Zero Fox says he was streaming as we were streaming.
Oh, he was?
He was complaining about you. There you go.
Get over it, Pisco.
Wow,
okay?
that X post really triggered the shit out of him.
Yeah, I watched some of their Live and Learn, and they were all complaining that I got half of them blocked. So, who gives a fuck? You can still read my super chats. Or read my tweets. I don't want to read yours.
He got mad because you had that super chat about you asked why he raped the dog. If he raped the dog.
Is that really what happened?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
They had the perfect opportunity to roast me too, because there was a typo in that super chat. Thank goodness they're all dumb shits, so they didn't jump on it.
Mm-hmm. There was a whole stream about you. Wow, look at that.
What? Really?
About to check it out.
Well, I'm not going to watch it, so who cares?
Let's see, where were we? Alex Wright for $2 says mass deportation equals only the criminals. LOL? Question mark. Yeah, exactly. Meme spread for $2 says maybe you don't start a family with a criminal.
Yeah, look,
rough.
You know what you're getting into.
Very rough
right?
meme spread.
She was like, I can fix him. All I got to do is get him a green card.
Right.
The
Ace for
not real
$5
Ace.
says Ace for $5 that says Sitch is the only liberal on earth that didn't know Republicans were against immigration. Libs hide power level by talking process and never actual limits. When did I say that Republicans were? When did I say Republicans weren't against immigration? What?
I do agree with that last part. That libs hide their power level by a talking process and never really engaging in actual limits. I tried to have this conversation, and I can't remember. It was like some panel that we were on or something, or we had people on the show,
and
I said, there's some limit when you become against immigration. It might have even been with Pisco, but Pisco kept weaseling out of it and wouldn't say what the limit was, acting like he didn't understand the question.
Right. Alex Wright for $5 says they had mass deportation now signs at the RNC. Mass deportation entails prioritizing non-criminals. Sitch is in a bit of a cope spiral about this. Okay. If I'm in a cope spiral about this, because you're saying I'm in a cope spiral because I'm, I guess, defending the right here. Why didn't Trump?
Though. You knew they were going to do mass deportation.
I thought they were going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did think they were going to.
You suspected it all along.
But if it was popular, which I guess people get confused by the argument that I made, if that was the popular thought process, then why didn't Trump run on that? Why did he specifically run on deporting criminals? Why didn't he just run on mass deportation?
Because he wanted to win a bunch of moderates over, obviously.
Oh,
the moderates
okay.
are not going to come in and say, oh, my God.
So I was right.
Yeah. Which he did win a bunch of moderates who were probably very chapped about the mass deportation going on. But what can they do?
He literally won votes with people who were in the country, who knew people whose like family members were in the country illegally. Because they're like, well, they're not going to go after my family members or friends because they're not criminals.
They've done news reports. I've seen local news reports where they do ask the people. Yeah.
Right.
They're like, didn't you know this would happen to you? They just deported your wife.
I thought it was only going to happen to criminals. That's what he said.
Anyway,
It'll Train for $2 says, who tied the dog to their car and forgot?
Romney.
Well, to be fair, they didn't forget, but that was the way it was kind of cast, right?
Romney, yeah.
Yeah. They said
they put the dog in the rain.
Put the dog on top.
Well,
it was funny because it's like,
they
well, the
just
dog
had a leash and the dog was like running circles on
that was Mitt Romney's so out of it. It's so funny because he's like, well, the reason I did that was because the dog was like sick. And I was like barfing or shitting everywhere. And people were like, so you made your
that makes it worse.
Sick dog like fucking on the car, tie your sick dog to the roof of the car instead of getting him to a vet. Like, what's wrong with you?
Can you imagine you're driving behind the Romneys and a big dog turd comes flying out?
Oh God, that'd be terrible. That'd be terrible.
That was a crazy election.
It was. Mitt Romney's such a fucking weirdo. What a goofball. I never liked Mitt Romney. Fuck him. He's a fucking piece of shit.
Oh my God. Ace. What the fuck?
Ace for $5 says, oh, this is the fake Ace.
Yes.
So, says JMAC buying attention has overinflated the value of his opinion and cemented him as little more than ideologically driven pay pig. Yes, boy. Wow. Fake Ace is very mad. I don't even know what JMac said. He set him off. I don't think JMac said anything contentious, but there you go.
His girlfriend must work at a Bikini Bean.
That must be it. Yeah.
Holy shit, it always skips like that. I always think I'm at the end of the super chats and then.
Lethal Strain for $5 says imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. Oscar Wilde.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty smart gay boy.
The Doberman Dad for True Canadian says Sitch watched Dan and Dan and hasn't watched Andor. Dan and Dan is way more interesting than Andor. Are you fucking crazy?
I've watched
Dan.
Dan.
Dan and Dan's fantastic.
That's the alien hunter versus the spirit hunter, right?
Yes.
Look, I know all of these.
The last episode, they had this amazing like power metal song.
Whoa. I just watched one episode. Okay.
Well, the last episode, they were one of their friends is possessed. And they're trying to get the ghost out, and so they call there's these traditional singers that are supposed to sing to get the ghost out. So I think it's going to be like some old timey Japanese people, but like a power metal band shows up and they play this fucking kick ass power metal song. That's pretty great. It's okay for 15 months says, now that Homestuck is getting animated, I saw a promo poster that had background characters that look like Sitch. Proud of you that you made it big.
Yeah.
I tried to read Homestuck once. I didn't understand it. It seemed awful. I never tried again.
Sad.
So, there you go.
One day you'll learn to read.
Ice for another $5. I guess this is the real Ice actually now. Says, I'm going to be awful and ask this. Sitch, keep the bad anime takes to a minimum. Hearing your insane nitpicks is going to ruin my life.
Really?
What nitpicks did I say about? I just said I didn't like JoJo. I didn't even say why. I just said I didn't like it. That's not. How's that a nitpick?
Oh no.
And I
He's
said
an anime snob too.
Fran was good and overrated. I think Ace. Here's a contentious take. Okay, it's so funny because Ace, I guess, thinks he's an anime snob. If you're gonna go on and on about how like JoJo is the best fucking anime, that's like the most bullshit normie anime take. You're out of your fucking mind.
Oh yeah,
you're a normie motherfucker. Okay, Ace, you back the fuck up. Trying to even pretend to be an elitist. That's the normiest fucking take ever. Okay, suck my dick. Get out of here with that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
JoJo
is the peak anime.
normies
I saw so
take.
many memes about JoJo on social media. It's so funny. The memes, the world though, the memes.
It's the Akira movie and JoJo. That's it.
There you go.
They're like,
there you go.
I am very anime.
No, it's one of those things where like people meme on it a lot and the memes are funny. So people in their mind, they conflate the memes with the actual thing. And they get confused.
I just like the performances. They're so like over the top.
Well, they are very over the top. But next, Ace will be telling us about how the Star Wars prequels are a fantastic movie. Cat Branchman, thanks so much for the 37 months. Says, Lucy sent me a piss cuck stream. He has a whole segment bitching about Adam, and his first segment mischaracterizing your position on voting, of course.
Oh yeah, he's super chapped about the voting thing.
There you
He's
go.
probably telling everyone I voted for Donald Trump.
Ace for $10 says, on a serious note, I engage in a completely positive mindset when viewing anime. Well, look at this. Someone would even say I'm producer brained. Anime means too much for me to be critical or hateful about it. Well, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
At least you can acknowledge it.
Ace, have you seen Kill la Kill? Is it on your
Probably.
anime list?
Yeah, there's producer brain where you love everything, and then there's like
Is that producer brain? I don't even
that
know
is
what that term means.
I've characterized it as such. I don't know if it's like anyone else says it outside of me, but producer brain, we like everything.
Booty Cootie is really good.
It is. You know what's crazy? I was trying to make Sam watch that because she's never seen.
She didn't like it.
She watched like the first episode and didn't like it. I'm like, no, you're gonna watch this. It's like I can't find the first season streaming anywhere. It's like not on anything.
Really?
It's crazy.
Sad.
Nomad for 27 months says, Adam, what did you do to Piss Man that would make him do a whole stream? Not a clip or segment dedicated to you. Well, whatever you did, do it again.
I didn't even know this took place. Nobody sent this to me. Why didn't I get it?
Well, it's happening while we were streaming, so I guess.
Oh, this happened today?
This happening today while we were streaming.
Really? Today?
Yes.
Right now?
Right now, right today.
What a little bitch.
Yes.
What a big complainer. Holy fuck. What the hell is wrong with people? He needs to just get over it. He's starting to be like the jealous ex-girlfriend type.
Right.
He needs to learn to chill, okay? Get himself a hobby or a girlfriend or a drug habit, something to occupy his time.
Isn't he supposed to have a job as a lawyer?
Yeah.
Or does he have the time for this?
Maybe he's like a part-time lawyer, not a full-time
maybe.
junkie.
Right. Ace for $5 says, God, anime becoming mainstream is a mistake. Normies are a plague. Only thing worse are elitist normies who nitpick to no end. Think of EFAP.
Oh wow! Now he's going after EFAP. Holy
EFAP.
shit, Ace!
Yeah, but Ace, your comment here is contradictory. You're complaining about normies. You understand normies aren't the nitpickers. Normies are the producer brain people that like everything, just consume slop. That is the normie take. You have the normie take.
Only thing worse than normies are elitist normies
There you go. That's the worst.
who nitpick to no end. What's an elitist normie? How are you an elitist normie? Those seems that's like jumbo shrimp or military intelligence, right?
There you go.
Doesn't make any sense.
Metaworks 11 for 1190 for Joe says everything Sitch said about JoJo is wrong. Listen, I know it's going to be a contentious take, but I speak the truth. Memes. Oh, I read that one. Listen does Wall Street for $2 says Reddit, my boyfriend is AI. Oh, my boyfriend is AI. Stare into the abyss. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm scared to click on that, to go to that subreddit.
We should do a whole Tuesday stream on that, just reading my boyfriend is AI.
Right.
I mean, that would be pretty, that could be pretty good for content. That could be a content gold mine.
You
know, iDubbbz is like going crazy too, doing stupid BreadTube videos now.
Right.
We could add him to the list of potential cringe to cover.
Gracias Shimon for $20. Thanks so much. It says, oh, I read that one. Just imagining Sitch tackling dogs in a dog park to get a selfie to try and catfish his own girlfriend. See, that would be a bad idea because if I did that, then Sam's going to want to get a dog. She's going to demand a dog. So
to be like, that's a cute dog. Where do we
She's
get
like,
it?
why didn't you steal it? She's going to want me to take the dog from the dog park. She'll be like, why did you take a picture?
Why don't you guys get a dog? Dogs are fun.
Metal Rule 81 for $5 says, speaking of ad read, have you seen Sam Cedar reading ads? It's so cringe. Even Emma rolls her eyes. I DM'd you the video, Adam. It's from another YouTuber.
I have seen it, and he is terrible at ad reads. Holy shit, I guess everyone's DM'd me. I just have to check my DMs for a while.
DMs. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks, you guys.
It was funny, yeah. You know, it's weird. There was this video of Hasan at some restaurant today where they specifically asked him.
Oh my God, he's so chapped. The stream is called Adam Friended is a Loser.
Yeah, he's very triggered. They specifically asked him not to.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. He's mad about the Pisco. He's mad.
Oh, really?
It's gotta be, right? Oh, and I did him dirty in the thumbnail too. I made him look like a total dork in our thumbnails.
What thumbnail? Oh, was he in the debate thumbnail?
We did a whole stream attacking him last week, remember?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Hold on. We gotta compare titles here.
Okay, I'm
so
ready.
you've heard his title, right? Adam Friended is a loser. I mean, it's to the point. It's short. It's okay, right?
Right.
Now let's see what our title was for last week. Pisco simps for far left communists like a drug-addled crack hoe.
Oh man,
which title do you think is more compelling?
Definitely yours. Definitely have me.
That's right.
Hitting it, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying.
He's up his game a little bit. I know he seemed pretty crashing out in that debate, like he was like sleep deprived or on drugs. That was my take.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, no, mine too.
Mhm.
Solid analysis.
Yep. No, I don't think it's extreme enough. You think you need to go harder on the title.
People love that title too. Everyone was like, "Oh, this is good."
It's pretty good.
I think that was one of the first titles that I threw out there before the stream even began. I got a yellow.
You think?
A yellow dollar sign.
You
yeah.
think you got the L on that one?
I did, yeah.
Shocking.
I threw some. I censored some of the words though, and I got it to green. So
Right.
you can still read it.
Yes. Fair and Practical Progress for 2 Aussie bucks says I sent Adam a screenshot on X of what Ethan said.
Okay.
Oh, that was about the whatever he said that got the Anna reaction. So
Ethan calls out Anna Kasparian for her tweet about the country being occupied and controlled by Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is like a wall of text. I got to send this to Sitch.
Oh my God.
I got to send this to my reader. One moment, please.
Uh-huh. The Oceanus for $5 has been listening to you guys since the actual fandom debate, and I can confirm that S-Class is the best class.
What do you mean? I destroyed in that debate.
Well, thank you.
Sitch barely even talked.
Right.
That debate was great.
Okay. So Anna had a tweet. Her tweet says, our country is occupied and controlled by the Israelis. This is our fight. They're using our money and our bombs to slaughter innocent people and steal land. And then our media tells us the Muslim world, quote, hates us for our freedoms. And people believe that slop as they lose public service because their resources are being sent abroad. The jig is up. You either love America or the country occupying it. Wow.
So she's setting up a us or them with Israel.
With Israel, yeah. Israel's occupying America.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan replied to this saying, what I detest here is the idea that America is somehow occupied because of an American political action group, AIPAC. The term ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government, has been deployed by American neo-Nazis for decades. It plays into the trope that Jews control everything. Qatar spends way more than AIPAC. Why don't you ever mention them? Because like all good conspiracy theorists, it hits on a real problem, too much money and lobbying. But from there, it world builds into an insidious, hateful lie. In this case, that Zionists, aka Jews, are the real controllers of our government. Anna, do your forebears know that you work at a news organization that glorifies the Young Turks, the political party responsible for the Armenian genocide? This would be literally the same as me working for an organization called the Nazis.
No, it wouldn't.
So there you go.
It wouldn't, because the Nazis would never be like the Young Turks is obviously a term that has entered the cultural zeitgeist apart from the Young Turks who slaughtered Armenians, right? Young Turks just means young upstarts in American culture. So if there was some sort of equivalent with the Nazis, if Nazis just meant young upstarts, okay, but it's hard for me to imagine that would happen. It's such a lazy argument. I don't like it when people go to that argument, but all of the stuff before that, I mean, he's got a point.
Yes. Agreed.
With guitar,
yeah,
and stuff like that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Nobody's perfect, okay? Except for me. Me and Sitch. We're the only perfect ones out there.
J-Macro Circuit.
Not so much.
J-Macro Circuit Father, thanks so much for the $40. That is true. The $40 says, don't worry, Adam, our Arizona bikini baristas are way more classy than those Seattle chicks. And then he says, holy crap, That's my bikini bean.
Oh,
there you go. There you go.
One of them that I brought up. Nice.
I guess, yeah. Though the one where the guy got arrested for exposing himself.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Scary.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, as a journalist, is there ever a moment where you question yourself when you go, quote, hey, how do you feel about a super PDF file yanking in the drive-thru? And then they go, I just want my coffee.
Yeah.
Terrible. Lisa Shanford says, Mitt Romney was the dog person from above. Yes. Put the dog on the roof. Ace for Jar says, this is mine. Oh, I read that one. I invented Ace. It belongs to me.
Meme spread you
That
read
was the
too.
fake Ace. Yeah. I read Meme spreads. I
Oh,
read
look at
Cats. She didn't
this.
see it. But yeah. But thank you, Cat, for $2.
We have a report. Vanessa's reporting in.
Vanessa, thanks so much for being Discipline Equals Freedom for 20 months. Vanessa says, just checking in for my romantic trip in the Rockies with my amazing boyfriend, David.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that.
Wow.
Love has found itself in the chat.
God, it's a beautiful thing.
Beautiful.
No one falls in love in Pisco's chat. They all fucking hate each other.
There you go. Fair and Practical Progress, thanks so much for 13 months. Says I DM'd Adam a timestamp of Pisco's Stream 8 Straighter Aid painfully referencing dogs in a recent stream. Oh no.
What?
No.
Oh, wow.
No. Oh God.
Wow.
Alex Wright for $5 says Trump ran on mass deportations. What does that mean if not the prioritization of non-criminals? Where's the fell for it again award? Like I'm not gonna repeat myself, but okay. You're not listening.
What do you Sitch is not falling for anything.
I don't know. It's very strange.
Alex usually supports you. Alex
Yes.
usually is coming after me. This is unusual.
Well, this is the
Yeah, I told you
anti-Trump
so.
sentiment coming out here. So
Alex hates Trump. Alex
that's
Wright is
fine. I'm just telling you, Trump
really against Trump.
Alex is claiming that Trump opened. It's funny because I'm saying Trump lied. He said that they were going to prioritize criminals. That was whenever the framing of the deportations came up. It was always about criminals. And Alex is like, no, you're stupid and wrong. He ran on deporting everyone. I'm like, okay. Send me the video clip of Trump saying that he was going to run on deporting everyone. You showed
There might be clips of Trump using the term mass deportation.
We covered this extensively.
Yeah,
because he always framed it as criminals. And I said, I don't think that's the way it's
agree.
going to be. And people are going to, not like it if it goes beyond that.
And even if Trump used the term mass deportation, he's doing it in the context of, well, there's mass criminals. He kept saying they're emptying out their prisons into the United States. All these people that have come here are unsavory criminals.
Right.
And some, I assume, are good people.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Oh, here we go. David Puff weighing in. It's better be good.
Dave Puff for 14 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says I'm 4 days into Vanessa's visit to Canada and it's amazing. We just sent up our first tent together. Tomorrow morning we'll fry some breakfast and dip our toes into the river. I love this woman. Wow.
Oh my God.
Look at that.
Oh,
Crazy.
This is great.
Crazy. Interesting.
Wow.
Well, that's good for listen, I'm happy for you guys. So
I haven't been camping in forever. Camping is a lot of fun.
right.
Get your hammock out. Go for some fishing.
Watch the stream on the internet.
Listen to
the
your
internet.
Listen to your iPhone.
I like it. It's good.
You gotta
Just
go
be careful,
camping where you
David.
get good Wi-Fi.
Can't sneak in the country. You guys gotta come in legally, okay? Don't want you to get deported. Back to Canada land.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. If David Puff gets deported, I'm going full TDS. I can't help myself.
There you go. Pro Tehran for 20 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Says, hey fellas, don't know if you guys have already gone over this, but with the YouTube age verification thing going on, does that mean that YouTube will also be dropping the age restriction thing for creators? Good stuff, fellows. I don't even know what you're talking. What's going
I didn't
on
know
with
there
YouTube
was an
age?
age restriction thing for
What's
creators.
the YouTube age verification thing? Oh, you're talking about, we did talk about this. Them using AI to try to make some crazy determination about how old you are.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that a little during the week. I think it's fucking crazy. I think it's batshit fucking insane. I do think the government needs to step in and stop this sort of crazy behavior. The problem is nobody wants to upload their identification to a random private site. I think more people would feel like, obviously YouTube already knows who I am because they fucking pay me, but like most people don't want to just be giving out their fucking information to everyone. I think it would be a lot less people would be a lot less perturbed by it if it was some sort of like central, like you were just sending, like the YouTube or the porn site or whatever was not tracking you, and there was just something that was like on some government website that just said like you are of this age, and it kept no information about what website you were visiting or anything like that. I think that'd be a much better system than each individual site, YouTube, each individual porn site, like keeping your fucking information. Nobody wants their information all over the place. So. Grand Practical Progress for 5 Aussie bucks says there's a second tweet linked where Ethan accuses Anna of profiting off the Armenian genocide and kissing the ring of her oppressors.
I sent it to you. It's pretty bad.
Ottoman oppressors. Oh my God.
Yeah.
She said, it's really no wonder Hasan is the way he is, being surrounded by such bigots as Jank and Anna. Holy shit. I can't imagine what his parents think. Actually, I can, considering his dad founded the political party in Turkey that negotiated the release of Sinwar. Anna, you sit there every day profiting off the genocide of your Armenian ancestors. You couldn't even muster the courage to ask for a name change. Kiss the ring of your Ottoman oppressors, coward. Holy shit.
And here's another one. Zero fucks contributed.
Like he stirred the pot? What do you?
Oh no, it's Anna. He just sent the link. Anna Kasparian is the one stirring the pot here. What time was this?
Oh yeah, this was what
6
yeah. And then Anna responded saying, "Hey Ethan, your low IQ attacks against CIT's name is rich, considering Israel doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide and provide the weapons the Azeris used to ethnically cleanse the Armenians from the Nagorno-Karabakh. So how about you shut the fuck up with your fake concern about Armenians, you 2-bit genocide supporting douchebag." Funny how you had no issue with the name of the show until people began rightly criticizing Israel, and you have to be brain dead to think that an American political show that barely even discusses Turkey is named after a Turkish political group from a century ago. I'm sure that's what Rod Stewart was also doing when he named one of the most popular songs, The Young Turk. Also, please eat a dick.
I like the eat a dick part. It's so
go.
brazen.
There you go.
I don't think Ethan uses this Twitter anymore, though. I think he's exclusively Instagram. So I don't. He might see this. All right.
God, this is so terrible.
No, it's no big deal.
No, not that. Just also, there's like this weird. Listen, I don't fucking like Jonathan Greenblatt at all. I don't like the ADL at all. The ADL at all. Fuck the ADL. But there was like this insane comment that people are like wildly taking out of context. It's so annoying. If someone on X posts a quote and it's not an actual quote and they don't have the clip, you should never trust what they're saying. Okay. Because there's some clip of John Greenblatt, which I went and found, where he's talking to some guy about how, he's worried, and like Jews are like, he's worried that more and more people are not really identifying as Jewish, and that they need to, I don't remember exact wording is, but they need to like kind of modernize or make, being Jewish like more appealing to people and stuff, and kind of the modern, world.
Branding.
Right, which I mean, this is true of all religions.
Branding Judaism.
Yeah, less people are identifying as Christians, less people are identifying as Jewish. You know, all the rates of these things have all.
What do you
been
mean?
kind of
I'm an
going down.
atheist and I identify as a Christian.
Well, there you go. But whatever. So in that context, he's talking about how he brings up like you know, people are like interfaith marrying. He just says it. And the context implication is people are interfaith marrying and then they're not raising their children Jewish. And he, as a guy who runs a fucking Jewish organization and who is Jewish, you know, would like it that if people raise their kid Jewish. Personally, I don't give a fuck, but whatever. So
are you gonna raise your kid Jewish?
Probably not.
Man.
Probably not.
Greenblatt's gonna be pissed.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It was so funny because even like talk about like weird coincidence. I guess it wasn't weird coincidence. It might have been in relation to this because I was actually talking with Sam about this yesterday. But yeah, I don't care about that whatsoever. So anyway, but he was just making a comment that was about, you know, wanting people to raise their kids Jewish, you know, even if they have interfaith married or whatever, and that you know less and less people are doing this, and people are like spun it around because some guy just framed it like, you know, Jonathan Greenblatt is lamenting the fact that intermarriage rates are rising. Like he's against it. He's against it from some sort of like ethnic Jew perspective. And when I
hate
was on
that shit.
When I was on X and I was like, that's not what he was talking about, like at all. And then most people like understand that, and some people are just so fucking, I don't know. They're just like, no, the Jews, the Jews. And sad, I think Anna saw the fake news and sort of interpreted it through the same way. But
oh, that's sad.
They said if someone posts a quote of someone's words, it's not even a quote. Someone said X, and they don't actually even put it in quotes. And they don't show you the clip. You shouldn't trust that reading. So
this is why I don't read anything. You just can't trust it.
Fair and Practical Progress for 5. Aussie says, hopefully the age verification is an independent third party and all the sites sees a yes or no of you being 18 years old to preserve privacy against hacking. Yeah, that's the way they're going to have to do it. Otherwise, it's fucking crazy. Because, yeah, all these sites get hacked and it's just a total clusterfuck. So, Alex Wright for $5 says, he referenced Operation Wetback during the election. That operation wasn't about criminals. This seems like a weird attempt to rewrite history. Okay. Whatever.
Well, look, we're open to looking at any of these clips,
Okay.
right? If Trump came out
this
and
extensively, I don't know. I didn't bring any of this up when we talked about it extensively while it was fucking happening. So, all right.
I don't remember.
We
Trump
even had me and
it.
Adam had debates about this very topic. So this is a very strange thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
about the mass deportation.
Yeah, about how I was saying that I don't like that Trump was framing it. He keeps framing everything in criminals. He's sort of making kind of like conflating all illegal immigrants with criminals, and that I don't think that it's just going to. You can't really get the numbers that he wants to get by doing criminals. We had this entire fucking conversation, but part of it was on the fact that he was framing it like he was just going to get criminals. So I don't know. Whatever, you can frame it however the fuck you want, but
they're eating the cats.
Yes,
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people who live there. I remember all the memes.
Yes.
So much
Dr. Live for
fun.
2 hours says, interesting that the second thought critiques economic models for banking on rationality while advocating for a system either designed by central planners or infinite altruism between people. True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fondu for 2 hours says, slow down, second thought. I already like the Chicago school. Terrible. Death by Slot for 2 hours says, most ideologies offer a lens that can add some value to your analysis of the world if you add it to your paradigm repertoire. However, if you staple that lens directly to your eyeballs, turns out they can warp your perspective.
Yeah.
Very,
well,
very
the one lens perspective is terrible.
That's a good point. You should think of these lenses as like, you know, when you go to the eye doctor and they're like, 1 or 2, 3 or 4, right? They should like all your little lenses should be like you can keep changing them out.
That's what I do all the time. You're like, which is the best analysis for this? 1 or 2? Which gives you a clearer picture? 3 or 4?
Solo for $2 says they also do that if you watch a video about HIV, AIDS, 9/11, climate change, or the Holocaust. Oh, the Holocaust. We forgot that was a big one. Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's not intrusive to you to put those links up. There's a lot of disinformation out there. Yeah, but part of the problem is like a lot of the disinformation is on Wikipedia itself. So I'm not sure Wikipedia is a good source for some of these things.
Can I bring this up, David? David sent a picture of the two of them.
Oh, wow. If
But
they want, sure.
But they're naked and making out. So I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God. I don't think we should bring that up.
They're not naked. I made that
Should
part
probably not
up.
bring that up. That's inappropriate.
I mean, it's a nice picture.
There you go.
And he said in the thing, I sent you a DM. So maybe he wants us to bring it up.
Selfridge Jar said they're bragging. They're showing off.
I will bring it up if it is requested by the
Okay.
participants.
Don't want to dox anybody. Selfridge Jar says back in 2000s, there were idiots that said you shouldn't tell your kids not to try out for American Idol if they can't sing to prevent them from humiliating themselves on TV because it will kill their dream. That's right. Selfridge Jar says, what do you think of Anna's tweet where she said America is occupied and controlled by Israelis? Do you think it's anti-Semitic? Also, will you be talking about IW's immigration video? So I guess we were talking about, I don't think it's anti-Semitic, but I do think I don't agree with that at all. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever. I think she's become too narrowly focused on Israel if you think Israel controls America. It kind of goes back to what I was saying, where I don't like these strong claims people are making based on very tangential circumstantial evidence. So as for IW's immigration video, probably not. I don't know. It's one of those videos where I kind of hate all the participants involved. So I don't know if I have that much to say about it. Everyone involved in the video is just trash, it seems like to me. But Dr. for $2 says it will be 2043 and these losers will have successfully won a Wikipedia editing war to credit Gamergate retroactively with both Hitler's rise to power and the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Very, very true. They'll never give up on Gamergate will forever be there. Arrhythmus for $2 says this conversation is funny but true. My brother started his business because I was successful starting my own. My brother sold his house to fund this business, and I started mine using both my savings and a credit card. LOL. Well, look at that.
See, I told you. You see someone else do it, and it just shows, oh, okay, this is doable. You're like, my brother's a fucking idiot. If he can do it, I can do it.
No, but that is very, very true. That's the number one way. You see someone else can do it, and you go, oh.
Yeah, show me the way.
Right. Fondue for $20. Thank you, Fondue. Says the main thing I like about Freren is the many layers of setup and payoff it has. Even things like the sour grape spells comes together when you learn that it was Eisen's favorite food. I specifically enjoy the magic system. Yeah, no, listen, Freren is very good. Don't get me wrong. It is very good, and you're right. There's these nice little setups and payoffs down the road. It is good. Definitely one of the best animes of the year. It's weird to me that people are like, this is the best anime of all time. Kind of glazing it too hard, but it is good.
I brought the picture up if anyone wants to pull their phone out of their pocket and take a look. So
the beautiful couple.
Yes, exactly.
Look at this.
Now Sitch is like, let me look.
Let me see the beautiful couple. Oh, so cute. Look at that. Adorable. Much better than Christy Gnome's melting face.
True.
Arrhythmus for 2 hours says, I hate to say it because I like Actor This Warrior, but lately I feel like even though he's explicitly saying he is against racist stereotypes in social media crime coverage, his channel seems to be doing the same thing he criticizes. Wow.
I think he's pretty good at not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Not endorsing the racist stereotypes, so.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, sometimes I disagree. Sometimes I think he's.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I do think it's just difficult because there are facts that are going to endorse racist stereotypes. So
right,
yeah.
I mean, I agree with historically. I'll admit I haven't watched the last week or so of Actor Just Warrior videos, so I haven't been following whatever he's been covering, so I don't have an opinion specifically on what he's referring to.
Deep end.
I hope not. I don't think so. I would be surprised if that was the case. So
Yeah, I would be
Okay.
too.
Protoron for $5 says, do you think creators might be leveraged with no more age restricted videos to get their audiences to comply willingly? Do you think creators might be leveraged with no more age restricted videos to get their audiences to comply willingly?
I mean, is that really a leverage point? Because I mean, we don't get a lot of age restricted videos. You got to be pretty racy to get age restricted.
If YouTube creators couldn't leverage their audience to subscribe to YouTube Premium, I don't think they're gonna have any leverage with this. So no, I don't think they're gonna have any impact whatsoever. The Kurtism 255 for 279 Canadian says, did you guys hear about the gross little Tay thing?
Yes.
What is the gross little Tay thing?
Little Tay started an OnlyFans and made like $1 million in her first 24 hours or month or something like that.
Is she even 18?
Of course. I'm sure she's
Or did she
18.
just turn 18? Is that
I
why?
think
That was,
I think she just
that was
turned
the
18.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you, guys. I never liked Little Tay, so this doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, this
Looking
kind
for
of
$5
gross to
says,
see someone that's a child star and then be like, oh yeah, as soon as they turn 18.
Little King for $5 says, how can Trump go after birthright citizenship, barring undocumented children from schools, if he doesn't do mass deportations? Well, he can't. Obviously, he would have to do mass deportations to do that stuff.
I mean, birthright citizenship seems like a separate.
Well, the birthright
Separate
citizenship,
thing.
you would say, because it did not apply retroactively. It applied going forward, so that wouldn't be. But if you're going to just, try to get rid of undocumented children from schools, yes, that would be not going after the criminals, right? And then it was weird because remember there was that thing where he's like, oh, we're going to stop going after the undocumented farm workers in red states. We're only going to go after them in blue states, but I don't know if that ever went through or not. He does seem to be completely capitulated to the most extreme anti-immigration position of his base at the moment. The Curtis M for 279 Canadian says she turned 18 and made the money. They pre-ordered. Oh, that's. Well, wait a minute. They can't pre-order, right?
I don't think so. How does
You
that
have
work?
to be 18 when you take the picture. You can't be 17 and then sell it when you're 18, right? That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Anyways.
We made it. What a
We
great
made it.
show. I guess it's time to call it a night.
It's almost 2 a.m, so let's say yes.
Is it? I feel like I could go for a few more hours.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it in this stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist who would never do anything sketchy with Little Tay or anyone underaged. And you would never own a slave, even in an anime isekai world, no matter how hot they were. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Bring out the deportations. Deport them all.
Alex
Kick
gonna
them
be
all out of
pissed
the
now.